Chapter 2300 Surprise Attack on Wuzhou. After scaling the wall and entering the city, Jiang Xuo, Song Ming, and their men slipped into a narrow alley behind the prefectural yamen. Jiang Xuo and Yi Haoran had scouted this location beforehand, marking 3 adjacent civilian houses as their staging point. A night watchman was making his rounds in the back alley. One of the personal guards rushed forward and cut him down with a slash across the waist. Another man immediately stripped off the watchman's tattered clothes and donned them himself, picking up the clapper and lantern to continue the patrol. The rest vaulted over the courtyard walls, opened the gates from inside, and dozens of men surged into the courtyards. Doors and windows were quickly sealed as they concealed themselves within. Jiang Xuo followed the group inside and found 7 bodies sprawled across the courtyard, women, children, and elderly. His stomach turned. As he looked away, he saw soldiers dragging 4 bound captives into the yard, forcing them to their knees with blades raised to strike. The prisoners were either very old or very young. The youngest was just a child. Cloth strips gagged their mouths, and terror contorted their faces. Seeing the corpses on the ground, they writhed and whimpered for mercy. "Spare them," Jiang Xuo said to Song Ming. "These are innocent commoners. Why must they die?" Song Ming laughed. "General Jiang, you truly have a bodhisattva's heart. A soldier must be decisive. Though they are innocent, a single cry would ruin everything. Since ancient times, those who achieve great things do not fret over trifles or speak of small mercies. Only those who dare to kill can save the state." He waved his hand and whispered, "Execute them." His guards complied. Broadswords rose and fell, and all 4 heads dropped in an instant. Blood pooled across the courtyard. Jiang Xuo couldn't bear to watch and turned away. Years of warfare had hardened his heart considerably, but senseless slaughter still disgusted him. Whether bandits or government troops, they were all bloodthirsty by nature, treating common folk like weeds to be cut down. Song Ming paid no attention to his discomfort. He called over 2 of his most meticulous guards and ordered them to creep along the back wall to the rear gate of the yamen and listen for any movement inside. Zai Aaron's eyes were bloodshot. The fury over Kai Lan's betrayal still burned within him, keeping the naturalized staff around him silent as cicadas in winter, afraid to even breathe too loudly. When Zhao Fengshan arrived to report the latest situation, Zai Aaron's expression remained blank. After listening, he said flatly, "Very well. Continue the interrogation. Find out what treasures they're hiding. Chief, perhaps you should rest first." "I'm not tired." Sleep was the furthest thing from Zai Aaron's mind. The drum tower struck the 3rd watch, the deepest hour of the night. Feeling restless, he rose from his chair and paced around the flower hall that served as his office, stretching his stiff muscles. A muffled explosion suddenly rumbled from beyond the city walls. Zai Aaron froze. That was gunpowder. There had been little fighting around Wuzhou lately, certainly nothing involving artillery. He sprang to his feet. "What's happening? Who's firing cannons?" Before long, the duty officer rushed in to report. The explosion came from Sanhezu. His words were cut short by a succession of blasts. Zai Aaron's face drained of color, his legs trembling involuntarily. Could this be a massive counterattack by the Ming army? Wuzhou had so few troops. "Quick! Assemble everyone, full alert." He paused, aware of how panicked he sounded, and forced himself to speak more evenly. "Send for Caiyan Duo and Zhu Si." Caiyan Duo was stationed at the 3 generals' office and would take time to arrive. Zhu Si, however, was already in the prefectural yamen. The explosion had jolted him from sleep, and he came running in his hastily donned uniform. "What's the situation outside?" Zai Aaron demanded the moment he entered, catching him off guard. Zhu Si had rushed over without stopping to gather information. "Sir, I haven't had time to find out." "Then find out, go see what the hell is going on." As Zhu Si turned to leave, Zai Aaron stopped him. "Gather all your men." "Chief, I have no men right now," Zhu Si said quickly. The 2nd squadron went to receive the convoy. Only then did Zai Aaron remember that Zhu Si, battalion commander of the Wuzhou National Army, was currently a commander without troops. The only remaining unit, the 3rd Squadron, was stationed outside the city. "Take my guard detail. Patrol the city gates first. If anywhere needs reinforcement, send men there." Zai Aaron had 5 guards around him, hand-picked from the garrison battalion by the General Security Bureau. But that was far too few. After arriving in Wuzhou, he had recruited several young men with clean backgrounds and reliable families from the National Army and detective team to form a guard squad. This was his last reserve. "Yes, sir, I'll go immediately," Zhu Si said. "I'll take 2 squads and leave 1 here." "Go, go." Zai Aaron waved impatiently. What could possibly happen here? The city walls are the priority. Zhu Si hurried out. Zai Aaron's anxiety mounted as explosion after explosion echoed from beyond the walls, punctuated by the crack of gunfire and the boom of muskets. He moved to the window and saw what appeared to be firelight flickering in the sky over Sanhezu. This is bad, he thought. Sanhezu is under attack. The 3rd Squadron was isolated there without support. They could probably defend themselves, but the prisoner camp would almost certainly be overrun. Most of those held in the camp were captured Ming officers, soldiers, and local officials. If the camp fell, these prisoners would scatter, not only creating new threats in the rear, but also marking 2 large black marks on his record for the governance of Wuzhou. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Just as he stood there paralyzed with indecision, Tietou arrived. "What's the situation?" "I've already been up on the tower to look." Tietou hadn't been resting. He was on duty at the 3 generals' office. He had climbed the wall the moment the explosions began. "The blasts came from the camp. It's on fire now, and there are flames at the 3rd Squadron's ramparts. Some force has attacked Sanhezu." How large? Impossible to judge at this point. But judging by the size of the fire, the enemy has already breached the camp. The camp's own defenses were never strong. Everything depends on whether Jiang Yaogong can retake it quickly. Tietou hesitated. "I launched a signal rocket to request status, but what?" "Every time we launch a rocket, the enemy launches multiple rockets simultaneously to jam our signals." "We can't interpret Sanhezu's reply." "What about the optical signal device?" "The fire at Sanhezu creates too much interference. We can't make out anything." "Damn it." Zai Aaron fumed silently. "Those people in the industry sector working on wireless radios should all be shot. Let's go. We'll observe from the tower." Pacing here accomplished nothing. He might as well see the situation firsthand. They left the prefectural yamen and climbed to the Nangsun gate. Leaning over the battlements, they saw flames roaring skyward over Sanhezu, with faint sounds of battle drifting on the wind. Fires dotted the riverbank, and signal rockets streaked into the sky one after another. "Company Commander Cayenne," Zai Aaron said urgently. The situation looked dire. Not only was Sanhezu likely lost, but the 3rd Squadron appeared to be in mortal danger. "Assemble your troops immediately. Send a platoon out to rescue Sanhezu. If we don't act, Jiang Yaogong's entire squadron will be wiped out." "Chief, that's not wise," Tietou said hesitantly. "Sending a small unit out of the city in the middle of the night to provide support. What if they walk into an ambush? Besides, we have too few troops in the city as it is." Then what do we do?" Zai Aaron's voice cracked. "I'll send a few capable men to rappel down the wall and scout the situation, then make a decision based on what they find." Tietou's mind was already made up. Neither the 3rd Squadron nor the prisoner camp were truly important targets. Wuzhou itself and Elder Zai were what he had to protect. Moreover, the chaos outside suggested the enemy was bluffing, trying to draw reinforcements from the city and ambush them on the way. All right. Send men quickly. Please return to the yamen, Chief. I'll take charge here and send word as soon as we learn anything." Seeing Zai Aaron's rattled demeanor, Tietou knew the elder was unreliable right now and would only be a hindrance if he stayed on the wall. In the back alley, Song Ming and his men heard the cannon fire and knew the Sanhezu operation had begun. Shouts and commotion echoed from the streets beyond. The group remained silent, waiting. After what felt like an eternity, 3 soft knocks sounded at the courtyard gate. Song Ming's pulse quickened, and he immediately ordered the door opened. The the personal guard posing as the watchman gestured toward the rear door of the prefectural yamen. Song Ming and Jiang Xuo felt their hearts pounding wildly. Everything was going smoothly. Who would have thought that this heavily defended Wuzhou was so hollow inside? At Song Ming's signal, several guards formed a human ladder and quickly scaled the wall to open the rear door. The soldiers filed in without a sound. Zai Aaron returned from the tower feeling shaken. He hadn't expected the Ming army to still possess such strength, to penetrate this deep into enemy territory. It seemed the Liangguang strategy had been overly ambitious. He sank into his chair, exhaustion washing over him. Moments later, Zhu Si sent a messenger to report. Enemy activity had been spotted outside various gates, but no attacks had materialized. Defenses at all gates had been strengthened and were holding. Good, good. Zai Aaron exhaled in relief. The enemy apparently wasn't here to storm the city. Wuzhou should be safe. Before he could finish the thought, a burst of clamor erupted outside, screams, cries of agony, then gunshots. Zai Aaron bolted upright. What was happening now? As he hesitated, his security secretary stumbled through the door, drenched in blood, one arm missing entirely. "Enemy attack," he shouted, then collapsed dead on the floor. Zai Aaron was thunderstruck. This was the Wuzhou prefectural yamen. Though the garrison was small, high walls surrounded it on all sides, and the city wall lay beyond. The Bayagia system within the city was strict as well, where had enemies materialized in the dead of night. His hand shot into the drawer for his pistol, but before he could draw it, a dozen men in black surged into the room. Their leader, a short, wiry man, pressed the tip of a border army warsaber against Zai Aaron's chest. "Let go." Though the man's accent was thick, Zai Aaron immediately released the pistol. "Chief Zai," the intruder said in a low voice, "you're coming with us. Don't try anything foolish and we won't harm you." End of chapter. Chapter 23:01 Capturing the hairy thief. Zai Aaron's face turned ashen. As a reporter, he had witnessed his share of ugly scenes, but this was the first time a blade had been pressed directly against his chest. Unlike the theatrical posturing of the old space-time, these natives would truly drive a white knife in and pull a red knife out. "Is this the Zai bandit?" Another man in black walked over and asked. "That's him." The short, wiry man handled Zai Aaron roughly. "This appearance, this attire, and the pistol in the drawer, only a true Kun has these." He fished Zai Aaron's revolver and ammunition box from the drawer and tucked them casually into his waistband. Zai Aaron was terrified, barely maintaining his composure. Though the small man spoke with a slight accent, it was unmistakably the new language spoken only by naturalized citizens. He recalled Su Qi's warning when they first entered Wuzhou. There were very likely traitors embedded in the Ming forces. Watching this man tuck the revolver into his belt without a second glance, his movements practiced and familiar, confirmed his suspicions. This was no native. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuo searched every pocket on Zai Aaron's person, not even sparing his toilet paper. Only then did they bind him with ropes, gag him with a walnut, and pull a hood over his head. Zai Aaron's world went dark. All he knew was that someone was dragging him forward, and he could only stumble along blindly. Song Ming wanted to search the office for confidential documents, but Jiang Xuo warned that once gunshots rang out, the Australians would react quickly. Reinforcements would arrive any moment. Wuzhou City was compact, and this location was close to both the Great and Small South Gates. Once the enemy organized a response, their few dozen men wouldn't stand a chance. Song Ming agreed, but having come this far, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Ignoring the risks, he swept everything in Zai Aaron's drawer into a bag and slung it over his shoulder, then sprinted toward the back courtyard. They left just in time. The moment the gunshot echoed through the night, Caiyan Duo, who was observing enemy movements at the Great South Gate, froze. Gunfire inside the city, and not from bird guns or firelocks. That was the distinctive crack of Nanyang rifles. Judging by the volume and direction, the shooting had occurred in the southern district, somewhere near the county yamen or prefectural yamen. Cold sweat broke out across Caiyan Duo's back. If the prefectural yamen had been attacked, it would be a disaster. He immediately dispatched a sergeant with a squad to investigate. The gates of the prefectural yamen were shut tight, showing no abnormalities, but the door sentries were missing and the side gate stood wide open. Sensing trouble, the sergeant immediately ordered, "Fix bayonets, prepare to fire." The squad made quick preparations and burst through the side gate into the front courtyard. It was empty. The sergeant ordered men to open the main gate while sending point men to search. They had barely gone a few steps before discovering the bodies of 2 sentries at the entrance to the service lane leading to the second hall, one felled by a crossbow bolt, the other hacked down. Knowing the situation was grave, the sergeant sent a runner back to inform Duo while leading his men deeper inside. Entering the main hall of the second courtyard, they found 4 or 5 more bodies scattered across the yard, men from the guard squad alongside unidentified attackers in black. Blades, spears, and weapons lay strewn everywhere. "Those fledglings," the sergeant muttered. A major incident had occurred. Caution was no longer a priority. He roared, "Fire! We can't!" A soldier grabbed his arm. "The chief might be inside." The sergeant realized his near mistake. If a volley went in and struck the elder, his entire family would be executed. He immediately raised his rifle and fired a shot into the air, shouting, "Charge!" But the moment they rushed into the courtyard, a chaotic volley of fire met them. 2 men dropped on the spot. Then, with blood-curdling screams, more than a dozen men in black poured out from the flower hall and corridors. The Vault Army soldiers had no time to shoot. Both sides crashed together in brutal melee. Most of the Vault Army soldiers were veterans, skilled in bayonet fighting. Though they lost 2 men at the start and found themselves at a disadvantage, they quickly formed into pairs and trios, fighting back-to-back with their bayonets. The ambushers were Song Ming's family retainers and personal guards, his most ferocious fighters. Left behind as a rearguard, they had already accepted death. Each fought with suicidal abandon. For long minutes, neither side could gain the upper hand. The stalemate broke when Zhu Si charged back with the guard squad. Song Ming's rearguard couldn't hold. They were killed or captured to a man. Zhu Si burst into the office to find it in shambles. The security secretary lay dead. His jaw dropped in shock. The chief was gone. A lost commander, whether killed or captured, meant devastating consequences. Zhu Si had served in the Great Ming Army and knew this well enough. He didn't know how the Australians would handle such a situation, but an elder's status was obviously far more exalted than even a great Ming governor-general or provincial governor. At the very least, it was equivalent to a prince of the blood. The thought made his hair stand on end. He immediately ordered a search of the entire yamen and sent runners to notify Duo and Zhao Fengshan. The searching soldiers quickly discovered several guard corpses in the back courtyard. The rear gate stood wide open. Clearly, the attackers had fled through there. Zhu Si's eyes turned blood-red. He dragged over a captive who had been badly wounded by bayonets and demanded, "Who are you? Where have you taken the chief?" The captive had been stabbed in the abdomen, his intestines spilling out. He was clearly beyond saving. Gasping for breath, he managed a laugh. "What good will knowing do you?" His head lolled to one side and he died. Zhu Si was so enraged he hacked wildly at the corpse with his sword. Neither Zai Aaron's body nor any trace of him had been found in the courtyard or halls. He had clearly been abducted. Judging by the attackers' combat prowess and weapons, these were no ordinary bandits but elite government troops. This raid had been meticulously planned. Zhu Si organized men to track and pursue, while sending others to beat the drums at the bell and drum tower to signal a city-wide Level 1 alert. The message was clear to all naturalized personnel and retained indigenous staff. Enemies were inside the city. According to the contingency plan, all defense zones would go on full alert upon the signal, and the reserve team at the 3 generals' office would immediately coordinate with the detective team to conduct a citywide dragnet. But the plan had hit a snag due to the troop shortage. Neither Zhu Si nor Duo had any real reserves. Zhu Si was running around like a headless fly when Caiyan Duo and Zhao Fengshan finally arrived. "What's the situation?" "The chief is missing," Zhu Si said, his voice tight with fear. "I've sent men to track them. I don't know if it's too late." Caiyan Duo swore viciously. No wonder they were feinting east to attack in the west. He thought for a moment, then looked up. "The situation is clear now. The enemy has no intention of taking Wuzhou. I'll assemble the full company immediately and launch a city-wide search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find the chief." Zhao Fengshan winced at the ominous phrasing. "No need to dig 3 feet. It's been 15 minutes at most since the gunshot. They haven't gone far. With city walls on all sides, they can't escape." The 3 of them divided responsibilities on the spot. Zhao Fengshan would remain at the prefectural yamen to handle the aftermath. Zhu Si would go to the Great South Gate to oversee defense, and Caiyan Duo would take his company to search the city. "Battalion Commander Zhu, send out everyone from the detective team immediately," Zhao Fengshan added. "Tell them, anyone who finds traces of the enemy gets 10 taels of silver. Anyone who finds traces of Chief Zai gets 20. And anyone who rescues Chief Zai gets 100. The detective team was composed entirely of retained local personnel. At such a critical juncture, they might not be willing to risk their lives without strong incentive. As the 3 split up, Zhao Fengshan stamped his feet and sighed, half contemplating suicide. At that moment Zhang Erjun arrived, his face white with panic. Why was there shooting? Why was the detective team deployed all at once? "Something catastrophic has happened," Zhao Fengshan explained the situation, and Zhang Erjun's face went even whiter. "Chief Zai, the chief, he won't. Nothing will happen to him, right?" "The chief is a fortunate man blessed by heaven," Zhao Fengshan said, trying to sound reassuring. "Besides, they weren't in the yamen long. They won't find it easy to escape in the dark." I hope so," Zhang Erjun murmured, then suddenly remembered something. "That advisor Hao, he's probably the ringleader. Even if he isn't, he's definitely involved." Zhao Fengshan suddenly realized that the prime suspects, Kai Lan and Jiang Qiachen, hadn't been arrested and were still at the 3 generals' office. 2 helpless women couldn't escape, but with such chaos erupting outside, they might very well take their own lives. "Old Zheng, take men to the 3 generals' office immediately. Arrest Kai Lan, Jiang Qiachen, and everyone who serves in the courtyard, anyone who's had contact with Kai Lan. We must prevent any suicides." The explosion had sounded when Luo Yangming had already returned to his residence. Worried, he hadn't gone to bed but had dozed off in his study instead. The blast outside the city jolted him awake instantly. He threw on his clothes and stood by the window, listening. The intermittent cannon fire made his heart clench. What was happening? This didn't sound like Vault Army artillery. It was more muffled and dull, clearly the report of government firearms. Could Qing Wenkan be counterattacking? No, that was obviously impossible. Though full of questions, he was a hid cadre and couldn't simply run to the prefectural yamen to ask about the situation, nor could he attend meetings without authorization. He could only pace in his study, waiting for news. From the sounds outside alone, the situation seemed critical. Not only cannon fire, but also the whistle of signal rockets crossing the sky, followed by gunshots. The gunshots worried him most. That meant the enemy had approached the city walls. Everyone in his household had been awakened by the noise. No one dared light a lamp. One by one, they dressed and crept over to ask what was happening. "I don't know any more than you do," Luo Yangming said, trying to sound calm. "It's probably a sneak attack by the Ming forces. Nothing serious. Don't be afraid." "Oh heavens, oh Buddha," Ding Ada wailed, her hair disheveled and eyes brimming with tears. "If the great Ming army retakes Wuzhou and they discover you worked for the Australians, master, what will become of us?" She burst into sobs. Li Wensheng hurried to comfort her. "Mistress, please don't worry. There are plenty of important people in the Rehabilitation Bureau. Even if the sky falls, they'll hold it up. Besides, the Ming Kingdom may never fight their way back." End of chapter. Chapter 2302, Luo Yangming. And when Tietou Luo Yangming wasn't worried about a Ming reconquest. He understood the situation clearly. The Ming army was too busy trying to hold Guangxi to even think about counterattacking Wuzhou. At most, this was a harassment raid, but judging by what he could hear, the scale of the harassment was considerable. The commotion was too great to be the work of a small band. Though Luo Yangming trusted Qian Duo and Zhao Fengshan to handle the situation, Wuzhou's defenses were dangerously thin. Listening to the cannon fire and running footsteps outside, sounds that showed no sign of fading but rather grew more intense, he began to grow uneasy. Suddenly, a rapid drumbeat echoed through the city. Luo Yangming's blood ran cold. That was the signal for a level 1 alert. Enemies had penetrated the city itself. Had the enemy already breached the walls? He felt a spike of panic, but on reflection it seemed unlikely. Wuzhou's walls were heavily defended. Without overwhelming superiority, the Ming army wouldn't risk a night assault. Moreover, reconnaissance reports indicated no major enemy forces within 100 li of Wuzhou. Small bands couldn't possibly converge overnight. His thoughts turned to Hao Ran's case. Could this be connected? Could they be plotting an uprising from within the city? The thought had already crossed his mind during his earlier meeting with Zhao Fengshan about the case. Now it seemed his suspicions were being proved correct. This Hao Ran was the key figure. Why hadn't he noticed him sooner? Luo Yangming felt a stab of regret. He had poured too much energy into the Rehabilitation Bureau's work and neglected the most critical duty of a hidden cadre, counterespionage. He had allowed this advisor Hao to operate freely right under his nose, and to some extent had even served as his unwitting protector. He could no longer sit idle. Rising abruptly, he called Li Wensheng over. "The situation outside is urgent. I need to go handle some important matters. Stay here and lead the servants and staff to keep watch. Find 2 capable men to come with me." The room immediately erupted into chaos. Neither Li Wensheng nor Ding Adao would hear of him going out. Ding Adao wept. With soldiers rampaging outside, if something happened to him, what would become of this large family and the business? Luo Yangming was growing irritated by the commotion when a shop assistant came in to report. Master Zhao of the Australians had sent a messenger with a letter. "Bring it here." Luo Yangming snatched the letter and tore it open. It contained only a few lines, but those few lines drained the color from his face. Zai Aaron was missing and possibly captured. The news struck him like a thunderbolt. In the eyes of a veteran naturalized citizen like Luo Yangming, a senator was a demigod, an omnipotent being. Even when he privately disagreed with certain measures in Wuzhou, he had grown accustomed to the Senate's meticulous planning and their habit of always having contingencies in place. He had always assumed that whatever the senators did, they possessed some divine plan beyond ordinary comprehension. He had never imagined a senator could actually be captured. The letter mentioned that Wuzhou itself was not in immediate danger and that a major search was underway. It asked him to come to the prefectural yamen to discuss countermeasures once the situation outside had stabilized. Reading this, how could Luo Yangming possibly sit still? He calmed his wife and children with a few words, dashed off a letter, and ordered a servant to deliver it immediately to Zhao Fengshan at the prefectural yamen. He also had Ah Chun retrieve a large bundle that was always kept in the account room's silver cabinet. Then, taking 2 sturdy young shop assistants, he slipped quietly out the back door and headed for the south gate. He wasn't rushing to the prefectural yamen. Zhao Fengshan was already in charge there, and his presence wouldn't help. As for interrogating suspects and chasing down fugitives, that could wait. The most urgent priority was to restore order in the city and find a way to rescue Chief Zai, or at the very least, recover his corpse. His head absolutely could not fall into government hands. Luo Yangming understood the military situation in the city all too well. During these months of skeleton staffing, the men Qian Duo and Zhu Si commanded weren't even sufficient to control the major intersections and patrol the walls, let alone conduct a search. Wuzhou's walls were high, but that wouldn't stop small groups of enemies from scaling them under cover of darkness. The urgent task was to increase manpower for the search and suppression inside the city as quickly as possible. He had little faith in the detective team, that motley collection of opportunists. Most of them were just looking for a meal. Showing up to fill the numbers was the best one could expect. They wouldn't exert themselves. Worse, there was no guarantee that informants weren't mixed in among them. In a confused situation like this, they couldn't be relied upon. After considering his options, only the dock porters under his brother-in-law, Wen Tietou, seemed reliable. A gang boss like Wen Tietou commanded fierce loyalty from his workers, and they were willing to fight and kill. Without those qualities, one couldn't maintain standing at a major port like Wuzhou. Zai Aaron, however, had always been wary of Wen Tietou and his porters, placing many restrictions on them. Luo Yangming found this unsurprising. Such an organized, combat-capable group posed an obvious potential threat to local administration. The Ming Dynasty's Wuzhou prefect had viewed them that way, and the Senate's Wuzhou director saw them the same. Without their connection by marriage, Luo Yangming would have been just as suspicious of such a local power broker, but years of association with Wen Tietou had taught him the man's background and character. Wen Tietou had a strong underworld air about him, but he was fundamentally honest. Moreover, his only family was in Luo's hands. Now, Wen Tietou was his only hope. Luo Yangming made his way toward the south gate. He encountered patrol teams several times along the way, but the highest-level pass issued by Zhao Fengshan got him through with only a few words of explanation. The journey was smooth, and he soon arrived at the Great South Gate. Because goods needed to be moved early the next morning, Wen Tietou had gathered more than 200 porters under his command to stay temporarily in a dozen empty shops outside the gate enclosure. With cannon fire and gunshots filling the night, he and his men were all awake. Too frightened to venture out, they gathered at the doorways, peering into the darkness and speculating. Seeing Luo Yangming approach, Wen Tietou hurried out to meet him. "Master, what's going on? Have the great Ming government troops fought their way back?" Luo Yangming was breathless from rushing. He couldn't speak for a moment. After catching his breath, he managed, "The government troops haven't come, but spies inside the city are causing havoc. I have need of you and your brothers." "What are you saying?" Wen Tietou slapped his chest. "You're my brother-in-law. You've been helping everyone all these years. I, Wen Tietou, am a man whose arm can run horses and whose fist can stand men. Whatever you need us to do, up a mountain of knives or down a sea of fire, we won't refuse." Luo Yangming quickly explained that he needed them to arm themselves and participate in a city-wide search. He mentioned specifically that internal traitors had abducted a VIP from the local administration, and they needed to rescue him as soon as possible. Wen Tietou frowned at this. "Master, we have no problem doing work for you. But this is the job of the detective team and the National Army. If we get involved, what will they think? If there's a misunderstanding, failing to catch the Ming spies would be the least of it. If we clash and kill each other, that would be a disaster. Besides, we don't have weapons. I've already coordinated your deployment with the city government. It won't be a problem. As for identification, I've thought of that too." He signaled his assistant to open the large bundle. Inside was a pile of blue cloth armbands bearing a red star and fist symbol, identical to those worn by the detective team. These were prepared when Wuzhou was first recovered. They're the same as what the detective team wears. Put them on and you won't cause confusion when you meet patrols. As for weapons, each of you has a carrying pole. Use those." He paused. "These are all your brothers who have faced life and death with you. I won't waste words. If you rescue the captive, the chief will reward you handsomely." Wen Tietou knew this brother-in-law held considerable power and position in the Rehabilitation Bureau and was a trusted aide of the Australians. In all their dealings, whether business or otherwise, Luo Yangming placed extreme importance on keeping his word and never reneged on a promise. Naturally, Wen Tietou wasn't about to haggle. He immediately called his subordinate foremen together and explained the situation. Hearing they were going to rescue a naturalized cadre and that heavy rewards were promised, the men rubbed their hands eagerly, donned armbands, grabbed their carrying poles and prepared to surge into the streets. When Tietou waved them to a halt and turned to Luo Yangming. "Master, Wuzhou isn't small. We can't just grope around blindly in the streets and alleys. That's looking for a needle in a haystack. We need a destination." A fair question, though Luo Yangming sensed deeper implications. He pondered for a moment, then something occurred to him. "I recall your men often smuggle goods into the city to avoid taxes. How do you do it?" When Tietou laughed. "So you know about that. What other method could there be? We're not Earth Traveler's son who can burrow underground, or Sun Wukong who can ride clouds. We just carry the goods and climb over the walls. Without ladders? Of course not. Just grip the cracks between the bricks, hands and feet working together, and up you go. If someone's on top of the wall to receive you and lower a rope or bamboo pole, it's even faster. Then tell me, if the enemy wants to escape over the wall with a captive, where would they go? How would they do it?" When Tietou sensed the weight behind the question, he didn't dare answer lightly. After thinking, he said, "Right now, the south is definitely out. Both the great and small south gates are heavily guarded. Sanhezu is raising a ruckus, and everyone's watching that direction. If I were them, I'd head for the Great Cloud Gate in the north." Luo Yangming calculated silently. The Great Cloud Gate area was the most secluded, and the walls there had sustained the most damage. If the enemy wanted to climb over, that was the easiest place. More importantly, defenses around the Great Cloud Gate were the weakest, completely insufficient to maintain a continuous sentry line along the wall. "Good," he nodded. That was indeed the most likely route. "Also," when Tietou continued, "I wouldn't take a captive through the main streets. I'd go through the alleys running along the base of the city wall. Those alleys are mostly the back walls of houses, very secluded and desolate. The sentries on the wall can't see clearly in the dark." "You're right," Luo Yangming clapped when Tietou's shoulder with excitement. "Let's go." End of chapter. Chapter 23:03. Pursuit Battle. Luo Yangming quickly divided the force into two groups. When Tietou would take half the men to pursue along the base of the wall, while Luo Yangming led the other half up onto the wall itself to search toward the north gate. They would communicate between top and bottom using light signals. Since the enemy's ultimate goal was clear, they had to climb over the wall eventually. It made more sense to put half the men on top immediately rather than have everyone groping around at ground level. Luo Yangming judged that the enemy certainly had insiders on the wall, and where there were insiders, there would be traces. Just as when Tietou was about to set off, Luo Yangming pulled him aside and whispered, "The person we're rescuing tonight isn't just some naturalized cadre, it's a senator." "What?" When Tietou couldn't help but shout, then quickly lowered his voice when he saw Luo Yangming's expression. "You mean, that Chief Zai, that's him? How is that possible?" "Possible or not, the man's been taken." Luo Yangming's tone was grave. "Just remember, once you encounter the enemy, you must risk everything to preserve Elder Zai's life. If you save him, it's wealth and glory reaching the sky." "I understand," when Tietou nodded. "Rest assured." Song Ming and Jiang Xuo dragged Zai Aaron along in a mad dash, following exactly the route when Tietou had predicted, along the base of the city wall. According to intelligence gathered beforehand, the Australians could only manage scattered patrols along the wall at night and couldn't closely monitor every section. The area at the foot of the wall was mostly desolate, dotted with abandoned graves and charity cemeteries. There were few people about, minimizing the risk of detection. Zai Aaron knew he was now a valuable prize, and the realization filled him with bitter regret. But there was nothing he could do. He was dragged through the darkness, stumbling and staggering, occasionally receiving a fierce blow from a stick to urge him faster. He couldn't even cry out in pain. Zai Aaron was, after all, a man of senatorial dignity who had spent years doing desk work. He had grown soft, living like a prince. How could he endure such brutal handling? His mouth was stuffed, and gradually he found himself short of breath, dizzy. Even the kicks and beatings couldn't make him walk any faster. Song Ming grew impatient with the slow pace. If they delayed too long in the city, the thieves would react and escape would become impossible. At his command, a burly personal guard hoisted Zai Aaron onto his back and walked briskly onward. Though drums pounded urgently throughout the city, they had encountered only scattered patrols and hastily added security personnel along the way. Because the attack had struck so suddenly, most of the temporary guards were cut down before they could react. The group reached the north wall without further incident. The gate tower of the Great Cloud Gate blazed with lights. Reinforcements had clearly been sent there. But no firelight was visible on the walls flanking the tower, only the lanterns and torches of patrols, which were somewhat denser than when they had first entered. Soon the element of surprise would vanish completely, and breaking out over the wall would become nearly impossible. Both Song Ming and Jiang Xiu breathed silent thanks when they spotted the still unrestored gate tower of the Great Cloud Gate. When Tietou pursued fiercely with a torch and soon discovered traces left by the attackers, a three-eyed gun. The firearm hadn't been discharged, the powder and shot were still properly loaded. There was only one reason for it to be abandoned by the roadside. It was too heavy and the enemy was desperate to flee. This realization filled Wen Tietou with renewed confidence. He immediately called to his men, "The enemy is just ahead, after them." The porters howled and gave chase. Wen Tietou added, "Bring that gun along, we'll give them a taste of it when the time comes." The trail left by the enemy grew more obvious, discarded weapons and equipment, and the corpses of slain patrol and security personnel. When Tietou ordered everyone to equip themselves with the scavenged weapons as they followed closely behind. When the lights of the Great Cloud Gate Tower came clearly into view ahead, when Tietou felt a stab of anxiety. Fighting and killing were nothing new to him, but this time was different. These opponents had dared to attack Wuzhou at night. They were clearly desperate men, brave to the point of madness. His own brothers might not have that kind of courage. The thought made him hesitate. Looking up at the city wall, he saw that the firelight from his brother-in-law's team had already pulled ahead. He remembered what Luo Yangming had told him privately. They were rescuing a senator. If the rescue succeeded, needless to say, not only his brother-in-law but Wen Tietou himself would be set for life. Wealth and glory are found in danger. If he turned soft now, he would remain a dock foreman until the day he died. That thought hardened his resolve. "The enemy isn't far ahead," he shouted. "Everyone stay close." The road atop the city wall was far easier to traverse than the path below. They ran openly with torches and weapons. The moment they climbed onto the wall, they attracted the attention of sentries. Fortunately, the detective team armbands and Luo Yangming's pass did their work. Though there were brief delays, they didn't waste too much time. Because the journey was smooth, Luo Yangming's team reached the Great Cloud Gate several minutes before Wen Tietou, nearly simultaneously with Song Ming's group arriving at the base of the wall below. As soon as he arrived, Luo Yangming negotiated with the Vault Army sergeant guarding the gate, reporting the situation and urging an immediate search deployment on both flanks of the Great Cloud Gate. But the sergeant regarded this sudden detective team appearing from along the city wall with suspicion. Upon seeing them, he ordered everyone to drop their weapons and kneel on the ground to await disposition. Fortunately, Luo Yangming often showed his face in public, and the sergeant recognized him. Otherwise, they might all have been arrested on the spot. Luo Yangming spent several precious minutes explaining the situation, but skepticism never left the sergeant's eyes. No matter how Luo Yangming argued, the man refused to let them deploy a search, agreeing only to order the gate guards to pay closer attention to movements along the wall. Luo Yangming watched the torches of the two groups the sergeant had dispatched move slowly along the wall. Sweat poured from his forehead in frustration. But he couldn't push any harder. If he said too much and triggered a confrontation, the porters he had brought would die for nothing. Wang Ken and Mai Dang had been waiting anxiously on the wall. The cannons, gunshots, and commotion inside and outside the city told them something major had happened, clearly the work of the government troops they had helped enter. According to the prior agreement, these men would still need to exit through their sentry post. Ever since the men in black had entered the city, the two brothers had been living in terror, afraid of discovery at any moment. The rope ladder dangling beneath their feet was ironclad proof of their collusion with the enemy. Even if it didn't mean execution on the spot, they couldn't escape severe torture and eventual death. Though it was dark and the rope ladder was hard to spot, if someone approached with a torch to patrol, it would be exposed immediately. On one side was the government's promise of promotion and wealth. On the other was the possibility of losing their lives at any moment. The two brothers were out of their minds, pacing in circles on the wall. Just as they were on the verge of panic, they suddenly heard 3 frog croaks from the base of the wall, followed by another 3. Their spirits soared. They had finally come. They immediately responded with 2 croaks. Moments later, a man in black climbed up the rope ladder. Wang Ken said, "You finally made it." The man interrupted him and whispered, "Any movement. The commotion has been enormous. I mean on the wall." The alert drum was beaten over at the gate tower. "The lights have increased a lot. Has anyone come to patrol?" "That? No." "Good." The man waved his hand. More figures climbed up the rope ladder one after another. Then someone ascended carrying another person on his back. Wang Ken and Mai Dang watched with pounding hearts, feeling as if they were dreaming. Luo Yangming talked until his mouth was parched and his lips cracked, but he couldn't get through to the sergeant. The man did, however, decide that strengthening wall patrols couldn't hurt, so he sent 2 detective team groups to patrol along the east and west sections of the wall. Watching the torches of these 2 groups move slowly along the wall, Luo Yangming burned with frustration. But he couldn't argue further. If he said too much and provoked a conflict, the porters he had brought would die for nothing. Jiang Xiu breathed a quiet sigh of relief as the true Kun was hauled up onto the wall. The mission was half done. Just as he was urging the remaining men to climb faster, firelight suddenly flashed behind them at the base of the wall, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps. Pursuers had arrived. Jiang Xiu's heart sank. He drew his saber and whispered, 10 men stay with me to hold the rear. We must ensure General Song gets the thief away." The men Song Ming had brought into the city were all his personal guards and family retainers, men who did not fear death. At his command, they immediately gathered around him. Some knocked arrows, others readied firearms, all prepared to engage in slaughter. When Tietou had no idea an ambush awaited him, he charged forward through the darkness. When the lights of the great Cloud Gate Tower came clearly into view, firelight suddenly blazed ahead. He cried out a warning and threw himself to the ground in a tiger leap. An instant later, a volley of firearms roared. The volley of muskets and arrows cut down 7 or 8 of Wen Taidou's men instantly. The air filled with wailing and screaming. Some turned and ran. Wen Taidou's ears rang. He felt something warm flowing down his head. Touching it, his fingers came away black with blood. He looked around. His brothers lay scattered on the ground, some crying in pain, some silent. But instead of breaking him, the sight ignited his fury. He bellowed, "Pu Gai, F***C King, get them." Lifting his saber, he scrambled up and charged forward. The porters, who had begun to waver, were men who had seen their share of violence. Watching their leader charge, they shouted war cries and surged after him. Jiang Xiu gave a mighty roar and led his men to meet them. Both sides crashed together in brutal melee. Luo Yangming paced like an ant on a hot pan. The crack of bird guns made him whirl around. Looking back, he saw the flash of gunfire about a li away, right at the base of the wall. It had to be Wen Taidou's men engaging the infiltrators. He turned urgently to the sergeant. "Look, there's action over there." The sergeant was startled as well. He squinted into the darkness. Though he couldn't see clearly, there were sentries at that position. He immediately ordered men to signal with lanterns to inquire, but there was no response. End of chapter. Chapter 2304, A Close Shave. The situation is critical. Luo Yangming could contain himself no longer. He roared at the sergeant, "Something terrible is about to happen." The sergeant also realized things had gone wrong. "Go quickly." Then he turned to his soldiers. "All units prepare to fire." Luo Yangming bellowed, "Brothers, grab your weapons and charge." The moment Song Ming climbed onto the wall, he heard the crack of bird guns and the roar of battle that followed. He knew pursuers had arrived. Time was running out. They had to get out of the city immediately. Once beyond the walls, with the night pitch dark and the thieves lacking cavalry, they could play hide-and-seek across terrain they knew intimately. Escape would become far easier. But the guard who had been carrying the thief was exhausted. Having hauled a living body weighing over 100 jin all the way here, he had no strength left to climb while burdened. They had to switch to another man. This cost precious time. Just as they finally managed to drag Zai the thief up the wall bound in ropes, a roar erupted from the direction of the Great Cloud Gate Tower. Countless lanterns and torches swayed as they approached. Discovered, Song Ming's heart lurched. That was too fast. Only about a dozen men had made it onto the wall, the rest were still at the base. Even if everyone climbed up, they would have only 30 men, not enough to hold for long. "Quick, lower the thief down," he ordered. There was no time to set up the rope ladder properly. Several soldiers immediately tied long ropes around Zai and began dragging him toward the battlements. Though blind and mute, Zai could still hear. From the jostling and the fragments of conversation, he understood they intended to kidnap him out of the city. The purpose required no explanation. They would hand him over to the great Ming court. The joke that circulated among senators, sending you to taste the methods of the Eastern Depot eunuchs, was suddenly no longer amusing. It was about to happen to him. His hands and feet went cold. Though trussed up like a dumpling, he struggled with desperate fury. When a person faces death, they can summon reserves of strength they never knew they possessed. Hearing the sounds of pursuers closing in, Zai fought with everything he had. 3 or 4 soldiers couldn't hold him. Seeing this, Song Ming struck the back of his blade against Zai head, knocking him unconscious. "Quick," he urged. But at that moment, the Great Cloud Gate Tower, having judged from the firelight and sounds of combat at the base of the wall that something was wrong, launched a warning signal rocket into the sky. Immediately afterward came the crack of minié rifle volleys tearing through the darkness. 3 soldiers moving along the wall were struck down instantly. The men dragging Zai toward the battlements were also hit and fell. Song Ming was truly desperate now. "Quick, quick, lower him down," he waved to the others. "Stop them." 7 or 8 personal guards who had already climbed the wall immediately moved to intercept. Luo Yangming saw figures emerging from the darkness to fight and knew his gamble had paid off. At his command, everyone hurled their lanterns and torches simultaneously, instantly illuminating the area where the enemy had intended to rappel down. For a moment, Song Ming and his men were clearly visible in the light. Luo Yangming could even see Zai collapsed on the ground. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted, "Brothers, wealth and glory are ours today. Risk your lives and charge." Seeing that the enemy was few in number, the courage of the 100-odd porters swelled. They grabbed their carrying poles and cleavers and charged forward with killing intent. Though their opponents were elite soldiers, they couldn't withstand such overwhelming numbers backed by raw courage. Within moments, the porters engulfed them. The entire section of wall echoed with the sounds of slaughter. Occasionally, men lost their footing and tumbled off the wall entirely. Song Ming saw the situation spiraling out of control. Not only was his force on the wall being swamped, but lights and torches were converging from all directions below. Knowing it was now impossible to take the true Kun away, he resolved to take his head instead. But by now the crossing point was a seething mass of struggling bodies and rolling combatants. He couldn't locate Zai in the chaos. Even if he found him, taking his head in this maelstrom would be nearly impossible. Watching his guards and retainers fall one by one, knowing he would be trapped if he didn't leave now, Song Ming heaved a long sigh and shouted, "Go, go now." With that, he leaped over the battlement, grabbed a rope and slid down. Several soldiers followed, seizing ropes and rappelling after him. The rest were either killed or beaten to the ground and captured alive. At the base of the wall, Jiang Xu's dozen men lay dead or wounded. Jiang Xu stood with his back against the wall, desperately swinging his sword to fend off attackers, but the surrounding porters kept multiplying. These men had gone red-eyed with bloodlust, carrying poles rained down on him like a storm. Within moments his head was split and bleeding. He lost his weapon and crumpled to the ground, when Tietou stopped the others. "This one's an officer. Tie him up and hand him to the Australians for a reward." On the wall, Luo Yangming frantically searched for Zai Aaron among the piles of corpses and wounded, terrified that his judgment had been wrong and he had delayed the senator's rescue. Not until he searched beneath the parapet did he find a man bound tightly, a black cloth hood over his head. By the firelight, he could see the man wore a cadre suit. Luo Yangming's heart hammered. He rushed forward, turned the body over and pulled off the hood. It was indeed Chief Zai, eyes closed, blood on his head. Horror seized him. He quickly reached out to check for breathing. The breathing was steady. He touched the neck. There was still a pulse. Luo Yangming felt all the strength drained from his body as if a crushing weight had been lifted. He could no longer stand and sank to his knees, so weak he couldn't even lift his hands. The gate-guarding sergeant arrived moments later. Seeing the scene, he was stunned. "What's going on?" He looked more closely at the person Luo Yangming was cradling and exclaimed in shock, "It's Chief Zai." Luo Yangming gave a slight nod and whispered, "Keep quiet, find a stretcher quickly. Get him back without attracting attention." "Yes, yes." The sergeant was sweating profusely, remembering how stubbornly he had refused to cooperate earlier. He had nearly ruined everything. If Chief Zai had been taken by the Ming army or killed, he would have been the chief culprit. The realization made him stammer. "I'll go right away. Master, please don't hold it against me. I was blind just now. You, Master, deserve full credit for this." Luo Yangming shook his head. "Don't worry about it, just hurry. The chief is injured and needs treatment. Say nothing of this matter." "Yes, yes, I understand." The sergeant saluted and hurried off to find a stretcher. Privately, he cursed himself for his stupidity. Not only had he let a heaven-sent opportunity for merit slip through his fingers, but now he might even bear responsibility for the near disaster. Before long, a stretcher arrived. Luo Yangming ordered 2 porters to untie the ropes binding Zai Aaron, then lift the stretcher to carry him back to the prefectural yamen. He himself was helped up by a porter and stood with difficulty. At that moment, when Tietou came running up, covered in bloodstains and dripping sweat. "Master," he said breathlessly, "we caught a leader. Did you save the VIP? I saw someone carrying a stretcher down." "Saved," Luo Yangming nodded. "Safe and sound. You and your brothers have earned great merit. The ancestors have finally shown their favor," when Tietou grinned. "My luck is about to change." Luo Yangming managed a tired smile. "Gather all the brothers. The dead and wounded must be taken care of properly. Make me a list first. The living will be rewarded according to their contributions, and the families of the dead must receive pensions. They're all good brothers. We can't let men who risk their lives go without a proper end. Rest assured, I'll see to it right away." When Tietou studied his appearance and suddenly frowned. "Master, are you injured?" "I'm fine, just weak all over." Luo Yangming was anxious to return to the prefectural yamen to discuss the aftermath with Zhao Fengshan. "Get 2 of your brothers to carry me, in a chair or on someone's back, I don't care. Just get me to the yamen quickly." He added, "Speak to no one about what happened tonight." "Understood." Zhao Fengshan was pacing like an ant on a hot pan in the prefectural yamen. He too had heard the gunshots at the Great Cloud Gate. The moment they rang out, he dispatched men to reinforce the position and gather intelligence. When word came that Luo Yangming had rescued Chief Zai on the Great Cloud Gate wall and was sending him back, Zhao Fengshan collapsed into a chair, trembling all over. It had truly been a close shave. If not for Luo Yangming, the disaster that had befallen Wuzhou tonight couldn't have been settled even if he apologized with his own death. In a crisis, these experienced locals were indeed invaluable. Right now, the most important thing was to get the chief back to the yamen and contain the news as much as possible. It couldn't be hidden from the Senate, but that wasn't his concern. Elder Zai would bear the brunt of that. The priority was blocking the news from naturalized citizens and local natives to prevent public morale from wavering. "Carry Chief Zai quietly to his residence in the three generals' office immediately," he ordered. "Just say Chief Zai was wounded during the attack and needs rest. Say nothing else." His thoughts turned to Sanhezu. Not knowing the situation there, he was about to send someone to inquire when Duo returned. "The fire and cannon sounds at Sanhezu have gradually died down. We've made contact with them. The enemy has retreated." Duo removed his hat wearily. "What a night! I heard drums in the city earlier. Did enemies get inside?" "Something major happened in the city." Zhao Fengshan gave him a brief summary. Even an experienced veteran like Duo turned pale, stunned for a long moment before speaking. "Good heavens, so that's what happened." "We nearly caused a catastrophe. Luo Yangming saved us tonight," Zhao Fengshan said with a bitter smile. "It seems the chief wasn't fated to die." "Our luck held too," Duo said. "We really must thank him properly." While they were talking, Zhu Si arrived looking utterly drained. The moment he entered, he asked if there was news of Zai Aaron. Hearing the chief had been rescued, he let out a long breath and collapsed into a chair. "That really saved my life," he murmured. End of chapter. Chapter 2305, Aftermath. "We are the principal cadres in Wuzhou right now. Let's not sit around sighing and groaning." Seeing them all succumbing to the slackness that follows extreme tension, Zhao Fengshan reminded them, "There's much to be done. We need to get started. Don't forget the grain fleet arrives tomorrow." He checked his pocket watch. "It's already 4 in the morning. We don't have much time. Let's discuss, divide the work and finish the cleanup as quickly as possible." "The cleanup isn't the problem and the grain transport isn't critical," Zhu Si said, frowning. "The problem is how do we report this to our superiors?" This question struck at the heart of the matter. Whatever else happened, an incident of this magnitude in Wuzhou couldn't be concealed. A captured senator was unprecedented. The higher-ups would inevitably take action. Zhao Fengshan knew that Elder Zai could no longer hold the position of Wuzhou director. He would likely be transferred back to Lingao for another appointment, or simply sent for vacation-style recuperation. They were all senior naturalized cadres, and understood that even if a senator committed an egregious blunder, the worst they faced was being stripped of authority and placed in idle retirement. But they themselves wouldn't be so fortunate. Duo, Zhao Fengshan, and Zhu Si all bore responsibility for this incident, though the extent varied. Comparatively speaking, Duo was a vault army officer. The army always protected its own, and with the frontline campaigns needing men, he could likely be transferred there. And once at the front, even major scandals had a way of disappearing. But for local military and political cadres like Zhao Fengshan and Zhu Si, there would be no easy escape. Zhao Fengshan pondered for a moment. "This matter is extremely serious. Chief Zai hasn't fully regained consciousness yet, and some decisions require his input. There's no need to be too anxious right now. Let's do the work at hand well and wait for him to wake up before discussing further. He's still the highest administrative authority in Wuzhou. The big decisions have to come from him. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to act unilaterally." Everyone agreed. They divided the labor on the spot. Duo would readjust the city's defenses and immediately send men to Sanhezu to assess the damage. Zhu Si would organize the battlefield cleanup and continue purging any possible remnant enemies in the city. After they dispersed, Zhao Fengshan sent for Luo Yangming. "This time we have you to thank." Zhao Fengshan clasped his hand warmly, momentarily at a loss for words. "Please sit down." "I was lucky," Luo Yangming said. He didn't stand on ceremony, dropping into a chair with a bitter smile. "I gambled right. In the end you were prepared and we were not. We grew complacent," Zhao Fengshan said. "What do we do now?" The question carried considerable weight, but it was only natural for Zhao Fengshan to ask. If anyone had emerged from this affair as a beneficiary, it was Luo Yangming. As a hidden cadre, Luo Yangming wasn't responsible for any specific decision-making work aside from reporting situations. Now, with the merit of bravely rescuing a senator, he sat in an unassailable position. After the incident, the Senate would inevitably send an investigation team. Luo Yangming's report would be the most critical piece of evidence. When dealing with follow-up issues, his opinion would naturally carry great weight. Zhao Fengshan mentally reviewed his work interactions and conversations with Luo Yangming and felt there were generally no problems. Luo Yangming was no fool. He understood the implications behind Zhao Fengshan's words. After a moment's thought, he said, "This matter should still take Chief Zai's intentions as the guiding principle." Zhao Fengshan sighed. "That's precisely what worries me, Chief Zai's attitude." The Liangguang campaign had been advancing triumphantly, with reports of victory everywhere. Though there was Yao unrest in northern Guangdong and bandits causing trouble throughout the region, the overall situation was booming. No major blunders had occurred, until now. Wuzhou had genuinely produced a massive scandal. Once reported, Elder Zai's time in Wuzhou was finished. He would surely have to step down. In the future, within the Senate, he would likely become a marginalized figure. Based on Zhao Fengshan's experience, Elder Zai's first reaction upon waking would surely be to try to conceal this failure. If Zai Aaron chose to cover it up, the worst consequence of exposure would be getting sidelined, the same result as confessing frankly. So 9 times out of 10, Elder Zai would attempt the cover-up, but as subordinates, they would be put in an extremely awkward position. Chief Zai would certainly require them to cooperate in concealing the truth, but once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The best outcome would be a transfer to Jeju Island or Taiwan Island, a far cry from being a cadre in Guangdong. If they openly opposed him, even a sidelined Zai Aaron as an idle senator could still destroy a few naturalized cadres without breaking a sweat. Furthermore, if they covered it up, Luo Yangming's great merit would vanish into thin air. How could he let that happen? He was a vertically managed cadre. A single official document could go directly to Lingao. Having spent years in the business world and done underground work for a long time, Luo Yangming excelled at reading between the lines. Zhao Fengshan's worry was reasonable. As Zai Aaron's direct subordinates, they were indeed caught between a rock and a hard place. After considering the matter, he said, "Presumably, the chief won't be that foolish." "The commotion was too great. I'm afraid more than just a few people know." Zhao Fengshan nodded. "I thought of that too. It's just that when the time comes, the chiefs will. We must naturally explain the full situation to the chief," Luo Yangming said. "Presumably, the chief understands the key considerations. That's the only course." Zhao Fengshan thought it over. Luo Yangming was right. Persuading Elder Zai not to attempt a cover-up was the best policy. Right now, we should clarify the case as quickly as possible, especially the backgrounds of that Hao Ran, as well as Kai Lan and Jiang Qiachen. We also captured some prisoners in the city. Interrogate them together. Try to get the facts straight so we have something substantial to present when we report," Luo Yangming suggested. "I'll instruct Zheng Urgent to handle this immediately. Even if they're made of iron, we'll pry their mouths open," Zhao Fengshan said with grim determination. Luo Yangming had been about to remind him not to kill them. Corpses couldn't be explained to investigators. But on second thought, he swallowed the words. Instead, he said, "There's one thing I need your help with." "What is it?" "The dock foreman Wen Tietou and his men made a tremendous contribution tonight. There were quite a few casualties. They aren't naturalized citizens in the end, they did it for money. The pensions and rewards can't be skimped or we risk alienating people." "I can authorize that," Zhao Fengshan said, "but you must be responsible for ensuring their silence." "Rest assured. I only told them we were rescuing some high official, not a chief." "They don't recognize Elder Zai anyway. Draft an application detailing how much money is needed and how to distribute it. Bring it to me and I'll arrange it immediately." Zhao Fengshan smiled bitterly. "Another huge expense." Zai Aaron woke up when the sky had grown fully light. In truth, he had regained consciousness on the stretcher, but he couldn't quite bring himself to sit up immediately and declare himself fine. A naturalized doctor examined his body and found only minor flesh wounds, nothing serious. Even so, he continued to feign grogginess, lying there until dawn before barely opening his eyes. Seeing he had awakened, the orderly watching over him immediately went out to notify the others. Before long, Zhao Fengshan arrived. "Chief." Zhao Fengshan hurried over and grasped his hand tightly. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, fine. Just a bit dizzy still." Zai Aaron touched his head. There was indeed a lump there. He didn't know what had struck him, but it was now bandaged with gauze. He affected calm. "A minor injury. How is the situation in the city?" "The infiltrators have been eliminated. We also captured quite a few prisoners and are interrogating them now. Everything is normal in the city. No main cadres were casualties." "What about Sanhezu?" "The enemy failed to capture it and has withdrawn. Kai Duo sent men to investigate the specifics." "That's good." After this, the two fell into awkward silence. Though both tactfully avoided mentioning Zai Aaron's capture, each understood that there would have to be an explanation. After a long pause, Zhao Fengshan whispered, "Chief, how do you think we should report this to our superiors?" Zai Aaron smiled bitterly. "How to report?" "Report it as it happened, of course. You people can't shoulder this responsibility." "Chief." Now that the subject was broached, Zai Aaron stopped being coy and vented his frustration. "Don't I know the nature of the Senate? Besides Luo Yangming, there's probably more than one plant in Wuzhou. Right now, they're probably burning the midnight oil writing their reports. HMPH, all-pervasive. Yet somehow they can't guard against Ming spies." Zhao Fengshan hastily interjected, "Chief, chief." He wanted to tell him not to speak recklessly, but how could one tell a senator not to speak recklessly? If he kept venting about the Senate and let slip some of its secrets, the elder might be fine, but could Zhao himself survive hearing them? However, Zai Aaron's lack of intent to cover up the incident brought him tremendous relief. Once the elder's tone had calmed somewhat, Zhao Fengshan said, "Chief, the enemy was merely a small infiltration force conducting harassment. Though the commotion wasn't small, it didn't cause serious consequences. Moreover, it exposed the enemy's covert network in the city, removing a hidden threat. The gains outweigh the losses." Zai Aaron had been a reporter. He understood perfectly what Zhao Fengshan was suggesting. His heart was clear as a mirror. The typical routine of covering up failure and shifting blame probably wouldn't work this time. Too many people knew. It wouldn't be easy to muddy the waters completely. He could only make the matter of his capture look somewhat better. He suddenly thought of Kai Lan and a surge of hatred welled up. "Have the relevant suspects been arrested?" "They've all been arrested." Zhao Fengshan saw the fierce light in his eyes and recognized his thoughts. "Interrogation is underway. I'll report to you once we've investigated thoroughly." Zai Aaron nodded silently, then asked, "Who chased them to the city wall?" "It was Luo Yangming, leading the dock porters." "I didn't expect this hidden cadre to have such a trick up his sleeve. Truly a talent." Zai Aaron suddenly felt a wave of profound loneliness wash over him. Everything he had worked for these past days had turned to bubbles in the blink of an eye. End of chapter. Chapter 2306, Pleading for mercy. When Luo Yangming returned home, broad daylight had broken. The entire household was waiting in the main hall. The moment he appeared, they surrounded him. Ding Atao and Wen Yun were teary-eyed, clutching his arms and refusing to let go. "What's all this crying about?" Luo Yangming let out a long breath. "Didn't I come back safe and sound? Rushing out in the dead of night with such violence going on outside." Ding Atao's eyes were cried swollen like rotten peaches. "There's a whole family here depending on you. What's the use of selling your life to the Australians? Risking life and limb like this?" Normally, Luo Yangming hated hearing his wife criticize the Senate and would inevitably reprimand her for it. But seeing her eyes red from worrying about him, he felt a surge of love and pity. "Following the Senate has plenty of benefits. Don't worry about it." He turned to Wen Yun. "Your big brother earned great merit tonight. The Senate will certainly promote him." Wen Yun had also been crying, but being young, she didn't carry heavy worries. Seeing Luo Yangming return safely had already put her at ease. Hearing this, she broke into a smile through her tears. "Is that really true?" "Of course it is." As he spoke, he sank into a chair, feeling aches throughout his body. "Not just him, his porters will benefit from this as well." Even as the words left his mouth, the room began to spin. He collapsed to the floor. The household erupted into chaos. Women wailed, men shouted, and calls for a doctor filled the air. It was Li Wensheng, being older and steadier, who kept his head. He checked Luo Yangming's breathing and pulse and said, "The master is fine. He was simply too tense and busy all night. Now that he's relaxed, exhaustion has overtaken him. Just let him rest." They removed Luo Yangming's dirty clothes and carried him to Wen Yun's bedroom. Ding Atao instructed everyone that from now on, the master would receive no visitors. Even if the sky fell, it could wait until he woke. By the time things were settled, full daylight had come. Outside in the streets, gongs were being beaten and notices read to calm the populace. The night's disturbance had been quelled. Wuzhou City was safe inside and out. The 4 gates were open, and common folk could go about their business. Finally, peace and safety, Ding Atao said to Li Wensheng. My heart was about to leap out of my throat. I was so afraid the government troops were fighting their way back. Mistress, set your heart at ease. The government troops couldn't possibly retake the city. Just a few jumping clowns causing trouble. Just as they were speaking, Ah Chun suddenly announced, the eldest mistress of the Jiang family was here requesting an audience. Which eldest mistress of the Jiang family? Ding Atao didn't immediately place the name. The wife of Master Jiang, the manager of Ruijin Tang's silk shop. Ah, Qiuchun's sister-in-law. Ding Atao finally understood. But though she and Jiang Qiuchun were close friends, she had no regular dealings with this particular Jiang mistress. Why the sudden visit? It didn't follow proper etiquette. Moreover, with the situation outside still unsettled, it was better to avoid complications. Tell her, the master isn't feeling well and cannot receive guests. Ask the eldest mistress to return for now, and will pay a visit another day to receive instructions. Ah Chun went to deliver the message but returned shortly, reporting, Mistress, the eldest mistress of the Jiang family says it's an urgent matter. She begs the master and mistress to save her family. She says it involves Jiang Qiuchun. Since it involved Jiang Qiuchun, Ding Atao couldn't help but care. She knew something of the Jiang mistress's character, quite snobbish, generally looking down on their family. Only an urgent matter would bring her to their door seeking help. In that case, show her in. The moment the Jiang mistress entered, she fell to her knees with a thud, hands clasped together. Madam, I beg you to save our family. Now Ding Atao was shocked and Li Wensheng was equally confused. Ding Atao hastily said, Eldest mistress, why are you doing this? Get up and speak slowly. Quickly help the eldest mistress up. But the Jiang mistress prostrated herself on the floor, crying and pleading, refusing to rise unless Ding Atao gave her personal promise. Eldest mistress, what do you want me to promise? Ding Atao was increasingly bewildered. Please stand up and speak. If we can help, we certainly will. Only then did the Jiang mistress get up, still weeping, and sit on a nearby chair. Between sobs, she recounted the whole story. It turned out that Jiang Qiuchun had not returned from the 3 generals' office the previous night. Early this morning, officers had come and arrested Jiang Rongxian, her husband. Only after spending money did I learn from a detective team member that his sister caused trouble and implicated my husband. She broke down crying again. The detective team people said this matter is enormous. Everyone involved may be hanged. That spendthrift sister-in-law of mine. She had been about to curse Jiang Qiuchun, but suddenly remembered that her only hope, Ding Atao, was that woman's close friend. If she angered her, this trip would be wasted. What? Qiuchun has been arrested? Ding Atao was shocked. To be honest, she didn't particularly care if Jiang Rongxian was hanged. What mattered was Qiuchun falling into unexpected disaster. After all, in her years in Wuzhou, Jiang Qiuchun was one of her few close friends. Their bond was deep, and there were many things she could only confide to her. Eldest mistress, don't panic. Tell me the whole story in detail, Ding Atao said. Yes, yes. Seeing Ding Atao's serious expression, the Jiang mistress knew there was hope, so she recounted everything from the beginning, including what she had learned through her inquiries. Our Jiang family has always been law-abiding citizens. It was so under the great Ming, and it's been so since the Senate came. Last time Chief Zai said there wasn't enough silver to buy grain and asked merchants to contribute. Our family was the first to step forward. Though her account was rambling and punctuated by tears, Ding Adao grasped the situation clearly. Jiang Qiuchen had been swept up in a major conspiracy involving a plot to harm a senator. That was why a citywide search had been launched this morning, and the heads of the Jiang household arrested. Ding Adao immediately connected this to Teacher Hao's arrest the previous night. Hadn't Teacher Hao been recommended by Jiang Qiuchen? He was also the tutor for Qiuchen's son. Could this be connected to Teacher Hao's case? The thought made her restless. Teacher Hao had worked in her own home for quite some time. If he was truly involved in some rebellion case, how could her family escape implication? She had no heart to listen to the Jiang mistresses rambling any longer. I'll discuss this matter with my husband later. Whatever help our family can provide, we'll provide. Don't lose your composure. After sending the Jiang mistress away, Ding Adao paced anxiously around the room in circles. She wanted to wake her husband and demand clarification but worried about his health. She had to consult Li Wensheng. He counseled patience. Mistress, don't worry. The Australians do things by the rules. They won't convict people lightly or wrong the innocent. For now, neither Mr. Hao nor Qiuchen and the others are in immediate danger. We don't need to rush. The master will wake by noon at the latest. It will be easy to ask him then. Zhao Fengshan was busy with aftermath matters all morning. After dawn, the scouts Caiyan duo had sent to Sanhezu returned with their report. Sanhezu had been breached the previous night. Most of the captives and refugees in the camp had fled and some were killed. Of the retained personnel responsible for management and security inside the camp, barely 1 in 10 remained. Some killed, some fled. Some also left with the bandits. Zhao Fengshan nodded. That was to be expected. According to a preliminary count by the collection team Caiyan duo had dispatched, the Sanhezu camp currently held fewer than 800 people, mostly women, children, and the elderly. Over 500 corpses lay in the camp, the rest had mostly scattered. The camp was effectively destroyed. Half the buildings had burned and supplies and tools had suffered heavy losses. Who attacked Sanhezu? A band of outlaws. Not that many, actually. But the camp was attacked from inside and outside simultaneously, Caiyan duo said, frowning. Zhang Yaogong was killed in an explosion as soon as the fighting started. Blown up. Did the bandits bring artillery? Zhao Fengshan recalled the cannon sounds that had echoed throughout the night. No artillery, but they brought a lot of gunpowder. Zhao Fengshan still couldn't picture how this had happened. The Sanhezu National Army Squadron's camp was a closed fortification. There was no way bandits should have been able to approach close enough for demolition. He took some substance or other and went into the Sanhezu camp to attend the opera. Caiyan duo spat in disgust. Later we found out he went there to sleep with actresses. In the end, instead of sleeping with the actress, a local bomb planted by an insider blew him sky high. Truly a well-deserved death. Before a major operation, the squadron leader of the 3rd Squadron and Warden Liu Yaowing had been attending the opera and playing with actresses. Hearing these details, Caiyan duo was astounded beyond measure. He had vaguely heard there were problems over at Sanhezu, but he hadn't expected the problems to be this severe. Attending the opera? You mean the opera troupe Liu Yaowing set up? Zhao Fengshan immediately remembered the opera chests the chief had ordered sent out and his head throbbed. Yes, that opera troupe, Caiyan duo said. I'm not clear on the specifics yet. The camp is chaotic and many people have fled, but Liu Yaowing can't escape responsibility for this. What's his condition? He was injured in the explosion and buried under rubble, but somehow he survived. The death toll in the camp is massive, though corpses everywhere. The 3rd Squadron's ramparts weren't lost, but more than half the men are dead or wounded. The squadron is essentially finished. It's going to be quite a sight when the grain fleet arrives today. Spectacle or not is beside the point. Zhao Fengshan spoke heavily. We have so many debts we've stopped worrying and so many lice we've stopped scratching. How much worse can it get? Sanhezu is a key position. The 3rd Squadron's ramparts must be repaired as quickly as possible. When the first squadron returns, have them take over defense and rest and reorganize there. The second squadron will switch to patrol duty. That leaves only one company in the city during the day. Duo observed. Though the third squadron suffered heavy losses, its framework is still intact. Fill out its ranks, they can still handle sentry and patrol duty inside the city. We'll train them up gradually. End of chapter. Chapter 2307, Thorny Confessions. Duo nodded. Replenishing troops isn't the problem. The main issue is the heavy loss of weapons. The third squadron had been completely retrofitted with rifles, and nearly half were damaged or lost in this disaster. The new recruits will have to carry spears again. That reminds me of something. Those dock porters Luo Yangming led earned great merit last night. Why not incorporate them into the third squadron? Duo considered this. We can't put them in the third squadron. The morale there has been ruined by Jiang Yaogong. Add soldiers now and they'll just get corrupted. These porters are good men, capable fighters. They could even join the Vault army. Putting them in a fourth or fifth-rate unit like that would be a waste. In my opinion, we should disband the third squadron completely, then reorganize it with the dock porters to form a new third squadron and a replacement squadron. Honestly, I think we should disband those several hundred men in the detective team sooner rather than later too. Looking at their performance last night, they were completely useless, not to mention there were informants mixed in among them. We can't make that call, Zhao Fengshan said, frowning. You and I both know this so-called detective team is a mixed bag. There are capable professional soldiers, old military rogues just looking for a meal, and plenty who are simply going through the motions. None of them are reliable, but this system was established by Senator Zai in accordance with directives from the Guangdong region. Abolishing it requires Senator Zai's authorization. We can't do it ourselves. Besides, when Senator Zai set this up, there was also the intention of maintaining livelihoods. I understand that intention. Otherwise, why create so many units? It's nothing more than ensuring these men have something to eat so they don't resort to desperate measures and worsen the banditry in the rear. Disbanding them isn't difficult. I expect Senator Zai won't insist on keeping them, but we have to give these men somewhere to go. Otherwise, they'll always be a latent threat, Zhao Fengshan said. The two looked at each other, unable to think of a solution. There was one silver lining to the present situation, however. The massive burden of the Sanhezu prisoner camp on the Wuzhou local government had been wiped out. Whether the refugees and captives housed inside or the retained personnel managing the camp, these thousands of mouths were no longer their responsibility. Of course, viewed from another angle, all these scattered people, many now without livelihoods, would inevitably turn to desperate measures, worsening the security situation around Wuzhou. The thought made Zhao Fengshan's head throb. He sighed. We can't manage these things and we don't have the ability to. In my view, the detective team needs to be purged. Kick out everyone with problems. There are thousands of refugees scattered outside anyway. A few dozen more won't matter. Those with ability and clean backgrounds can be added to the replacement squadron. I'll ask Chief Zai for instructions on this. At that moment, the long blast of a tugboat whistle came from outside. The two sleepless men jumped to their feet as if jolted awake. Du said, "The grain fleet is here. I'll go to the south gate first. You handle the reception. I need to arrange the remaining matters." Zhao Fengshan smiled bitterly. "I need to have an explanation ready when the chief asks." After Duo left, he summoned Zheng Urjin. "How is the case progressing?" Zhao Fengshan demanded the moment Zheng Urjin entered. Zheng Urjin's collar was open, his forehead beaded with sweat. He looked thoroughly exasperated. Dropping into a chair, he panted, "It's damn well hard to deal with. Calm down. Tell me slowly." Seeing his appearance, Zhao Fengshan knew this was proving a hard bone to gnaw. The Jiang family people had nothing to hide. They entered the interrogation room and confessed everything through their tears. Turns out this advisor Hao isn't named Hao at all. His real name is Yi Heoran. He was originally an advisor on Xing Wenken's staff. According to Jiang Qiuchen, When the city fell, this Yi Haoran saved her and her child, so she helped him conceal his identity and lie low. As for Jiang Rongxian, he knew basically nothing. He thought Yi Haoran was a relative of his sister's husband's family, so infiltrating Luo Yangming's rice shop was accomplished through Jiang Qiachen. Exactly. Before Jiang Qiachen married, she was a boudoir friend of Luo Yangming's wife, Ding Adao. They interacted frequently. Zhang Erjun picked up his bamboo water flask and took a long gulp. Old Luo's home has some gaps in it. Don't drag in irrelevant matters, stick to the main point, Zhao Fengshan reminded him. Zhang Erjun realized he had misspoken and quickly returned to the subject. That's about the extent of Jiang Qiachen's involvement. Was Kai Lan the one who tampered with Yi Haoran's transfer letter back then? It was her. The story is rather complex. He recounted the sequence of events in full. Zhao Fengshan listened with growing alarm. This Yi Haoran was formidable. He now understood that Jiang Qiachen had been completely manipulated by him. Not merely used, but used in a way that left her unwittingly helping count the money while being sold. Though Zhang Erjun said progress was slow, the confessions obtained from Kai Lan and Jiang Qiachen had roughly clarified the course of events. But when Kai Lan mentioned Chang Qingyun, Zhao Fengshan felt a shock run through him. He himself had approved Chang Qingyun to ghostwrite for Chief Zai. Sweat poured down his forehead. He had just received word. In the disturbance at Sanhezu, this Chang Qingyun was clearly one of the masterminds. This is a disaster, Zhao Fengshan thought. Once the case was transferred to the Political Security Bureau, he would definitely lose a layer of skin. He struggled to maintain composure, mentally piecing together the materials Zhang Erjun had provided, gradually forming a picture of how this advisor Yi had built a network within the city and extended his tentacles directly to the senator's side. A penniless advisor had quietly orchestrated an affair of this magnitude. But Yi Haoran is proving hard to crack, Zhang Erjun continued. He hasn't uttered a word so far. Beyond what involves Kai Lan, we know basically nothing about his activities in the city. Did you use methods? Of course. Zhang Erjun smiled bitterly. I brought in all the retained runners from the soap team and put him through every torture instrument we have. The scholar's incredibly tough. He screams to shake the heavens but won't give a single confession. I was also afraid of beating him to death and being unable to question him further, so I didn't dare go too hard. You did right. Grind him down slowly, don't kill him. Zhao Fengshan calculated mentally, then asked, have the other captives been interrogated? We caught dozens. Haven't had time to interrogate them in detail yet. Preliminary questioning shows that those who entered the city all claim to be subordinates of a Ming general named Song Ming. The arrested insiders were all contacted by Yi Haoran and Chang Qingyun. They're ordinary soldiers who can't tell us anything useful. Only one named Jiang Xuo seems relatively suspicious. The others say he might be a leader. Then make him a priority as well. Zhao Fengshan said, we must establish the facts as quickly as possible. Elder Zai is waiting for our report. Zhang Erjun shifted uneasily and whispered, Secretary Zhao, give me a hint. What exactly is Chief Zai's position on this? What do you mean, position? Zhao Fengshan didn't immediately understand. This case involves the chief personally, especially that Miss Kai. She tried to assassinate the chief back then. Does the chief have any particular instructions? Zhao Fengshan was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhang Erjun, who always appeared rustic and routinely quoted regulations and decrees, to harbor such calculating thoughts. Truth be told, they were thinking along the same lines. Zhao Fengshan chose his words carefully and asked instead of answering, Old Zhang, you, the model of rules and discipline, have such twisting intestines. I don't have twisting intestines. I squatted in Sanya for over 5 years. Zhang Erjun smiled bitterly. I don't want to go to Taiwan to be an institute director or bureau chief for another few years. You know how matters involving senators go. Zhang Erjun trailed off, but Zhao Fengshan understood perfectly. However, speaking too explicitly at this moment might leave loose ends. He spoke vaguely. Yes, Matters involving senators must be decided by the senators themselves. He glanced at Zhang Erjun. The two instantly understood each other and looked away. Zhao Fengshan organized the confessions Zhang Erjun had delivered, sent someone to check on the grain ship unloading, made a simple note, and went to report to Zai Aaron without even eating lunch. But Zai Aaron came to him first. Zai Aaron had spent half the day lying in bed, turning the situation over and over in his mind, unable to find a suitable way to escape responsibility. He knew a complete deflection was impossible. The only thing he could do was minimize his culpability, especially avoiding serious disciplinary violations that could be held against him. Reviewing his administration since arriving in Wuzhou, he felt that while he had been guilty of failing to observe his subordinates and being complacently careless about enemy intelligence, his overall governance wasn't seriously flawed. If there was one genuine mistake, it was the matter of Kai Lan. Leaving aside whether Kai Lan had actually colluded with the enemy, the mere fact that she had once tried to assassinate him and he hadn't processed her according to enemy nature protocols, instead taking her into his bed, was a massive problem. And now she was under heavy suspicion of treating with the enemy, putting a female spy in one's own bed. Thinking of the scathing commentary this would generate in the Senate and how this matter would become a permanent stain on him, Zai Aaron lost all appetite. Where last night he had felt only hatred for Kai Lan's betrayal, now he felt utter disgust piled on top. "Chief, why did you get up? You should rest first." Zhao Fengshan hurried to help him to the desk. "I'm fine." Though the fight with the enemy last night was fierce and some bumps and bruises were unavoidable, they're just flesh wounds. The enemy can't hurt me. Zai Aaron affected bravado. "With so much happening in Wuzhou now, how can I sleep?" Zhao Fengshan said. "Since the chief says so, I'm relieved. Let me report on the interrogation first." "The interrogation isn't urgent, just a few jumping clowns." Zai Aaron waved dismissively. "I heard the grain fleet's whistle just now. How is the unloading going?" End of chapter. Chapter 2308, Cover-up. The unloading is proceeding smoothly. Please rest assured, Zhao Fengshan reported. The inland river fleet ships are also patrolling the waterway. Good, good. Zai Aaron's mind wasn't actually on the grain ships. With heavy forces guarding inside and outside the city and the inland river fleet providing suppression, even if Xing Wenken led a large army personally, it wouldn't matter. Zhao Fengshan understood his thoughts and cleared his throat. Regarding last night's raid, Comrade Zhang Erjun has obtained preliminary results from interrogating the captives. He handed over the folder containing the confessions. Please take a look. Zai Aaron read the confessions carefully, especially Kai Lan's portion. He truly experienced what bone-deep pain of betrayal meant. And Zhao Fengshan, watching the chief's face contort, came to deeply understand the meaning of furious out of shame. After Zai Aaron set down the confession, he sat in silence for a long while, exhaling deeply. His face cycled from red to white and gradually returned to normal. Only then did Zhao Fengshan speak. "Chief." "Zhao Fengshan, what do you think of this matter?" "Sir," Zhao Fengshan said cautiously, "the main reason for last night's raid was our weak defensive strength. The region and forward command pressed too many tasks on us, but resources were insufficient. Especially after the bandit riots, the police force in Wuzhou wasn't strengthened. It was significantly weakened. We had to rely on the unreliable detective team to bolster security. That the enemy could launch a night raid and infiltrate the city. This must be acknowledged as the principal cause." He then listed the various specific tasks assigned to the city government by various departments since Wuzhou's recovery, detailed, well-documented, with clear figures. "We bore the heavy responsibility not only of transshipping supplies to the Guangxi front and evacuating the wounded, but also of guarding captives escorted down from Guangxi and refugees from surrounding areas. Yet the cadres, vault army troops and funding allocated to Wuzhou were severely inadequate. The lesson of this incident is comprehensive." These words fit Zai Aaron's thoughts perfectly. He recognized that this secretary was truly no simple man. His words were watertight and incidentally shifted the blame. This could serve as the keynote for the report. Given that the enemy's network of insiders and spies both inside and outside Wuzhou City has been caught in one net, and the captured prisoners have little remaining value, it is recommended that they be dealt with publicly as soon as possible. First, to demonstrate the martial prowess of our great Song senators and warn other fence-sitters with divided loyalties. Second, to soothe the hearts of the people and the army in Wuzhou. The implication of that latter sentence couldn't have been clearer. Zai Aaron sat in silence for a long moment, then suddenly whispered, "Zhao Fengshen." Zhao Fengshen nearly jumped out of his skin. What was wrong with Chief Zai? "How many years have you been my secretary?" "More than 2 years. Zhao Fengshen's heart pounded. Chief Zai wasn't about to say something like, "How have I treated you all this time?" was he? If he did, real caution would be needed. Fortunately, Zai Aaron didn't go there. After more than 2 years, you don't need to use official jargon to hedge and deflect. Wuzhou has produced an enormous disaster this time. Though you and I, senator and city government secretary, occupy different positions, neither of us can slide past this matter. We definitely must provide the Senate with a clear explanation. Zhao Fengshen relaxed slightly and whispered, "Chief, I've thought about this too. Only these 2 points can be emphasized. Honestly, the rest is hard to manage." "What about the second point?" Zai Aaron asked. "For an event of this magnitude, there can't be 0 witnesses. What if the Senate investigates? Chief, you are the administrative head of Wuzhou. The power of life and death over all Wuzhou people rests in your hands. Killing or sparing anyone is at your discretion. Why worry about witnesses? Hasn't striking enemies strictly and swiftly always been the Senate's consistent aim?" Zhao Fengshen continued, "Speaking frankly, this matter isn't as catastrophic as it might seem. Beyond burning a camp at Sanhezu and casualties in the 3rd National Army Squadron, damage inside the city was slight and casualties were minimal. Those retained personnel aren't on the Army or staff organization charts, so their losses can be disregarded. Calculating this way, the Senate's total loss in Wuzhou amounted to only 45 National Army soldiers killed and 6 staff members killed. At a time when entire squadrons of the National Army were occasionally written off entirely, this casualty figure was practically nothing. Zai Aaron nodded. No wonder the Americans liked using contractors. The biggest problem now, undoubtedly, consisted of people like Yi Haoran and Kai Lan. In truth, Zai Aaron had already formed murderous intent but was still hesitating. After all, these people were central to the Wuzhou raid. Rashly executing them would invite suspicion of silencing witnesses. But hearing Zhao Fengshen's reasoning, he found it made perfect sense. "What you say is reasonable, but this Yi Haoran and Kai Lan are key criminals. Yi Haoran is a remnant evil left behind by Qingwenken. He brought chaos to Wuzhou. His crimes are heinous. Not killing him is insufficient to appease public anger and settle people's hearts. As for Kai Lan, though a woman, she ran errands as Yi Haoran's lackey. Her crimes are also notorious and condemned by all. She likely won't escape a bad end. It's possible she might even commit suicide out of shame." Seeing Zai Aaron still hesitating, Zhao Fengshen leaned in and whispered, "Chief, if we leave Kai Lan for the higher-ups to investigate, it will inevitably involve many private boudoir matters. That would be inappropriate." This remark jolted Zai Aaron fully awake. Precisely. Though his taking in of Kai Lan wasn't a secret, if interrogators from Lingao questioned Kai Lan directly, wouldn't all his private matters be extracted from her? Even if the General Office suppressed the relevant testimony, this material would become leverage against him that could never be washed away. But if Kai Lan was eliminated, there would be no hard evidence. He need only deny everything flatly. Zai Aaron gave a slight nod. "Do it that way." Zhao Fengshen understood perfectly. As long as Kai Lan died, the person of Chang Qingyun would vanish like smoke. He wasn't among the captives anyway. Whether he was alive or dead couldn't be traced back to Zai. As for Jiang Qiuchen, she had an old friendship with Luo Yangming's wife and a connection to manager Da, so she couldn't be disposed of casually. Fortunately, her crimes were limited. She had been used, nothing more. The key point was that she knew very little, so she could be let off. Luo Yangming wasn't a fool. He wouldn't entangle himself too deeply in Jiang Qiuchen's case. Otherwise, his own wife might be implicated. Though he had Zai Aaron's approval, this task wasn't easy to execute. In a Ming yamen, there were countless ways to make a prisoner die. But this was under Senate rule. Whether intentionally, accidentally killing during torture, or having them die of illness in prison, both would raise suspicions that future investigation teams would latch onto. The only thing that could be engineered was suicide. Of course, making Kai Lan be suicided wouldn't work. That was no different from the other approaches. But Zhang Erjin had mentioned she already wanted to die. Just give her the opportunity and apply a little pressure. Zhao Fengshan quietly found Zhang Erjin and conveyed Zai Aaron's intentions. Zhang Erjin hesitated and whispered, "Will this work?" "It will work," Zhao Fengshan said. "Didn't you see that Kai Lan has already resolved to die? You just need to help send her on her way." "Yi Heioran," a jailer's voice came from outside the cell. Yi Heioran, who had been drifting in and out of consciousness, struggled to open his eyes. The door stood open and several fake Kuns loomed in the entrance, their faces menacing. How long had it been? Ever since the interrogation had left him unconscious from torture, he had lost all sense of time. He only realized upon waking just now that he had been returned to the temporary cell in the county Yamen's Earth God Temple. After his arrest, Yi Heioran had been held in the county Yamen jail. At first it was preventative detention, and later, though moved from a group cell to solitary confinement, because he had no formal charges yet and had the connection to Luo Yangming. He wasn't thrown into the main dungeon but temporarily detained in the Earth God Temple. Yi Heioran harbored no illusions about his arrest. Once tonight passed, his identity would very likely be exposed. But fortunately by then, whether his identity was exposed or not wouldn't matter. The cannon fire beyond the city walls and the sounds of combat within had filled him with elation. The plan he had painstakingly cultivated, running back and forth, scheming for many days, it had finally been put into action. Everything he had sacrificed seemed to have paid off. At this moment, though covered in wounds from torture and with his life hanging by a thread, he didn't care in the slightest. He had sought benevolence and gained it. His only regret was that, judging by the calm demeanor of the fake Kuns in the city, the true Kun appeared not to have been captured or beheaded. "Yi Heioran," the leading fake Kun said quietly, "I'll give you one more chance. If you're willing to confess fully, we'll treat your injuries and exempt you from death. You're just an ordinary advisor, not some chief villain. Our great song has always ruled by law. At most you'll be sentenced to exile." "And if I refuse?" Yi Heioran replied. The flesh on the fake Kun's face twitched. "If you refuse to confess, we won't bother tangling with you anymore. Whatever secrets you want to keep them. We can figure things out eventually. So this is sending me on my way, correct?" The fake Kun nodded. "Since you won't confess, what's the point of keeping you? Then let's go. I've lived as a coward for decades, that's enough." Yi Heioran shrugged. "Let me straighten my clothes first." Just as they were speaking, another person was suddenly escorted into the yard, a woman. Though neatly dressed, her hair was disheveled and her face grimy. She walked with difficulty, supported by two sturdy women. It was Kai Lan. Though Yi Heioran had long regarded Kai Lan as a person who should die, seeing her suffering torture because of him and unlikely to live long, he felt inevitable guilt. If he hadn't stirred her with talk of righteousness, she could have gone on living her degraded life. Thinking this, he straightened his clothes and bowed solemnly to Kai Lan. "Miss Kai, this student pays his respects." End of chapter. Chapter 23:09. The deal. Kai Lan had originally been under house arrest as well, but at daybreak she was taken to the interrogation room. Zhang Erjin had selected two burly female wardens specifically to attend to her. Kai Lan came from a humble but respectable family. When she had failed her assassination attempt and first entered the cells, A round of authority-killing punishment with the minor plank had nearly knocked her soul from her body. She had felt as though she had descended into hell. This proper interrogation was far worse. Before long, unable to endure the torture, she confessed everything she knew. Now seeing Yehaoren with disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and blood on his cheeks, yet still wearing an expression of righteous composure, she felt both admiration and shame. Breaking free from the female warden supporting her, she curtsied deeply. "This servant sends her regards." Yehaoren stepped aside to avoid receiving the full bow. "Miss Kai, this student is about to depart. We part ways here." Kai Lan started. "So soon?" "A step sooner, a step later, what does it matter?" Yehaoren said calmly. "I only regret that this time I could not take Zai the thief's head to avenge the officials, civilians, and scholars of the great Ming who died wrongful deaths. But this student has given his all. Heaven's mandate is what it is and cannot be defied. Farewell." With that, he bowed again, turned, and walked away without looking back. Watching him flick his sleeves and leave, Kai Lan admired him even more. Two sturdy women seized her wrists and pushed her forward again, locking her in the wing room of the Earth God Temple. She had been treated well here for some time before. Revisiting the old haunt as a prisoner once more, gazing at the room and its furnishings, she tasted something peculiar in her heart. She carefully sat on the plank bed, but the two female wardens showed no mercy, shouting harshly, "You slutty hoof, stand up!" Kai Lan flinched. Not daring to disobey, she struggled to her feet. Before she could steady herself, she received two solid slaps across the face. "Kneel!" Before the word had faded, a kick to the back of her knee forced her to the ground. "You adulteress, still putting on airs for this old lady. Watch how I sort you out." The female warden laughed hideously. Yehaoren wasn't actually taken to be beheaded. Zai Aaron still wanted him preserved for a public trial rally. He had realized that the more he tried to cover up this matter, the more people would perceive it as a lack of confidence. That would only invite siege from those nitpicking demon kings in the Senate. Only by remaining calm amid chaos and handling this affair through normal procedures could he demonstrate that his position was stable and his confidence unshaken. The escorting soldiers brought Yehaoren to the gate tower of the Great South Gate. Looking down from the tower, hundreds of ships gathered on the river surface. Beyond the grain ships being towed by tugboats, 12 gunboats of the inland river fleet cruised the waterway, trailing black smoke and white steam. Vault Army and National Army soldiers stood with gleaming bayonets, a forest of steel atop and below the walls. Security was tight on the wall. The Great Southgate Tower had been destroyed and not yet repaired. A tent had been temporarily erected in its place. Inside sat a desk and chairs. Zai Aaron sat upright in the center, personally supervising the grain unloading. His senator's flag and the Morning Star flag hung high overhead. There was no trace of the wretched figure who had narrowly escaped capture during the raid the night before. Yehaoren was escorted into the tent and brought before Zai Aaron. Zai Aaron finally beheld the man who had nearly destroyed him. He felt an intense curiosity about this person, wanting to see what abilities he possessed to have orchestrated such a calamity. What he saw was a dignified appearance, a typical great Ming scholar's look with straight eyes and a proper nose, exactly what was called official physiognomy. Despite being fettered in kang and chains, the man walked with dignified bearing, clearly a steady and shrewd individual at first glance. Only his age surprised Zai Aaron. His beard and hair were already graying. He hadn't paid attention to Yehaoren's age in the confession. Seeing him now, he felt genuine amazement. This semi-elderly man had contained such tremendous energy and passion within him. With neither gold nor silver, nor a foot of weapon, relying solely on his own wits and will, he had stirred up such a storm in Wuzhou and nearly ruined Zai Aaron. The thought actually stirred admiration. This Yehaoren possessed not only backbone but ability. He was a rare talent. He signaled his attendants to withdraw and asked, "Are you Yehaoren?" "I am," Yehaoren responded calmly. "And is your honor the false Wuzhou prefect of the true Kun, Zai Aaron?" "I am Zai Aaron," he nodded. Your courage is considerable and your abilities are quite impressive. I am ashamed. Yehaoren lifted his eyes to the sky and sighed. I failed to take your head, to sacrifice to this great land and to the countless common people who died wrongful deaths. Zai Aaron smiled. Though you didn't succeed, you turned Wuzhou upside down. It wasn't entirely fruitless. It's just that all this upheaval caused many innocent people to die in vain. Yehaoren sneered and said nothing. Take Jiang Qiuchen, for instance, the woman you saved back then. Later you used her, had her lurk near me, used her as a contact. Mr. Yi, that move was clever enough. Jiang Qiuchen still doesn't know how she became your accomplice, but whether she knows or not hardly matters. Yehaoren's heart tightened. What do you intend to do? Act according to the law naturally. Zai Aaron spoke leisurely. Though she doesn't count as a principal offender, serving as a liaison in the middle makes her a key criminal in this case. According to the law, she should be hanged. As Zai Aaron spoke, he glanced sideways at Yehaoren. He had learned from the confessions and from Zhao Fengshan's accounts that Yehaoren was a man of rigid righteousness. This could be leveraged. What a pity. This Jiang Qiuchen truly has a bitter fate. Her husband was killed by government soldiers, leaving behind a widow and orphan to survive under the thumb of a harsh brother and sister-in-law. She finally found work that allowed her to settle down and live happily, only to be used by you. Now not only is her life forfeit, but she leaves behind Qi Liheng, a young child who will become an orphan everyone can bully. By the way, he's also your student. Yehaoren felt the weight of guilt. Though he believed great undertakings don't fret over small formalities, he did feel culpable toward both Kai Lan and Jiang Qiuchen. If Kai Lan's involvement could at least claim the rationality of sacrificing herself to avenge her husband, Jiang Qiuchen had been entirely manipulated by him. He had known perfectly well that once matters came to light, Jiang Qiuchen couldn't escape the thieves' pursuit, and it might even implicate her family. As for Qi Liheng, his heart ached even more. The boy was a scholar in the making, intelligent and sensible. In the past, he hadn't wanted to dwell on such thoughts, but now Zai Aaron was pointing it out to his face, leaving him speechless. Speaking of Jiang Qiuchen, we must also mention the entire Luo Yangming household. You probably think Luo Yangming deserves death 1,000 times over for joining us. But what about his family? Old manager Li Dingada Wen Yun and Ah Chun. These people treated you like family. When you were arrested last night, Madame Ding even asked Luo Yangming to plead for you overnight. You did well. You dragged them all cleanly into the water. This struck even closer to home. During the days Yehaoren had lurked in the rice shop under a false name, the Luo family had treated him as kin, letting him experience the family warmth he had lost for many years. To say he had no feelings for them would be a lie. What will you do to them? Yehaoren asked. The Luo Yangming family's crimes don't warrant death. Besides, he has the merit of running errands for us. It will likely be lenient treatment, exile to overseas barbarian lands. Whether they survive depends on their fortune. What exactly do you want? Yehaoren was a clever man. He knew perfectly well Zai Aaron wasn't saying all this merely to mock him. Mr. Yi is indeed a clever man. Zai Aaron nodded. You know I am a senator, what you call a true kun. Correct. Since you exhausted yourself trying to capture or behead me, you naturally understand that a senator's status is incomparably exalted. Yehaoren spat on the ground. I suppose so. So, as long as I am willing to show mercy with a stroke of my pen, none of these things need happen. Jiang Qiuchen can live, her son won't become an orphan, and the Luo family won't be exiled. Stop putting on airs and playing games. Speak plainly, what exactly do you want me to do? Yehaoren sneered. But if you're asking me to do anything disloyal or unfilial, that's wishful thinking. The matter is simple. I want you to cooperate with us. Zai Aaron knew that even if he killed Yehaoren and Kai Lan, comparing their confessions would still reveal holes and vulnerabilities. To further minimize his culpability, the best approach was to have Yehaoren change his confession in ways that further alleviated Zai's responsibility. But changing the confession alone wasn't sufficient. Zai Aaron planned to have him repeat this altered confession personally at the public trial rally. That would not only expand its reach, but also establish ironclad evidence. Executing Yehaoran after the rally would leave dead men telling no tales. Naturally, this couldn't be hidden from the Senate. Senators had various channels for obtaining the truth, but truth didn't equal evidence. Now these pieces of evidence were solid. As long as he adhered to the principle of procedural justice at the hearing, he would very likely pass muster. Hearing Zai Aaron's explanation, Yehaoran understood everything as clearly as if a snow cave had been illuminated. This true Kun was desperate to wash away his responsibility. He sneered inwardly. It seemed this true Kun was merely mediocre after all. When faced with real trouble, he wasn't much better than the corrupt officials of the great Ming. Cooperating isn't hard. I'm going to die anyway, Yehaoran said. But why should I trust your words? You're the local emperor of Wuzhou now, turning your hand to make clouds and overturning it to make rain. If you go back on your word afterward, can I return as a ghost to settle accounts with you? Mr. Yi is indeed a clever man. Zai Aaron nodded with feigned admiration. First, I swear on the honor of a senator. Yehaoran gave a cold laugh. Zai Aaron continued. Second, I will handle the issues of Jiang Qiuchen and the entire Luo Yangming family first. I will save you for the final public trial. You will see the results of the handling and know I haven't gone back on my word. Since ancient times, a case is not judged twice. Can you trust that? Yehaoran nodded. That I can trust, but there is one more person I must ask about. What do you intend to do with Kai Lan? End of chapter. Chapter 23:10. New clues. Kai Lan is also a principal offender. Her life cannot be spared, Zai Aaron said. However, I will grant her a chance to die with dignity, avoiding the humiliation of public execution. I'll provide a proper set of burial clothes and select an appropriate resting place. Yehaoran cupped his hands. Many thanks. His voice was steady, generous. Do as you see fit. Excellent. Mr. Yi is truly a man of character, straightforward and decisive. Zai Aaron nodded, secretly delighted. Take Mr. Yi back and see that he's well cared for. After Yehaoran was led away, Zhao Fengshan slipped quietly into the room. Do you think the old man will keep his promise? Half and half, Zhao Fengshan replied. He's a dying man. What he says costs him nothing. Whether he follows through depends on how much he truly cares about the Luo and Jiang families. He paused. That said, he strikes me as a man of genuine sentiment. I have the same impression. Zai Aaron nodded. He carries himself like a gentleman. My only concern is if he has second thoughts at the last moment and starts shouting during the public trial rally. That would be unseemly. That won't be a problem, Zhao Fengshan said in a low voice. The trial venue is large. We'll need 10 megaphones for the crowd to hear anything. Simply assign a sharp officer to hold the megaphone and pull it away if necessary. Also, put a noose around his neck with a knot at the throat. Have someone stand behind him holding the rope. If he starts shouting anything unexpected, one tug and he won't be able to utter a single word. You really do have a way with these things. Zai Aaron clapped him on the shoulder. Let's do that. Go back and draft his confession carefully. Consider how it should be written. I'll get on it immediately. Just as Zhao Fengshan was about to withdraw, Zai Aaron stopped him again. What about Kai Lan's arrangements? Everything is in order, Zhao Fengshan assured him. Rest easy, Chief. Following Zhao Fengshan's instructions, Zheng Urjin had arranged for 2 female wardens who specialized in guarding female prisoners at the Yamen. They were ruthless types, expert at breaking women physically and mentally. Within 3 to 5 days, Kai Lan wouldn't be able to endure it any longer and would seek death on her own. But it wasn't appropriate to say such things to Zai Aaron directly. Zhao Fengshan understood this senator all too well. Zai Aaron nodded. Is the report to Guangzhou ready? The draft is finished. I'll send it to your desk shortly. Please review it and provide comments. This report is critical. It must go out tonight. Otherwise, the Senate will inevitably grow suspicious later. Zai Aaron was quite satisfied with his efficiency. The unloading work continued until evening before finally concluding. Everything went smoothly. Large quantities of grain entered the warehouses, and rice prices dropped in response. That night, following Zai Aaron's instructions, the 20-odd captives and insider spies caught during the previous night's raid were publicly strangled at the city gates throughout Wuzhou. The panicked city finally settled down again. The second squadron, having taken over the defense of Sanhezu, established a shelter there and successively received hundreds of scattered refugees and captives. These refugees would be handed over to the returning fleet the next day and transported back to Sanshui. Wuzhou could no longer shoulder such burdens. In the city, Zai Aaron carefully reviewed Zhao Fengshan's report. To be fair, it was written adequately. But it was inevitably too plain and narrative, lacking rhetorical finesse and proper weight. Zai Aaron was a professional in this regard, an expert in the art of wording and phrasing. This report required extremely careful handling. It had to convey to the Guangdong region that the situation wasn't serious, yet without appearing to deliberately minimize it. After pondering the wording for half the evening and making painstaking revisions, he was finally satisfied. In the report, he made no mention of Kai Lan destroying the transfer letter. That detail was too significant, it had to be flatly denied. As for his relationship with Kai Lan, that went unmentioned entirely. She was simply categorized as a retained staff member and listed among the insider personnel captured during the riot. Reading through one last time and adjusting a few words and punctuation marks, Zai Aaron stamped his official seal, placed the document in a top-secret urgent bag, and handed it to the confidential clerk. Send a summary via radio tonight and dispatch the full text first thing tomorrow morning. After finishing these tasks, Zai Aaron let out a long breath. He felt some semblance of his soul returning. Liu Yaoweng is awake. Zhao Fengshan had been exhausted after a day and night of ceaseless activity. He had already washed up and returned to his bedroom, ready for an early night's sleep. But then Zheng Erjin arrived unexpectedly to report that Liu Yaoweng, who had been found in the ruins of Sanhezu, had regained consciousness. Hearing this news, Zhao Fengshan didn't dare delay. He hurried back to his office and lit a candle. Liu Yaoweng was the warden of Sanhezu. In the entire camp, only he and Jiang Yaogong were naturalized cadres. Everyone else was retained personnel. Jiang Yaogong was already dead, and strictly speaking, he hadn't been deeply involved in the camp's operations anyway. If the Senate wanted to investigate the Sanhezu matter, Liu Yaoweng was the key figure. How exactly the bandits and Ming army breached the camp, what happened before and after, only he could explain it clearly now. And from preliminary interrogations of surviving retained personnel, returned captives, and refugees, it was clear the situation at Sanhezu ran deeper than it appeared. What's Liu Yaoweng's condition now? He's conscious. The medic said he's fine, mostly flesh wounds and contusions, Zheng Erjin reported. Zhao Fengshan frowned slightly and lowered his voice. That medic is being too hasty. He isn't even a proper doctor. On what basis does he declare Liu Yaoweng fine? Zheng Erjin was somewhat baffled. Then, should I have him examine him more carefully? What would another examination find? He isn't a doctor, just tell him not to draw conclusions so casually. Zheng Erjin understood the implication and immediately said, I understand. Did Liu Yaoweng say anything? He only said the opera chest exploded during a rehearsal. Beyond that, he claims to know nothing. Weren't the opera chests taken from the three generals' office warehouse? Those chests had been sitting untouched for decades. The gunpowder certainly wasn't original. Someone planted it later. Liu Yaoweng said he personally came to Wuzhou to transport the chests back, with the chief's approval, Zheng Erjin continued. But he also admitted that after moving them into the camp, he didn't manage them himself. He handed everything over to Chang Qingyun. Who is Chang Qingyun? A captive in the camp. Apparently he was previously an advisor to Xing Wenken. Was Chang Qingyun captured? No corpse was found either. Perhaps it was burned. Is there any confession implicating Chang Qingyun as an insider? Currently. Not yet, Zheng Erjin said. According to the captives and refugees, Chang Qingyun served as Liu Yaoweng's consigliere, his dog-headed advisor. always helping Liu Yaoweng with dirty work and persecuting refugees in the camp. He was particularly active in organizing the opera troupe and procuring women. So this Chang Qingyun was essentially a hanger-on. Zhao Fengshan felt much more at ease. That appears to be the case. Zheng Erjin continued his report, detailing Liu Yaoweng's many transgressions in the camp, raping and seizing women, embezzling money and grain, abusing and even killing captives and refugees. Public resentment against him was severe. So when the bandits attacked and the insiders raised the alarm, the camp immediately descended into chaos. Jiang Yaogong wasn't any better. National Army soldiers said he rarely attended to military matters and often spent his time carousing with Liu Yaoweng in the camp. I didn't expect the camp's problems to run so deep. Zhao Fengshan feigned surprise. This is vital information. We must focus on collecting relevant evidence. It appears now that Liu Yaoweng and Jiang Yaogong's lawlessness and negligence in the camp was the primary cause of the Sanhezu disaster. I believe so too. Zheng Erjin readily agreed with Zhao Fengshan's framing. There's one more matter I need to report. Go on. A small ox horn seal was found on Liu Yaoweng. Strangely, a nearly identical one was found on Jiang Yaogong, only the seal script differs. As he spoke, Zheng Erjin produced a craft paper evidence bag and poured out the seals. Both seals were kept close to their bodies, wrapped very carefully. Obviously, they're quite important, but the seal script is completely illegible. Zhao Fengshan examined the two small seals in turn. From their size, texture, and style, he could tell they came from the same batch and the same craftsman. But the seal script consisted of strange characters that no one could read. This is a secret cipher seal. The script is a code. Only the shop that issued the seal can decode it. Zhao Fengshan was knowledgeable in such matters. It's used for depositing and withdrawing money from shops and banks. It seems this Liu Yaoweng acquired quite a fortune. He explained briefly to Zheng Erjin. Sudden realization crossed Zheng Erjin's face. So Jiang Yaogong had one too. Exactly. The two of them were in league at Sanhezu, making a complete mess of things and nearly blowing a hole through Wuzhou city. Zhao Fengshan sighed. But that's beside the point now. What matters is where they hid the silver and whether others are involved. Large shops and banks that accepted deposits made secrecy their first principle, so secret cipher seals typically bore no names. Only the depositor knew where the money was held. The confidentiality was extremely high. Did Liu Yaoweng say where this seal came from? I haven't asked him yet. I expect he won't say. But it shouldn't be hard to find out. There aren't many seal carving shops in Wuzhou City. Have an experienced master take a look and we'll roughly know which shop carved it. Investigate this thoroughly. You must put real effort into this case, get to the bottom of it. Zhao Fengshan set the tone immediately, making the Sanhezu corruption case a focal point. This approach would maximize potential blame shifting and divert future investigators' attention. Yes, I'll begin the investigation right away. As for Liu Yaoweng, don't alert him for now. Just have someone watch him. Start from the periphery. First, clarify the origin of the ox horn seals. Second, determine exactly what illegal activities he and Jiang Yaogong conducted in the Sanhezu camp, and whether any other naturalized cadres are involved. Report this case directly to me. End of chapter. Chapter 23. 11. 2 Directors Lingao, General Bureau of Political Security, Director's Office. Ma Jia, Director of the Political Security Bureau of the Senate, sat in the rattan chair behind his desk, holding a report marked with a red top-secret label. Whether this desk, this rattan chair, or this office itself, Ma Jia probably used them no more than 10 times a year. He appeared only when documents requiring the director's signature demanded it, then departed swiftly, concluding his duties as Director of the Political Security Bureau in 2 or 3 hours. Within the Bureau, most ordinary staff wouldn't even notice such a director existed, let alone naturalized cadres. Even most senators had largely forgotten that he held this position. It was probably the most invisible of Ma Jia's many concurrent posts. Today wasn't originally scheduled for him to attend to bureau affairs, but a phone call from Deputy Director Zhao had summoned him from his office in the Ministry of Justice. Ma Jia maintained a tacit understanding with Director Zhao since the Political Security Bureau's inception. Unless it was an emergency, the stout man wouldn't have called him over. Sure enough, after reading the document clearly marked top secret, only one copy, Ma Jia realized he was holding a hot potato. To be honest, he never imagined a senator could make such an utter fool of himself. Although the report's details were limited, judging from the summary of the Wuzhou area weekly routine report submitted by the local hidden cadre attached at the back, this elder Zai, with whom he wasn't particularly familiar, had committed nearly every low-level error possible. When did this arrive? 2 days after Zai Aaron's own report was forwarded from the Guangdong region, Zhao Mengxing said. What classification was his report? General Incident Report Level. Zhao Mengxing leaned back in his chair, speaking at ease. Normal urgency, confidential classification. No wonder something felt off when I saw it, so that's what he was hiding. Ma Jia tapped the table with his finger. His intention is clearly to gloss the whole thing over. That's only natural. Being raided inside the city, captured from the command center, that alone is humiliating beyond measure. If the absurdities he indulged in earlier get dragged into the light, old Zai won't be able to show his face in the Senate anymore. Kai Lan had attempted to assassinate a senator, yet Zai Aaron, without any procedure whatsoever, placed her directly at his side and even granted her access to confidential documents. If this matter exploded, even if Wen Daisy and Ma Jia together stepped forward to protect him, they couldn't save him. At least he wasn't captured by the Ming army, Ma Jia said. Otherwise, it would have been a mega-earthquake for the Senate. I can already imagine the scene, the massive fallout during the Senate meeting. Even now, there's probably a war of words ahead, Zhao Mengxing observed. I suspect similar reports aren't limited to us. You mean other departments? Exactly. Although Zai Aaron is the highest military and administrative officer in Wuzhou, he doesn't cover the sky with one hand. Besides us, the Vault Army, National Army, Taxation Bureau, and Police are all vertically managed. Theoretically, they can all report directly to their superiors. Of course, some departments may prefer not to get involved. It doesn't really concern them. The Taxation Bureau, for instance. Wang Qi probably knew earlier than we did, but they'll likely pretend ignorance. As for whether the military and police are willing to expose it, that depends on how much responsibility they bear, Ma Jia said. He understood Zhao Mengxing's meaning. The army, police, and political security all bore undeniable responsibility in this incident. If the Senate investigated, things would get very messy. Given the nature of the opposition faction, this matter would inevitably be weaponized. So all three parties faced pressure to shift blame. As long as Elder Zai's crimes were thrown out, matters like accountability would essentially fizzle, because the common characteristic of these opposition factions was their unrestrained magnification of senator power. If they accepted Zai Aaron's report at face value, then although he bore certain responsibilities, the fundamental issue was that the Senate had invested too little resources in Wuzhou. His failure could be seen as unavoidable, perhaps even commendable, barely holding the situation together under extremely difficult circumstances. Take a look at this article in the Wuzhou highlights. Zhao Mengxing produced a single-sheet mimeograph tabloid from his file. These XX communications or XX highlights were small newspapers self-published by local governments at all levels under the Senate, serving propaganda and communication functions. This is from 3 days after the incident. The main feature is this dispatch. Fear not the demons and monsters, they vanish when the sun comes out. Incidentally, it was submitted to the propaganda department yesterday for publication in weekly highlights. Ding Ding wasn't sure about it, so he's held off on publishing. Ma Jia picked up the newspaper and read carefully, noting the key points as he went. The cunning and cruelty of the Ming army and bandits. The harsh objective conditions in Wuzhou. Despite the Senate's strong support, Elder Zai's exhaustive efforts couldn't change circumstances overnight. This gave the enemy an opening. Facing the enemy's elite surprise attack, Elder Zai remained calm in crisis, commanding with composure. He completely disregarded personal safety, dispatching his guards to rescue the people. When the enemy reached him and all his guards had sacrificed themselves, Elder Zai still seized a weapon and fought to the death. Regrettably, after a failed suicide attempt, he was kidnapped while wounded and exhausted. Even after capture, Elder Zai continued to loudly curse the enemy, never yielding. To rescue Elder Zai, naturalized cadres, army officers and soldiers, and the people of Wuzhou spontaneously organized and fought the enemy wave after wave. A host of heroic figures emerged, represented by Luo Yangming. This incident proved that no matter how cunning the enemy, they are no match for the Senate and the people. These clowns obstructing historical progress will ultimately be crushed beneath the wheels of history. This victory was achieved under the wise leadership of the Senate and with broad popular support. Elder Zai and the vast number of naturalized cadres and soldiers withstood the test, honoring their oath to serve the Senate and the people through blood and fire. This writing style, quite the masterpiece, a strong flavor of treating a funeral as a wedding. Ma Jia laughed after reading. I'd wager Zai Aaron wrote it himself. Worthy of his professional reporter background, naturalized citizens don't have this skill. He's seizing the high ground of public opinion first. After all, his capture can't be hidden. Precisely. Zhao Mengsheng nodded with a smile. Of course, he can't mention the most important details. Once the matter of Zai Aaron and Kai Lan exploded, not only would his political career end, but it would also slap the faces of those advocating senators above all. Put plainly, this entire affair resulted from Zai Aaron abusing senatorial power. You're right, Zhao Mengsheng nodded again. So I expect this matter cannot be covered up indefinitely. You probably don't know. Shortly after Zai Aaron's report arrived in Lingao, quite a few people in the Senate were already uniting, preparing to make trouble. I estimate within a few days, someone will propose convening a hearing, and the spearhead will naturally be the Political Security Bureau. From the first day our department was established, there's been no shortage of people in the Senate wanting to abolish us. Zhao Mengsheng spoke unhurriedly. This time gives them an excellent excuse. Naturally, we can't let them succeed, Ma Jia said. What's the current situation in Wuzhou? The key witness in this case, Kai Lan, has already committed suicide, Zhao Mengsheng replied. I have to say, our comrades' awareness as a ruling class improves day by day. As for the other witnesses, I suspect they won't live to see the hearing convene. What about our man in Wuzhou? Originally from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, Zhao Mengsheng explained. Although he's now our hidden cadre, he falls under dual leadership. Our control over him is limited. I expect Jiang Shan has also received this report. Now things get interesting. Ma Jia murmured to himself. He no longer cared much about Zai Aaron's fate. Although his report was well crafted and he had handled matters methodically, this affair definitely couldn't be covered up. Of course, to preserve the Senate's face, they might superficially accept Zai Aaron's version as the official record. But privately, there would certainly be an earth-shattering row. Even if the unlimited senatorial power faction fizzled out, another group of senators wanted to purge the Senate. Give them this incident as ammunition and the damage would be devastating. We needn't discuss Zai Aaron's matter further, Ma Jia said. You called me here to talk about how we respond at the hearing, I presume. Indeed. Ma Jia observed Zhao Mengsheng's rather calm expression, seemingly with a plan already in mind. What exactly are you thinking? Tell me everything. You certainly haven't forgotten the proposals I've submitted through you at every General Assembly, Standing Committee meeting, and various other Senate gatherings over the years. Oh, to be honest, Ma Jia handled hundreds of proposals. Since he was only nominally director of the Political Security Bureau and never intervened in relevant work, he naturally didn't remember any specific proposals. To be honest, I don't recall them well. But archives exist for every proposal. I'll retrieve them when I return. Magia smiled somewhat sheepishly. Here are the relevant file numbers for these proposals, reports, and applications. Zhao Mengxing handed over a memorandum. You definitely have them on file. The general office certainly has archives too. You can pull them up and take a look. He sighed. Ever since the disturbance in Lingao incident, I realized we might need to be prepared. So I compiled all these relevant documents from over the years. End of chapter. Chapter 23:12. Three directors. These proposals, reports, and applications cover various matters, but at their core, they all concern our department's resource allocation. And without exception, more than 90% were vetoed, many directly by the General Assembly and standing committee meetings. These vetoes represent the will of the Senate. Magia was puzzled for a dozen seconds before understanding dawned on him. Forgotten events flooded back into memory, and he smiled. No wonder you were so keen on drafting all those reports, memorandums, and proposals for me to submit after the Lingao disturbance. You knew perfectly well that everyone had grievances against us back then, and 9 out of 10 submissions would be discarded as waste paper. So that's where you were laying the groundwork. Zhao Mengxing nodded. Our comrades are very sensitive to matters concerning senators' freedom and power. Their natural distrust of us is understandable. We don't concern ourselves with their misunderstandings. In the end, our work is worthy of the Senate. He spoke slowly. Everyone's distrust is one thing, but the work that needs doing must still be done. Old Wang, AI Jixin called out to Wang Qi, who was preparing to leave for the day. Can we have a meeting in the conference room in 5 minutes? Though the tone was questioning, Wang Qi knew this was a notification, not a consultation. He said resignedly, "All right." Today was supposed to be when his eldest daughter Wang Muqing came home from Fashion for rest leave. From her recent letters, Wang Qi had learned about the current situation there and the various conflicts arising among young senators at work. Her low spirits were evident between the lines. To be honest, this didn't surprise Wang Qi much. After all, during their years at Fangqiati School, the young senators had all been classmates. They had come on the same boat, giving them a natural intimacy akin to siblings. Now, suddenly thrust into administrative posts, conflicts arising from different approaches were inevitable. The impact and tearing sense caused by this incompatibility of worldviews far exceeded those petty squabbles from school days. He had originally planned to leave early today, first to welcome his daughter home for a dust-washing dinner with his wife, then to have a long conversation with her that evening, listening to her confusion and offering guidance on work and interpersonal relations. Zhang Xiaoqi had specifically left early to return to the dormitory for this purpose. AI Jixin suddenly calling a meeting couldn't be for some trivial matter. Something important must have happened. Could there be new information on the counterfeit currency case? Counterfeit circulation coupons had suddenly proliferated in the market recently. Though mostly used in relatively remote rural areas and easily detected in daylight, they had spread widely in outlying local markets by exploiting the common people's unfamiliarity with the new currency. Although the Economic Crime Investigation Division and the Finance and Tax Bureau had apprehended numerous individuals trafficking and using counterfeit currency, the source remained elusive. He organized the documents on his desk and locked them in the safe. Picking up his thermos cup brewing the Senator Health tea specially supplied by Runchitang, he headed to the conference room. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. His wife Zhang Xiaoqi was there too. What was going on? Sorry for the urgency. I had to send someone to invite Deputy Director Zhang as well. I hope I haven't disrupted your plans. I'm supposed to pick up my daughter for dinner. If you have something to say, Director AI, say it quickly, Zhang Xiaoqi said impatiently. Please take a look at this report first. AI Jixin produced a document from a craft paper bag with theatrical mystery. Zhang Xiaoqi didn't take it, instead gesturing for Wang Qi to receive it. Deputy Director Wang hastily stood and accepted the document. The moment he saw the header, he started. He quickly sat down and read the document from beginning to end. Seeming unable to believe it, he read through it again. A long moment passed before he set it down and said, "Is this true?" Zai Aaron wrote it himself. How could it be fake? AI Jixin replied. This is major news, a first since the Senate founded its empire. Wang Qi was genuinely shocked. A senator had been surprise attacked and captured by the enemy inside an occupied prefectural city. This was an enormous scandal. Calling it the #1 disgrace wouldn't be excessive. At least he wasn't taken away. If they'd actually carried him off, who knows how many complications would have followed, AI Jixin said. Zhang Xiaoqi listened with growing bewilderment. Unable to wait for Wang Qi's explanation, she hurriedly snatched up the document to read. What is going on with this Zai Aaron? She couldn't help commenting after finishing. We met him before he went to Wuzhou. He spoke coherently and logically, had quite a few insights when we discussed finance and taxation. He was no mediocrity. How did he fall to such a state? According to his report, the city's military strength was insufficient, giving the enemy an opening. That shipment of grain from a few days ago became the lure for drawing the tiger from the mountain. Fortune truly toys with people, Wang Qi sighed. That grain had been procured by the Finance and Tax Bureau, costing considerable effort at the time. Insufficient military strength is certainly a fact, but here's another report. AI Jixin produced a second document. This was sent by the tax special commissioner we dispatched to Wuzhou, delivered by special messenger. Damn, what are you being so mysterious about? Wang Qi took it and flipped through. His expression underwent the same transformation as before. What the hell is this? He couldn't help cursing aloud. What is it? Zhang Xiaoqi frowned. See for yourself. This Zai Aaron rivals old Zhang. The title of disgrace of the Senate is going to land on his head. Zhang Xiaoqi's face turned ugly after reading. She set down the report and asked AI Jixin, Director AI, is this information reliable? Absolutely, AI Jixin confirmed. Of course, this is a private memorandum written by our tax special commissioner. It belongs to our bureau's internal documents. Whether it gets made public is in our hands unless the Senate decides to investigate, Wang Qi interjected. Exactly, AI Jixin nodded. If this document gets out, Zai Aaron is finished. He'll likely be dismissed and recalled immediately, then subjected to a hearing. I don't think immediate dismissal is likely. Zhang Xiaoqi shook her head. He's worked in Wuzhou for quite some time now and knows the local situation. Most likely he'll be retained temporarily, but being sidelined afterward is certain. No matter how it's handled, this ending probably won't be much better than old Zhang's. AI Jixin collapsed onto the sofa. The Senate hates people who make mistakes over women the most. Wang Qi coughed sharply, and AI Jixin immediately stopped elaborating. Zhang Xiaoqi frowned. We don't need to concern ourselves with what mistake he made. What about this memorandum? Wang Qi was silent for a long moment before speaking. Releasing this memorandum would be a heavy bomb. Zai Aaron would be completely finished. Personally, I believe incurring the illness to save the patient. He's been a qualified dispatched local senator. Talent is hard to come by. AI Jixin nodded. Currently, the Senate hasn't indicated they want to investigate him. In my view, we don't need to report this memorandum for now. Just archive it as a routine memo. These weekly reports arrive from everywhere anyway. Cooperation between locally dispatched senators and the Finance and Tax Bureau was generally pleasant. After all, they not only controlled fund allocation, but also bore responsibility for rebuilding the tax system for local governments. They were, in every sense, gods of wealth. From any angle, the Bureau had no reason to beat a drowning dog. I'm afraid this matter isn't so simple. Zhang Xiaoqi frowned. Don't forget, there are quite a few vertically managed departments in Wuzhou, especially the Political Security Bureau, with eyes and ears everywhere. They definitely have people in Wuzhou. By now, even more detailed reports have probably already reached Lingao. Whether they want to report is their business. We can't help it if they want to play the villain. AI Jixin spread his hands. It's just Zai Aaron's bad luck. In the end, this matter had no conflict of interest with the Finance and Tax Bureau. They had no grudge against Zai Aaron, nor any special friendship or stake involved. In my opinion, that old fox Zhao Mengsheng may not necessarily release the material, Wang Qi said thoughtfully. Perhaps he wants to bury it even more than we do. Oh, AI Jixin's interest was piqued. We actually know the situation in Wuzhou quite well. Wuzhou is just an empty shell right now. Wang Qi had long considered Wuzhou, the gateway between Liangguang, as one of the important growth points for Guangdong's fiscal revenue. He had been tracking developments there and knew the situation relatively well. Take the garrison, for example. It's supposedly a battalion configuration for Wuzhou plus a dedicated company. In reality, it was long ago fragmented and transferred piecemeal. Given Wuzhou's importance, what use is such meager military strength? Wang Qi continued. I needn't mention the rest. The Political Security Bureau didn't even establish a branch office there. They didn't take Wuzhou seriously at all. Speaking of which, Zai Aaron's capture was mainly due to insider infiltration. Isn't counterinfiltration and counterespionage the Political Security Bureau's job? Zhang Zioki said. In this matter, Zhao Mengsheng and Wu Mu were seriously derelict in their duties. Just unprofessional. What professional work can a few cosplay enthusiasts do? AI Jixin fired without restraint, puffing out his chest slightly as if to demonstrate that he was the professional. Professional or not, we wouldn't understand, but I get the sense their interest in counterespionage falls far below their enthusiasm for surveillance. Wang Qi spoke with a hint of sarcasm. He personally felt very uncomfortable about the Political Security Bureau, especially knowing they had hidden cadres planted among his Finance and Tax Bureau staff. Ordinarily, their discussion of this matter would have ended there, nothing more than a few people venting about the situation. But at that moment, Zhang Zioki's eyes suddenly lit up. This is actually an opportunity, both men asked in unison. What opportunity? End of chapter. Chapter 23:13, making use of the subject. Currently, most senators are dissatisfied with the Political Security Bureau deploying hidden cadres everywhere. But honestly, the previous few incidents failed to bring them down completely. Though they've been keeping a low profile since then, their work of placing hidden cadres hasn't stopped for a moment. Now this massive incident erupts in Wuzhou. Elder Zai certainly bears responsibility, but what about the Political Security Bureau? Isn't their responsibility even greater? Since this worthless bureau was established, there's been no achievements, only troubles. It should have been abolished long ago, otherwise, what's the point of having police? Wang Qi recognized his wife's borrowing a knife to kill mentality. He understood that while the Political Security Bureau was irritating, its status was transcendent, essentially uninvolved in the Senate's internal struggles. If they opened fire on the PSB now, leaving aside whatever trump cards the other side might hold, this would forge lasting enmity. From any angle, the PSB didn't impede the Finance and Tax Bureau's work, and Wu Mu in Guangzhou was quite cooperative with them. Going against them merely because of dislike, annoyance, or incompatible views was frankly a form of political infantilism. He coughed lightly. Just as he was about to speak, AI Jixin was already shaking his head vigorously. Director Zhang, this won't do. The PSB hasn't offended us. What benefit do we get from opposing them? It's pointless. Wang Qi quickly added, I agree, it's unnecessary. Many cases we handled in Guangzhou involved their coordination, and everyone cooperates pleasantly on various matters. If anyone's going to open fire, it should be those notorious troublemakers in the Senate who go first. We'll just nudge things from the sidelines. Zhang Zioki had been acting on impulse. Thinking it through now, it wasn't appropriate. When Chu Zioran committed suicide back then, Wu Mu's side had been very cooperative. If she took the lead in stabbing them now, leaving aside what Zhao Mengsheng and others would think, other senators would also feel chilled seeing it. Since that's the case, how about leaking some relevant content to Shan Liang and the others? No, there's no need. Wang Qi shook his head. A goose leaves a sound when it passes. Someone will definitely leak these reports to them actively. We don't need to do it ourselves. That works too. AI Jixin nodded. Since that's settled, let's just archive it and pretend we don't know anything. Wang Qi suddenly remembered something and asked his wife, "You mentioned last time that much of the PSB's funding goes through off-budget special channels. Guangdong must also have such allocations, right?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaoqi nodded. "Essentially everything in Guangdong goes through special funding channels. Has it all been dispersed?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaoqi found the question strange. What use is there in keeping that money sitting in the account? Besides, the PSB's funding in Guangdong is already quite small. Personnel costs alone take up most of it. It's good that it's been dispersed. Wang Qi muttered to himself. "I'm afraid there's going to be a major storm in the Senate." Sure enough, as Zai Aaron's report passed up through the layers, every senator who read it was shocked. A prefectural city had been raided and breached, and a senator had been temporarily captured, a groundbreaking first since D-Day. Although the overall situation had suffered little lasting damage, many people recognized the deeper problems this exposed. For the entire Liangguang campaign, from a purely military perspective, the Vault Army had been unstoppable, splitting bamboo, invincible, conquering everything. Since entering August, they had not only taken the whole province of Guangdong, achieving the campaign's goals, but progress in Guangxi had also been rapid. Two-thirds of the prefectures and counties under regular official rule established by the Ming Dynasty in Guangxi had been occupied. The rest, held by a handful of Ming troops, were merely lingering. Though Xing Wenken's situation remained unknown, his life or death was now meaningless to the war. Tusi and parts of the Liangguang region had already sent envoys to the Senate expressing submission. Even the bandit riots and Yao rebellions that had once erupted everywhere showed signs of easing under timely suppression. Although battles in various locations had not subsided, overall, no Ming army or other force possessed the capability to threaten the entire Liangguang strategy. But beneath this brilliant exterior lay increasingly weak logistical support, and military strength and cadres diluted across vast territories. Now, whether it was Zai Yazhu commanding operations, Bai Wei sitting in Guangzhou responsible for security across both provinces, or Hong Huangnan handling logistics, all deeply understood what the Japanese devils experienced in China, the Soviet army in Afghanistan, and the Americans in Iraq. The battle line was stretched too long, transportation and resupply too weak, military strength too scarce. At almost any point, the South China Army found itself with insufficient troops. In the rear, large numbers of National Army squadrons, hastily formed to fill gaps, were routed and severely damaged in batches. Though a core of excellent units had been forged through fire, the loss of personnel and equipment was undeniably real. The occupied cities, lacking sufficient cadres and garrison troops, mostly struggled to carry out any meaningful work and could only protect themselves. This meant many newly occupied areas not only failed to provide resources, but actually consumed them in massive quantities. The Wuzhou incident was merely representative of the Senate's current predicament in Liangguang. This was as clear to Wen Daci in Guangdong as it was to Wang Liuobin, Ma Qianju, and Wu Du in Lingao. In my view, the war situation in Liangguang is starting to resemble Iraq. In a conference room of the Guangdong regional government, Bai Wei frowned. "Let's not jinx ourselves," Wen Daci said. "In my opinion, it's time to end this war with some dignity," Hong Huangnan remarked. "President Wen, if you say that, the war hawks in the Senate will definitely slap a surrender faction label on you. To be honest, if Changzhen were willing to negotiate peace with us right now, I wouldn't oppose it. At least during negotiations we wouldn't have to fight and the army could catch its breath. If we keep fighting like this, troop consumption is too severe," Wen Daci said. "We aren't barbarians. What meaning does chopping off more heads have for us? The Ming army isn't the problem now. The key is that our battle line is stretched too thin," Bai Wei explained. The number of National Army Squadron designations we've authorized has exceeded 300, far surpassing the Plan 150, and even so, every location keeps requesting more security forces. He paused. However, that's not the biggest problem. What worries me more is the Senate itself. Another uproar. Wendacy nodded. Needless to say, some people who thrive on chaos will get excited again. Those present naturally understood whom Wendacy meant. Zai Aaron is nothing, Wendacy continued. He poked this hole, he probably understands that. It's not difficult for us to send another capable senator to clean up Wuzhou's mess. At worst, things won't deteriorate further. However, I suspect he didn't tell the whole truth. You mean? I've learned through certain channels that the circumstances of Zai Aaron's capture are quite complex. These details aren't currently in his report. I worry that once this news spreads, the Senate won't just see an uproar, it'll be a tidal wave. The senators present knew very well that if things were stirred up and the root of the Wuzhou incident was dug deep, almost none of them would escape untouched. Not just those present, even Zai Yazhu on the front lines and numerous ministries in Guangzhou and Lingao would all get dragged in. We cannot let people exploit this situation to push their own agendas. Beiwei frowned. The atmosphere in the Senate has become too toxic, a glass-hearted mentality that can't tolerate a grain of sand. The current situation is probably more complicated than before, Hong Huangnan said. Actually, I'm not too worried about those few named opposition members. What concerns me more is that certain forces might use this as an excuse to completely repudiate the national policy of marching north to the mainland and capturing Liangguang. You mean the southbound faction? Liu Xiang interjected. The so-called southbound faction had been advocating since before the landing for the Senate to invest resources in Southeast Asia, developing colonies to acquire the region's rich natural resources. This call had always existed, of course, but after the mainland strategy began, the southbound faction's public opinion offensive had grown increasingly fierce, recruiting supporters everywhere. Undoubtedly, they would absolutely not let go of this excellent opportunity. Exactly, Hong Huangnan confirmed. Some days ago, they besieged Si Kaid at a Senate hearing, leaving him thoroughly humiliated. Their intention is too obvious. Now that Zai Aaron's matter has come to light, I'm afraid they'll use this to repudiate the northbound plan entirely. Ridiculous. We bled and sweated to conquer Liangguang, and a few senators sitting comfortably in the rear want to repudiate it. Who do they think they are? Beiwei said angrily. Old Bei, whether they have the right is another matter. Right now, the Wuzhou incident is definitely a major scandal. Though Zai Aaron is safe, who knows how many people in the Senate are waiting to devour his flesh. Let's first think about how to weather this storm. Old Hong, I think you're worrying too much, Liu Xiang said. The northbound plan originally had the occupation of all Liangguang as its endpoint. No matter how much fuss they make, what can they do? We're not going to retreat entirely back to Hainan, are we? I don't think anyone has the guts to say that. Mayor Liu, you've been too comfortable as mayor and know too little about the current situation in Lingao, Hong Huangnan said. Giving up Liangguang is naturally impossible, but using the enormous cost of the Liangguang strategy as an excuse to halt construction in Liangguang, that's the most serious consequence this matter could bring. What? Liu Xiang had been dreaming of becoming the governor of the capital, scheming about his greater Guangzhou plans in his mind. Old Hong's words were like a basin of ice water poured over his head. Presumably you're aware that the Government Administration Council proposed shifting the construction focus to the Pearl River Delta region after the Liangguang strategy concluded, specifically including relocating the Senate capital to Guangzhou entirely and transferring part of industrial production. There was considerable resistance within the Senate at the time. Although these senators aren't southbound faction, they would be happy to use this opportunity to veto the capital relocation and industrial transfer. At this juncture, they may very well merge forces. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 14, tangled relationships, capital relocation, and industrial transfer had been topics of debate in the Senate ever since the recovery of Guangzhou. From a developmental perspective, basing operations on the mainland was the Senate's established national policy. Hainan had only ever been a springboard. Leaving Hainan would be the first true step in the Senate's journey. However, unlike those senators whose minds were filled with grand plans, many didn't want to leave Lingao. 10 years after landing, Lingao had become a de facto hometown. It held everything they were familiar with, their comfort nest. Moreover, relocating meant moving most of the medical staff from Lingao General Hospital, and everyone trusted the senator doctors and nurses far more than the accomplished disciples they had trained. After considerable negotiation and discussion, a compromise was finally reached. Administrative departments would move to Guangzhou, while core industrial departments currently in Lingao would remain. Besides the industrial senators not wanting to move, the already installed equipment wasn't suited for frequent dismantling and relocation. Educational institutions and research departments established in Lingao would also stay. After all, Lingao was considerably safer than Guangzhou. Only the health system, which concerned senators' vital interests, received a split decision. Some personnel and equipment would relocate to Guangzhou, while others would remain in Lingao under Shi Niaoran's leadership to continue serving the senators. Originally, a fragile consensus had been reached on this matter, but relocating the capital and transferring industry would inevitably consume significant resources, which would necessarily affect allocations to the southbound faction. Therefore, to compete for resources, the southbound faction had recently begun constantly attacking the Liangguang policy, arguing that the strategy and governance of Liangguang were entirely wasteful, yielding only vast tracts of low-yield farmland and a massive illiterate population, bringing only burdens rather than benefits to the Senate. This argument had once run rampant in the Senate, especially since the supply of non-ferrous metals and oil had remained unresolved for so long. Many industrial senators had thrown themselves into the southbound faction's embrace. After all, compared to Liangguang, which could only address coal and iron resources, the allure of various non-ferrous metals and oil in Southeast Asia was far greater. The shift in the industrial sector's political winds had greatly boosted the southbound faction's momentum. Even Zhan Wuya was tempted. At a government administration council meeting, he raised the question of whether to undertake limited resource extraction in Southeast Asia, particularly regarding the oil supply issue that had long plagued the chemical industry. Zhan Wuya's offhand suggestion immediately triggered a chain reaction. For a time, remarks like Liangguang is insufficient to rely on, and going south is the empire's lifeline became fashionable in the Senate, their influence so great that momentum built toward changing the Senate's strategic layout. Extensive debates erupted within the Senate over resource allocation, where to focus efforts, and what actions to take after the Liangguang War concluded. Both sides engaged in constant verbal battles, from the Senator BBS to the Senate conference room, with memorandums flying everywhere over where to invest resources. Of course, up to now, the southbound faction had not achieved decisive victory. All parties remained deadlocked. The southbound faction thinks resources will just fall into their hands the moment they start developing Nanyang. How can it be that simple? Minister Hong lit a Sanya Lily Sharpel cigar. I just have to laugh. Can mining resources on tropical islands in Southeast Asia happen without a construction cycle of 5 to 8 years? They're devouring empty promises with gusto. Liu Xiang coughed. Personally, he didn't entirely approve of rash expansion when cadres and finances were insufficient, especially expansion on the mainland. So he was somewhat inclined toward the southbound faction's idea of securing resources first. But seeing the southbound faction seemingly intent on abandoning Liangguang construction, that ran far from his interests. Still, Old Hong's words were too harsh. He felt obliged to offer some defense. Whether it's an empty promise doesn't really matter. Isn't marching north to Shandong, Tianjin, and Jiangnan also an empty promise? The industrial sector won't benefit from that either. Ultimately, any direction has its pros and cons. Ideally, we'd bloom on all fronts, but let's be honest, we're pauper imperialists, comparable to the Japanese. If we're being serious, we're not even as good as the Japanese. When Daisy waved his hand. Whether we go south or north are both strategic decisions for the Senate. As long as the General Assembly passes it, we as senators should resolutely execute it. So there's no need to debate specific strategic directions. What matters is minimizing the negative impact of the Wuzhou incident on the Senate. Liu Xiang pondered for a moment before speaking. My suggestion is to end the Liangguang campaign as quickly as possible. After completing occupation of the regular official rule areas controlled by the Ming government, halt large-scale vault army military operations. Continue reorganizing and expanding the national army, and focus first on ensuring security and tax collection in occupied areas. As for deeper governance, that can be postponed. After all, we truly lack administrative cadres. Without allocating more than 7 cadres per 1,000 population, achieving anything substantial in one stroke is impossible. Everyone present expressed agreement. As for capital and industrial relocation, since it concerns the century-long plan, it should continue moving forward. Additionally, beyond Guangzhou, select a few prefectures and counties in the Pearl River Delta and locations where we can effectively project power as templates for deep governance. Concentrate strength on exemplary administration. Cadre staffing can be over-allocated. These locations will serve as training bases for administrative cadres. Establish more schools in Guangzhou. We can't rely solely on Fangqiati for training. We can't wait that long. I suggest establishing schools in Guangzhou roughly equivalent to Fangqiati's level. Recruit local students and students from across Liangguang as reserves for building the region. The Guangzhou civil service exam should be held annually, and the candidate pool can also expand to Liangguang. To accommodate candidates from Guangxi, exam sites can be established in Wuzhou, Guilin, or Nanyang. Admitted civil servants can be sent to the Guangzhou Cadre Academy for unified training. After expounding his administrative philosophy, Liu Xiang finally said, "As for Zai Aaron's problem, I suggest we avoid digging too deeply. Just handle it according to the stance in his report." "I agree, although very reluctantly," Bei Wei said with evident frustration. He was so undisciplined, pursuing only personal preferences and pleasures. Not to mention harming the people, the damage to our cause is simply irreparable. Especially our standing in the hearts of naturalized citizens. This time it will suffer yet another discount. When Daisy sighed quite helplessly, he was actually rescued by naturalized citizens. This Luo Yangming deserves a death of 1,000 cuts. All right, President Wen, don't engage in that myth-making nonsense, Hong Huangnan said. You know better than I what kind of creatures populate the Senate. Naturalized citizens' worship of senators will collapse sooner or later. Without Luo Yangming this time, if Zai Aaron had actually been captured and presented to Changzhen, our troubles would have been enormous. What's so difficult about that? When Daisy sniffed and smiled. Nothing more than Changzhen using him to threaten us or chopping off his head after presenting the captive at the Meridian Gate to humiliate us. We simply announce that Zai Aaron isn't a senator. Liu Xiang couldn't help saying, President Wen, isn't that too ruthless? If I had the power, I would announce right now that Zai Aaron isn't a senator. When Daisy waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough angry talk. Bei Wei interrupted their banter. What do you think of Mayor Liu's suggestion? My opinion is the opposite of yours, when Daisy said. The other three were startled. Liu Xiang asked urgently, why? Didn't you read this Wuzhou highlights? If I'm guessing correctly, it's from his own hand. Honestly, I understand blame shifting, it's human nature. But his version shifts the blame onto resource allocation. Look at these objective factors he raises. They're all caused by insufficient resources. Precisely because insufficient resources caused such a situation, We need to increase investment further. No, no. In the mouths of the southbound faction this becomes, knowing resources were insufficient yet still forcefully pushing the Liangguang strategy, placing senators in extreme danger, nearly causing irreparable results. What do you think of this charge? Liu Xiang drew a sharp breath. I overlooked that. He had only been thinking about the currently ascendant southbound faction, forgetting there was still the senator supremacy faction in the Senate, eternally vigilant that senatorial power is sacred and inviolable. If they followed Zai Aaron's framing, Shan Liang and others could seize this as a weapon for making trouble. This wasn't like the maid allocation controversy. This threatened senators' personal safety. Once incited, the consequences would be unimaginable. In that case, we can only be sorry to Elder Zai, Director Hong said slowly. We needn't rush on this matter. I suspect many senators holding relevant material are waiting for the right moment to make their move. Let's first see how they plan to play it. Wen Daisy said. Our primary task now is cleaning up the mess in Wuzhou. Who should we send to replace him? No one for now, Wen Daisy said. First, no senator knows Wuzhou's situation better than him. Sending someone new would require at least a month just to get oriented. The current situation in Wuzhou isn't suited for changing commanders mid-battle. Second, although the Guangdong region has authority to select and appoint administrative chiefs for cities and counties, he was appointed by the organization department. Dismissing him like this has no procedural problem, but it's inappropriate, disrespectful to the Senate. Should we send someone to assist him? Liu Xiang asked. Then replace him after results are achieved. That's acceptable, Wen Daisy nodded. But there's no rush. The most urgent matter now is projecting more military power to Wuzhou. Bai Wei, can you mobilize new troops? There are new troops. We have surrendered Ming army soldiers being retrained in Hong Kong. Several new squadrons have completed retraining. They're much stronger than those hastily cobbled together to plug holes before. However, they were originally intended for northern Guangdong. Northern Guangdong can wait. Huang Kao and the others can hold the overall situation. Send 2 squadrons to Wuzhou first. Have them depart immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 23:15. Several pieces of good news. The arrival of grain and troops quickly settled the people of Wuzhou. At Zhao Fengshan's urging, Zai Aaron made several public appearances, including a special visit to the Dragon Mother Temple to cultivate an atmosphere of the Dragon Mother protects Wuzhou. Wuzhou followed suit as usual. 7 or 8 days after the riot, victory reports also arrived from Guangxi. The Vault Army had occupied Nanyang. With this, the Left Route Army's Guangxi strategy was essentially complete. Except for former Ming Dynasty bonded areas controlled by Tusi and some remote places inaccessible by water, most prefectures and counties under regular official rule had been occupied, and Guangxi's main water transportation was restored. Shortly after capturing Nanyang, Zhu Mingxia immediately proclaimed to merchants throughout the province that all waterway channels were now open for navigation. Whether goods backlogged before the war or goods currently in hand, as long as you're willing to transport them west to Wuzhou, warships and soldiers will escort you along the entire route without taking a penny. Not only were inland river fleet ships sent for escort, but empty vessels from the joint logistics fleet returning west also offered cargo space at reduced prices. Strategic materials, such as grain, were transported free of charge. As a result, local products and grain originally stockpiled in Guangxi began flowing toward Guangdong. By custom, most Guangxi merchants sold their goods upon reaching Wuzhou. So the restoration of water transportation was like a shot of adrenaline for the merchants and citizens who had fallen into depression, especially the owners and managers of the Peace Code Guild. One could only imagine their excitement when they saw civilian boats arriving from the upper reaches of the West River. Zai Aaron and Zhao Fengshan remained indifferent to the changes brought by the improving situation. They had too many matters demanding their attention. First was the case. After Kai Lan was escorted back to the Earth God Temple for custody, She was bullied and tormented daily by 2 female wardens, especially through verbal humiliation. Finally unable to endure it any longer, she swallowed gold and died. Upon hearing of her death, Zhang Erjun breathed a secret sigh of relief. After sending a coroner to verify the body, he found nuns from a local nunnery and commissioned them to handle the funeral arrangements. Don't be too frugal with the funeral. Select a proper coffin to see her off. Zhang Erjun followed Zhao Fengshan's instructions. After encoffining, don't bury the coffin immediately. Keep it for half a year first. If there's no news after half a year, choose auspicious ground for burial. The nuns took the silver and went about their duties. Zhang Erjun breathed another sigh of relief and went immediately to report to Zhao Fengshan. She's dead, he said excitedly, without any tampering. Zhao Fengshan didn't smile. Instead, he sighed heavily. We've done something with a guilty conscience. Even at a public trial, she couldn't have escaped death, Zhang Erjun offered. That's true enough, but what we did can't be brought into the light. It violates rule by law. Zhao Fengshan sighed again. When I was in the administrative training class, the chief taught us that, regardless of motive or intention, our actions must be above board and able to withstand scrutiny. Don't think the law ties our hands. The law is protective armor for people like us. Seeing Zhang Erjun's expression of complete incomprehension, he realized the man couldn't grasp these concepts and saying more was pointless. So he asked instead, how are the follow-up matters arranged? Zhang Erjun immediately recounted the arrangements for Kai Lan's funeral. Zhao Fengshan nodded and asked, what about those 2 female wardens? Zhang Erjun was startled. I told them to return to their duties. Those 2 cannot stay. Zhao Fengshan whispered, taking 2 small bundles from his drawer. Each bundle contains 20 taels of silver. Tell them to take the silver and move out of Wuzhou with their families as soon as possible. Live incognito from now on, never return to Wuzhou. Make sure to frighten them a bit. The management of retained personnel was strict on entry but loose on exit. Although there was vetting upon hiring, leaving wasn't rigorous. Some resigned formally, while plenty simply vanished without notice. With the regime's instability and unpredictable war situation in recent months, personnel turnover had been significant. 2 female wardens running away wouldn't raise eyebrows. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Sweat poured down Zhang Erjun's forehead. He thought to himself that following regulations in the past earned no good, yet following the chief's wishes now was equally nerve-wracking. He truly didn't know what was best. After Zhang Erjun left, Zhao Fengshan studied the seal script on the 2 cipher seals lying on his table once more. Thus far, the local police in Wuzhou hadn't discovered their origin. Managers and staff from several seal carving shops in the city had been summoned to examine them, but none could identify the specific craftsman. However, they unanimously agreed these 2 seals hadn't come from ordinary seal carving shops. They had likely been privately carved by some commercial establishment. For private carving, the material can be kept secret, and the carving method differs from outside work. The shop controls it internally, so outsiders can't forge copies, one manager reported. In that case, which shops in Wuzhou carve cipher seals themselves? That would be quite a few. At minimum, the local Peace Code Guild and substantial major shops all do it. Smaller establishments have little silver deposited and no large accounts, so they generally don't bother. Within Wuzhou City, the substantial firms that carved their own cipher seals numbered perhaps 30 or 40 at most, so the identification scope had narrowed considerably. Zhao Fengshan sent people to invite prominent figures from the local Chamber of Commerce, having them examine the seals to see if anyone could identify which family they belonged to, or at least which trade they likely pertained to. Rapid footsteps sounded from outside, Luo Yangming's footsteps, always this hurried. Yet somehow listening to them brought reassurance. What could be so urgent? Zhao Fengshan's heart tensed again. Luo Yangming hurried in for good reason. He had just received an urgent letter through Political Security's secret channel. He burst in and sat opposite Zhao Fengshan without time for pleasantries, lingering alarm on his face. Yangming, what's wrong? Is there an emergency? Disaster, Luo Yangming said urgently. A great disaster. What disaster? Zhao Fengshan's expression changed. Given his profession, Luo Yangming not only spoke cautiously but typically maintained an impassive demeanor. It was rare to see him rattled. For him to be this agitated, the matter was clearly serious. Plague cases found in Guangzhou, Luo Yangming whispered. What? Zhao Fengshan nearly leapt to his feet. During his training in the administrative training class, there had been a special course on local administrative health and epidemic prevention work, focusing on the spread and prevention of several severe infectious diseases. So he was no stranger to the plague. Don't get excited, be careful the news doesn't spread. Luo Yangming lowered his voice. This just arrived. The official document will probably be a few days behind. The Political Security Bureau's secret channel had very high priority, often reaching destinations before official documents. What's the specific situation? Cases were found during beggar repatriation and sheltering at the docks a few days ago. Since there are cases, I'm afraid the plague has already spread. In the coming wave, Guangzhou will likely see many deaths, Luo Yangming said. The PSB ordered me to monitor visitors from Guangzhou and Wuzhou. Zhao Fengshan nodded silently and whispered, This is truly terrible luck. The Senate is now under attack from front and rear. Indeed. Fortunately, Guangxi is roughly pacified militarily now. As long as Guangzhou controls the epidemic and prevents it from spreading outward, it will naturally subside in a few months. Even so, if Guangzhou has problems, our commerce here, which has only just begun recovering, will probably suffer another heavy blow. I don't think it'll be too serious. After all, what's coming from Guangxi is mostly grain, which the Planning Commission urgently needs. Luo Yangming said. What's being transported to Guangxi is mainly salt, produced in the salt fields of Hebei and Hainan, completely unrelated to Guangzhou. That's reassuring to hear. Zhao Fengshan thought to himself that, although plague had broken out in Guangzhou, this should actually count as a blessing for Chief Zai. At present, the Senate probably wouldn't have the bandwidth to investigate his affair. After another half-year, the situation might be entirely different. How could Luo Yangming know the calculations running through Zhao Fengshan's mind? He said, though Guangzhou is far from us, we should begin preparatory work. The preparatory work amounted to setting up quarantine zones, conducting inspections on personnel from Guangzhou, and inevitably launching a rat extermination campaign. We can start preparing these things now. After all, Wuzhou is a major water and land terminal for Liangguang. Normally merchants gather here. There's no guarantee no one comes from Guangzhou. Come to think of it, with the war disrupting traffic and commerce across Liangguang these past months, that's actually been a blessing in disguise. You're right, Zhao Fengshan nodded. I'll go report to Chief Zai immediately and get this handled. Just as they were speaking, a naturalized cadre entered, placed an envelope on the table, and whispered a few words in Zhao Fengshan's ear. Zhao Fengshan nodded slightly and said, You may go. He opened the envelope and poured out 2 cipher seals. These 2 seals have been identified. Oh, Luo Yangming's interest was piqued. Which family? Ruijin Tang Silk Shop. The Jiang families, Luo Yangming feigned surprise. In fact, he had more or less guessed. Since Jiang Qiuchen was deeply implicated in this case, her maiden family might also be involved. Correct. Several people from the Chamber of Commerce and the Aftermath Bureau examined them and said they should be theirs. Zhao Fengshan spoke playfully while watching Luo Yangming. I originally thought Jiang Qiuchen was merely used. It seems the waters in her family run deeper than expected. When they had discussed the case, Luo Yangming had more or less deliberately tried to exonerate Jiang Qiuchen. On one hand, it was at his wife's request. On the other, he also felt Jiang Qiuchen had a pitiable background and no malicious intent, quite different from the deliberate actions of Kai Lan and the others. Originally, they had reached a certain tacit understanding about clearing Jiang Qiuchen's name, but now that new evidence had emerged, Luo Yangming knew this matter could no longer remain ambiguous. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 16 Thoughts of Various Parties. Since it involves her maiden family, we should still investigate thoroughly. The losses at Sanhezu were too great. There must be an accounting. Everything must be investigated clearly. Luo Yangming immediately stated his position. This Jiang Rongxian is quite cunning. When we detained him for questioning, he put on a show of apprehension and fear, crying bitterly, yet didn't confess a single crucial detail. Zhao Fengshan continued. If we hadn't traced the seals today, he probably would have slipped through, and that illicit fortune would have remained in their hands. Luo Yangming recognized that Zhao Fengshan was setting the tone for the Jiang family. However, leadership might suppress first then praise, or praise first then suppress, so there was no need to rush to a position. Thus he responded lukewarmly. Merchants have always sought only profit. That's been true since ancient times. Zhao Fengshan couldn't read Luo Yangming's intent. His plan was to make a major issue of this, pushing the primary blame for the Wuzhou riot onto Jiang Yaogong and Liu Yaowang. That made the Jiang siblings important witnesses. Needless to say, once the case proceeded along this path, the Jiang siblings' fate required no asking. Jiang Qiuchun was already deeply implicated, and now her elder brother was clearly involved too. Though they might not lose their lives, the Jiang family was essentially finished. However, Luo Yangming had previously shown intention to protect Jiang Qiuchun. After all, he was a hidden cadre of the Political Security Bureau, and his reports could go straight to Lingao. Although this was business, Chief Zai had too many vulnerabilities here. Though Luo Yangming had just stated investigate to the end, if he defied Zai's wishes too much, a report sent up could at worst sideline Chief Zai. But he, the chief secretary, would have to answer to Fu Yaodi. He calculated briefly. Luo Yangming was mainly protecting Jiang Qiuchun, probably at his wife's request. There shouldn't be much involvement with the Jiang family's interests. For Liu Yaowang's case, it seems we can only start investigating from the Jiang family. Zhao Fengshan said, Jiang Qiuchun is a married daughter. She probably has little say in family affairs. Her case and her brother's can be handled separately. Luo Yangming nodded. You're right. Zhao Fengshan glanced at his watch. It's getting late. I'll go arrange the public trial rally. That's quite an undertaking too. Ever since Ye Haoran agreed to cooperate, the Australians had granted him some preferential treatment, solitary confinement, treatment for his wounds, and relatively superior food. Sitting idle in his cell, he received a visit from Zhao Fengshan, who carried the 4 treasures of the study. Is the gentleman well? My body is quite well now. Ye Haoran sneered. Many thanks for showing mercy. Not at all. Zhao Fengshan placed the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. This is simply each serving his master. Presumably the gentleman understands. Winners become kings, losers become bandits. It has always been thus. Ye Haoran was silent for a long moment before asking, where is Kai Lan now? She has already martyred herself. Zhao Fengshan said, I've arranged to handle her funeral properly. The gentleman need not worry. Good. Ye Haoran looked up and sighed. Originally he had felt little affection for Kai Lan and little remorse for dragging her into this, always regarding her as someone who should die. But hearing now that she had taken her own life, guilt arose spontaneously in his heart, a bitter fated woman. Though the Australian's unprincipled attack had caused her displacement, in the end it was he who had personally driven her to death. No matter how many books of sages and worthies Ye Haoran had read, he couldn't silence his own conscience. As for the entire Luo Yangming family, naturally there's no issue. Even his position in the Aftermath Bureau hasn't been touched. As for Jiang Qiuchun, she was merely used by you and Kai Lan. It was an unintentional fault. After the public trial, some punishment is inevitable, but she won't suffer severely. In these matters we are trustworthy. Many thanks for your trouble, Mr. Zhao. Ye Haoran nodded calmly in acknowledgement. I wonder how many days this student has remaining. 3 to 5 days. This student's confession hasn't been written yet. Ye Haoran said, is there a draft? Zhao Fengshan had come specifically for this purpose. His earlier courtesies had served this end. Seeing Ye Haoran cooperating so readily, he produced the draft from his pocket. Simply copy according to the draft. Yehaoren unfolded it and couldn't help but sniff disdainfully. From Zhao Fengshan's bearing and conversation, he had assumed the man was a scholar. Unexpectedly, not only was the calligraphy crooked and clumsy, but the prose was crude as well. This student's confession cannot be written this way, Yehaoren said with a hint of pride. Allow me to rewrite it. He fetched water to grind ink, picked up the brush, and polished the confession according to its content, producing an entirely new version. Take it. Zhao Fengshan examined it. Not only was the calligraphy beautiful, but the writing was elegant. He read through it briefly. Apart from several metaphors and allusions he couldn't understand, the meaning was entirely clear and didn't differ from his draft in any substance. The gentleman indeed possesses great talent. Zhao Fengshan complimented him, putting away both the written confession and the original draft. He told Yehaoren that if he had any final words, he might as well write them down. If he wished to write a testament to his family, the Australians could attempt to deliver it for him. Is this student permitted to write anything? Of course, Zhao Fengshan said. Presumably the gentleman still has much to say, you might as well leave it all. Perhaps in the future, someone will understand the gentleman's intentions. After Zhao Fengshan bid farewell and departed, Yehaoren's thoughts surged. Though he didn't understand why Zhao Fengshan had given him paper and brush, he indeed felt the urge to record what he had seen, heard, and contemplated. Yehaoren had spent many years in Liaodong and had followed Sun Chengzong, so he could be called well-informed. Yet he had rarely felt moved to write about Liaodong affairs. Instead, these few years on Qingwenken's staff, especially the days after meeting Jiang Xuo, had given him much to reflect upon. The Australians were merely a handful of overseas barbarians of unknown origin. This claim of being descendants of the Great Song, anyone with a modicum of knowledge would scoff at it. If forced to say they were descendants of Huazia, perhaps that could fit. After all, they had the appearance of common Huazia people, spoke Chinese that was comprehensible despite strange pronunciation, and wrote Chinese characters. Though their Chinese characters weren't even as good as those written by a few Koreans Yehaoren had encountered in the capital. Yet just such a small handful of people, relying on a great iron ship, had conquered cities and seized land in just 10 years, repeatedly defeating government forces. By now they could sweep across Liangguang, faintly surpassing the eastern barbarians and roving bandits to become the imperial court's #1 threat. Ever since arriving under Governor Xiong, this had always seemed incredible to him. Speaking of the eastern barbarians, Old Nu had once been the Dragon Tiger General ennobled by the great Ming, a local tyrant in Jianzhou, long sheltered by Li Qingliang. Though he had raised the flag of rebellion and explicitly founded a state, how the eastern barbarians rose and succeeded held no mystery for someone like Yehaoren who had lived in Liaodong for so long. Whether Old Nu or the current Huang Taiji, though their systems had unique aspects, they mostly imitated the great Ming, copying the gourd. But these Kuns coming from the sea were different. In them, Yehaoren could not see even half a shadow of the great Ming, let alone the great Song. Though Yehaoren had strong interest in the Kun thieves, he couldn't find the door for a long time. Whether rumors, Australian goods, or Australian books, none could give him a definitive answer. Only upon meeting Jiang Xuo was the door to understanding the Australians truly opened. Though Jiang Xuo was illiterate and had spent a long time in the penal colony among the Australians, his experiences exceeded those of many naturalized citizens. From him, Yehaoren learned many deeds and systems of the Australians, and came to roughly understand how the Kun thieves governed the people, and what those fake Kuns who willingly attached themselves to the Kuns actually thought. He had long wished to record with his brush what he had heard and contemplated about the Kun thieves. Now, this was probably his last chance. Thinking this, he sat at the table and picked up his brush. The formal report of the Wuzhou incident finally arrived in Lingao after the plague report. Because news of the plague outbreak in Guangzhou was so explosive, it instantly captured the attention of nearly all senators. Consequently, the Wuzhou incident report sat delayed in the Senate for several days before being raised for discussion. Perhaps because the news was so impactful, and senators immersed in the enormous threat of the plague hadn't yet recovered, the Senate seemed completely dazed when this matter was brought up. Perhaps knowing the matter was significant, and fearing that hasty opinions might be seized as ammunition by opponents, the various factions in the Senate actually refrained from rushing to state positions, offering only safe platitudes of serious concern. In the end, the only resolution the Senate reached regarding this matter was to immediately establish a Wuzhou incident investigation team to travel to Wuzhou and investigate the sequence of events. However, on the crucial question of who would serve as investigator, all parties debated considerably. Finally, it was decided that this thorny case would be investigated by Jizin. After all, he had handled the Maid disturbance back then, and all parties were satisfied with his integrity and conclusions. Because this matter also involved the insider issue, the Political Security Bureau sent Chen Beibin, who had served in internal investigation work at the Hangzhou station, to assist. After all, the handling of the Hangzhou station affair had also been quite delicate. Though Chen Beibin wasn't responsible for drawing the final conclusion, everyone was generally satisfied with his investigation, and he was considered an uncontroversial figure. Presumably, you can also see that the inside story of the Wuzhou incident is probably not that simple. Xiao Zishan invited Jizin for tea and a chat at the general office before his departure. Indeed not simple, but not so complicated as to be unfathomable, Jizin said frankly. I think, on the contrary, many people are viewing the matter as too complicated. Perhaps. Xiao Zishan nodded in agreement. Right now everyone knows not to express opinions easily. Even Shan Liang and the others are waiting to see which way the wind blows. They think too much, so naturally they hesitate. Jizin smiled slightly. Actually, this matter is nothing special. No matter how everyone calculates and weighs, there is always only one truth. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 17. Danzhou Development Seminar hundreds of kilometers from Lingao, along the shores of Danzhou Bay. A storm was sweeping across the land. Surging dark clouds shrouded the sky as torrential rain mixed with lightning and thunder poured down upon the earth. The leveled ground was washed away, and fierce winds tore at the straw mats and tarpaulins barely covering the stored materials, sending them spiraling into the air like kites. The sea surged under the gale, crashing against the coastline. Fortunately, Danzhou Bay was an inner sea, and the waves had weakened considerably by the time they reached shore. But even so, the several H-800 freighters docked at Yangpu Wharf were tossed about on the swells like toys. Less than 1 kilometer from Yangpu Wharf, several container huts still stood erect against the storm. The branches and leaves that had originally shaded them from the sun had long been scattered to unknown places. Rainwater that couldn't drain quickly enough gathered at the containers' bases. The containers themselves had been raised on stones, temporarily escaping the flood, but the equipment and goods in the yard couldn't avoid the disaster. Through the wind and rain, one could barely make out a few black characters on a wooden sign hanging in front of one container hut. Danzhou Industrial Park Construction General Headquarters. Indeed, this was the key project of the second 5-year plan, the Danzhou Industrial Park. The Danzhou Industrial Park wasn't a single factory, nor merely a few factories. It was an entire chemical industry system. To describe it simply, a chemical industrial park. In other words, the crude chemical enterprises the Senate had cobbled together since D-Day would undergo comprehensive integration and upgrading here. Not only would they begin producing many chemical products they hadn't dared even contemplate before, but they would also achieve a leapfrog increase in output of basic chemical categories that were currently pitifully small and could only rely on constant low-level repetitive construction. In the long term, this location would also develop industries such as petroleum refining, pharmaceuticals, and related machinery manufacturing. The ambitions were vast. Reading the description of Danzhou's industrial future drafted by the Chemical Industry Department was enough to set one's heart racing with excitement and infinite yearning. But at present, the Danzhou Industrial Park consisted of nothing more than these few container huts. Construction of the industrial park had begun almost simultaneously with the Senate's launch of the mainland strategy. Yet compared to the army's momentum, splitting bamboo, invincible, the industrial park's construction was struggling. The reason was simply insufficient resources. True, the Senate had launched this project to solve the resource problem, but before any project could generate returns, it required significant resource input. The second five-year plan was quite ambitious. Although some obviously unrealistic projects had been paused, according to senators' suggestions and actual conditions before launch, the Planning Commission still faced a situation of too many monks and too little gruel. On one side was the rollout of the second five-year plan. On the other was the enormous expense of the Liangguang battlefield. Large amounts of productive capacity were occupied by military production, and the occupation of transport capacity also slowed material circulation. This caused substantial reductions in investment and materials allocated to industry and agriculture. 2 months after construction began on the Danzhou Industrial Park, by the third month, work stoppages due to delayed materials had already appeared. The senators who had originally arrived ambitious and prepared to accomplish great things in Danzhou could only gather in the container huts with nothing to do but curse. High-level government administration council leaders, from Ma Qianzhu to Wuzhou to Ziyazhu to Chengdong, none escaped their venom. Seeing the project wasn't going smoothly, Tietou figured that rather than letting everyone congregate just to curse, they might as well do something else. So he convened a seminar for the main backbone personnel of the chemical industry in Danzhou. Since it was a seminar, the natural focus was relaxation, letting everyone decompress. Serving in the chemical industry sector was definitely a test. Senators not only faced danger at all times but frequently confronted death. The mortality rate in the chemical sector had long ranked first in the Senate's industrial system. Consequently, salaries and subsidies were also the highest in the Senate, on par with the metallurgy sector. Almost every chemical industry senator had witnessed various ways naturalized workers died. They could easily film 1,000 ways to die in the chemical industry, which had made their nerves somewhat unbearable. Moreover, they often faced sudden fatal accidents just like the naturalized workers. It was only that their vigilance was far higher, and they strictly followed rules and regulations in all aspects. Thus, they had fortunately maintained a safety record of no senator deaths or serious injuries for 10 years. Such mental pressure naturally needed timely relief. For this Danzhou seminar, Tietou had entrusted the General Office and the newly appointed Director of Danzhou to prepare programs locally. Unexpectedly, before the programs could begin, the group encountered a storm just after walking around the civil engineering site of the Danzhou Industrial Park. The Senate's weather forecasting capability was quite weak. After all, they had no satellites, no computers, and no weather radar, relying only on manual observation to infer weather conditions. Accurate forecasts were pure fantasy. The storm came suddenly, and they couldn't withdraw to Danzhou City in time. So the group gathered in this construction headquarters, idly chatting and killing time while waiting for the storm to pass. At that moment, none of them paid attention to the wind and rain outside. Instead, they stared intently at the Danzhou Industrial Park project planning blueprint, hanging on the wall, densely marked with various factories and institutions covering the entire Danzhou Bay area. However, currently under construction were only auxiliary facilities like the Yangpu Lighthouse, Yangpu Wharf, and the Industrial Park Transportation Center. Roads and railways leading to other locations on the blueprint would converge here. Right now, there weren't even worker dormitories. The thousands of construction workers building the Danzhou Industrial Park could only live in simple work sheds. As for production facilities, only the civil engineering of the oil shale refining plant was slowly underway. Other factories were even less than a glimmer. The blueprint was fierce as a tiger. Looking back, it was just a sick cat. This was the current reality of the Danzhou Industrial Park. Observing the contrast between the two, the attendees felt increasingly disgruntled. We've been transmigrated for almost 10 years, and our basic industrial construction is still a pile of shit, Zhang Ziao sighed. Let alone our chemical industry, simply the shit among shit. Up to now, production scale is at most laboratory level. For several of our most basic products, a single pilot test output by my senior brother exceeds our largest workshop's output. If it weren't a pile of shit, why would we be here? The chemical industry has been held back, Zhang Hao followed without missing a beat. The main culprits are first the Planning Commission, then the metallurgy sector. The former constantly suppresses, and the latter shirks and shirks. As head of the chemical industry, Tietou naturally couldn't allow the two Zhangs to attack friendly sectors like this, let alone the omnipotent Planning Commission. He coughed. The Planning Commission can't conjure materials out of thin air, it's just a distribution department. As for metallurgy, if stainless steel can't be made, it can't be made. You can't expect them to produce nickel and chromium from nothing. Last time working on silicon steel, huge resources were invested and the result was a pile of scrap iron. Got the electric power sector excited for nothing. That technical route was wrong to begin with. Then tell us your technical route. My technical route is stuck at several key nodes. The mechanics guys can't make it, say they're missing key materials. Isn't that obvious? This is a damn infinite loop. If it could have been achieved back then, that would have been good. If the electric power sector had made a breakthrough, everyone would benefit. At least we'd be much better off with non-ferrous metals, and some rare elements wouldn't choke us. Now not only has the electric power sector produced a half-baked project, but we have to add a power workshop when modifying the factory. Multi-rivet steam steel, Ma Qianju's favorite. The factory using water vats of various sizes as distillation equipment for so long fits Ma Qianju's aesthetic perfectly, but it's killing us. With everyone adding their piece inside the container, the gathering threatened to become a complaint session. Tietou laughed. Enough of this useless griping. This seminar was originally meant to discuss coordination issues for industrial park construction. We've been engaged in construction here for years. We can't keep using the same old excuses anymore. We need to bring out some new breakthroughs and new approaches. Zhan Wuya is coming the day after tomorrow too. Even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. The speaker was named Zhou Wei, a young man, though to say young wasn't quite right. In short, he was the kind of young man whose exact age was hard to determine. But since he was a PhD, he was probably around 30. Dr. Zhou had come with his wife. They were one of the few PhD couples in the Senate. His participation in the transmigration had also been an accident, purely because his wife had seen it online and thought it sounded interesting, might be fun to check out. Zhou Wei had assumed it was some organization scamming money and fooling people, but since his wife found it interesting, he figured he might as well participate. At most they'd spend a few thousand yuan, treating it as a trip to Lizhou. If there was a chance to shoot some videos and post them online as records of the destruction of an internet fraud group, maybe he could become an internet celebrity. Unexpectedly, this trip turned into a permanent tour for the couple. Zhou Wei had stomped his feet and beat his chest in frustration. In the old timeline, he'd held a management position at a commercial bank, decent position, good money, plenty of attractive young women. Now it was all damn gone. Gone. As for his wife, she had also held a management position in banking. Such superior conditions led many senators to believe they had joined the transmigration truly for ideals, and Dr. Zhou had to accept his persona by mistake. Since he'd come, he might as well settle in. Fortunately, his major was still useful. He had successively participated in preparatory work for the Planning Commission, Delong Bank, Cheka, and other finance and tax departments. Plus, Zhou Wei was sociable and always had good popularity. Everyone assumed he was aiming for the position of future president of Delong or the central bank, but he wasn't. His ambition had nothing whatsoever to do with finance. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 18, Land flowing with milk and honey. He wasn't particularly interested in the finance profession. Engaging in the financial industry had merely been because the income was good. In an environment like Lingao, the financial industry's role was very limited. Significant development would have to wait at least a few decades. In contrast, he was genuinely interested in the old stories of the age of discovery, exploration, trade, the East and West India companies. He was keen on being a colonist in a new spacetime. He had also participated in preparations for the Southeast Asia Company, but soon realized this company had too little power. It was purely a place to find outlets for pirate merchants attached to the Senate and couldn't be considered the Senate's version of the East India Company. Finally, he applied to enter the Colonial Trade Department. He soon discovered that, although this department had an impressive name, it received little resource allocation within the Senate system. Despite claiming to be colonial, its main business was actually import-export trade. Trade was of course important. Zhou Wei agreed on that point, but in his view, Minister C was too peace-loving. Why buy so many things? Wouldn't robbing be simpler? The obvious result was that he and Si Kaid got along very poorly. Though Si Kaid came from a foreign trade background, he knew little about colonial history and was naturally no match for Zhou Wei in debate. Although he obtained the pleasure of victory in debate, it did nothing for his career. In the Colonial Trade Department, Zhou Wei received the position of director of the Colonial Division as he wished, theoretically managing all Senate colonies in non-East Asia regions. But this colony amounted to just a stronghold in Hanggai. Jeju and Taiwan both belonged to the mainland, and looking at the Senate's momentum, Vietnam would sooner or later be mainland too. Zhou Wei thought it over repeatedly. Only by getting the Senate to march south could he escape the situation where he, the director of the Colonial Division, accomplished nothing. Fortunately, debates about marching south versus going north had existed since before the Senate entered Lingao City. In recent years, as the plate grew larger and larger, this dispute began surfacing. Undoubtedly, facing the chaotic northern continent, the relatively barbaric, empty, and resource-rich Southeast Asia could attract senators' attention more readily. Therefore, from the meetings before the mainland strategy launched, people had opposed the mainland strategy and advocated investing corresponding strength into Southeast Asia instead. But most senators considered that if the strategy against Southeast Asia was launched first, it would inevitably result in more naturalized citizens of Southeast Asian indigenous origin in the future population under Senate rule, very unfavorable for population structure. Moreover, going south inevitably had to be accompanied by large-scale colonization. Without controlling sufficient native population, it was difficult to recruit enough immigrants to go to Southeast Asia, relying solely on semi-public Senate enterprises like Delong and Kiwei under Ming Dynasty rule. The final result of discussion was to take Liangguang as the Senate's base territory on the mainland. The native population of Liangguang, especially the Han population, was at least 9 million. This number was sufficient to maintain the senator's main population level. The Liangguang campaign had gone from advancing triumphantly to recently falling into a quagmire. Though Zhou Wei hadn't expressed many views, he had been paying close attention to the war situation. In his view, the current quagmire could check the mouths of the northbound faction, who advocated continuing north to expand after occupying Liangguang. He could openly put forward arguments for going south, complying with the trend. Putting forward an argument wasn't hard. The hard part was finding support. After all, This was a change in strategic direction requiring a two-thirds majority in the Senate's General Assembly. Simply complying with the trend and relying on the old southbound faction support was far from sufficient. He had to win over the centrists. Who were the centrists? Zhou Wei thought left and right, and finally decided to start with the industrial sector. In his view, the industrial sector was a major voting bloc, but its presence within the Senate wasn't strong. Most were immersed in their professions and rarely cared about political changes and strategic directions. If their enthusiasm for participating in politics and discussing state affairs could be stimulated, let alone going south to establish colonies, becoming chairman of the Senate or Secretary of State in the future wouldn't be a problem. After thinking it through, Dr. Zhou began intentionally contacting senators in the industrial sector. Coming to attend this seminar was also an important link in his plan. After all, he had nothing to do with the chemical industry. His chemistry level was roughly high school, and he'd mostly forgotten it. He didn't understand mechanics, biology, medicine, petroleum. Anyway, he had nothing to do with the professions related to the Danzhou Industrial Park. The reason he came to the seminar was entirely because he'd squeezed in by bragging about having a raw material solution. He had discussed the specific plan with a few people in the industrial sector, and they were considered like-minded, having formed a consensus. But to turn the consensus of these few people into the consensus of the industrial sector required further work. The industrial sector was a very large department, concentrating almost half of the senators. Roughly divided by profession, it fell into four major blocks: energy, machinery, metallurgy, and chemical industry. Among these four, those most dissatisfied with the status quo were mainly the energy and chemical industry sectors. Both were industrial categories that were very important but had long been constrained by resource conditions and unable to achieve breakthroughs, remaining at low levels. Low level meant being unable to speak loudly within the Senate, giving a sense of being ignored. Zhou Wei analyzed the situations of both sectors and believed that in comparison, the chemical industry sector inevitably had greater grievances than energy. Compared to energy senators, they faced the possibility of losing their lives and suffering serious injuries every day. And the production conditions they had to endure when giving on-site guidance and supervision to naturalized workers were also harsher. As long as there were grievances, consensus was easy to form. After several observations and probes, Zhou Wei conducted private deep-level communications with the two Zhangs. Both sides fully expressed their views and reached consensus. Zhou Wei realized the industrial sector's demands weren't actually consistent, but one point was common to all: dissatisfaction with resource allocation. The Senate was very poor on Hainan Island. Theoretically, Hainan had quite a few resources, nothing was lacking. But except for iron, there was a widespread problem of insufficient reserves and scattered production sites. Many resources were also in undeveloped inland areas, making development more difficult. For a long time, insufficient resources had been a major problem, severely plaguing the industrial sector. Industrial output could be said to rise steadily with large percentage growth every year. But this growth was simply negligible in the face of massive demand. Only by grasping the core demand of resources could the industrial sector support his southbound policy. Sure enough, his simple sentence, "even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice," immediately grasped everyone's hearts. Zhang Hao responded with understanding. "Exactly. Without resources, any plan is useless as a fart." Zhang Ziao added immediately. "Massive resources are thrown at Liangguang to farm achievements. They ask us constantly how much gunpowder, how much fertilizer, how much medicine we can provide. Damn it, can I shit these things out? When allocating production materials, there's nothing. When transferring things out, they ask diligently." This immediately resonated with the attendees. Discounts when starting projects, urgency like sparks when asking for outputs. This was a consistent feature of the Senate. Bargaining had basically become a required course for senators running projects. Though everyone knew the Planning Commission didn't piss oil or shit mines, and objectively projects needed overall arrangement based on what was available, emotionally people always felt this distribution was unfair, and they were ignored. The frustration after their proposed projects were vetoed or discounted had long filled them with grievances. Anyway, we're just tool people. Zhang Hao began fanning the flames. In the eyes of Ma Qianju and his gang, we're just high-level naturalized citizens making the Senate greater. This poured oil on the boiling pot. The emotions of the seminar senators were instantly mobilized. What senators hated and feared most was being treated as stepping stones for the great cause. Anyone invoking this could achieve miraculous effects. Even Jai Tuisi felt unhappy in his heart, though he soon realized that this director of the colonial division with no professional background had squeezed into this seminar by every possible means, definitely harboring some purpose. His thinking was quick, and he immediately guessed Zhou Wei's true intentions. However, he wasn't in a hurry to stop the senator's complaints and agitation. Jai Tuisi thought, no matter what they said wasn't wrong. The Senate's development and scheduling of resources indeed needed attention. Since ancient times, the crying child gets the milk. Having such a catfish jump in to stir things up might not be bad. At the same time, it could also increase the chemical industry sector's voice. Seeing the atmosphere was right, Zhou Wei coughed. Everyone knows that all the difficulties we encounter now stem from insufficient production capacity. The reason for insufficient capacity is simply lack of resource supply. To solve it, we must address the resource problem at its root. In the following time, Zhou Wei expounded on the superiority of going south using his carefully prepared materials. The main content included the tens of thousands of hectares of fertile fields where triple cropping rice can be planted casually, in Vietnam and Southeast Asia, countless minerals along the coastline, light crude oil that bubbles up just by digging a hole. These materials represented homework he had done burying his head in the Great Library for months. To be honest, he hadn't been this diligent even when writing his doctoral dissertation. Though senators in the industrial sector roughly knew about Southeast Asia's resource advantages, this was the 17th century after all, and Southeast Asia remained a barbaric land. Senators didn't have much understanding of this region. Now with Zhou Wei puffing it up like this, it immediately transformed into a land flowing with milk and honey. Everyone couldn't help but yearn for it, and flames of the executive committee harms the country burned in their hearts, though the executive committee had been dissolved for years. End of chapter. Chapter 23:19. Go South. The group of senators was dazzled by Zhou Wei's extravagant roadshow, one after another expressing willingness to invest in this plan like eager financiers. Seeing the tremendous effect, Zhou Wei immediately produced sketches and explained his calculated investment return projections one by one. He specifically mentioned the acquisition cost of grain in Vietnam and oil in Brunei, almost negligible. I won't belabor Vietnam's situation. Everyone has seen plenty of reports. Suffice to say there's much to be done. Water and heat conditions there are superior year-round, unlike here with constant floods and droughts. Zhou Wei knew these people weren't particularly interested in grain, so he glossed over Vietnam's advantages and went straight to the main attraction, Brunei's oil. Petroleum was hailed as the blood of industry. In truth, it wasn't just about providing fuel for power. Its greater use was in chemical production. Whether petroleum or natural gas, both were important raw materials for the chemical industry, especially organic chemistry. The Senate's petroleum industry was very weak. It wasn't that technology was insufficient or the Planning Commission was stingy. There simply was no ready-made industrial chain for oil supply to utilize in this spacetime. As long as a resource had been utilized in this spacetime, such as iron, coal, sulfur, lime, tin, copper, there was more or less a certain industrial supply chain. Whether through trade or organizing mining themselves, obtaining it was relatively easy. Petroleum didn't have this advantage. Though there were scattered records of mining and use, no commercial mining existed in the 17th century yet. From exploration to equipment to worker training, the Senate had to do it all themselves. The initial investment was enormous. So far, the petroleum resources the Senate could mine and use were limited to some shale oil and oil produced in Taiwan. The mining cost of the former was huge, and the output of the latter was very small. The petrochemical industry, apart from some rudimentary oil refining equipment, could be said to have almost nothing. This had also been a chronic ailment of the chemical industry sector for a long time. Brunei's oil, according to data from the old timeline, is mainly produced in the VIII district. Zhou Wei deliberately repeated it in English to reflect his professionalism, though he didn't know how much error there was in reading this Malay word with English pronunciation. This area is very small, less than 3 square kilometers, located in Brunei's southernmost part. Brunei's oil and natural gas exploitation are concentrated here. The senators present all knew the famous name of the Brunei oil field. Some had even encountered Brunei crude oil in their work, but few understood how this oil was actually produced. Zhou Wei captured their attention in just a few sentences. Everyone may know that Brunei's most famous oil field is called Syria oil field. Petroleum exploration near Brunei in the old timeline had begun in 1899, starting closer to the vicinity of Bandar Seri Begawan, roughly in the later capital city area. It had gradually extended to the country's southwest. Exploration in the Syria area was carried out by the British in 1926. The first commercial well-produced oil in 1928, and formal commercial production began in 1929. Later, oil exploitation in the Syria area was monopolized by Royal Dutch Shell, lasting until the 21st century. I remember Brunei oil is offshore mining. If it's offshore extraction, then there's no hope, someone asked. The main oil wells of the Syria oil field were onshore wells before the 1960s, and the primary wells were all in areas along the coast. They're shallowly buried, easy to mine, and don't require us to invest too much strength going deep inland. Zhou Wei summarized the Brunei oilfield's advantages: shallow burial, early development. The earliest exploration began in 1899. Commercial oil production was in 1928. And reserves were relatively large. It could produce stably from the 1920s through D-Day. The oilfield area is relatively small, and the coordinates are quite clear. The crude oil produced by Syria oilfield is high-quality light crude oil, currently relatively suitable for their utilization level. After all, the Senate's industrial capacity could only perform simple atmospheric distillation now. Catalytic reforming and such were basically lifetime goals. The oilfield area is right on the coast, convenient for shipping. In the old timeline, a light railway was built from the oilfield area to the port near Bandar Seri Begawan because of the construction sequence. If hydrological conditions in the oilfield vicinity were found suitable in this plain, building a new port directly on shore might be considered. Before the new port was completed, small boats could be used for lightering. His remarks were no small matter. The chemical industry senators nearly boiled over. Such superior conditions had been left unused for so long. Let alone mining, not even exploration had been done. What exactly were these executive committee, no, thieves of the Senate, doing? Whenever people felt unhappy, they naturally wanted to find a culprit. Unfortunately, since the Second General Assembly, the big target of the executive committee had disappeared, and senators more or less all participated in politics. To say who specifically was most hateful, no specific person could be singled out at the moment. Specifically regarding Wuzhou of the Planning Commission and Zhan Wuya of the industrial sector, their favor and prestige in the industrial sector were very high. Whether from reason or face, it would be unjustifiable to attack them. In the end, Ma Qianzhu was unfortunately shot again and saddled with the hat of thief of the Senate. Though Jai Tuisi had also long coveted the Brunei oil field, Current emotions showed a tendency to spiral out of control. Since thoughts were unified, there was no need to let things explode further, so he signaled everyone to stop at a suitable point. Moreover, if they blindly dug up old accounts, he would be suspected of being Ma Qianju's black general. We're holding a seminar here. The focus is on solving problems in chemical production. As for resources, it's fine for everyone to discuss, but don't expand infinitely, and definitely don't engage in personal attacks. Tietou had led the chemical industry sector for a long time and maintained its operation under extremely difficult circumstances, possessing considerable prestige. Since Comrade Zhou Wei made such a good suggestion, we should conduct discussions around petrochemical construction. If we can mine Brunei's oil field, our petrochemical project in Danzhou will have to be modified. At least the oil shale plant won't be necessary. Someone suggested, isn't that low-level repetitive construction? Wouldn't it be better to use the saved resources directly for petrochemical projects? Everyone expressed agreement. Oil shale was a resource that petrochemical enterprises would avoid if possible. Its mining cost was too high. In the old timeline, unless the oil price exceeded $60 per barrel, there was almost no profit to speak of, and this was the cost suppressed only after the U.S. adopted new fracking technology. In this spacetime, the only way for the Senate to mine oil shale was to dig the ore directly and then refine it. Apart from the huge transport cost, it severely polluted the air, produced large amounts of waste slag, and the yield wasn't high. Seeing the heated atmosphere, Zhou Wei winked at the two Zhangs. Zhang Zhao interjected, "No need to get too excited. The oil shale in Danzhou and Maoming is at least real, just transported slower and in smaller quantities. This Brunei crude oil hasn't even started yet. Who knows in which monkey year and horse month it'll fall into our hands. Speaking of which, it's still Ma Qianju playing tricks, choking us at every turn," someone said. "I think it's not just Ma Qianju's problem alone. A bunch of people in the Senate are afraid of going south. I don't understand what exactly they're afraid of. The moment overseas resource mining is mentioned, they immediately list a pile of unfavorable factors. Afraid of what? Afraid of our industrial sector turning the sky over," Zhang Hao whispered behind people. "Otherwise, how would they reflect the importance of their administrative leadership?" These words made the senators explode again, because they struck at the heart. Almost all industrial senators harbored this fear. Administrative senators held increasing power, gradually gaining the strength to govern overall situations. Except for a few, although every industrial senator was appointed as an official with various titles, without exception they were all technical cadres. No matter if you were a leader in your industry or a technical elite, when it came to specific projects, you depended on the whims of administrative bureaucrats. Many people had been very disgusted with this phenomenon in the old timeline. But in the new spacetime, as the Senate grew continuously, it was appearing again. Bureaucratization seemed to be an inevitable consequence of organization. Industrial senators almost universally had experiences of running to ministries, finding people for approval, and using connections. "No, we can't be at others' mercy like this anymore." Zhou Wei stepped forward at this moment, waving his arms and speaking excitedly. "We endure these hardships and difficulties in this spacetime, working 607 day and night. Ultimately, isn't it for the Senate's great cause? Now being ignored to such an extent that we can't even get raw materials for work. What is this for?" Zhang Zhao also jumped out at the opportune moment. "We can't be tool people anymore. We must propose our stance to the Senate. Laymen commanding experts. This blind command cannot continue." The dozen or so senators at the seminar boiled over instantly, as if someone had finally spoken the doubts in their hearts for years. Some recalled past events during the Maid affair and were immediately stirred. It seemed the hot blood from the beginning had returned to their bodies. Just at that moment, Zhou Wei shouted the slogan, "Go South! Go South! The South is the Senate's future." The two Zhangs immediately followed with applause, leading rhythmic chanting with Zhou Wei. Southbound, southbound, southbound. Under their agitation, the seminar senators were swept up, rising to applaud and shouting the southbound slogan together. Just as Zhou Wei was shouting excitedly, he noticed Tietou also applauding, but he wasn't shouting anything. Catching Zhou Wei's glance, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Tietou's mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 20. Danzhou. Planning. Zhou Wei had won the first battle in Danzhou, securing the support of a coalition of chemical industry senators. Truthfully, he knew nothing about chemistry or planning, and had originally held no interest in the meeting. He'd intended to slip away immediately after achieving his goal, but the intensity of summer storms along the coast had other ideas. Sea transport around Yangpu Bay was suspended and the land routes were flooded. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. Besides, Zhang Hao had suggested he build more rapport with the senators. It would be more secure. After all, you don't come from a STEM background. I am a science student, thank you very much. My profession is finance, and finance is a science subject, Zhou Wei protested. Working in finance is original sin, Zhang Hao replied. In short, say less about your background in finance. Emphasize that you're a science student. It's easier for everyone to find common ground. After the initial excitement died down, the chemical industry senators returned to the proper business of the seminar. To speak with authority in the company, after all, one either needed high emotional intelligence and social skills, or had to be a backbone achiever with accomplishments to show for it. Next, we will conduct an overall review of the construction planning and timeline for the entire industrial park. Tietou rose to address the room. Although this plan represents 6 months of collective brainstorming by our chemical industry sector and has obtained approval from the Planning Commission, this project involves enormous investment and a long construction period. We're essentially in a state of building while still designing. We must carefully consider how to execute the plan and arrange production lines, particularly in relation to the Senate's actual industrial capacity. The map on the wall had been drawn with grand ambition, densely packed with factory symbols and impressive annotations. Special chemical combine, electrochemical general plant, synthetic gas and liquefied gas general plant, chemical machinery plant, aniline soda plant, Union Carbide Group. At first glance, one might mistake it for a map of the Ruhr industrial region. This blueprint represented years of crystallized ambition from the chemical industry sector. Ever since the Senate's Lingao First Chemical Combine had brought its crude ammonia synthesis equipment online, the sector had been pursuing an aggressive path of expansion. But expanding the capacity and variety of chemical products involved far more complications than other industrial sectors. First came the equipment problem. Though some key equipment and consumables had been brought from the old timeline, these resources fell far short of what was needed. The corrosion-resistant material they desperately required, stainless steel, remained in short supply due to the lack of critical nickel and chromium. This forced the chemical industry to rely on glass and ceramics, materials that were difficult to process and performed poorly, as primary production equipment for far too long. Expanding output and scale proved nearly impossible under such constraints. Moreover, as the city had developed in recent years, issues of land, water resources, and pollution made it increasingly difficult for the chemical industry to expand further in Lingao. A few people in the sector had calculated that only by relocating as soon as possible could chemistry be given new opportunities for development. Where to relocate? After discussion, the counties in southern Jiangsu were essentially ruled out. The development level was too low, the population sparse, and the terrain too mountainous. Although the region possessed some resources, most were difficult to exploit. And except for Sanya, almost no county had a natural port with reasonably good conditions. This was a fatal problem for a chemical industrial zone heavily reliant on imports and exports. After deliberation between the industrial sector and the Planning Commission, Danzhou, west of Lingao, was selected as the site for the new chemical industrial zone. Danzhou sat adjacent to Lingao, relatively close. Though its development lagged behind Lingao and Chiangmai, agriculture had a considerable foundation, with both population and grain. Land was also relatively abundant. Furthermore, Danzhou Bay occupied the northwest of Hainan Island, on the leeward side of typhoons, making it one of the most ideal industrial development sites on the entire island. Industrial projects on Hainan in the old timeline had also been concentrated in the west. Yangpu Port in Danzhou was a natural deepwater harbor. Even without terrain modification, it offered excellent natural anchorage and shelter. The locality was rich in volcanic rock, which could serve as on-site construction material, reducing the need to transport supplies. In terms of land transportation, the distance from Danzhou to Lingao was not only short but also featured favorable road building conditions. Whether constructing high-grade highways or laying railways later, the terrain made it relatively convenient. The location of Yangpu Port itself was particularly advantageous. It could receive coal shipped from Vietnam and timber transported from Laos, Cambodia, and other nearby regions. Moreover, along the coastline north of Yangpu Port lay salt fields, where sea salt needed for the salt chemical industry could be obtained locally. Though the senator's ultimate ambition lay in oil, with salt, coal, and timber available, the chemical industry could be considered to have great prospects. Even if oil couldn't be supplied in the short term, there was a fallback option: the oil shale in Changpo, Danzhou. It wasn't true petroleum, but it would do in a pinch. Once the plan for the Danzhou chemical base was approved, it was included among the key projects of the second five-year plan in the form of a special case. With the project officially established, the Danzhou Industrial Park Management Committee was set up in Danzhou as a comprehensive management agency responsible for construction and coordination. Then came the Danzhou Industrial Park Construction General Headquarters, with Lingao Construction General Company specifically undertaking the construction work. Several planners from the Planning and Design Institute of the Construction General Company conducted field exploration and mapping around Yangpu, gathering the chemical industry's requirements for production layout. The chemical industry's own proposal was to build around Danzhou Bay, but Qi Feng, who was responsible for the specific planning and design, expressed that such a layout had significant disadvantages. First was the pollution discharge problem. Qi Feng wasn't an environmentalist, but he pointed out that the chemical industry's current plan, gathering all sewage into a main canal or Beimen River and discharging it into Danzhou Bay, simply wouldn't work. Danzhou Bay was a relatively enclosed inner sea with almost no wind or waves, and it lacked ocean current circulation. The runoff from the several rivers flowing into the bay was particularly minimal, leaving the bay with extremely weak self-purification capacity. If sewage accumulated in the bay without flowing out, the whole thing would turn into a massive jar of stinking water, and cleaning it up would be extraordinarily difficult. Second, water resources in Danzhou Bay were extremely unbalanced. The North Bank suffered from severe water scarcity. Although Danzhou received as much as 1,500 mm of annual precipitation, rainfall was extremely uneven, a typical tropical monsoon climate. During the dry season, the North Bank presented a landscape resembling tropical savanna. If rainfall fell short during the rainy season, the North Bank would inevitably face severe drought. If factories and residential areas were built on the North Bank, water supply would require careful planning, with pipelines constructed accordingly. The Beimen River estuary on the South Bank featured numerous wetlands and mudflats. These would require massive earth filling to be usable as industrial land, making it unsuitable for large numbers of industrial enterprises. Though Danzhou Bay had a vast area with many natural harbors large and small, the only deepwater port was Yangpu. However, the Planned Management Committee and garrison were located in Beiming Town, while some factories and warehouses requiring large quantities of resources had to be situated around Yangpu. This created transportation complications. From Yangpu port on the north bank to the Vault Army camp in Beimei on the south bank, taking the train required circling the entire Danzhou Bay, a considerable distance. Connecting these points would require the Yangpu Bridge, but the Senate obviously lacked the capability to build such a bridge large enough to allow passage of major ships. Synthesizing all these issues, Chief Feng's recommendation was this: most factories should be located in Yangpu to take advantage of nearby bulk cargo terminals and oil tanker terminals. A portion of industries with massive water consumption should be placed in Beimei, with lighter cargo transfer and ferries connecting the two locations. Another portion of low-pollution industries could be placed in Zhang Town, the seat of Danzhou Prefecture. As for other enterprises, they could be arranged along the Beimen River as appropriate, close to the river for easy water intake and infrastructure. Sewage, however, must be discharged to the open sea, never into rivers or Danzhou Bay. Because most chemical enterprises were starting with rudimentary methods and were accident-prone, and because multiple enterprises would be producing flammable and explosive hazardous chemicals, the safety distance between factories had to be substantial, with spacing between workshops exceeding general standards. This was essential to prevent one explosion from taking the whole complex with it. The result of this dispersed layout was increased demand for transportation. Besides roads, light railways would need to be laid within the industrial park for internal connections, and multiple wharves established throughout Danzhou Bay to facilitate short-distance ferry services. Most senators in the chemical industry were seeing this new planning map for the first time. Though it was simpler than the map they had originally produced themselves, many projects had been removed or consolidated. The draftsmanship was exquisite, accompanied by numerous color blocks and explanatory notes that looked decidedly professional. Everyone gazed at it somewhat mesmerized. If this succeeds, we'll be like a heifer sitting on a train. Note: a pun meaning awesome, referencing the cow's vulva and the train's whistle. Chemistry is the primary productive force. How would that bunch of animals in the executive committee understand? Say it again: there is no executive committee anymore. Then that bunch of animals in the Government Administration Council doesn't understand a damn thing either. I feel like our factory area is too big. It practically divides up all of Danzhou. We might as well cancel Danzhou entirely and change it to Industrial Park Administration. Exactly. What meaning is there for Liu Yixel to squat in Danzhou? Once the Danzhou Industrial Park Management Committee is established, several senators will be sitting inside. What can he do? He can only cooperate fully with our construction and production. He wouldn't be happy about it. Rather than that, better to get a naturalized citizen to serve as county magistrate. Correct, at least they'd be obedient. If Magistrate Liu refuses to cooperate, we can't easily lay a hand on him. Ha ha ha. As long as arms, fertilizers, and medicines can be produced, these aren't issues. However, everyone here is a senator. Let's not make things too ugly. Better to suggest he seek other high employment as soon as possible. Jai Tuisi coughed, interrupting the discussion. Regarding the factory area, although the park is large, it's actually quite dispersed. By old timeline standards, these are just small workshops. In terms of energy, we're primarily adopting direct power supply from DC power stations. Everyone understands the reason. We can't produce silicon steel, so naturally we can't make transformers, circuit breakers, or any of the electrical control equipment needed for a power grid. Fortunately, our main power supply targets are the Changpo Factory Group and Yangpu Factory Group. Of these, the Yangpu Factory Group is mainly electrolysis plants, and Changpo handles graphite plants and silicon carbide, both of which can directly use direct current. End of chapter. Chapter 23-21. Planning of the industrial park. Though the energy department lacked silicon steel, Generators with iron cores could still be manufactured, merely with higher energy consumption and lower efficiency. They proved useful in situations where electricity was essential. Steam engines were less efficient, but driving these generators posed no problem. As for water supply, the north side would receive water diverted from Huashiapo Reservoir to Liwu Reservoir. The south side would be served by Chunjiang Reservoir, while the main urban area of Danzhou would draw from Beimin River. Of course, these reservoirs and supporting main and branch canals existed only on paper at present. Fortunately, the overall scale wasn't too large. According to the Planning Commission's calculations, they could be completed within the first 5-year plan. For railways, Danzhou West Station would be established within the industrial park. Though the site selection between Beimijing and Yangpu hadn't been finalized, the general requirement was to penetrate as deep into the industrial park as possible. As a hub station serving the industrial park, the track layout should allow factories to share single-track spurs, with trains running loops between facilities. Danzhou West would connect eastward to Danzhou Station, then extend from there to Lingao and Nanbao, accessing the wider rail network. Naturally, such a magnificent blueprint was more inspiring than practical. As for how many projects could actually be realized, and in how many years, neither the chemical industry sector proposing the initiative nor the Planning Commission approving the plan held any real confidence, but both sides maintained a facade of complete confidence in public. Precisely because of these hidden worries, Tietou approached the project cautiously, afraid of bungling some crucial step. If problems really emerged, the chemical industry sector might as well forget about having any voice in the future. They just have to work honestly and keep quiet. But clearly no one else understood his concerns. People constantly offered commentary on the overall plan. Some felt it was too conservative and suggested adding steel plants, timber processing plants, brick and tile factories, and cement plants within the industrial park as supporting facilities. Additionally, light industrial enterprises should be included to absorb workers' family members. The last item is also what everyone cares about most. The Government Administration Council has given us a reply, agreeing in principle that our administrative level in the Danzhou Industrial Park Management Committee will be county level, equal to Danzhou. Why not region level? At least it should be deputy region level. When Zhejiaoba and Three Gorges were built, they were deputy ministerial level units, and the heads of subsidiary companies were bureau level. The entire Hubei province had to cooperate. Our project's significance to the Senate is greater than the Three Gorges, isn't it? Making it region level isn't excessive at all. It's not that we want official hats. If the level is too low, our words won't carry weight. If you ask me, there should be a dedicated industrial committee or joint conference in the Government Administration Council. One with full authority to handle all industrial matters. Other departments shouldn't be allowed to interfere. They can only cooperate according to our requirements. Whoever dares not to cooperate, cut their water and electricity first, cut their fertilizer and pesticide, cut their shells and explosives. Let's see which department dares to be arrogant in front of us after that. They all say doctors are the most arrogant in the Senate. No one dares claim they won't get sick and fall into a doctor's hands in their lifetime. But without medicine, how can doctors be arrogant? Ha ha ha. Tietou maintained a wooden smile on his face. These weren't remarks he was hearing for the first time. To be honest, casually spouting nonsense in private didn't matter much. But this was a formal seminar. According to regulations, there had to be meeting minutes copied to relevant departments and archived in the Great Library. He signaled to Su Yingji, who was responsible for recording. Su silently nodded and refrained from writing. Everyone, let's not stray further and further off topic. Tietou waved his hand, reining in the runaway discussion. A defining feature of modern society is systematic cooperation. We shouldn't overly emphasize the importance of any particular department or individual. It's detrimental to unity. Someone muttered below, "Unity my ass." Jaituisi shot him a fierce glare. Fortunately, his remaining authority was enough to make the other party shut up. The personnel establishment and staffing of the management committee are currently being compiled. However, Menglong told me that the allocation of senator cadres is 3, 1 chief, 1 deputy, and 1 chief engineer. A chief to oversee everything, a deputy specifically for external coordination, and a chief engineer specifically responsible for technical issues. His suggestion is that we discuss specific candidates first, then report them according to a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 ratio. This was to be expected. Despite all the enthusiastic chatter about ranks, when it came to specific administrative positions, there was little enthusiasm. This magnificently named management committee had numerous and miscellaneous responsibilities, and also required maintaining external coordination with multiple Senate departments. The degree of trouble involved was daunting. Seeing the group fall silent, Jaituisi chuckled to himself. Since we've reached this point, everyone can discuss it slowly later. Just propose candidates before the specified deadline. Why must we follow 2-to-1? Wouldn't it be fine if we just recommended someone here? Because of organizational principles, I suppose. Caught off guard by this question, Jaituisi answered. Why should Menglong decide who becomes the head? We decide ourselves and that's it. Why take off one's pants to fart? An utterly unnecessary step. Jaituisi couldn't immediately think of how to respond. Ever since Menglong had become director of the organization department, he had single-handedly created many rules regarding cadre appointment, removal, assessment, and establishment. The Senate had been operating according to these rules for years. Though debates had arisen about details like candidates and position settings, no one had ever questioned the rules themselves. He thought for a moment, then said, "Since everyone has doubts, we can record this question in the meeting minutes and make an inquiry. You don't need to inquire about this, nor find Menglong. I can tell you right now." Ma Qianju smiled after reading the meeting minutes. "Old Jai, it seems your study of the common program is also quite insufficient. To be honest, I'm indeed not very interested in these rigid rules," Jaituisi said, "because any position held by a senator cadre must go through 3 steps: nomination, organization department review and filing, and Senate approval. Menglong actually cannot decide who becomes a leader. The one who ultimately decides the appointed candidate is the Senate. I understand now that you've explained it. All power belongs to the Senate is the core idea of our regime. You are a senator, I am a senator, everyone is a senator. The power of senators is maintained by all of us jointly." Ma Qianju spoke slowly. "Once things are explained clearly, everyone naturally understands. Anyway, these candidates are generated within the industrial sector. Proposing a few more does no harm." Then regarding this new plan, he was asking about increasing construction material enterprises like steel plants and timber plants. "That's easy to accommodate," Ma Qianju nodded. "We all understand building materials. Transport costs exceed production costs. To launch such a large industrial park, these projects are like reservoirs, all early supporting projects. By rights, they should be launched in the first batch. Although not listed in the meeting, they can be added." Jaituisi wondered why Ma Qianju was being so agreeable today. Usually when launching a new project, he'd wear a bitter expression for half the day. Ma Qianju seemed to read his surprise. He smiled and said, "To be honest, the scale is a bit large. I don't know if we can digest it, but not eating won't do either. We are too poor." "That's true. It wasn't easy muddling through all these years. I feel the momentum is obviously lagging. I originally thought taking Liangguang would give Hainan room to breathe, but looking at the current situation, we were too optimistic. The situation in Liangguang fears it cannot be pacified quickly. This pacification campaign will probably drag on for a year or a year and a half. Guangzhou is staring down an emerging plague, truly burnt head and smashed forehead." He spoke somewhat helplessly. "If we had streptomycin, this plague would be nothing. Now we can only rely on quarantine to resist as best we can. A plague. How many people will be left destitute and homeless, a land and people of many disasters? It's also our first time ruling such a large territory and traditional city. It's inevitable that things won't go smoothly. Tietou tried to reassure him. Fortunately, Guang is taken. At present at most it's indigestion, we just need to digest slowly. I'm precisely worried about indigestion. Ma Qianju picked up a document and handed it to Tietou. Look at this matter. Tietou took it and looked. It was the report on the Wuzhou incident. He had actually already seen the matter in internal briefings, but what Ma Qianju showed him was a top-secret document. It detailed various stories of Director Zai in Wuzhou. This, too incredible, Tietou was shocked after reading. However, it also resolved the doubts he had held after seeing the original Wuzhou incident report. This old Zai, too unreliable. Ma Qianju spoke heavily. Originally, when he signed up to be a local chief administrator, Prefect Liu said he was unreliable. At the time, I felt that talent was rare and senators willing to work in local areas were few. He is actually quite capable. I just said to give him a chance to try. Didn't expect this person to be so unorganized and undisciplined. Getting to today's state, I bear responsibility. A lesson. A lesson, Tietou thought. What exactly does Ma the eunuch mean by this heartbroken performance? He could have simply not shown him this top-secret report. Since he had shown it, there was obviously some intention behind it. But for the moment, he couldn't figure out Ma Qianju's intent, so he didn't immediately state his position, just agreed vaguely. If things are really as the secret report says, the nature is indeed very serious. How does the Senate plan to handle it now? Jai Xin and Chen Babin have been sent to investigate. Everyone trusts these two relatively more, Ma Qianju said. As for Zai Aaron, Wuzhou is relatively important. Before the matter is investigated clearly, it's not appropriate to make any changes. We need to avoid unsettling morale. I completely agree with this point. Tietou actually had absolutely no interest in getting mixed up in this matter. He cared far more about the industrial park project. End of chapter. Chapter 23-22. Going to Wuzhou I. A steam-powered armed Daihatsu boat, belching black smoke and white steam, navigated the West River at full speed. It was neither escorting a convoy nor patrolling the riverbank at cruising speed. From the moment it left the Sanshui wharf, the stoker had fired the furnace to full power, raising boiler steam pressure to drive the vessel along as fast as possible. In the noisy cabin, two simple camp beds had been set up. Two shirtless men wearing only shorts sat facing each other, flipping through documents spread across the beds. The cabin windows were open, allowing the river breeze to blow in, but it did absolutely nothing to dispel the stifling heat inside. A steamboat on the West River in August was like a tin oven. Chen Babin threw down the document in his hand. I can't take it anymore. I have to go out for some air. I'm about to be roasted alive. Jai Xin nodded. I feel it too. It's too hot. Heatstroke is imminent. As he spoke, he placed the documents into a confidential briefcase and locked it in the cabin safe. The two men walked out of the cabin and made their way to the foredeck, where a canvas awning had been set up. Several sailors were manning a Hotchkiss 37 revolving cannon, nervously watching the river surface. Seeing them emerge, the bosun immediately came over to salute. Continue your duties, we just came for some air. Jai Xin had felt a bit dizzy and chest-tight, but now on deck with the river breeze blowing, he immediately felt much better. Though there was an awning on deck, the wooden planks were still scorching. The sailors were sweating profusely, yet they still wore summer uniforms and heavy steel helmets according to regulations, merely lining the helmets with sweat-absorbing towels. What fine soldiers, Jai Xin thought. We dragged them out of lives of ignorance and hunger and trained them into capable soldiers from scratch. All the great achievements of the Senate rest on such ordinary people. But what about many of us? We treat them as consumables that can be mass-produced. He thought of the dying wounded soldiers awaiting evacuation he'd seen in Sanshui, and the piles of identity tags transported in gunny sacks. The war situation in Liangguang, it seems, is not as easy as we imagined. He had always harbored hidden misgivings about the Senate's decision-making, namely, that there was too much randomness in it. The personal emotions of senators too often influence policy direction. In his view, going north had come too early. Accumulating strength for a few more years would have been more prudent. Of course, he understood that the northern campaign had actually been spurred by external factors. The senators were now generally inflated with ego, almost unable to suffer even a minor loss. He also understood why some who shared his view had nevertheless supported going north. A lethargy had set in among the senators in Lingao. A tragic repetition of history, similar to when the taping heavenly kingdom fought its way into the little paradise, only to squander their opportunity in pursuit of wealth, was quietly playing out in Lingao. Those without ambition in Lingao City were content with comfortable enjoyment, while those with ambition were busy fighting for power. If a large-scale campaign weren't launched to accelerate the Senate's machinery, inertia and decay would sooner or later sap its vitality. From this perspective, fighting a war in Liangguang for a year or two might not be a bad thing. At least it got all the senators moving. They wouldn't have the time or energy for internal friction. However, the Wuzhou incident would inevitably trigger another major rupture within the Senate. He held the railing, silently considering how to begin the investigation once he arrived in Wuzhou. Chen Babin spoke up. Director Jai. Jai Xin's current formal position was director of the Special Investigation Bureau. In practice, this bureau consisted of him alone, without even clerks or an office. It was purely a rank designation. Usually, he worked in the judicial department, primarily providing legal services to naturalized citizens and indigenous people, sometimes serving as judge, prosecutor, and lawyer. Because of his surname Jai, homophonous with chicken or a vulgar anatomical term in slang, people couldn't very well call him Old Jai, and calling him Little Jai was even worse, so they simply addressed him respectfully as Director Jai. What is it? Jai Xin came back to his senses. Regarding the Wuzhou matter, how should we proceed? Chen Babin was somewhat hesitant. Though he had participated in the investigation of the Hangzhou station, that assignment hadn't involved too many complex internal stories, either regarding Hangzhou station or within the Senate. Zhao Benren had been relatively cooperative too. He had followed the work process assigned by Zhao Mengsheng, operated according to procedure, and completed the Hangzhou investigation quite smoothly. This time was starkly different. When he learned the investigation team leader was Jai Xin, Chen Babin knew he had a troublesome case on his hands. Ordinary investigations didn't require this particular person. Investigation work follows a process. You're not a recruit anymore, Jai Xin said. I'm not asking how to do it, but... Chen Babin struggled to express his meaning correctly, scratching his head in frustration. But what stance should we take in doing it? Jai Xin gazed at the river surface and smiled silently. Good. Little Chen, you understand these things now. Seems the Political Security Bureau really does train people. Chen Babin's face reddened slightly. It's not what you think, I just want to grasp the spirit of the Senate better. Little Chen, is it all right if I call you that? Of course, I'm not even 30 yet. Really young, Jai Xin smiled. I truly envy your youth. Your basic idea of grasping the spirit of the Senate is correct, but I'm afraid it's very difficult. Regarding this current matter, there's essentially no specific consensus within the Senate. Naturally, there's no spirit of the Senate to speak of. But this case is very delicate. Chen Babin was worried. Like Jai Xin, he had already read the Political Security Bureau's report on the Wuzhou incident. The case itself isn't actually delicate, Jai Xin said. Senator Zai made a mistake and wants to cover it up. True, but the problem is this. The Political Security Bureau's secret report seems to be possessed by many senators, not just us. I'm worried. What are you worried about? Jai Xin understood his meaning. The case before them wasn't complex, but too many people were waiting to feast on human blood buns. Once the conclusion came out, it would inevitably be exploited by various factions, and the investigation team members would find themselves at the forefront of the storm. I'm worried that after our report comes out, it will trigger a huge debate within the Senate. Jaizin nodded. That's inevitable. So I think. You think we should try to come up with a conclusion that satisfies everyone. I feel that avoiding meaningless arguments is what the Senate needs most right now. Your idea is admirable but unrealistic. Jaizin shook his head. This matter appears to be Zai Aaron's personal affair, but behind it many issues are involved. What ability do the two of us have to suppress the general trend? It can't be done. Chen Babin fell silent. He pondered for a good while. He had originally thought Jaizin had already fully comprehended the spirit of the Senate, but now it seemed there was no such thing. Then we can only investigate based on facts, Chen Babin said, completely taking facts as our criterion. Correct. Jaizin nodded. The thornier and more internally complex the case, the more we must ground ourselves in facts. Only stating objective facts is the best way for us investigators to protect ourselves. As for conclusions, let others draw them. What worries me most now is that many people know the truth. What if the conclusion we reach differs from what they know? Do we report according to the secret report, or according to our own investigation? Zai Aaron has definitely done a lot of preparatory work in Wuzhou. Of course we report according to our on-site investigation. Otherwise, why send us? Jaizin said. I understand what you mean, but going to Wuzhou we must forget the content of that secret report. Everyone knows certain things, but everyone pretends not to know. Why do we have to know? I know certain things, but I know I don't know certain things, but the senators all know I know certain things. Ha ha. Jaizin laughed, patting his shoulder. Don't say this, tongue twister. Wuzhou doesn't have washing powder. Reference to Colin Powell's UN speech WMD. Anyway, remember this. Just act as if that report doesn't exist. We follow the steps based on Zai Aaron's formal report, execute the investigation process, then record and report truthfully. The Daihatsu boat arrived at Wuzhou Wharf at noon. Zai Aaron personally came to the wharf to welcome them. The three exchanged handshakes befitting comrades and brothers. It must have been hot on the way. In this scorching summer, it's hard on you guys riding this tin shell to Wuzhou. Hard work, hard work. It's all for work, Jaizin said lightly. Let's hurry into the city, it's too hot here. Good, good. Zai Aaron said repeatedly and beckoning to his men. Two two-person bamboo silk sedan chairs were immediately carried over. It's some distance to the county yamen. Sitting in these sedan chairs saves effort and keeps you cool. Chen Babin still hesitated a bit, but Jaizin climbed into the sedan chair quite calmly. Under Zai Aaron's urging, Chen also entered the sedan chair. The three bamboo silk sedan chairs were carried from the wharf all the way into the city. Chen Babin observed that though traces of war remained everywhere on the city walls and streets, the street surface was level and clean, and most shops along the street had opened their doors. The common people's complexions weren't bad either. His preconceived impression of Zai Aaron as someone who indulged in pleasure and neglected government affairs diminished considerably. Regardless of whether this streetscape was the result of hasty whitewashing, having this level of execution ability meant he was at least a man of talent. The sedan chairs carried them all the way into the Sanzong Fu, Three Directors Prefecture. Zai Aaron had cleaned up the small courtyard where he and Kai Lan had originally lived, preparing it for their accommodation during this business trip. Such a century-old mansion naturally possessed a certain coolness, a different world from outside. Walking in, both men felt instantly refreshed, as if a breeze had risen beneath their arms. This place is quite nice, Chen Babin said, looking around. The room had not only been cleaned and tidied, but all kinds of stationery were readily available. Potted green plants added a touch of coolness. Though there were no electric fans or air conditioners, living here in summer would be very comfortable. The bathroom is in the wing room. To be honest, conditions are relatively simple, just a shower. Zai Aaron was enthusiastic to the point of excess. I've prepared banana cloth pajamas for you, especially cool. We don't have ice here, unfortunately. End of chapter. Chapter 23:23, Going to Wuzhou II, too thoughtful, Jaizin praised after surveying the room. Old Zai, you really have a taste for the good life. This was originally a casual compliment, but to Zai Aaron, who had a guilty conscience, the words carried an uncomfortable edge. He gave a dry laugh. This courtyard was originally a place where I'd come to stay and relax for a while. I also receive visiting senators here, so naturally I have to make it comfortable. There are orderlies here transferred from the army, very reliable people. Just ask them for whatever you need. As he spoke, he called out, and 4 sturdy young men appeared, all wearing national army uniforms and equipped with pistols. These are the chiefs from the central government. From now on, you will follow their commands. Take good care of their daily needs and be responsible for security when they go out. Understood? The 4 stood at attention together and gave a loud yes. You rest first. I won't disturb you further. Let me know when you start the investigation. I will fully cooperate. Chen Babin noticed that Zai Aaron spoke calmly and was hospitable. There was absolutely no sense of anxiety or hasty improvisation like when Zhao Yinggong was investigated at the Hangzhou station. He unconsciously found himself developing a somewhat favorable impression of the man. Jaizin nodded. No hurry, let's officially start work tomorrow. The words no hurry made Zai Aaron's heart skip a beat. He couldn't help wondering what they meant. He agreed perfunctorily. Good, good. Then I'll go attend to my work first. Watching Zai Aaron hurry away, Chen Babin whispered, This Senator Zai looks quite capable. To be the chief administrator of the Wuzhou area, naturally he must have some ability, Jaizin said. An orderly came in and brought their luggage inside. According to regulations, a senator's personal luggage could only be opened by his own attendant. The orderly merely delivered the boxes and withdrew. The 2 organized their luggage themselves. The main house had 3 rooms. The middle one served as the office, and the east and west rooms were their bedrooms. The orderly brought in tea. Report, the bath water is ready. With that, he turned to leave. Jaizin stopped him and produced a sheet of white paper. Write down the names and simple resumes of all the personnel in your service group. Yes, Chief. The orderly was somewhat baffled, but the chief's order was paramount. He immediately took the pen and wrote crookedly on the white paper. Jaizin took the paper, read it once, placed it in a folder, and asked, You are squad leader Zhou Chui? Report, Chief. Yes. When did you arrive in Wuzhou? A week ago, Chief. Why were you sent here? Superiors said Wuzhou applied to transfer us here to serve the chiefs. What was the specific situation of the courtyard when you arrived? I mean the layout and furnishings of the house. Same as today, Zhou Chui answered crisply. After we came, we just cleaned every day, waiting for the chief's arrival. All right, you may go. The orderly withdrew. Jaizin stood up. I'll go wash first. Okay, I need to unpack my luggage anyway. Chen Babin's room was in the east wing. The furniture had clearly been recently rearranged. Marks on the walls showed the previous arrangement. From the traces, what had been placed here before wasn't the current simple single bed, but a medium-sized bamboo bed, a traditional canopy bed. He opened the clothes trunk by the bed, and a faint fragrance immediately wafted out. Chen Babin had received relevant training in Lingao and immediately recognized it as the scent of incense that women used to perfume their clothes. A woman lived here. He was puzzled. After organizing his luggage, he returned to the central hall. Jaizin had already changed into pajamas and slippers, toweling his hair dry. Go quickly. The bathroom here is really nice, Jaizin said. Not only is there a bathtub, but also a Japanese-style small courtyard. This old Zai really does enjoy life. Chen Babin returned from his bath to find Jaizin already flipping through a pile of documents. What are these? Documents related to the Wuzhou incident that Zai Aaron just had someone deliver. Also materials on several cases they're currently investigating. That's quite a volume. Chen Babin leafed through a few casually. But these documents are very well done, very detailed. Just don't know how reliable they are. He lowered his voice. That's for us to discover, Jaizin said. Until we find problems, we tentatively consider them reliable. Where do we start? First, we comb through the process of the incident. How the enemy got in, how they rushed into Senator Zai's office, how they kidnapped him, and how he was rescued on the city wall. This entire process needs to be investigated clearly. Every detail must match the report. Discrepancies must be recorded. We start with the text materials first, so that in the next step when we speak with relevant personnel, we can have specific targets and also know if they're lying. Understood. The Wuzhou incident also involves a riot at the Sanhizui labor camp. The Wuzhou side is still conducting their own investigation. We won't intervene for the time being. We'll wait for them to reach a conclusion, then review it. Looking at the statement in the secret report, the matter at Sanhizui is far from simple. The Sanhizui case involves quite a few things, but I personally feel it won't necessarily implicate Zai Aaron. The focus of our investigation is still in the city. Jai Xin looked around. How do you find this courtyard? The layout is very comfortable and relatively refined. Don't you notice a hint of rouge and powder here, a certain femininity? Chen Babin widened his eyes. You feel it too. He immediately mentioned the scent of incense he'd noticed when putting away clothes. If I'm not mistaken, a woman lived here and this woman's status was not low, Jai Xin said. Beyond the exceptionally fine furniture, look at this conference table in front of us. What is it? Chen Babin examined the table. He could tell it was high-grade furniture made in this space-time, simple in pattern and large in size. This is called a painting desk. Ordinary households don't have them. Only wealthy families of leisure prepared them for writing, calligraphy, and painting. Zai Aaron didn't paint. Preparing such a painting table specifically, the intended user's status was self-evident. There were no female senators in Wuzhou. A woman who could live in a key place like the San Zongfu and held a not insignificant status could only be Zai Aaron's maid. But Zai Aaron had reportedly declined to bring a maid when taking office, since Wuzhou was close to the front lines. So who was this woman? Both men had the same answer in mind. Kai Lan, termed retained personnel in Zai Aaron's report, and mistress in Luo Yangming's report. It should be that Kai Lan, Chen Babin whispered. Jai Xin nodded. However, this place is too large for her to have lived alone. Have you seen all the buildings in this courtyard? I haven't seen the east wing yet. I just came out of the bathroom in the west wing and took a look. There were several camp beds and simple furniture inside. It looks like the dormitory for our 4 orderlies. However, this room obviously wasn't originally used as a dormitory. The ceiling has accumulated soot from long-term burning of kerosene lamps. Kerosene lamps were relatively rare items under Senate rule. Generally, only senators and high-level naturalized cadres used them. 4 orderlies who had only arrived a week ago had neither the qualification nor the time to leave these traces on the ceiling. In all of Wuzhou City, the number of kerosene lamps could probably be counted on one hand, with at most 3 or 4 users. You mean Zai Aaron worked in the East Wing? Yes. Such thick black soot traces cannot be from naturalized cadres. Only we senators who like to work at night have such habits. Chen Babin understood his meaning. Zai Aaron had not only taken in Kai Lan, but had also cohabited with her here for an extended period. This point even the Political Security Bureau's top-secret report hadn't mentioned. Naturally, Luo Yangming, who wrote the report, couldn't have known the private details of these senators. If true, Zai Aaron was in serious trouble. From the perspective of protecting a senator's personal safety and maintaining confidentiality, cohabiting with an indigenous person who hadn't been vetted, wasn't security cleared, and wasn't even a naturalized citizen was itself a grave breach of discipline. Not to mention such a person having intimate access to the Senate's confidential materials. It seems this glossed-over Kai Lan is an important breakthrough point, Chen Babin said with some regret. Pity she already committed suicide, really coincidental. Jai Xin nodded but didn't speak. He also didn't believe Kai Lan had committed suicide. But strictly speaking, the person was already dead, no need to dwell on it anymore. He said, how Kai Lan died is no longer important now, but this matter has pointed us in a direction. We should approach the investigation more from the perspective of naturalized citizens. Naturalized citizens were just one aspect, he thought. Such a large courtyard with such refined furnishings definitely required many service personnel. These service personnel were highly likely not naturalized citizens but indigenous people. Their testimony would actually be more reliable. But where were they now? He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. These people might well never be found. Then tomorrow we should talk to Luo Yangming first. He's from the Political Security Bureau and he wrote the report. It'll be easier to talk. There won't be too much whitewashing and covering up, Chen Babin suggested. Luo Yangming is our trump card. If we go to him immediately, it's too direct. It might cause an overreaction, not only bad for Luo Yangming but even worse for himself. Jai Xin opened his notebook. I think we should start by speaking with the captured enemy prisoners. According to the report, 2 prisoners are particularly important. One named Jiang Xuo, one named Yi Heoran. They were the commanders and organizers of the enemy. Starting with them follows proper procedure. End of chapter. Chapter 23-24 Going to Wuzhou III, they're key witnesses. We should extract them and detain them separately. That would be safer. Thinking of Kai Lan, who had committed suicide under mysterious circumstances, Chen Babin suggested, no need. It's been more than half a month since the Wuzhou incident. Those who should have died have long since died. Those who remain are naturally those who shouldn't die. Jai Xin spotted a tea set on the table. He uncovered it to find tea already brewed at just the right temperature. He poured cups for himself and Chen Babin. Come, have some tea first. I'm not thirsty. A cup of clear tea after a bath is best for relieving dryness and soothing the spirit, refreshing the internal organs. People like us who sit in offices and labor over paperwork benefit from drinking more. Jai Xin picked up his cup and took a shallow sip. This was Westlake Longjing, specially supplied to senators by the General Office's shop number 82. Even if we detained them separately, where would we put them? Who would we send to guard them? We don't have a single trusted aide here. Even those 4 orderlies were only transferred after Zai Aaron applied for them. Chen Babin was puzzled. You mean, if the superiors really thought the situation in Wuzhou was serious enough to require assigning a special task force to us, they would have assigned escorts. But neither Ma Jia nor Ran Yao nor Director Xing arranged any accompanying personnel for us. Naturally, we don't need to worry about these things. Then what if there's a what if? If there really is a what if, it means this is a what if approved by the Senate. All right, though I don't quite understand. Babin, you asked me on the boat what the Senate's official line was, and I told you there wasn't one. However, whenever a senator's case is involved, there must be an official line, only no one will tell you. You can only sense it yourself. Jai Xin saw Chen Babin fall silent, apparently chewing on his words. He picked up the materials on the 2 prisoners scheduled for interrogation tomorrow, ready to study them carefully. Yi Heoran's resume interested him quite a bit. Such an intellectual with an ill-fated destiny, manipulated by the tide of the times, had actually walked onto a path of opposition to the Senate, and in the end even came close to success. Such ability, if placed in the court of the great Ming, probably wouldn't have been inferior to those famous officials of the late Ming at all. A pity, let alone a mere scholar, even those high officials at court couldn't break free from the laws of history. He sighed for a while, then picked up the second document. This one was much thinner. As soon as the 2 characters, Jiang Xuo, entered his eyes, Jai Xin felt a long-lost familiarity, as if he had seen this name somewhere before but couldn't recall where. Yet this sense of familiarity couldn't be brushed away. Looking at the confession of his background in the materials, it only stated he was from Henan, had drifted to Guangdong, joined the army, and became one of Xing Wencan's family retainers, later promoted to squad leader. Jai Xin had a strange feeling that this Jiang Xu seemed to have hidden something about his background. Early the next morning, Jai Xin and Chen Babin came to the county yamen and interrogated the detained Yi Heoran and Jiang Xu in the rear hall. Yi Heoran was the principal offender and was naturally arraigned first. Yi Heoran was brought to the rear hall and, according to Australian rules, locked into the interrogation chair. Jai observed his dark skin and wrinkles like knife carvings. This was clearly a person who had spent years running about outdoors, not a scholar who sat in study halls discussing the Tao. Yet his demeanor was elegant and his every gesture demonstrated calmness and composure. Obviously, a man who had experienced great occasions. "You are Yi Haoran?" Jai asked. "It is this humble scholar." "I've read your confession," Jai said. "Is there anything that needs to be added or changed? If there are important hidden facts you can provide when sentencing comes, the punishment can naturally be reduced by 1 degree. Crime, Yehaoran smiled sarcastically. I led officers and righteous men to risk death recovering Wuzhou. Now defeated and captured, what crime is there? Chen Babin wanted to scold him, but Jai waved his hand. Unangered, he continued, "So you have nothing more to say. What needed to be said has already been said. What benefit is there in saying more?" Seeing him clinging tightly to his confession, Jai stopped pursuing that line and turned to ask, "What is your relationship with Luo Yangming?" "I worked as an accountant in his shop." "You're a foreigner with no shop or guarantor locally and no relatives to turn to. Why would Luo Yangming employ you?" "I am a distant relative of Jiang Qiuchen's husband's family. After Wuzhou City fell, I had nowhere to go, so I went to seek refuge with her. She then recommended me to the shop through Luo Yangming's wife." "You're a person from Liaodong. How do you have relatives in Guangdong?" "Just vine tendril relatives from generations back," Yehaoran said. Contact had long since been cut off. "We merely still recognize the kinship. Had I not been out of options, I wouldn't have swallowed my pride to beg her." Jai asked again, "Since you were in such distress in Wuzhou when the city fell, why did you conceive the idea of organizing a riot? Under the whole of heaven, is there any land that is not the king's territory of Great Ming? You bandit thieves have stolen the king's territory. Is it impermissible for this scholar to raise troops to recover it? Mr. Yi, matters of great righteousness need not be debated. You and I each have our positions. I think you originally sought refuge with Jiang Qiuchen simply to eke out a living without any thought of rioting. What exactly caused this thought to arise, and how did you organize it? Tell me everything, one by one. Why this thought arose and how it was organized, this scholar has stated clearly in the confession without concealment." Chen Babin thought, "This old scholar is quite a talker, turning things over and over, refusing to say a useful sentence. Everything's in the confession." Jai didn't pursue further, just nodded slightly and asked again, "What is your relationship with Kai Lan?" "She is the fiancée of an old friend of mine, Xing Chenghuan." Yehaoran answered calmly, "When Wuzhou City fell, Mr. Xing died for the country. Kai Lan drifted here. I originally didn't know her until one day on the street she saw my fan. The fan had been painted by her fiancé. And then she asked where I lived and what I did for a living. Since she had exposed my identity, this scholar stopped hiding and told her everything." "You didn't ask what she did for a living at that time or where she stayed?" "Naturally I asked. She said that after the city fell she was nearly abducted and violated by villains. Fortunately, bandit soldiers intervened and saved her. Pitying her for being lonely and helpless, and knowing she was literate, the bandits let her do odd jobs in the Sanzong Fu." "What job can she, a weak woman with bound feet, possibly do?" "This the scholar doesn't know," Yehaoran said. "Since Kai Lan received great kindness from my senate, why did she become your insider?" "Great kindness?" Yehaoran smiled disdainfully. "If not for you, she and my old friend would be a harmonious couple like Qin and Si instruments, deeply in love, living a stable and happy life. How would she have fallen to the state of being abducted and violated by chaotic soldiers?" This scholar provoked her with national hatred and family enmity and thus made her an insider. Since she was an insider, what did she do? Naturally reported on the movements of the bandit thieves. Every few days she would pass news to this scholar. "She is a woman. How could she communicate with you?" "Though she is a woman, bandit thieves have always held etiquette and law in contempt. The bandit female cadres in Wuzhou show their faces in public. It's not considered strange. What's so strange about her being able to come and go freely? When you led people to rush into the county yamen and raid Senator Zai, was she the insider? No. Kai Lan served in the San Zong Fu. Zai the bandit lived and worked in the county yamen. How could she be an insider? Besides, for such a major undertaking, this scholar wouldn't dare entrust it to a woman's hands. This Yi Haoran has cleaned Kai Lan quite thoroughly, Jai Xin thought. This set of confessions had obviously been prepared by someone. Yi Haoran admitted all the parts that couldn't be hidden, solely concealing the key point of the relationship between Kai Lan and Zai Aaron. Jai Xin asked more questions. Yi Haoran answered fluently, fitting the confession seamlessly without flaws. Take him away, Jai Xin ordered. After the guards took Yi Haoran away, Chen Babin asked, puzzled, Director Jai, all of that was in the confession. Why ask again? Naturally, to see if they match. Fabricated confessions are often accurate in general direction. Ask more and differences will emerge in details. Also to verify if our people told the truth. You mean Luo Yangming? Luo Yangming wrote in his report how Yi Haoran lurked in the city. Looking at it now, there's basically no problem. He paused. There's another point. I don't know if you noticed the suspicious element. Kai Lan. Correct, Jai Xin nodded. In Yi Haoran's confession, Kai Lan is quite unimportant, and he avoided the key thing, namely, the relationship between Zai Aaron and Kai Lan. Pity Kai Lan is already dead, Chen Babin said with some regret. However, he noticed Jai Xin showed no regretful expression whatsoever. Jai Xin didn't immediately interrogate Jiang Xiu, but called in the local police chief, Zhang Erjun. He asked about the circumstances of Kai Lan's interrogation and death. After Kai Lan was arrested, she was detained in the Earth God Temple of the County Yamen. 2 female wardens guarded her specially. But before we could arraign her, she committed suicide. The body, after encoffinment, it's temporarily stored in a nunnery outside the city. How did she die? Was an autopsy performed? It was examined, but we don't have a forensic doctor here. It was the local county coroner who examined her. The conclusion is hanging suicide. Zhang Erjun looked at Jai Xin. Chief, do you want to open the coffin and examine her again? No need. We didn't bring a forensic doctor this time. Jai Xin shook his head and asked, how was she discovered to be a spy? It said someone anonymously reported to Chief Zai. Chief Zai's security secretary personally went to arrest her. Jai Xin remembered that Zai Aaron's report had stated the security secretary died in battle on the night of the riot, and his office had also been broken into by Ming troops that night. He himself had led guards to resist fiercely in the office. According to the report, gunshots and fire burning, heavy losses. It said Kai Lan served the Senate in the San Zong Fu. Is that true? Jai Xin asked. Zhang Erjun hesitated slightly before answering. She did indeed serve in the San Zong Fu. End of chapter. Chapter 23-25, going to Wuzhou IV. Next is this Jiang Xiu. Chen Babin picked up the interrogation record. Doesn't look like there's much to squeeze out of him, just a reckless soldier. Jiang Xiu, Jai Xin murmured. Such a familiar name, I keep feeling I've seen it somewhere. It's a generic name, Chen Babin said. You can meet several in a month at the purification camp. Jiang Xiu, get up. A lord wants to interrogate you. The retained jailer shook the shackles in his hand listlessly. Jiang Xiu climbed up from the straw mat. He had sustained quite a few injuries during the fierce battle, but they were mostly superficial flesh wounds, nothing serious. He hadn't been tortured in the cell either, and had already recovered considerably. This was his second time being a captive of the Australians. Knowing the Australians didn't abuse captives, and having already reconciled himself to death, he ate well and slept soundly in prison, feeling quite at peace. Hearing he was to be arraigned, Jiang Xiu remained calm, asking casually, "Wasn't I already interrogated?" "New Australian lords have been sent from Guangzhou," the jailer replied. He knew this one was tough and spoke politely. "You've got big face this time. When you go to the execution ground, it'll be enough to shout a few times." He cupped his hands. "Hero, pardon the offense." Then he fitted the shackles and handcuffs. Unlike Yi Haoran, Jiang Xiu came from a military background and was young and strong. Zhang Erjun couldn't help but be wary. Jiang Xiu was detained in the county prison, just a few steps from the county Yaman's rear hall. Dragging his leg irons and handcuffs, he arrived in minutes. The moment he stepped into the rear hall, his eyes suddenly widened. The bandit chief he had thought about day and night for years, who appeared in his nightmares every night, was actually sitting in the hall. Though many years had passed, Jiang Xiu still remembered this man's appearance when he had interrogated everyone in the troop back then. A fair-skinned, elegant-mannered, middle-aged man with a compassionate expression. Every time he asked questions, he let them finish speaking, neither interrupting nor scolding them. Only at the end of the interrogation did he say they were muddled. Everyone in the troop had originally thought that, with such an attitude, the worst outcome would probably be a few dozen strokes of the board each, and wearing a kang for 10 days or half a month. But the judgment waiting for them turned out to be execution for senior sister, and exile for the rest. Jiang Xiu would never forget the scene when senior sister was taken from the cell by 2 bandit soldiers that day, master crying out his daughter's name in sorrowful anguish. Senior sister's eyes were clenched shut, but tears streamed down in strings. Only when she was about to leave the cell did she scream, heartbreakingly, "Dad!" That single word, "Dad," woke him from nightmares every midnight. He knew senior sister had died unjustly, had died wrongfully. All her longing and reluctance for the human world had condensed into that one word. He had never imagined that this man with kind eyebrows and pleasant eyes, who spoke so gently and reasonably, was actually so ruthless and cruel. What fault had senior sister committed? Just to survive, she had eaten Master Luo's rice for a few days. When he was in Hainan, the bandits said every day they were the direction of the people's hearts, and that the campaign against the great Ming was to console the people and punish the guilty. But what did common people count for? It was still the same old story, using common people's heads to kill the chicken and scare the monkey. "What are you standing there dazing for? Quick, go in," the bailiff behind pushed him. Jai Xin didn't recognize him. He and Jiang Xiu had only met once or twice in the public hall, and as a judge at that time, examining anywhere from 100 down to dozens of captives and criminals every day, it was impossible to remember every face. Furthermore, Jiang Xiu had been just an unripe young lad back then. After years of exile and labor, his appearance had changed greatly. "You are Jiang Xiu?" "I am." Chen Babin asked a few more questions about the content of the confession. Jiang Xiu answered each one correctly. What Chen Babin cared about most was how he had mobilized the troops. Jiang Xiu didn't hide this point either, telling how he had contacted Song Ming and others, and how he had met Mr. Gu and other details one by one. "Mr. Gu," Jai Xin suddenly interrupted. "You mean Gu Zunli? Seems to be called that." Jiang Xiu was somewhat surprised. Could this surnamed Gu also be an old acquaintance of the bandits? All right, so he's still alive. Chen Babin certainly knew of Second Master Gu, famous throughout the Senate. He really can bounce around. Don't mention it, he almost succeeded this time. Jai Xin looked at this young man with disheveled hair and untidy clothes before him, feeling somewhat familiar but unable to place why. He noticed the other party's gaze staring straight at him, completely without the flinching and avoidant eyes of typical captives and indigenous commoners. This person has considerable guts, seems to be a desperado, Jai Xin thought. Judging from the summary of confessions from all sides, the civil leader of this riot was Yi Haoran, and the military leader was Song Ming. Prisoners said this person had escaped, but this Jiang Xiu was an out-and-out number 2 figure. More useful information should be obtainable from his mouth. Jai Xin opened his mouth and asked, "According to the confession, you said you were one of Xing Wencan's family retainers. Xing Wencan is from Guizhou, you are from Henan. How did you come to serve under his door as a retainer?" "My hometown suffered flood and drought, nothing to eat. A few years ago, I followed people to Guangdong to make a living performing arts." "Since you were performing arts, how did you become a soldier?" Jiang Xiu smiled strangely. "That year, running around the docks in Guangzhou selling performances, I happened to encounter you people landing and harassing. The troops suffered military disaster. Some died, some fled. Only I was left alone. With no way out, I became a soldier to get a mouthful of rice. Later, I gained Governor Xing's appreciation, first became a retainer, then was promoted to squad leader. When Wuzhou City fell, Xing Wenquan's retainers mostly rooted at Bangshan. How did you collect the remnants and how did you lie low? Jaizin asked. And how did Ye Haoran contact you? There's naturally inside information about this matter, Jiang Xiu said. If this lowly person tells you, will you spare my life? If you provide meritorious information, naturally the punishment can be reduced by 1 degree, Jaizin said. Give me paper and pen, I'll write it out. You're literate. When this lowly person was young, I read a few years of private school. I recognized some characters. Chen Babin scolded. Cut the mysterious act. Just speak if you have something to say. This lowly one has a clumsy tongue. Speaking up, I'm afraid of making mistakes. Better to write it out, Jiang Xiu said. Besides, this matter concerns the Senate Standing Committee. There are too many ears and eyes here. If spoken aloud and overheard, I fear this lowly person's life cannot be preserved. Hearing this, both Jaizin and Chen Babin were shocked. This Jiang Xiu had opened with heavy news. Concerns the Senate Standing Committee. The weight of those words was immense. Though they hung the word Senate on their lips every day, the indigenous people of the Ming state mostly had no concept of it. Many people only knew bandit thieves or bandit people, at most Australians. Those who formally knew Senate numbered perhaps 1 in 10,000, let alone Standing Committee. Even among naturalized citizens in Lingao, few knew this term. Yet this person had spoken it immediately. Thinking further that captives had confessed Jiang Xiu, though merely a trivial squad leader, had commanded Xing Wenquan's most elite retainer team, obviously one of Xing's trusted aides. Could it be this Wuzhou incident has invisible hands manipulating it from behind? Both men instantly grew tense. Speaking of which, this Wuzhou incident did indeed feel somewhat fishy. Jaizin and Chen Babin knew that Wuzhou having an incident might not be a bad thing for certain people in the Senate. Could it be? Neither dared voice the thought. Chen Babin said, "Since that's the case, we'll give you paper and pen." He ordered someone to bring the 4 treasures of the study and instructed the bailiff to remove Jiang Xiu's handcuffs. The chest board in front of the interrogation chair was quite wide and could serve as a small table. With handcuffs removed, writing was possible. Seeing Jiang Xiu pick up the brush and begin writing, Jaizin ordered the bailiffs and jailers in the rear hall to temporarily retreat to the courtyard, to prevent them from seeing what Jiang Xiu was writing. Wait under the eaves for instructions. Director Jai, what will this Jiang Xiu write? Chen Babin was young after all, somewhat unable to contain his anticipation. Hard to say, but he's just a mere squad leader. What can he possibly know? More likely he's bluffing, wanting to live by writing nonsense. Jaizin said, "Ignore it, just let him write. At worst, we waste a few pages of paper." Seeing Jiang Xiu writing swiftly, he soon filled a page. After blowing it dry, he folded it and sighed, finished writing. Jaizin was concerned there might be something critical in this confession. If it really involved secrets within the Senate, that wouldn't be a matter of internal strife. The nature would be 100 times more serious. He didn't summon the bailiffs under the eaves to retrieve it, but rose directly and walked over, personally picking up the confession. Jiang Xiu suddenly exploded. One hand seized Jaizin, while the other gripped the brush shaft and drove it fiercely toward Jaizin's eyes. Jaizin was shocked and tried to dodge, but his arm was clamped tight by Jiang Xiu's grip, immobile as an iron hoop. Seeing the black brush tip hurtling toward his eyes, Jaizin in desperation could only jerk his head back to avoid its thrust. Fortunately, Jiang Xiu had only had his hands uncuffed. Below the waist he was still restrained by leg irons. The chair was fixed to the ground. Relying only on the sudden thrust of both hands, his range was extremely limited. Jaizin dodged the brush shaft by tilting backward, but it still stabbed heavily into the corner of his mouth. A burst of sharp pain, salty and sweet in his mouth. He was bleeding immediately. Chen Babin was stunned for a moment. Seeing blood covering Jaizin's face, he reacted, shouting, "Someone come!" as he himself leaped up, grabbed a bench and rushed forward, smashing it against Jiang Xuo's arm. Only then did he rescue Jaizin from Jiang Xuo's grip. Jaizin fell to the ground on his backside, face covered in blood, looking extremely disheveled. By now the bailiffs and guards outside had all rushed in. Seeing this scene, they were greatly shocked. Immediately, water and fire sticks fell together, beating Jiang Xuo until his head split and blood flowed, then shackling him again. Jaizin only felt his cheek and mouth burning, blood gushing continuously. He touched his cheek. There seemed to be a wound there too, with flesh rolled up. End of chapter. Chapter 23-26. Going to Wuzhou V, he looked at his palm, covered with fresh blood. How much hatred did it take to think of using a writing brush as an assassination weapon? Chen Babin came over to support him. "Director Jai, are you okay? Your wound." "Not serious, just a flesh wound." Jaizin's shock was settling slightly, and he stood up with effort. Several orderlies rushed over. Chen Babin scolded, "Quickly, fetch the medicine chest. Find a doctor." Jaizin only felt pain and numbness in his lower jaw, his mouth full of fishy sweetness. He spat on the ground, full of blood foam. He was somewhat worried about whether his teeth were damaged. Although the Senate had dentists, due to limitations in materials and medicines, tooth inlay and filling were worlds apart from old timeline standards. Jaizin really didn't want to end up with a gold tooth. Fortunately, the teeth seemed undamaged. Just the inside of his mouth was bleeding in multiple places from the violent impact. Just as he was secretly calling it lucky, a burst of sharp pain shot through his right arm. Rolling up his sleeve to look, he saw a pitch-black circle of grab marks on the forearm. He couldn't help being stunned. "Give me a cup of water, rinsing my mouth will do." Jaizin barely calmed his mind. That strike just now had been completely unexpected. He had interrogated countless criminals and captives, seen all kinds of people, but no one had been like this person, exploding with such powerful hatred in an instant. With almost panicked hands, Jaizin unfolded the blood-stained paper. Amidst scattered blood spots, thick ink strokes filled the page with a single character. "Injustice, Chinese letter." It was a shocking sight. He raised his head, staring at Jiang Xuo, who was now shackled and pressed into the chair. "Who are you? Bandit thief. Do you still remember Sai Qingxia of Sanliang Market?" Though Jiang Xuo had missed his strike, he had completely painted this bandit's face with fresh blood. The blockage in his chest that had accumulated for years loosened, and he laughed loudly. "Look at you, sanctimonious one. You also have today." The three words Sai Qingxia poured into his ears, instantly opening his memory's floodgates. That trial he had presided over in Sanliang Market many years ago reappeared like yesterday, returning to his mind scene by scene. In an instant he remembered everything. "You are Jiang Xuo," he cried out involuntarily. "Correct. I am Jiang Xuo, same given name, same surname, never changed." Though Jiang Xuo was beaten until his head had split and blood flowed and was bound in chains at this moment, he showed no sign of wilting. Instead, he raised his head high and spoke loudly. Jaizin couldn't say another word. He actually stood there stunned. Chen Babin was afraid something else might happen and immediately ordered, "Take him back, watch him carefully, don't let him die." Jiang Xuo laughed loudly. "Die? I won't die. I want to watch you bandit thieves cut into 1,000 pieces." Then he burst into loud crying. "Senior sister, did you see? I have no ability to avenge you, but I made him bleed. Bleed. I'm coming to find you right now." Before his voice faded, several bailiffs had already dragged him out. Only his wild laughter still echoed in the air. Chen Babin hurriedly ordered sedan chairs prepared, sending Jaizin and the arriving doctor together back to the residence in Sanzongfu. The doctor was of naturalized citizen origin but had at least received 3 years of medical education from the Ministry of Health. He cleaned the wound for Jaizin, saw that the wound was deep, and said sutures were needed. "Stitch it then. Just, this wound is on my face. Stitch with care." "Chief, please rest assured. Though my medicine isn't considered the best, I've done countless small surgical operations like suturing and debridement." The doctor seemed very confident. He immediately stitched Jai Xin's wound and applied a layer of anti-inflammatory powder before bandaging it. Chen Babin saw his stitches were neat. He indeed hadn't been bragging. Take oral anti-inflammatory drugs on time. I will come again tomorrow to change the dressing for the chief. Senators on business trips carried relevant medicine rations in their emergency kits. The efficacy was much stronger than the anti-inflammatory tablets distributed by naturalized doctors, so no prescription was needed. Chen Babin took out the pills, brought water for Jai Xin to swallow, and only then showed a relieved expression upon seeing him roughly normal. Your appearance just now really scared me to death. Chen Babin packed up things, face completely covered in blood. Who is this Jiang Xuo? An old account from years ago. Jai Xin felt no major issues besides the faint pain from the wound. He leaned back on the rattan chair. I had long forgotten this matter, never expected there would actually be a day like today. He didn't conceal anything either, telling the past events that had occurred in Sanliang town during the Pearl River estuary operation years ago, one by one. Speaking of which, my heart was also too hard. Qingxia was just forced by circumstances, completely a bottom-level small figure unable to act independently. He closed his eyes. At that time, the Senate's attitude toward armed militia who resisted was execution without exception. I felt it was excessive, but this was the Senate's decision after all. Injuring a senator was actually not a mandatory death sentence either. At that time I also thought about pleading for her, asking President Wen for a special pardon. But thinking we had already killed many people similar to her before, if now I pleaded just because she was a woman, when it spread to the Senate, wouldn't it be a huge joke? Speaking of this, Jai Xin shook his head, full of bitterness. Since ancient times people's words are fearsome, I am no exception, so I hardened my heart and ordered her execution. Since ancient times, sticking to beliefs is never without cost. Sticking to wrong beliefs requires cost. Sticking to correct beliefs is the same, even the cost is greater. Chen Babin saw his miserable expression and tried to comfort him. You don't need to blame yourself. How many things that can't see the light has the Senate done purely over these years? These sins of yours count as nothing. I don't feel guilty, just feel I was duplicitous. Jai Xin sighed. This Jiang Xu was upright and straightforward, neither hiding his name, and during my interrogation referenced past events in every sentence. I was completely unaware, only thinking about what secrets of the Senate Standing Committee, probably having been in a high position for too long, I have long lost the capacity for empathy with people at the bottom. Just as he was speaking, Zai Aaron arrived. Hearing that Jai Xin had been injured while interrogating a prisoner, he was nearly scared out of his wits. If Jai Xin had any serious problem, the Senate would certainly eat him alive. Seeing that Jai Xin seemed to have no major issues except for a piece of gauze wrapped around his face, Zai Aaron finally let down half his heart. He hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his hand, asking with concern, "How is it?" "Nothing wrong. Just a scrape on the face, no hindrance." Jai Xin waved his hand. This was me being careless, didn't expect this fierce disciple would actually use a writing brush to assassinate. This Jiang Xu is truly a daring fellow, Zai Aaron said. Looks like we need to give him some suffering to taste. That's not necessary. Jai Xin shook his head. Besides, he's an important criminal. Many things haven't been verified yet. If he's killed accidentally, it would be hard to explain. Correct, what you said is right. Zai Aaron regretted speaking impulsively. Wait until the interrogation is clear, then punish him by law. With that, he hurriedly ordered various comfort gifts sent over, making Jai Xin laugh and cry. After finally seeing off the overly enthusiastic Zai Aaron, Chen Babin asked, "Director Jai, there's one point I don't understand. Since this Jiang Xu was a person in the case back then, and you sentenced him to exile, how could he become a squad leader in Xing Wenken's family retainer team? Aren't exiled people all escorted back to Hainan?" "I also find it strange," Jai Xin said. "At that time, we didn't yet have Kaohsiung or Jeju. Those sentenced to exile were customarily sent to several counties in southern Jiangsu. Which specific county, I don't know." Though exile isn't imprisonment, escaping from these counties and returning to the mainland probably wasn't easy. Several counties in the south of Jiangsu were truly places at the ends of the earth. Except for the Round Island Highway built by the Senate and scheduled liner ships, there were almost no ways to leave. As a purely exiled criminal, Jiang Xuo had no legal ID and no money. It was fundamentally impossible to leave by land or sea, let alone reach Guangdong. Obviously, from the place of exile to Guangdong, Jiang Xuo still had a hidden past he hadn't told. Chen Beiben then suggested Jizin investigate this matter first. Jiang Xuo alone doesn't have such great ability. Definitely someone helped him. If we can clarify his escape process, maybe we can dig out some underground organization or several collaborators. I suggest interrogating him directly, focusing on questioning this experience. Jiang Xu's current state has probably fallen into semi-madness. Ordinary torture won't be of much use to him. If we push too hard and kill him, that would be even more inexplicable. Jizin said, "We start from the periphery first, see if there are any points to cut in." Immediately, a document was sent to Zai Aaron, asking him to interrogate the original retainers, staff, and relevant personnel of Xingwenken currently detained and stranded in Wuzhou, one by one, focusing on interrogating Jiang Xu's situation. This interrogation turned up a major problem. It turned out not a single person knew Jiang Xu's origin exactly. They only knew he had been suddenly sent to the retainer team as a squad leader, and this retainer team had been recruited by Xing Wenken from his hometown Guizhou, equipped with Nanyang rifles, regarded by Xing Wenken as a mighty brigade. And Jiang Xuo had come to train this team. Such a team Xing Wenken relied on as his belly and heart, and instead of asking a veteran of bloody battlefields to take responsibility for drilling, he got a person who ran horses and performed arts to train them. Whether Jai Xin or Chen Beiben, both faintly sensed something was wrong. Next, they learned from the interrogation that Jiang Xuo had trained the retainers to use Nanyang rifles, drilled them in formation, and taught various combat tactics. Moreover, he worked seriously, never embezzling or skimming military pay and rations, and rarely beat or scolded soldiers. He could be counted as an anomaly among lower-ranking officers. Needless to say, he was definitely a soldier, Chen Beiben said. He most likely defected from the VIII army. Otherwise, none of this can be explained. Wasn't he in exile? I remember sentencing him to 7 years of exile. It hasn't expired yet this year. Even if expired with this criminal record, how could he join the army? Because of this Liangguang strategy, the VIII army recruited soldiers comprehensively. To avoid crowding out workers, recruitment restrictions were relaxed. An exile like him, who has been exiled for many years if he had no bad deeds locally, could totally be recruited. Pity we're in Wuzhou. In Guangzhou or Lingao, we could look up the missing personnel list of various military branches since going north. 9 out of 10, he made it to Guangdong with the VIII army, then absconded. End of chapter. Chapter 23-27. Going to Wuzhou VI. Chen Beiben's speculation obviously aligned more closely with the facts. The two faced each other in silence. Clearly, what they had uncovered in Wuzhou was not as simple as just Zai Aaron. After a long while, Chen Beiben said, "After the recovery of Wuzhou, Su Qi wrote a specific field report mentioning the Battle of Bangshan, the matter of the Nanyang rifles flowing to the enemy. You probably didn't read closely. According to that report, the retainers at Bangshan were not only equipped with Nanyang rifles, but had also improved their tactics and fortifications. At the time, Su Qi suspected there were traitors from the VIII army among the enemy. It seems this traitor is Jiang Xuo. That's the only possibility remaining. I think we should first access relevant materials from the political department of the VIII army. It won't be too late to draw a conclusion after seeing the materials." Jizin said. Yi Haoran's confession mentioned that he was once responsible for recruiting the retainer team, so he should have a relatively good understanding of Jiang Xuo. We can ask him again. Interrogating Yi Haoran again, He didn't hide anything either, telling the past events of how he had met and come to know Jiang Xuo, how he had recommended him to Xing Wenqian, and how he was appointed. General Jiang abandoned the dark and turned to the light, returned to his motherland, was loyal to the king's affairs, and finally was trapped and captured without losing the word loyalty. Yi Haoran spoke with forceful resonance. Before seeing Jiang Xuo, I thought the bandit influence was monstrous and hard to resist. Only after seeing him did I know that in turbulent times there are naturally loyal ministers. Though the great Ming is in imminent danger, it has not yet lost the mandate of heaven. Chen Babin silently criticized. An exile, having been a soldier for a few days and learned some trivial skills, gets blown up into a defender of the state. And pulling in, mandate of heaven not being lost. The brain circuits of this bunch of literati are truly peculiar. Jai Xin didn't refute his remarks. In his view, letting them fully express their inner thoughts made it easy to obtain extra intelligence. Sure enough, Yi Haoran spoke smoothly and unconsciously let slip a sentence. Even Master Chang was overwhelmed with admiration for General Jiang's heart of loyalty to the sovereign and service to the country. After Yi Haoran stopped speaking, Jai Xin asked, "Who is this Master Chang you mentioned?" "Master Chang Qingyun." Yi Haoran didn't hide it at all. Chang Qingyun. Jai Xin seemed to have seen this name somewhere. Thinking again, he had been mentioned in the report on the Sanhezui camp. He appeared to be one of Xing Wenqian's staff, a Juran degree holder who had become Liu Yaoweng's lackey in the camp. "What is your relationship with Chang Qingyun?" Only now did Yi Haoran realize he had misspoken, but on second thought, Chang Qingyun obviously hadn't been captured, and the dirty work he'd done in the camp couldn't be exonerated anyway. So he spoke frankly. "I'm an old friend with him from Governor Xing's staff. So he's also one of your gang." "Naturally. Master Chang is also a scholar loyal to the sovereign. What is impermissible about that?" Jai Xin and the others had originally only suspected that Sanhezui and the riot inside the city were connected. Now that Yi Haoran had confessed this, the relationship between the two was nailed down. The two organized Yi Haoran's confession, then cross-referenced it with the investigation records from Sanhezui and related reports of the whole event to summarize and organize. Listing the timeline of events, they roughly clarified the ins and outs of this Wuzhou riot. Obviously, in this riot, Yi Haoran was the undisputed core figure. Though the initial spark hadn't come from him, without him running about and making contacts, even if a riot had occurred in Wuzhou, it wouldn't have embarrassed the Senate so badly. Second was this Master Chang. Looking at Yi Haoran's confession, the chaos at Sanhezui was basically his single-handed work. Though Chang Qingyun had slipped through the net, from Yi Haoran's indirect testimony, Chang Qingyun had catered to Liu Yaoweng's whims, seduced him into further corruption and degeneration, caused great public grievance in the camp, and finally introduced insiders through his handling of the opera troupe and the unpacking of opera chests. The whole scheme was intricately linked. As for Jiang Xuo, he was actually not such a critical figure. The role he played in this event, besides running back and forth for contact, was that of a warrior charging at the front. "I think the course of events is roughly clear," Chen Babin said. "The main unclear part now is the Kai Lan portion. From the data currently in hand, Chang Qingyun also had contact with Kai Lan." "Of course there was contact," Jai Xin said. "We just haven't obtained the confession. This matter probably has to be clarified by directly interrogating Liu Yaoweng." "Do we want to interrogate Liu Yaoweng?" "No hurry. Since they haven't issued a conclusion, we don't need to rush for the moment," Jai Xin said. "We have enough data from the captives now. Now let's talk to retained personnel and naturalized cadres." The most important among the naturalized cadres were three people: Luo Yangming, Zhao Fengshan, and Zheng Erjin. But Jai Xin's approach was not to speak with them first. Luo Yangming possessed too much truth. Once they talked to him, it was equivalent to playing the trump card. And Zhao Fengshan and Zheng Erjin were under Zai Aaron's command. Speaking with them was equivalent to asking them to take a stance. This was enormous pressure for naturalized cadres, and they had inevitably done some shameful things for VIII. Whether they confessed under pressure or resisted to the end, it was absolutely not good for them. It's not easy to train naturalized cadres. These few count as elites. We can't push them onto a dead end, Jizin said. Talent is rare. But they followed VIII and did quite a few, unpresentable things. Wouldn't letting them off lightly be too easy on them? It tends to encourage the unhealthy trend of soldiers belonging to generals. Factions and mountain strongholds have existed since ancient times, and our Senate is no exception. Naturalized cadres attaching themselves to a certain senator is extremely normal. Doing things that violate regulations or even laws isn't rare either. We can't put an end to this kind of thing, let alone eradicate it. Jizin smiled bitterly. If in the old timeline there's nothing to say, uneven ground, just shovel it flat. There are plenty of people to fill the vacancy, but here it won't do. We lack people. Sometimes we can only look at problems from the perspective of protecting people first. The same charge placed on naturalized citizens is a monstrous crime, placed on others may not be. Besides, one active, one coerced, there is still a difference. Chen Babin pondered the meaning in his words, understanding that he hoped VIII would bear the main responsibility. This way the punishment for naturalized cadres wouldn't be too heavy. Otherwise, once the hat of deceiving the Senate was placed on Zhao Fengshan, Zhang Erjin, and the others, they basically couldn't recover. The best outcome would be going to Kaohsiung or Jeju to work as cadres. What if? I think he won't fail to understand. The Senate could even tolerate Dugu Kiyuhun, Dugu proposing marriage. What can't be forgiven about this bit of romantic indiscretion? If he really makes his trusted aides take the blame, how can he come out to work again in the future? He should be able to figure out this key point. What worries me most now is that too many people want to eat Wuzhou's human blood buns right now. We cannot but be cautious. In the following days, Jizin and Chen Babin summoned naturalized citizens and retained personnel in batches. Among them were National Army soldiers who had fought that night, retained personnel in the Yamen, and captives and refugees who hadn't fled from the Sanhizui camp. All personnel were directly summoned by people sent by Jizin, then interrogated one by one. From their mouths, important intelligence was soon learned. Among this, Kai Lan's matter was especially strange, because any relevant personnel involving her had all disappeared, either died in the riot that night or went missing. Even the two female servants guarding her when Kai Lan committed suicide were gone. Though the report said Kai Lan had served in the San Zong Fu doing simple paperwork, in the interrogation, actually not a single colleague of hers was found. Most people didn't know there was such a female retained staff member in the San Zong Fu. This abnormal pattern basically confirmed that Kai Lan had not only had an improper relationship with VIII, but had also played a quite important role in the riot that night, so much so that VIII had expended great effort to clean up all relevant personnel who knew the detailed situation. As for what kind of role she had played, probably only Zhao Fengshan and the others knew. However, from these conversations they also learned quite a lot about the Sanhizui camp, including Liu Yaoweng's various evil deeds in the camp, Jiang Yaogong's participation, and Chang Qingyun's activities. It was said he had become active in the short period before the riot, but had indeed done many bad things. Jizin also obtained an important piece of information. Chang Qingyun had once been called into Wuzhou City, and shortly after returning received preferential treatment, painting in his room every day. Paintings were constantly sent in and out of Wuzhou City, very busily. Though the person providing this information was low in status and unclear on why Chang Qingyun had been called to paint, or why paintings were transported back and forth, the only person with power to do this was VIII. Jizin had accessed VIII's file before departure. Though he was also a cultured person, from his personal background and relevant self-statements, no special hobby for Chinese painting was reflected. let alone specifically finding someone to exchange paintings. And this practice of only having Chang Qingyun paint had nothing to do with exchanging paintings anyway. Associating this with what Yi Heoran and some others had said, that Kai Lan excelled in painting, and the fact that the city government's material procurement personnel had also provided information about collecting paints, paper, and other painting tools in the city, this was undoubtedly Kai Lan's hobby. And Chang Qingyun's painting was also because of Kai Lan. Good heavens, didn't expect him to be a sentimental seed. Chen Babin sighed. So attentive. Scholars are sentimental and also particular about life's tastes, not surprising, not to mention our current status. What can't we do if we want to? Aren't there senators in Lingao doing even more absurd things? Jaizin smiled. This bit of romantic indiscretion really counts as nothing. The bad thing is that such a messy incident happened in Wuzhou, and this Kai Lan is a key figure in it. End of chapter. Chapter 23-28. Going to Wuzhou, VIII, Chen Babin looked at the materials on the table. Zai Aaron had moved fast, cleaning up all retained personnel who could prove Kai Lan had a special relationship with him. Of course, whether Zhao Fengshan, Zheng Erjun, or Luo Yangming, all could prove Kai Lan's existence. But once they gave relevant testimony, it would mean standing on the opposite side of Zai Aaron. Except for Luo Yangming, who could receive the protection of the Political Security Bureau, the other two would inevitably struggle in the Senate's cadre system in the future. Chen Babin had roughly understood Jaizin's meaning: protect the naturalized cadres. Who else could prove the special relationship between Kai Lan and Zai Aaron? He thought and thought, finally recalling Jiang Qiuchen, mentioned in Luo Yangming's report. According to that report, Jiang Qiuchen had also served in the San Zong Fu for a time. He immediately told Jaizin this idea. Just right, Jaizin said. Here's a document just sent by Zheng Erjun, the conclusion of their investigation report on the Sanhizui camp. He handed the report over as he spoke. Chen Babin flipped through it roughly. It basically matched the sporadic information about Sanhizui they'd obtained in interrogation, and confirmed their deduction. Liu Yaowing had acted illegally, Jiang Yaogong had aided the tyrant, and Chang Qingyun had added fuel to the fire. But the following content was interesting. 2 small ox-horn secret stamp chops had been found on Jiang Yaogong's corpse and among Liu Yaowing's personal items. After identification and inspection, they were found to originate from the Ruijin Tang silk shop in Wuzhou City. Zhang Rongxian, the boss of Ruijin Tang silk shop, confessed that these 2 secret stamp chops were vouchers for illicit money they'd obtained from reselling grain and materials from the camp, kept at the counter. This Liu Yaowing really has enormous guts. Chen Babin was startled. Though he had seen quite a few naturalized citizen corruption cases, and some with larger amounts than this, daring to be so lawless and act so willfully while on the front line and in a prisoner camp, this was the first time he'd seen anything like it. The one pulling strings was Chang Qingyun. Interesting, right? Isn't that very normal? Chang Qingyun was Liu Yaowing's lackey. Chang Qingyun was an outsider, unfamiliar with people and places in Wuzhou. For this kind of private black transaction, even if he knew Ruijin Tang had the capability and went to their door himself, Zhang Rongxian wouldn't dare accept. Then, it was Yi Heoran. Though we don't have direct evidence it was likely him. Reading his confession, I feel this Yi Heoran is very crafty. He confesses whatever aspect we've mastered. If we haven't mastered it, he says nothing. Chen Babin laughed dryly a few times, thinking, does this need saying? The confession we got was definitely processed. Jiang Rongxian's younger sister is Jiang Qiuchen. For a time, Jiang Qiuchen's son was sent to Yi Heoran to study. So Jiang Qiuchen is not only a distant vine tendril relative with Yi Heoran, but they also trust each other deeply. Yi Heoran downplaying the relationship between him and Jiang Qiuchen is problematic in itself. So Jiang Qiuchen is also a key figure. Correct. Jaizin nodded. Luo Yangming said in the report that Jiang Qiuchen also served in the San Zong Fu. Though what she did specifically is unclear, it likely has to do with Kai Lan. Yehaoran Chang Qingyun Jiang Qiuchen Kai Lan. Chen Beiben casually drew a relationship diagram between them on white paper. "This is a web," he exclaimed. "Correct," Jaizin nodded. Yehaoran sat in the grain shop's accounting room, actually controlling the overall situation through this web. "This person is truly a genius." "Then this Jiang Qiuchen, already gone," Jaizin said lightly. According to Zhang Erjin's arrest report, Jiang Qiuchen is no longer in Wuzhou. According to her brother, she took her son back to Tang County more than 10 days ago. He didn't go back earlier, didn't go back later, going back at this particular time. Truly very coincidental, Chen Beiben said. "We should immediately send a document to Tang County asking them to arrest Jiang Qiuchen." "I already asked Zhang Erjin to send a document to the police station in Tang County, but I highly doubt whether Tang County can find her. The current situation is chaotic, and our regime institutions are very imperfect. She can easily hide by changing her name. So this line is also broken." Jaizin remained noncommittal. Now there is an even stranger thing. According to Jiang Rongxian's confession, 3 secret stamp chops were carved at that time, all handled by Chang Qingyun. So the specific holders are unknown. There were 3. Correct. We know 2. Who has the other one? Probably only Liu Yaowing knows, but this Liu Yaowing simply won't speak. No matter how he's interrogated, he says the same sentence over and over. "Beat me, kill me, whatever you want, but I absolutely won't betray friends." Didn't expect this person to be quite loyal. Not only is he loyal, he also loves the Senate incomparably, Jaizin said. Looking at his confession, he's truly full of love for the Senate, not to beg for his life, but purely sincere from the bottom of his heart. Sincere and yet doing so many bad things. This digging at the foundation is almost bringing down the wall. Little Chen, you don't understand the thinking mode of these people. To them, this isn't called digging the foundation, but the treatment of being an official. Don't look at Liu Yaowing's destitute background, almost starving to death before we came. But toward the style of wealthy people and officials in this space-time, he not only envied but identified with it. Now that he's become an official, he also regards these things as a matter of course. Do you think just relying on our bit of political education and system design can make them reborn? Many people can't do it. Liu Yaowing is just a relatively stupid one among those who can't. No matter how loyal he is, we must dig out the third person. Jaizin nodded. According to speculation, if this third person was a naturalized citizen, it would be nothing more than one of the several important naturalized cadres in the city. But this case was being handled by Zhao Fengshan and others from beginning to end. They had neither tried to hide the existence of this third person nor secretly sent Liu Yaowing to the Western Heaven. This showed they were not among the holders. Maybe it's someone else. After all, until now, they hadn't found out the real mastermind behind the Wuzhou riot. Who the third person is, we can investigate slowly later. This is not the key point. Jaizin had now roughly traced the pulse of the entire Wuzhou incident and had a rough understanding of the roles played by various parties. Though the third person was important, finding them wasn't his purpose for coming here. But we have no other clues anymore. Kai Lan and Zai Aaron's relationship. Just let it go like this. Chen Beiben was suddenly somewhat discouraged. Jaizin felt quite conflicted about whether to investigate Kai Lan and Zai Aaron's relationship thoroughly. Clearing it up would help purify the atmosphere in the Senate's future work and remind other senators. But if cleared up, Zai Aaron would be discredited in the Senate. It would be a fatal blow to his personal political future. Zai Aaron obviously also saw this clearly and had used many means to sever the direct connection between Kai Lan and himself. No matter what the secret report said, the basis for the Senate's final handling of this matter was still Jaizin's report. As long as Jaizin's report couldn't verify it, then he would be considered to have cast off this fatal charge. However, since Kai Lan had appeared in the secret report, the investigation must have a conclusion. Otherwise, it would be questioned. How to grasp this balance was what Jaizin found most difficult right now. directly calling on several important naturalized cadres, and forcing them to tell the truth wouldn't be difficult, and Luo Yangming wouldn't refuse. But this violated his original intention of protecting naturalized cadres. He flipped through the materials in hand again and again, suddenly discovering an item in the draft of the weekly report sent by Luo Yangming to the Political Security Bureau. Dragon Mother Temple Assassination Case. Jai Xin was stunned. Such a thing had happened in Wuzhou. He actually hadn't known at all, and no one had mentioned it to him. It seemed the waters in Wuzhou were really deep. He checked the date. It had happened shortly after the recovery of Wuzhou. Pulling out the report to read in detail, it turned out someone had attempted to assassinate Zai Aaron in front of the Dragon Mother Temple. This immediately aroused his interest, especially since the report mentioned the assassin was a woman. "Look at this, there's a problem here." Chen Babin took the report, read it once, and said excitedly, "This person must be Kai Lan," Jai Xin said. "Whether or not it's her is hard to say yet, but indeed very likely." Did Zai Aaron report this matter to the Senate? Probably didn't report. Otherwise, the number of guards arranged for him should have increased. But this doesn't count as a problem either. After all, in the yellow zone, anything can happen. We should immediately question people around him to understand. I think those people around him probably have concerns about speaking. There is a more suitable person here, Jai Xin said. He had a guide when he went to the Dragon Mother Temple. Though he Dongli had acted as a guide to accompany Zai Aaron touring the whole city, he hadn't accepted the title of Consultative Bureau Committee member. This wasn't because he worried about the counterattack of the Great Ming or the like, but because he Dongli prided himself on being a scholar and was unwilling to work together with a group of big merchants. So he mostly stayed home with his doors closed, reading. His family had some properties outside the city. Though in the turmoil of war, security in the suburbs was still fair, and grain and vegetables were not lacking. Zai Aaron intended to win him over, occasionally inviting him out to chat, asking him to do work on local scholars and gentry. Afterward, he would gift some wine, meat, money, and rice. Life passed peacefully. The Wuzhou riot a few days ago had really given this Mr. He a scare. He wasn't afraid of the return of the Great Ming government, but that breaking the city would inevitably lead to great chaos. A well-to-do family like his would probably suffer devastation. An army with strict discipline like the Australians was unique. This scare made he Dongli shut his door and decline guests even more, living in seclusion. End of chapter. Chapter 23-29, going to Wuzhou VIII. When he heard that the city government wanted to see him, he Dongli was not panicked. He immediately followed the police to the Sanzong Fu. Unexpectedly, he didn't see the familiar Zai Aaron, but two strange Australians. He couldn't help being slightly startled. He Dongli immediately associated that the arrival of these two unfamiliar Australians was 9 out of 10 related to the Wuzhou riot not long ago. Zai Aaron's absence, perhaps his position in Wuzhou was already unstable. He grew nervous unconsciously. Such matters easily led to major imprisonments and fabricated charges, often involving a wide range of people. Not a few innocents had lost their families and lives for this. He must respond carefully. However, judging by appearances, it didn't look like an interrogation. At least they hadn't adopted an interrogation posture. Like Zai Aaron summoning him, they offered him a seat and tea. "Your Honor is Mr. He Shaoran. This humble scholar is exactly that." He Dongli bowed respectfully with hands cupped. "We came from Guangzhou, hearing that you're a long-time Wuzhou native, familiar with every aspect of local customs and sentiments. We wanted to speak with you. This humble scholar has lived in Wuzhou for generations. I indeed know quite a few local matters." The two gentlemen need only ask. "I hear there's a Dragon Mother Temple by the Gui River here." "Precisely. This temple is outside Dayun Gate. It is said to have been built during the Xiamping era of the Great Song Dynasty. It's also the largest Dragon Mother Temple locally, extremely efficacious. I heard when Senator Zai came to Wuzhou to take office, you guided him as he visited famous scenic spots inside and outside the city. He also went to this place. There was indeed such an occasion. Dongli's heart tightened. Could it be about that matter? He answered carefully. That day we went to the Han Gong shrine first, then to the Four Worthies shrine. Finally, we went to the Dragon Mother Temple to offer incense. What happened when offering incense at the Dragon Mother Temple? A woman attempted to assassinate Senator Zai in the street at the temple gate. However, it was threatening but not dangerous. Senator Zai had heaven's protection and wasn't hurt. Dongli's heart sank. Sure enough, it's about this matter. Though the incident hadn't resulted in any consequences, he had seen Senator Zai's disheveled appearance at that moment with his own eyes. It could be counted as hanging by a thread. What worried him most was that going to the Dragon Mother Temple to offer incense had been his suggestion. Fortunately, the Australian before him didn't pursue how they came to go to the Dragon Mother Temple, but asked another question. Who was this assassin woman? This, the humble scholar, isn't clear either. She failed to assassinate and was captured on the spot. A young woman, wearing a white flower on her head, should have been a widow. How was she disposed of after being captured? Dongli felt great difficulty. Though he hadn't participated in Kai Lan's subsequent matters, he had once come to the San Zong Fu to chat with Zai Aaron and truly seen Kai Lan in this courtyard. Moreover, matters concerning Zai Aaron and Kai Lan were not secrets among retained personnel and naturalized cadres in Wuzhou, but he had only heard rumors of this matter. She was taken to the Yamen. How she was handled later the humble scholar doesn't know. Is this female assassin named Kai Lan? Yes, Dongli trembled, speaking involuntarily. Jaizin noticed his fearful expression and said gently, Mr. need not be nervous, this matter has nothing to do with you. Yes, this scholar understands. However, you must also understand. Some days ago, certain remnants of the usurping Ming attacked Wuzhou and caused a great mess. The Senate must investigate this matter and investigate to the end. Who is guilty and who is innocent must be clarified clearly. I hope you will cooperate well with our work and not deliberately conceal anything. You can also rest assured, our Senate never implicates the innocent nor fabricates charges. As it should be, as it should be. Dongli secretly lamented. This scholar will surely speak all he knows. From where did you hear this woman was named Kai Lan? The humble scholar originally didn't know either, later I heard people say. Heard from whom? Many people in Wuzhou City know about this. Dongli smiled bitterly. Regarding Kai Lan, what other rumors have you heard? Dongli hesitated a bit. This scholar indeed heard quite a few rumors, but just rumors. As for exactly who said them, this scholar isn't clear either. Just say. He said that after Kai Lan was captured, she had been detained in the Earth God Temple of the County Yamen without being dealt with. After a long time, news came out, saying Senator Zai had taken her in. As for whether this is true, this scholar has no solid evidence, just that she stayed in the San Zong Fu, which was seen by many people. That's not false. So many people in Wuzhou know about Kai Lan's matter. Such rumors spread faster among the common folk than news of national affairs. Dongli smiled bitterly. Senator Zai should have heard too. Did he make any countermeasures or say anything? Senator Zai seemed not to care about this. Jaizin nodded silently. This matched the information he'd collected. Obviously, Zai Aaron didn't feel there was anything inappropriate about taking in a female assassin. If not for the Wuzhou riot, even if the Senate inquired, it would be nothing more than a minor romantic indiscretion. Do you know of any other strange things about Senator Zai? Dongli was somewhat panicked now. These words were gradually taking on a threatening tone. He stammered, No more, no more. Think carefully. Jaizin said seriously. Don't have any scruples. Speaking the truth can ensure your whole family's safety. Chen Babin was secretly surprised. Jaizin always looked kind and pleasant when interrogating naturalized citizens or indigenous people, sometimes analyzing pros and cons, rarely openly using the other party's family safety to pressure them like this. What was going on? Dongli trembled, lowered his head, and thought for a long while before saying, This scholar didn't have much contact with Senator Zai. When we met, we talked about local customs, astronomy, geography, and products, nothing special. If you're asking about something strange, there is one thing. He said that shortly before the Wuzhou riot, VIII had sent someone to deliver a few paintings, asking if he was skilled at painting and could understand the meaning of the paintings. What paintings? All freehand brushwork flowers and birds, mainly various orchids, he dongly said. To be honest, this scholar can manage to scribble a few strokes of freehand landscape, but I really can't do flowers and birds, so I declined. Chen Babin and Jai Xin exchanged glances. It seemed their speculation was correct. Before finding Chang Qingyun as a ghostwriter, VIII had also sought out this more reliable He Dongli. Pity he didn't understand such things, truly the workings of time and fate. Jai Xin sighed secretly. He restored his original kind expression and asked, "Mr. Dongli, you're a local native who has lived here for generations. Your connections and information must be wider than ours. I want to ask, how is Senator Zai's reputation among the Wuzhou folk?" He Dongli didn't hesitate this time. His reputation is fair. Though grain prices in Wuzhou have risen high these days and livelihoods are difficult, whether shopkeepers or commoners, times happen to be hard. But in the turmoil of war, he can't be blamed. He accommodated refugees in this city and relieved the poor. Under such a dangerous situation, Wuzhou City had neither corpses starved in the streets nor masses fleeing. Damaged city walls and floating bridges were also repaired. He can be called a capable official. Subsequently, Jai Xin asked some other questions. He Dongli answered one by one. Only then was he allowed to leave. After going back, don't mention this conversation to anyone. Seeing the Australians hadn't asked him to sign and fingerprint a confession, He Dongli felt much more settled. He hurriedly said, "Yes, this scholar understands. Looking at it this way, VIII still has some talent." Chen Babin said, "Indeed he does, but he was too careless." Jai Xin said, "Next, we meet Luo Yangming." Chen Babin knew Luo Yangming was regarded as the trump card figure by Jai Xin. Not summoning him upon arrival but summoning him suddenly now meant the whole Wuzhou investigation had entered its conclusion stage. Luo Yangming was summoned to the residence at Sanzong Fu that night. "Comrade Luo Yangming, please sit." Chen Babin was very polite to this lower-level subordinate. "I am Chen Babin of the Political Security Bureau." "Yes, Chief," Luo Yangming said and began to stand up to salute. "Don't be like that." Chen Babin waved his hand. "You're an undercover cadre now, you shouldn't make such obvious gestures. We'll just talk quietly, treat it as you reporting on your work." "Yes." Chen Babin introduced Jai Xin's identity. "This is Comrade Jai Xin, the leader of the investigation team." "Hello, Chief. No need to be so polite," Jai Xin said casually. "You talk about your work with little Chen first. I'll listen by the side. If there are questions, I'll ask you." Chen Babin said, "Talk about yourself first." Luo Yangming knew this was the first inspection of him by the Political Security Bureau after his relationship transfer. He gathered 120% of his spirit, reporting his background, experience, and the timing of his defection to the Senate one by one. Then he reported the process of accepting the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's assignment to come to Wuzhou for intelligence work, up through Wuzhou's recovery. It took about an hour to finish reporting. These contents were basically the same as Luo Yangming's personal file records they'd accessed before departure. Chen Babin asked about his work situation for the Political Security Bureau after Wuzhou's recovery. Luo Yangming knew the stakes were high here and didn't dare be negligent. He briefly described the relevant work he'd done after Wuzhou's recovery, along with major events and public sentiments that had occurred in Wuzhou. "Now our investigation has learned that among the several important figures in the Wuzhou riot, Ye Haoran, Chang Qingyun, Kai Lan, and Jiang Qiuchen are relatively key." "How much do you know about these four people?" Luo Yangming said. "Report, Chief." "I don't know Chang Qingyun and had no contact with him. Hard to say. Ye Haoran worked as an accountant in my shop. My personal impression is that this person is upright, open-minded, and generous in dealing with people, simple and hardworking in life, never had bad habits. He can be called a modest gentleman. He does things very meticulously." Didn't you find he had suspicious points? I discovered some. He then told the story of how he had initially suspected Yi Haoran, how he reported to Zai Aaron, and how Zai Aaron proposed sending an external investigation letter to investigate. End of chapter. Chapter 2330, Going to Wuzhou IX. The first time Director Zai suggested sending an inquiry letter, I actually refused. I'd always thought he was a good man. Even if he was Qing Wenken's staff, surely he wouldn't do anything truly harmful. I wanted to give him a chance. That was careless of me. Luo Yangming's voice carried unmistakable regret. By the time the second letter was proposed, the riot broke out before any reply could arrive. An external inquiry letter about Yi Haoran was sent from Wuzhou. Chen Babin found this strange. The case materials made no mention of it. I reported the matter to Director Zai. He proposed sending the letter. I agreed. It was dispatched through Zai's office. As a covert operative stationed in Wuzhou, Luo Yangming had no authority to send official correspondence except through secret channels. All other documents had to go through the proper departments. So you have no way of knowing whether the inquiry letter was actually sent. Correct. I never saw the letter myself, but the request was definitely made. When I'd waited a long time without receiving any reply, I asked Director Zhao about it. He even checked the response registration book specifically. How long did you wait? From when Director Zai said he'd send the letter to when I finally asked, roughly half a month. Zai and Chen exchanged glances. Something was amiss here. Whether Zai Aaron or Zhao Fengshan had forgotten about it was hard to say. Granted, with so few personnel and so much work in Wuzhou, such oversights were forgivable. But judging from Zhao Fengshan's actions, the inquiry letter should have existed. So how had it vanished? Tell us about Kai Lan and Jiang Qiachen. I don't know Kai Lan personally. I only know her fiancé was a Ming scholar who died in Wuzhou, and she attempted to assassinate Director Zai in revenge. I had no contact with her before or after the incident, so I can't offer any insights. What role did she serve besides Zai Aaron? She held no official position, Luo Yangming said. She was essentially Director Zai's maid concubine. She lived in seclusion at Sanzongfu and almost never left the grounds. And Jiang Qiachen. She's my wife's closest friend. They confide in each other about everything. Sometimes she'd take Ding Adao to stay with her for short visits. She's just a young lady from an ordinary merchant family. Nothing remarkable about her. Later, someone recommended her to Sanzongfu to keep Kai Lan company and ease her loneliness. Her son Qi Liheng was brought to me daily to be tutored by Yi Haoran. All of this matched what they'd already gathered. Luo Yangming offered nothing new. Go through the events of the riot night again. Yes. Luo Yangming was careful not to rush, gathering his thoughts before beginning. He started from when he'd checked on the reply without success, how Zhao Fengshan proposed arresting Yi Haoran, and his return to find Yi Haoran already detained. He detailed his personal experience and everything he witnessed that night. Chen Babin glanced at Jai Xin, who shook his head. Thank you for your time today, Chen Babin said. You may return to work. We'll contact you if we have follow-up questions. Understood. Do you have any thoughts about your current assignment? Jai Xin asked suddenly. Have you considered a transfer or change of position? I defer entirely to the Senate's arrangements. I have no special requests. As soon as Luo Yangming departed, Chen Babin said, Director Jai, this inquiry letter seems like the key to everything. Jai Xin nodded. An inquiry letter concerning Yi Haoran. Why would Senator Zai keep it secret? That's truly strange. Could it be that Tang County sent a reply but someone detained it? Why would anyone detain it? That makes no sense. Jai Xin shook his head. Senator Zai is a senator with no connections or entanglements in this era. He couldn't possibly have any link to this Yi Haoran, let alone take such a risk. If he wanted to protect Yi Haoran for some reason, why would he twice propose investigating the man? We can easily verify whether a reply was sent. We simply need to send an inquiry to Tang County, Chen Babin said. We could also check the dispatch and receipt logs here. I fear those records are already incomplete. Jai Xin sighed. Never mind, go fetch them and see. Chen Babin went to the city government immediately. The result was exactly as Jai Xin predicted. The dispatch and receipt logs had suffered collateral damage on the night of the riot, with portions destroyed. Among the surviving records there was no relevant entry. Next, they interrogated Zhao Fengshan. His demeanor was composed, and he answered all their questions in full. When asked what specific duties was Kai Lan responsible for in San Zongfu, Zhao Fengshan smiled and said, "Chief, speaking of specific duties, probably just serving Chief Zai." Although the relationship between Kai Lan and Zai Aaron was something of an open secret in Wuzhou, Chen Babin hadn't expected this city government secretary, one of Zai Aaron's direct subordinates, to be so candid, completely abandoning the careful phrasing of the official report. He'd anticipated at least some hedging. "Are you aware that keeping someone with Kai Lan's background at the senator's side is extremely dangerous? It also violates regulations." "I'm aware," Zhao Fengshan said frankly, "but I couldn't go against the chief's wishes." "Well played," Chen Babin thought. "You've shifted the blame quite neatly, and here Jai Xin was trying to protect you. Since you worked closely with Senator Zai for an extended period, you must have had considerable contact with Kai Lan. Tell us your impression of her." "A lonely, helpless young woman. What is there to say?" Zhao Fengshan sighed. "Her background is truly pitiable, drifting like duckweed in the rain, just a bitter soul carried along by the waves. Quite the romantic sensibility." "Not at all. I merely sigh at her fate," Zhao Fengshan said. "Kai Lan rarely left San Zongfu, except for occasionally exchanging a few words with her companion. Sometimes she wouldn't speak a word all day. Her only pastimes were painting and chess. When Chief Zai visited her, she attended to him. When he didn't, she never left the main room, quiet and dutiful to a fault." "Did she have access to Senator Zai's documents?" Jai Xin asked suddenly. "According to regulations, the chief's documents are kept in the office. Any documents being transported must be placed in the secure document case. Everything was done by the book." "Did Senator Zai bring documents or the secure case when visiting Kai Lan?" "No," Zhao Fengshan thought for a moment. "At least I never saw him do so." "Did you handle an inquiry letter about Hao Ran, that is Yehaoran? The recipient would have been Tang County Police Station." "I did." Zhao Fengshan nodded without hesitation. "Director Zai instructed me to handle it. And after handling it, I passed it along for dispatch according to standard procedure." "Do you remember the file number?" "I definitely can't recall. I process too many documents daily." "Are you certain this document was sent?" Jai Xin asked. A trace of panic flickered in Zhao Fengshan's eyes, a flicker that didn't escape either Chen Babin or Jai Xin. "It should have been sent." "Walk us through your document dispatch procedure." "Everything follows the General Office's standard process," Zhao Fengshan said. "After drafting, I hand it to the relevant department head for approval, then pass it to the dispatch office for sending." "Who should have signed off on this inquiry letter?" "Senator Zai himself." "Did he sign it?" "He should have." Zhao Fengshan looked puzzled. "If he hadn't, it would have been returned to me. All of this is recorded." "Recorded, my ass." Chen Babin thought. "Your records have been destroyed." He was now certain something was wrong with this inquiry letter. Who was responsible for document dispatch and receipt? There should have been a dedicated confidential clerk, but Wuzhou lacked sufficient naturalized cadres. So Senator Zai's security secretary handled the dispatch and receipt logs. Jai Xin couldn't help smiling. Chen Babin smiled too. Some people certainly died at a convenient time in a convenient place. Zhao Fengshan looked alarmed instead. "Sirs, what does this imply? Is something amusing?" "Nothing, nothing." Chen Babin patted Zhao Fengshan's shoulder. "You may go for now." The last person summoned was Zhang Urjin. After entering and saluting, he looked at Jai Xin with an eager, somewhat suspicious expression. Chen Babin exchanged a few words with him, and sensed immediately that the man was walking on eggshells, terrified of saying the wrong thing. His composure was clearly far inferior to Zhao Fengshan's, but Zhang Urjin inevitably knew far less than Zhao Fengshan. Chen Babin simply asked him some questions about Wuzhou's police work and the situation on the day of the riot, then inquired about Yehaoran's inquiry letter. Zhang Urgent said he knew nothing about the inquiry letter, but he had handled the arrest of Yi Haoran that night. Who gave the order? Director Zhao. He said this person was highly suspicious. Protective detention first. Did he specify what the suspicion was? No. I see from the materials that you also arrested Kai Lan. Who ordered that? Also Director Zhao. Why arrest her? He said she might have been colluding with the rioters. Later investigation confirmed she indeed had connections to Yi Haoran through Jiang Qiuchen, Zhang Urgent said. Did you know about the relationship between Senator Zai and Kai Lan? Yes, yes. Zhang Urgent nodded repeatedly. Why didn't you report it to your superiors? Chen Babin pressed. Keeping such a person at the chief's side poses enormous risk. Chief. I'm just a minor bureau director. How is it my place to interfere in a senator's affairs? Zhang Urgent's face twisted with distress. I wouldn't dare meddle in a senator's private matters. After Kai Lan was arrested, how was she handled? She was detained in the Earth God Temple at the county Yamen under special guard. How did she die? Hanged herself. She suffered considerably during interrogation. Probably couldn't bear the thought of more torture, so she simply ended it. Zhang Urgent seemed afraid they wouldn't believe him. The remains haven't been buried yet. We can open the coffin for autopsy any time. The autopsy would confirm death by hanging, Chen Babin thought. But how she came to hang, that's another matter entirely. End of chapter. Chapter 23:31. Going to Wuzhou X, they asked a few more questions, each answered in turn. Finally, Chen Babin indicated he had nothing further. Jai Xin spoke up. Where were you posted before coming to Wuzhou? I served as deputy director at Sanya Police Bureau, Zhang Urgent replied. For quite some time, I imagine. Zhang Urgent was surprised. How does this chief know? He studied Jai Xin more closely, finding something vaguely familiar about him, though he couldn't place when they might have met. I went when Sanya was just being developed. Zhang Urgent seemed to be reminiscing about those difficult years, shaking his head. I was sent as deputy station chief, 5 people total, including myself. After Zhang Urgent left, Chen Babin said, this man doesn't seem particularly capable, the type who just follows orders. I'd estimate he knows some things, but nothing crucial. He was originally a policeman at Dongmen City Police Station, Jai Xin said. If I remember correctly, he was a trainee from the first police training class. After the Maid Revolution, I went to Dongmen City Police Station and interrogated every officer on duty that night. Your memory is remarkable. You still remember things from so long ago. Impossible to forget. When Dugu ordered weapons distributed that night, Zhang Urgent was the first to stand up and refuse. Jai Xin paused. He was the only one who remembered the regulations clearly. The fact that things didn't spiral completely out of control that night, Zhang Urgent deserves credit for that. He has such a distinguished past. Chen Babin was surprised. He comes across as nothing more than a yes-man grassroots cadre, not particularly competent either. Being a yes-man is precisely his advantage. I wouldn't say he has any special awareness, but if regulations say something can't be done, he won't do it. That's actually a rare quality. Jai Xin's voice grew thoughtful. I wondered why he disappeared not long after. Turns out he was transferred to Sanya, he sighed. No wonder he's become so cautious now. Fresh out of Sanya and straight into this mess in Wuzhou, Zhang Urgent's head must be splitting. Such is the fate of minor figures, drifting wherever the current takes them. Nothing much to be said. Jai Xin's tone softened. We can only try to ensure they don't become collateral damage. Chen Babin saw him fall into deep contemplation and didn't disturb him. After a long while, when Jai Xin's brow finally unfurrowed, Chen Babin asked, Director Jai, which people and matters do you think we should investigate next? Among the relatively key figures, there's also De Xingxuan. According to existing materials, he recommended Jiang Qiuchen to become Kai Lan's companion. But honestly, there's no juice to squeeze from him. Jai Xin considered. Still, you should question him and create a formal record. So they interrogated De Xingxuan. As Jai Xin predicted, De Xingxuan knew nothing of substance. He had recommended Jiang Qiuchen purely because of her brother Jiang Rongxian's connections. After all, Jiang Qiuchen was a widow stranded in Wuzhou with no prospects, needing to find a livelihood, and constantly enduring her brother's wife's complaints about the widow, an orphan eating free rice. They remained in Wuzhou for several more days, interrogating every relevant individual still in the city, including Caiyan Duo. Nearly 100 formal statements were recorded. Some of these seemed entirely unnecessary to Chen Babin, but Jai Xin was meticulous, insisting on following proper procedure. Throughout this process, however, Chen Babin heard no indication from Jai Xin regarding his conclusions about the case. Of course, from fragments of conversation during the investigation, he could already discern the general direction of Jai Xin's thinking. Analyzing it wasn't difficult. Chen Babin understood that Jai Xin's first priority was the Senate itself. He would permit nothing that could harm it. Second came protecting the rights of naturalized citizens and indigenous people. Under the Senate's governance, blatant violations of these rights were rare, but many senators held different views. Incidents were inevitable. Jai Xin wanted to prevent such occurrences wherever possible. Combining these two principles, the general direction of Jai Xin's final report was becoming clear. But in the details, there were still too many points Chen Babin couldn't see how to justify. What exactly did Jai Xin plan to use to smooth everything over? He was intensely curious. A few days later, the reply from Tang County arrived. It stated explicitly that they had never received any inquiry letter about Hao Ran from Wuzhou. In compliance with their request, Tang County had investigated Jiang Qiuchen's husband's family circumstances, confirming that her identity and account of events were truthful and reliable. They also confirmed that neither close nor distant relatives of the family included anyone named Hao Ran or Yi Haoran. Additionally, Jiang Qiuchen's in-laws reported that she and her son had not returned to Tang County. Their current whereabouts were unknown. All of this we already knew, nothing new, Chen Babin said. Pity Jiang Qiuchen escaped. Who knows whether any of this is even true? It would be strange if there were anything new. Jiang Qiuchen is no longer particularly relevant to us anyway. Jai Xin said, our work here is essentially finished. It's time to write the conclusion. But before we do, there's one final person to interrogate. Who? Zai Aaron, of course. He's the central figure. The next day, they interviewed Zai Aaron. The senator appeared to have prepared thoroughly for this conversation, calm and composed throughout the introductions and pleasantries. After they were seated, Jai Xin began by asking several questions regarding the general situation of work in Wuzhou. Zai Aaron answered each one crisply. Once this preliminary warming was complete, Jai Xin asked, you encountered an assassination attempt while visiting Dragon Mother Temple, is that correct? It is. Zai Aaron's expression grew slightly grave. It was an extremely close call. Do you know the assassin's name? Yes, Kai Lan. Zai Aaron said. Afterward, I kept her at San Zongfu to perform various tasks. This statement preemptively blocked an entire line of questioning. Chen Babin had no choice but to ask the crucial question directly. A person like Kai Lan is obviously extremely dangerous. According to regulations, even if you were unwilling to hand her over to the military court or other judicial institutions for prosecution, you should at minimum have remanded her to a prisoner camp. Why did you keep her? Because she painted well, Zai Aaron said. I needed precisely such a person for cultural and propaganda work. Since she was retained as staff, there should be work records, drafts, and the like. Yes, all of that exists. Zai Aaron was clearly prepared, but the riot destroyed quite a few materials that night. I'm not certain everything is still intact. Someone reported that your relationship with Kai Lan was not a working relationship, that she had effectively become your personal secretary. Is there any truth to this? Of course she wasn't my personal secretary. Registration with the general office is required for that. Kai Lan had none. Zai Aaron's evasion was smooth. Very well, let me phrase it differently. Did a romantic relationship exist between you and Kai Lan? That, yes. Zai Aaron spread his hands helplessly. I'm a man. I made the mistake any man might make. I know it was wrong, but in that moment I couldn't control myself." He sighed. "Having established such a special relationship with her, did you provide her with corresponding special treatment? Please answer truthfully." "Naturally I did." "I'm no Panan." Zai Aaron's voice carried resignation. "I arranged quarters for her. She ate from the same kitchen as me. I even found someone to keep her company. Jiang Qiuchen was the one. I never expected she'd be exploited by the enemy." Chen Babin was mildly surprised. He hadn't anticipated such ready admissions from Zai Aaron. He glanced at Jai Xin, who remained silent. "Do you know exactly how the enemy exploited her?" "That I don't know." "Then how do you know she was exploited?" "She was caught in the act by my security secretary." This statement matched his report exactly, obviously carefully considered. "According to statements from Luo Yangming and Zhao Fengshan, you once prepared to send a letter to Tang County to investigate Yi Haoran's background, but Tang County never received the inquiry. How do you explain this?" "Perhaps it was burned on the night of the riot." "Between your proposal and the riot was approximately 2 weeks. Would an inquiry letter be delayed that long?" "It's hard to say. I have many responsibilities, many documents to read and sign. Sometimes I'm careless and leave things beneath other papers and they go unprocessed for a long time. That was a failure in my work." This was clearly forced reasoning, but in terms of witnesses and physical evidence, Chen Babin had nothing powerful enough to prove he was lying. He could only move on. Chen Babin asked several more questions, all of which Zai Aaron answered. But regarding his relationship with Kai Lan, he consistently maintained his earlier position, denying everything else. Jai Xin said nothing throughout the entire interview, only listening carefully. When it finally concluded, he let out a long breath. "This Zai Aaron is quite the schemer," Chen Babin said. "Absolutely refuses to discuss the inquiry letter." "Which precisely proves a point," Jai Xin said. "Kai Lan is deeply connected to this mysteriously vanished inquiry letter." "You mean?" "Exactly," Jai Xin nodded. "He and Kai Lan lived together in this courtyard. That wing room over there was clearly one of his offices. Consider, as Kai Lan, would you have had opportunities to enter the office and access the documents inside? Plenty of opportunities." "That's right," Jai Xin said. "Although we have no direct evidence, it now seems extremely likely that Kai Lan extracted and destroyed the inquiry letter. Why was he willing to admit the relationship with Kai Lan, yet keep this matter secret?" "A romantic relationship with Kai Lan isn't a major offense. Significant, yes, but relatively minor in nature. The document matter is a question of principle. So he chose the lesser evil." Jai Xin explained. "His relationship with Kai Lan is an open secret throughout Wuzhou. Whether it's Zhao Fengshan, ordinary naturalized cadres, soldiers, or even local natives, hundreds, perhaps thousands know. Even with powers beyond heaven, he couldn't cover it up." End of chapter. Chapter 23, 32 going to Wuzhou XI. But the document matter is different. Only 3 or 4 people know the full sequence of events, and no single person has the complete picture. You can piece together that something happened, but the details remain unknown. Moreover, the Wuzhou riot provides a perfect excuse for destroying key documents. As long as he insists firmly that no such thing occurred, no one can prove otherwise. "No wonder this old Zai's scheming runs deep," Chen Babin nodded. "After all, Kai Lan destroying the inquiry letter is only what we've uncovered. There may be other security breaches we don't know about. The implications are far more serious than simply keeping a female spy. So Yi Haoran remains alive, but Kai Lan is already dead." "Precisely," Jai Xin nodded. "Senator Zai has cut off the tail to save himself. As long as it's not a fundamental error of principle, he'll always have a chance to recover someday. So we're essentially letting him off." Chen Babin had expected Jai Xin to show at least some disappointment, but his expression remained utterly calm. "Little Chen, whenever an investigation involves a senator, the truth is only one aspect. The more important aspect is the Senate's interests." "Correct," Jai Xin nodded. "Precisely. But what if the truth conflicts with the interests of naturalized citizens and indigenous people?" Little Chen, are the Senate's interests consistent with those of the naturalized citizens and indigenous people? That, Chen Babin found the question difficult to answer. It was subtle. According to the Senate's public line, the Senate and the people were one, sharing common interests. In a general sense, that wasn't wrong. But privately, senators understood the reality. Their interests weren't truly the same at best, their goals aligned. In fact, they aren't consistent. Correct. Jaizin's tone became more intimate. We all know our interests differ from those of the indigenous people. The landlord class exploited them. Don't we exploit them too? Well, not exactly. We brought new technologies and new systems, improving productivity and creating more surplus value to distribute, giving them lives worthy of human beings, better lives than they had before. That is the greatest source of legitimacy for our existence in this era. But you must have noticed, plenty of people in the Senate view naturalized citizens and indigenous people as tools, cannon fodder, or merely numbers on a personnel table. This thinking has been embraced by many. As senators and rulers, perhaps thinking this way is beyond reproach. After all, people don't share the same sorrows and joys, and you can't sit on multiple sides of a fence. However, contempt for naturalized citizens and indigenous people will crystallize into a new form of class prejudice, and this prejudice has already begun to emerge. Once it solidifies, the harm to our future society will be endless. He sighed deeply. I've never believed the Senate would establish any thousand-year empire, but as one of its members, I hope it can endure a while longer. And when it finally reaches its dead end, I hope it can transition peacefully, or at least with minimal bloodshed, into a new nation. Rather than collapsing into violent revolution because of our arrogance and prejudice. Director Jai, what you're saying is perhaps too. Chen Babin felt a twinge of nervousness. Although senators enjoyed complete freedom of speech, no one had ever expressed such views. Whenever the Senate's future was discussed, despite disagreements on many issues, nearly all senators held entirely positive expectations. Too alarmist. Jaizin smiled, then shook his head. Not at all. Do you remember the Hao Yuan affair? Strange coincidence. Yehaoran's alias also had the surname Hao. Ha ha ha. The laugh made Chen Babin's scalp prickle. It was indeed an inexplicable coincidence. He remembered when the report on Hao Yuan and Black Air was submitted for internal Senate discussion, the fear revealed by the senators, unspoken terror from the depths of their hearts. The Political Security Bureau, Foreign Intelligence Bureau, and Special Reconnaissance Team had conducted near-frantic searches and purges of Hao Yuan's remnants in Hangzhou and elsewhere. Anyone who had contact with him, if they could be found, was secretly arrested or assassinated. Wait, the work I'm doing now, ostensibly upholding the interests of naturalized citizens and indigenous people, is essentially just delaying the arrival of a certain moment. I understand your meaning, he murmured. Protecting the rights of naturalized citizens and indigenous people is protecting the Senate itself. Isn't that the same logic as protecting the earth protects humanity? Jaizin nodded. Does the earth need human protection? It doesn't. Whether the earth becomes a lifeless desert or a lush paradise of life has no meaning to the earth itself, only to humanity's existence. When you put it that way, your work is truly meaningful, Chen Babin said sincerely. I support you. After returning, I'll do more to help with these efforts. I'm very pleased that you approve of my ideas. Actually implementing this work is not easy. Jaizin said, but let's set that aside for now and discuss business. They had been in Wuzhou for more than 10 days, essentially completing the investigation and interrogation work. The next step was drafting the formal report. This document, which would be submitted to the Senate, had to withstand scrutiny from all sides while also implementing Jaizin's approach. Chen Babin found the task daunting. My thinking is this, Chen Babin said. Based on the data we've gathered, the facts of the entire Wuzhou riot are relatively clear. Among the principal figures in the case, only Jiang Qiuchen, Song Ming, and Chang Qingyun remain at large. Everyone else is either dead or in custody. We've essentially swept the net clean. So the report itself isn't difficult to write. What's difficult is the situation regarding Zai Aaron. He looked at Jai Xin, hoping for guidance. Jai Xin nodded slightly. Which parts do you find most troublesome? First, his romantic relationship with Kai Lan. Second, the matter of Kai Lan accessing confidential documents. Both are powder kegs. Our investigation report cannot be based on rumor. Everything must rest on facts, Jai Xin said. If evidence exists for something, we write it down. And conversely, what lacks evidence need not be written. Chen Babin thought, isn't this exactly what Zai Aaron was counting on? Though he recognized the wisdom of Jai Xin's approach, being outmaneuvered like this left a bitter taste. Perhaps reading this thought in his expression, Jai Xin said, "Don't feel you've fallen into Zai Aaron's trap. This lesson won't be light for him. At minimum, he'll be sidelined for 3 to 5 years. It also serves as a warning to many current senators. Don't think too highly of yourselves, trampling on systems at will. I have no personal opinion about Senator Zai. I'm just worried. Since we're acknowledging the relationship between Kai Lan and Zai Aaron, it's not hard to deduce she had access to confidential documents and may have leaked information. What if someone presses that point hard at the hearing? That's Zai Aaron's problem, not ours. We speak only according to the facts. No one can fault us for that. As for Senator Zai, he'll likely maintain his version at the hearing as well. As long as there's no evidence, no one can touch him. Furthermore, if someone does press too hard, the senators advocating senator rights supremacy will certainly jump in to defend him. Additionally, Wen and Ma are his direct and indirect superiors. They won't stand by while he's humiliated too badly since they bear leadership responsibility. They'll quietly provide support. And other dispatched administrative senators, watching Zai Aaron under concentrated fire, will inevitably feel a kinship of shared vulnerability. So while his situation is precarious, it's not fatal. Chen Babin rarely heard such frank analysis during work. Bureau Director Xing always spoke indirectly and never said anything unsuitable for public occasions. While they were discussing how to draft the report, an orderly came in to announce that Zhang Erjun had arrived. Zhang Erjun had come to deliver the final report on the Sanhizui camp investigation. Jai Xin and Chen Babin skimmed through it. The conclusion showed that Liu Yaowang, Jiang Yaogong, and others had been colluding, engaging in massive corruption that intensified contradictions within the camp, until Chang Qingyun exploited the situation. The report specifically detailed how Liu Yaowang and his cohorts had bullied men, preyed upon women, and lived corruptly in the camp. Reading that he had raped dozens of women and caused over 100 deaths through violence or abuse, Jai Xin's expression turned sorrowful. He sighed, "Our management failures harmed many innocent people. Without all that, how could a mere scholar like Chang Qingyun have stirred up such a storm?" Chen Babin said. "Did he say who the third seal belongs to?" "No, he said nothing. Even under torture he refused. Truly strange." Chen Babin murmured, "Who is worth protecting like this? He doesn't strike me as the loyal type." "Perhaps someone has leverage over him, or has his family," Jai Xin said. "Have you investigated his social connections?" "Liu Yaowang is an orphan, born penniless in Lingao. He drifted through the agricultural sector for years without success, served in the Fubo army without promotion, and never married," Zhang Erjun said. "You may go," Chen Babin said. "What do you think of this report?" Jai Xin asked after Zhang Erjun left. "Except for the mysterious third seal, everything else checks out," Chen Babin said. "Actually, there's considerable testimony damaging to Zai Aaron, the opera chests Liu Yaowang wanted, for instance, and his near-total neglect of oversight at the Sanhizui prisoner camp. Which is why I say if anyone wants to smear him, these materials are sufficient," Jai Xin said. "That should satisfy them." End of chapter. Chapter 23:33, The Hearing I. Once the Wuzhou riot investigation report was publicly released within the Senate, it stirred up considerable turbulence. However, this disturbance proved far smaller than past controversies of similar magnitude. For one thing, Guangzhou was suffering from plague, and the entire region, including Hainan, had adopted strict prevention and control measures. Senators' attention was severely divided. Except for a handful of people, the majority were overwhelmed with urgent matters, leaving them little appetite for pursuing Zai Aaron's problems. Secondly, over the years everyone had grown less interested in scandals of this nature. Most cared more about how to turn the situation to their own advantage. Naturally, the most enthusiastic were the southbound faction led by Zhou Wei. He had been cultivating connections among disaffected industrial sector senators, waiting for precisely such an opportunity. If the Liangguang campaign could be painted as a disaster, turning south would become the logical next step. Aside from the southbound faction actively preparing materials to fully demonstrate the superiority of going south, at the Senate General Assembly, another group of senators prepared to use this incident to neutralize the Political Security Bureau, or at least render it harmless. Meanwhile, a third faction prepared to argue that investment in Liangguang was severely insufficient and must be significantly increased. Though the three parties had yet to take concrete action, each was publishing various articles in the two journals, the newspaper, and the internal BBS, laying groundwork for a major confrontation at the hearing scheduled for several days hence. As for Zai Aaron, he had received notification to return to Lingao for the hearing. Wuzhou's day-to-day operations were temporarily entrusted to Zhao Fengshan. Due to the plague, travel was being restricted to reduce personnel movement. Except for the person directly involved, senators in the Liangguang region were not required to return to Lingao. Ma Jia compiled a list of main topics based on proposals from all sides and distributed these, along with relevant materials, to dispatched senators. They needed only to state their position and reasoning on each topic, or simply their position, if they preferred to omit reasoning. 50 senators were randomly selected from those present in Lingao to attend the hearing. The judicial sector handled administrative arrangements. The hearing was held in secret at Bern City. Senators skilled in shorthand and quick sketching conducted full documentation. Shorthand is fine, but sketching too. "We're going full American style," Dong Xie remarked, surveying the horseshoe arrangement of tables and chairs. One red flag, one blue flag on the rostrum, complementing each other, paired with this Roman-style Senate emblem. Doesn't it rather resemble the Imperium of Man? Ma Jia laughed. He and Dong Xie were serving as moderator and supervisor respectively, so they had arrived early to inspect the venue. Right, pity there's not enough steampunk. Dong Xie watched Zai vigorously directing naturalized citizens through the final preparations. Was all this his idea? Does he have that kind of talent? This was all designed by senators specializing in art, Ma Jia said. Our assembly hall was always too plain. Minimalism has its limits. This is Lingao, our land of the dragons rising. Spending some resources to make it more dignified is perfectly reasonable. Later, when we hold general assemblies or D-Day memorial ceremonies, it'll be far more impressive than the open-air cinema. Ma Jia, do you think Zai Aaron will come through this safely? That depends on how you define safely, Ma Jia smiled. If you ask me, he'll fare better than Dugu, though I expect he'll be an idle man for a while. Being idle isn't necessarily bad, Dong Xie said. We work ourselves to the bone, aren't we still just senators? Even being Senate chairman or state secretary means only one vote. One vote, yes, but influence differs enormously. When you speak in the Senate, does your voice carry like Wen Daisie's or Ma Qianju's? Dispatched senators used to lack clout in the Senate. Chang Shide, Zhao Yinggong, people like that all got their reputations dragged through the mud. Now it's different. Since the Liangguang strategy began, dispatched senators have become a significant force. The industrial sector senators are sharpening their knives precisely because they feel unheard, ready to make their presence felt. Ma Jia sighed. But if you're always voiceless, no one takes you seriously. Making some noise isn't without benefits. By now Zai had finished the final arrangements, dismissing the naturalized service staff. From this moment, the venue would have no servants. Everything, including pouring water, would be self-service. The 50 attending senators arrived in succession. Ma Jia recognized quite a few faces. These days, nearly half of all senators had gone to Liangguang. Selecting 50 from the remaining 250 made the odds fairly high. In years past, several of these faces would have given Ma Jia headaches. But now his skill at parliamentary maneuvering had grown increasingly sophisticated, or perhaps, as more senators rose in power and position, their loyalties had shifted. Arguments that once stirred passions now had diminishing effect. Court President Ma, it's time, and Zai reminded him quietly. Ma Jia checked his watch, precisely 1:00 p.m. Final clearing, close the main doors, he ordered. 1 o'clock was the deadline for the hearing. Anyone failing to arrive was considered to have abstained. With the main doors closed, the previously hushed assembly hall suddenly filled with voices. Among their own, people spoke freely without restraint. This Zai Aaron is truly reckless, ignoring proper work, obsessing over women. Exactly. Wallowing in sentiment and culture all day, I've found him insufferable for years. Send him to Danzhou for 3 years of labor reform in the workshops. Our Danzhou chemical industry doesn't want that burden. Since ancient times, literary types can't be trusted. Liberal arts students, after all. Did liberal arts students dig up your ancestral grave, or sleep with your life secretary? Both sides glared at each other until someone stepped in to smooth things over. This isn't entirely Zai Aaron's fault. A lone commander stuck in Wuzhou, barely holding things together, that's not bad, all things considered. Getting a woman, that's common enough now. Didn't you push that female lab assistant at the Light Industry Central Laboratory? I did not, I never, don't spread lies. Old Zai's actually been wronged here. The real problem is that various departments gave him too little support. Like in old stories, give someone 3,000 decrepit soldiers and send them to fight a hard battle, obviously setting him up to fail. Isn't the Polsec Bureau supposed to be omnipotent, always dropping the ball at critical moments? They slipped by last time, let's see what excuse they have now. The Fubo army has problems too. One senator in Wuzhou and they give him a company for joint defense. Is that a joke? Should have been at least a battalion. Don't run your mouth. How many battalions does the Fubo army have in total? Protecting Zai Aaron requires a battalion. Even when Daisy in Guangzhou doesn't command that much. When Daisy is just a senator too, what makes him more important than Zai Aaron? Senators are inherently different, someone said with affected profundity, speaking leisurely. From the moment we landed on the beach, there were differences. As the Senate's discussions began to drift aimlessly as usual, Zai Aaron slipped quietly into the hall. He had dressed carefully for the occasion, essentially following the standard of an American defendant appearing in court. A fresh haircut, clean-shaven face, and a neat set of slightly worn cotton cadre suit. According to regulations, 2 senators assigned by the general office accompanied him as escorts. Though the group entered quietly, Zai Aaron immediately drew every eye in the room. Some even booed. He wanted to muster a smile to project an air of composure, but his mood simply couldn't produce one, so he kept his face blank and ignored the jeers. He had already read the main text of the investigation report. Although Jai Xin and Chen Babin had given him no hints when leaving, their every action during the investigation had been within his sight. He couldn't know exactly what the questioned individuals had said, but he could roughly gauge the investigation's direction. Essentially, things had proceeded as he expected. But whether they had gathered additional information, what exactly Zhao Fengshan and the others had told the investigation team, that he didn't know. He couldn't shake a kernel of apprehension. After seeing the report, Zai Aaron's heart had largely settled. It didn't exceed his expectations. He felt silent gratitude. Though he had made his own arrangements beforehand, Jai Xin had obviously raised his hand high, shown leniency. Now he had to hope the Senate would do the same. To that end, he had anticipated the questions he might face and rehearsed his answers. Truthfully, he greatly admired Chiang Shide's defense from years ago, both dignified and witty, mocking and eloquent at once. but his current troubles were far graver than Chiang Shi's had been. Better to maintain a low profile, a humble attitude. He took his seat in the listening section, looking nervously at Ma Jia on the presiding seat, feeling himself pierced by 10,000 arrows from the gazes of the attending senators. His heart raced, sweat beaded on his forehead despite his efforts. Seeing everyone assembled, Ma Jia rapped his gavel. "Everyone, please be quiet." What followed was a complete set of ceremonial procedures. The sense of ritual was an important component of the dignity of law that Ma Jia pursued. The current hearing procedure was far more elaborate than in the past, including not only the reading of the Senate's hearing resolution, but also relevant regulations and more. After completing this round of ceremony, over 10 minutes had passed. The senators were growing impatient. Then the gavel sounded again. "Senators, the Wuzhou riot investigation presided over by Senators Jai Xin and Chen Babin has been completed. The relevant report has been distributed to all senators. Are there any senators participating in this hearing who have not read this report or who hold objections to it?" End of chapter. Chapter 23, 34. The hearing. He waited several minutes. Although whispered conversations buzzed below, no one raised an objection. The investigation report on the Wuzhou incident has received the approval of the attending senators, with no objections expressed. According to reply letters from all station senators currently received, a 2/3 majority has been achieved. Therefore, the Senate resolves to recognize the legality of this report. Ma Jia read this sentence with measured cadence. Next came the main event, the inquiry. Sure enough, the moment Ma Jia announced the start of the inquiry session, someone demanded to speak. Ma Jia looked up. It was Hai Lin of the woodware factory. He knew this Hai Lin was a veteran Senate opposition, once considered a matched pair with Shan Liang. Whenever anything significant happened, he inevitably demanded a hearing. Various systemic questions and critical reflections appeared on the BBS every week. For a time, he had been a perpetual headache for the Senate. This time Shan Liang hadn't been selected, but Hai Lin had. Ma Jia knew he had come prepared, ready to open fire. "Comrade Ma Jia," Hai Lin mounted the podium and nodded slightly in greeting, then turned to acknowledge the audience section. "Comrades." His manner was polite and courteous, quite the gentleman. Even Hai Lin is playing this game now, Ma Jia thought. The political sophistication of senators has certainly improved over the years. "Comrade Zai Aaron, I have read the Wuzhou report." Hai Lin paused for effect. "Frankly, I am both pained and astonished." He let the words hang for a moment, projecting gravity. "The Senate entrusted such an important city to you, but what did you do with it? With what spirit did you approach this work? Are you worthy of the vast body of senators who placed their trust in you?" The words carried the flavor of an indictment. Though Zai Aaron had long prepared himself mentally, the moral condemnation still left him momentarily tongue-tied. But he had been a reporter in his previous life and had seen all manner of demons and monsters. Steadying himself, he followed his rehearsed script, putting on an expression of remorse. "I am indeed unworthy of the Senate's trust in me. I failed to do my job properly. For this Wuzhou riot, I bear primary responsibility. I have nothing to defend." Hai Lin had expected the former journalist to deflect with a torrent of slick rhetoric. The immediate admission disrupted his plan entirely. He had prepared to expose Zai Aaron's true face through a series of damning facts, building momentum in the hearing. But since Senator Zai had immediately confessed to being a demon, this carefully scripted drama couldn't be performed as planned. Left with no alternative, Hai Lin pivoted to the question of accountability. "Comrades, although the Wuzhou incident was Comrade Zai Aaron's personal failure, do other departments, particularly the State Council under certain protective umbrellas, as well as organization and personnel, intelligence, public security, and our perpetually omnipotent Political Security Bureau, bear no responsibility? I say not only do they share responsibility, but their responsibility is substantial." "Here we go," Dong She whispered. Ma Jia nodded slightly. His same old prescription, unchanged for 1,000 years. He watched Hai Lin's impassioned speech, knowing his ultimate target was Ma Qianju, thoroughly criticizing and discrediting the director, or at least rendering him unable to plague the Senate, had been his long-standing and unconcealed goal. Of course, that goal was increasingly unrealistic. Everyone now knew that even if Ma Qianju stepped down, his successor would almost certainly be someone from his team, or at least a close ally. Sure enough, after a round of passionate rhetoric about the urgent need to rectify X, Hai Lin turned his guns toward Ma Qianju's head. He argued that during his many years as state secretary, serious errors had occurred repeatedly. This Wuzhou failure was nothing less than a disaster. Moreover, Ma Qianju had been one of the nominators for Zai Aaron's appointment as Wuzhou regional director and had personally approved the formal assignment. He should bear primary responsibility. I believe Comrade Ma Qianju should resign in disgrace, or at minimum make a public self-criticism. When Hai Lin finished, scattered applause rose from the seats. Someone shouted, "Well said." But the call went unanswered, leaving an awkward silence. Though the atmosphere wasn't as warm as he'd imagined, the first shot had been fired. The next person to raise a hand was Cheng Yangxin. This didn't surprise Ma Jia or Dong Xia. She hadn't spoken on public affairs for quite some time. Cheng Yangxin had stumbled over the maid case and tried to use the trouble in Lingao affair to fan flames to her advantage. After all that maneuvering, she hadn't come away empty-handed. At least she was now a prominent figure in news media. She carefully maintained distance from Du Wen in certain causes, avoiding unfavorable comparisons. Though her attempt to enter and influence media had been partially realized, Ma Jia knew that not long ago Miss Cheng had suffered certain personal difficulties. She was said to be recovering both physically and mentally, and had recently been in a dormant state. Speaking at this hearing was clearly a signal that she was preparing to return to the stage. Cheng Yangxin's face was slightly pale. After taking the podium, she first asked Zai Aaron several questions, all concerning Kai Lan, including how he had taken her in and why he kept her by his side. Though these details were in the report, Zai Aaron answered each question. "Fellow senators," Cheng Yangxin generally didn't use the address comrade. "I want to draw everyone's attention to Kai Lan in this case. Although she has been identified as one of the main participants in the Wuzhou disturbance, and even took her own life before our investigation team arrived, should we not consider why she participated in the first place?" Everyone's eyes widened. What is she getting at? Kai Lan's assassination attempt on a senator was certainly a serious crime, but since the attempt failed and Senator Zai used his authority to pardon her, she should have been properly processed or released according to regulations. Why was Kai Lan taken in like a possession? Could it be that for certain senators who think with their lower bodies, the only function of women is as objects for their pleasure? Ma Jia nodded slightly. Cheng Yangxin's point wasn't wrong. On the matter of Kai Lan, Zai Aaron had serious problems. Arguably, many of Wuzhou's troubles stemmed from his improper handling of her. Though her intentions might lie elsewhere, her ability to identify the key issue remained sharp. Cheng Yangxin continued, "Disrespecting women, objectifying them, casually degrading and toying with them has become common practice within the Senate. It has even formed into an unspoken rule, while female senators can only swallow their grievances in silence." Ma Jia rapped the gavel. "Ms. Cheng, please keep your remarks on topic. We don't oppose free expression of opinion, but please stay focused. Don't stray too far." "I'm expressing my personal views. If that makes you uncomfortable, I apologize." Cheng Yangxin's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Fine. Since the present senators don't care to hear this, I'll confine myself to the topic at hand. The reason Kai Lan participated in the disturbance was that she could no longer endure Mr. Zai Aaron's mental and physical abuse." Her voice grew agitated. "This is what ultimately drove Kai Lan into the enemy's arms." Cheng Yangxin proceeded to deliver a concentrated barrage against Zai Aaron, all but directly labeling him scum and worse. Everyone found themselves puzzled. Why had she suddenly become so emotional? She seemed on the verge of tears. I find it truly strange. How did a person like Mr. Zai Aaron, whose abilities are questionable at best, and whose moral standards I prefer not to comment on, become the administrative chief of an important city? He has absolutely no administrative experience, and his education lacks any relevant background. Who, exactly, has been acting as his promoter and protective umbrella? Furthermore, Liu Yaowang, who played an extremely vile role in this case, such a morally corrupt villain, actually became the officer managing a prisoner camp. On what basis does the Senate's Human Resources Department make its selections and appointments? These are questions we must clarify. I propose an independent investigation into these departments and individuals. If necessary, I propose convening a Senate General Assembly to reorganize them. Is she working with Hai Lin? Dong Xie asked in a low voice. I don't think so. Ma Jia shook his head slightly. Hai Lin only wants to go after Ma Qianju. She's clearly targeting Ming Lang's department. She wants to move Ming Lang. There's something to that effect. Ma Jia said. She obviously isn't acting alone. Someone's directing her from behind. The Personnel Arrangement Department has always been an invisible center of power. There are certainly quite a few people wanting to intervene. Cheng Yangxin's speech received more applause than Hai Lin's, though nobody was particularly interested in her accusations of objectifying women. The Personnel Department's failures in selecting and placing people in the Wuzhou incident were obvious. After this warm-up by two speakers, the atmosphere in the hall became considerably more energized. Many more requested to speak. Now things are getting lively, Ma Jia said to Dong Xie. Today's hearing will be a war of attrition. The third senator to speak was someone neither Ma Jia nor Dong Xie knew well. This person's name rarely appeared in meetings or publications, apparently an ordinary senator who seldom engaged in Senate politics, not particularly high-ranking and focused on his own work. Regarding the Wuzhou riot, I also want to say a few words. He mopped his brow with a handkerchief, clearly uncomfortable in such settings. The matter itself is explained clearly enough in the report. I personally have no questions. I mainly want to express my personal views on this incident. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 35. The hearing, his nervousness showed in his slightly halting speech. I've read the investigation team's report thoroughly. I believe our current problems are far from ordinary. The Wuzhou matter, while certainly Senator Zai's personal responsibility, involved failures across multiple departments. Reading through the report several times, I found flaws at almost every link. Small problems left unsolved accumulated until they finally exploded into something this catastrophic. He pulled a small slip of paper from his pocket. The audience section immediately burst into laughter. In recent years, the more active participants in Senate meetings had all learned to memorize their points and improvise. Except for formal statements and official reports, almost no one pulled out a draft, let alone a slip of paper resembling a cheat sheet. The senator's face reddened. He coughed once and said, I personally identify 5 main parties responsible for the Wuzhou incident across various departments. Good Lord, Dong Xie muttered. First, Senator Zai privately took Kai Lan as a life secretary, a serious violation of the Senate General Office's regulations on life secretary candidates. Kai Lan herself was also a criminal. Senator Zai threw the Senate's constitution and organizational discipline to the wind. He must bear primary responsibility. Second, political security and intelligence work suffered major failures. The Political Security Bureau had no personnel or organizational presence in Wuzhou except for a single covert operative. It had absolutely zero monitoring of Sanhizui Camp, a prisoner camp housing 1,000 people. There was no intelligence feedback or warning whatsoever regarding the corruption of naturalized cadre Liu Yaowang and garrison personnel Jiang Yaogong, their drinking, womanizing, bribery, and abuse of refugees and prisoners. The bureau sat idle while Sanhizui camp was severely infiltrated by pseudo-Ming enemies, allowing disaster to brew unchecked. Third, the Senator Bodyguard Bureau performed with extreme unprofessionalism. A senator's close protection force was woefully thin. A senator stationed on the front line had only a 5-person guard team. When the enemy struck, they were annihilated instantly. Fourth, Guangdong's military commanders must also bear primary responsibility. National Army officers like Jiang Yaogong were severely corrupt, lacking any discipline, and were heavily exploited and infiltrated by the enemy. Ex-Fubo Army personnel like Jiang Xiu, who defected from the Senate to the Ming state, were familiar with our Army's training methods and combat tactics, causing enormous casualties. The General Staff Political Department's ideological work and internal security work bear undeniable responsibility. Fifth, Comrade Ma Qianju of the State Council, Comrade Wen Daisy the Guangdong Regional Director, and Comrade Xiao Zishan the General Office Director, as heads of the relevant departments, also bear certain leadership responsibilities. He stuffed the paper back into his pocket and fell silent for a moment, as if conducting an internal debate. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. I believe the Wuzhou incident has given us a severe warning. Our situation today appears vastly promising, but the problems within our institutions have reached a point that cannot be delayed. The Senate should conduct a comprehensive rectification of style and discipline across all departments. He hurried from the podium, and the audience section fell completely silent. His speech had been like a machine gun, sweeping through everything. Every potentially responsible party had been hit. In recent years, internal Senate conflicts had grown refined. For any controversial matter, all sides adopted precision strike strategies. Who was friend and who was foe had been determined through backroom deals before the meeting. No one engaged in indiscriminate attacks like this. This man's barrage left the attending senators momentarily unable to distinguish friend from enemy, unsure how to react. Only after a considerable pause did someone offer scattered applause. Is he dropping an atomic bomb directly? Magia stroked his chin, equally puzzled. What's his angle? A senator who rarely engages in politics suddenly opening fire, is someone behind this? Or is it purely his own concern for the Senate? Something's off. I wonder if someone's pulling his strings. I don't think so, Magia said. If someone were directing him, there would be key targets. He wouldn't throw everything into one pot with such sweeping criticism. I suspect this is his own doing. If that's the case, though he's spraying everyone, there's no malice in it. No ideology, no power plays. He's simply fed up. Our current atmosphere, frankly speaking, is foul. Could his proposal be someone's attempt to intervene in various departments? Dong Xie immediately thought of power grabs. Perhaps guessing his thought, Magia smiled slightly. No, not likely. Just then, Senator Pan Jiksen stood and requested to speak. I believe the Bodyguard Bureau bears no responsibility in this matter. First, this bureau is a new institution established only after the Third General Assembly. Many operational frameworks haven't been established yet. Imperfection is foreseeable. Moreover, we haven't seen this bureau's work report or relevant charter. At the General Assembly, beyond stating it was responsible for senator security work, no specific regulations were made regarding duties, authority, or working methods. Looking at the situation in Lingao specifically, except for changing the affiliation of personnel in the Lingao Garrison Battalion and adding more guards, there's been no significant change to senator security work. In various dispatch stations, Kaohsiung, Hong Kong, Jeju, Hongai, and other sub-bases, as well as much of newly occupied Guangdong, military management still largely prevails. Senators in these areas often hold both military and governmental authority. Thus, the bulk of security work for these senators is conducted by local Senate armed forces, namely the Fubo Army and National Army. The Bodyguard Bureau provides only close personal protection. From this perspective, 5 personal guards is not too few. Assigning them blame on this basis seems unjustifiable. But we should also recognize that VIP protection is a specialized system, different from the training objectives of the military, and also quite distinct from police work. Relying solely on military police systems to protect dispatched senators is neither professional nor reliable. For instance, when senators travel on business or transfer posts, there are no dedicated officers protecting them across jurisdictions, creating gaps during handovers. Constantly rotating the security personnel around senators, drawing from different localities, makes it easy for enemy spies to exploit vulnerabilities. This is a hearing, not a trial. Problems exposed, large or small, should all be laid on the table. Speak plainly. Insufficient resources, insufficient manpower, unclear rights and responsibilities, all of it can be said. Let's work together to find solutions. Naturally, the power departments stick together, someone in the audience said sarcastically. Panjiksen ignored it and continued. In summary, I completely agree with the previous comrade's position. The Senate should launch a rectification of style and discipline. Not because I reject the Senate's work, but because certain problems must be solved. We can no longer handle things tepidly under the banner of considering the overall situation. If we don't address style and discipline properly, similar vicious incidents will recur again and again. That would truly be a stain on the Senate. Someone below chimed in, especially the Palsec Bureau, that black den, and the Fubo Army, Jiang Xu's defection, Liu Yaowing's corruption. They're all from the military system. The rectification must start with the Fubo Army. Look, Majia said softly, those few in the audience are the ones with ulterior motives. At this point, more people joined the speaking queue. We must emphasize criticism and education, adhering to the principle of curing the sickness to save the patient, learning from past mistakes to prevent future ones. Above all, we must avoid expanding the scope. Plain and simple, such things ultimately hurt naturalized citizens most. Being crude and heavy-handed easily damages people and chills hearts. 3 or 4 people rose in succession to offer support. Majia noticed they were all unknown, ordinary senators. Clearly, they hadn't come simply to sit in the audience and applaud, drifting with the tide. They were genuinely dissatisfied with the Senate's status quo and were stepping forward to support the proposal one by one. Several people in the audience showed uneasy expressions. Obviously, events were not unfolding as they had anticipated. Hai Lin's expression was particularly complex. Years earlier, he would have leaped up in wholehearted approval by now. But today, he was no longer so impulsive. If a genuine rectification occurred, one targeting all senators and all departments, that would include him and the timber processing industry coalition. At this moment, Zhou Wei requested to speak. This one probably wants to fire cannons too, though not an atomic bomb, Dong Xie said. Zhou Wei made no comment on the preceding speeches. He merely offered general remarks on a few deficiencies exposed by the Wuzhou incident. I personally believe that although Senator Zai's work in Wuzhou had its flaws, it was not a failure. We must recognize that Senator Zai had very few resources at his disposal, yet bore enormous responsibility. His administrative achievements in Wuzhou during this period are plain for all to see. His main mistake was actually in failing to vet his personnel properly. On that point, I think few of us can claim immunity. He gave a light cough. The real problem is that various departments dispatched too few cadres and armed forces to Wuzhou. Given Wuzhou's importance and the responsibilities placed on Comrade Zai, such limited resource allocation was practically setting him up for failure. Even someone like Liu Yaowing, the prisoner camp manager, though personally corrupt and indulgent, was just one man managing a place housing 1,000. It would indeed be difficult to detect hidden dangers. The problems at Sanhizui cannot be blamed entirely on him. Then, should we pursue the responsibility of departments that dispatched cadres and armed forces to Wuzhou? I personally believe that would also be inappropriate, because Wuzhou's problem is fundamentally a resource allocation problem. When total resources are insufficient, no department or individual can change the overall situation. If Senator Zai hadn't made certain mistakes, something similar might not have happened in Wuzhou, but it might have happened somewhere else. This may simply have been inevitable. End of chapter. Chapter 23:36. The hearing IV. His remarks were extremely mild, exonerating not only Zai Aaron but also the other responsible departments. Yet Ma Jia understood the subtext clearly. The Liangguang campaign had exceeded the Senate's capabilities. And since it had exceeded their capabilities, what came next was obvious. This young man has a future, Ma Jia thought. The plan Comrade Zhou has been quietly plotting is finally showing its true colors. What would happen next? Even Ma Jia couldn't say. But judging from how stretched Liangguang was at every turn, proposals to further expand the war, pushing into Jiangxi, Hunan, and Hubei, launching amphibious assaults into Jiangnan or Shandong, landing on the Liaodong Peninsula, were essentially dead in the water. Even if something emerged, the scale of any projection would be limited. What remained was either consolidating locally or going south to open mines. Ma Jia knew about Zhou Wei's lobbying trip to Danzhou Industrial Park in the preceding stage, and what he had said at the meeting there. But Ma Jia had no particular interest in these activities. Whether they went south or stayed in Liangguang made little practical difference to the Law Society. What interested the Law Society most right now was establishing a new judicial system in Liangguang. If successful, he and his Law Society would be making history. Several more senators spoke next. Zai Aaron had become a dead tiger. Criticism of him was now little more than an opening pleasantry before moving on. Fire was gradually concentrating on the Personnel Department and the Political Security Bureau. Why had Zai Aaron received the Wuzhou director appointment? This was the most common question. Obviously, Zai Aaron had no local administrative experience before assuming this post. Had there been some backstage deal behind his appointment? And naturally, there was the Political Security Bureau's absence in Wuzhou. Someone proposed a motion requiring both departments to send representatives to address these issues. If the answers failed to satisfy and pass at the hearing, a specialized investigation team would be proposed at the General Assembly to conduct in-depth investigation of both departments. The motion passed unanimously. Given that both departments had pressing work, the hearing would normally have adjourned here and resumed the next day. But Hai Lin objected, arguing that the principal officials of both departments were in Lingao and should send representatives immediately. This was a matter of respect for the Senate. His motion quickly passed. The organization section was one thing, usually low profile, but the Political Security Bureau had always ranked first in many senators' persecution anxieties. Ma Jia understood his thinking. Waiting until the next day would let the current atmosphere dissipate and give them time to prepare. Since the motion has passed, we will send for their representatives now, Ma Jia announced. If there's nothing further to discuss, the meeting is in recess. The previously tense assembly hall instantly relaxed. Attending senators gathered in clusters of 3 and 5, whispering among themselves. Judging from many excited faces and barely concealed satisfaction, quite a few were confident. Several people, remembering that Ma Jia was the director of the Political Security Bureau, kept glancing his way, trying to read something from his expression. Ma Jia couldn't help smiling inwardly and deliberately put on an air of worried unease. This didn't escape Dong Xie, who asked, "Court President Ma, you look." "Nothing, I just find it amusing." Ma Jia's expression remained troubled. "I don't find it amusing at all." Dong Xie's expression was grave. "Honestly, I rather approve of Pan Jixin's formulation. The Senate should conduct a rectification, not these bewildering hearings that have turned into who knows what." He paused. "Frankly, the current atmosphere in the Senate is terrible. Any matter becomes a tool for factional exploitation. How to handle a matter or person isn't decided by first considering the Senate's interests and consequences, but by putting striking opponents or advancing one's faction first. There's even a growing trend that nothing can be accomplished without joining some faction. If you want to get things done, you must form cliques and expand influence. If this continues, how are we different from the bureaucrats obsessed with factional struggles in the late Ming? You're right, Magia said. Ming spoke with me privately about this not long ago. This phenomenon of gloating when other departments stumble, even using it as evidence, is appearing more and more. Even in the military there are similar signs. Good heavens, surely he wasn't talking about Magia cut him off. Who it is doesn't matter. The atmosphere has already formed. Reversing it won't happen overnight. He sighed. We have inherent defects. Honestly, the fact that such a bizarre system has operated smoothly until now can only be attributed to our having used cheats in this timeline. Within an hour, 2 representatives arrived from the organization section and the Polsec Bureau. Both were the actual persons in charge. One was Ming Lang, and the other was Zhao Mangsheng, who rarely appeared in public. Both performed the ceremonial formalities before entering the inquiry stage. Ming Lang went first. This section chief had served in his position for many years, still retaining the appearance and habits of a civil servant from the old era, simply dressed, expression serious. After sitting in the hearing seat, he took out a notebook and fountain pen. I want to ask Section Chief Ming Lang, who made the appointment of Zai Aaron as Wuzhou Regional Director. Hai Lin posed the first question. Ming Lang first made several notes in his notebook, then answered. The appointment was proposed by the Senate Organization Section in accordance with Attachment 11, Interim Regulations on Appointment and Removal of Senator Cadres, reviewed and passed by the Senate Standing Committee, then formally filed and appointed by the State Council. What role does your department play in the entire process? Organization work is complex to explain in detail. It can be divided into multiple items. Regarding cadres specifically, we're mainly responsible for macro-management of cadres serving as senators. This includes planning, research, and guidance on management systems, policies and regulations, personnel systems, and so forth, as well as proposing suggestions on term adjustments, appointments, and removals. Hai Lin's face twitched with impatience. Don't lecture me with jargon. Please answer the question directly. Regarding Zai Aaron becoming director, how did you handle the matter? A trace of imperceptible disdain flickered at the corner of Ming Lang's mouth. He smiled slightly. I'll explain in simple terms. Any position filled by a senator cadre must go through these steps: nomination or registration, organization section filing and inspection, Senate approval, State Council appointment. Of these, nomination and registration is open. Whether the senator himself or various departments, anyone can propose candidates including themselves, as long as the nomination conditions are met. Who nominated this Zai Aaron? Himself. Not others. Perhaps someone signaled him to register. I cannot judge such speculation. According to the nomination form, Zai Aaron registered himself. Even if he registered himself, since you're responsible for filing and inspection, you should have screened out unsuitable candidates, correct? Why wasn't he screened out? Judging by Senator Zai's resume alone, he has fundamentally no local political experience, nor any relevant educational background. You're entirely correct, Ming Lang said. In our preliminary inspection, we indeed concluded he wasn't suitable for a local administrative position. However, did certain people give you instructions? No. Ming Lang said, at the time of the second recruitment for Liangguang administrative chiefs, we posted a total of 15 local administrative cadre positions for senators. Actual registrants numbered only 10. We essentially had no choice. It said Ma Qianju once remarked, give Zai Aaron a chance. Was there such a thing? I've never heard him say such words. Ming Lang said, all meetings regarding the appointment of Liangguang senator cadres have minutes. They can be queried. We will query them. Handing such an important location as Wuzhou to someone with zero administrative ability, is that appropriate? Hai Lin pressed on. I believe with your professional judgment you wouldn't have made such a choice. Indeed it wasn't appropriate, Menglong said without hesitation. Then why recommend him anyway? Because among those 10 applicants, the environments of the other 9 locations were more complex. Most were areas with mixed Hanyao populations or counties plagued by bandits. In comparison, Wuzhou is behind our front lines and serves as a water and land transportation hub. Whether in terms of defensive posture, social conditions, or local resources, it was relatively better. Assigning him as Wuzhou director was precisely because we considered his deficiencies in those respects. Menglong said, if needed, we can provide the list of all 10 locations and the final appointment results. What you're saying now is just passing the buck. Regardless, you pushed an incompetent person into the Wuzhou director position, leading to serious mistakes in the end. You cannot claim zero responsibility for this. There is certainly responsibility. If the Senate ultimately believes our department should bear primary responsibility in this matter, I have nothing to defend. Menglong remained calm. Hai Lin glared fiercely at Menglong for a long moment before finally saying, I have no further questions. Several more senators raised inquiries, but all circled around the same few points. Menglong answered each one tirelessly. Obviously from Menglong, Hai Lin had gotten no handle on Ma Qianju. A look of disappointment crept across his face. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 37. The hearing. Ma Jia stood and announced. Next is the hearing on whether the Political Security Bureau was derelict in its duties during the Wuzhou incident. He turned and signaled. Comrade Zhao Mengsheng, please. Zhao Mengsheng had been sitting rigidly in the venue for some time. His appearance was unchanged. A somewhat faded black cotton uniform jacket and that same harmless smile. Ma Jia noticed something peculiar. Despite his considerable reputation and imposing build, Zhao Mengsheng possessed a special ability to become invisible in public settings, somehow escaping notice. Zhao Mengsheng took his notebook and proceeded to the hearing seat. After the routine oath and identity declaration, the inquiry into the Political Security Bureau began. Since its establishment, the Political Security Bureau had been a thorn in many senators' sides. Though the charge of monitoring senators had never been substantiated, to many the slogan, ubiquitous, on propaganda posters hung like the sword of Damocles. The spies the Polsec Bureau had planted in various industries and departments, while theoretically not monitoring senators, could undoubtedly mention senator behavior in passing in their reports. Consequently, there had always been voices within the Senate calling for the Bureau's abolition, but the Polsec Bureau's utility was obvious, particularly for departments heavily dependent on it for intelligence and security work. The Senate's upper echelon mostly held favorable views of the Bureau, and Zhao Mengsheng deliberately maintained a low profile. Polsec personnel rarely appeared in public, and seldom conducted high-profile arrests. So the abolitionist movement had never succeeded. But for those senators most hostile to the Polsec Bureau, this department must die had become an article of faith. They spared no effort seeking allies everywhere, seizing on every major accident to find fault, determined, it seemed, not to rest until the Polsec Bureau was destroyed. The Wuzhou incident obviously presented them with another fine opportunity. A group of people were rubbing their hands together, ready to drag out Zhao Mengsheng, this conspirator in the shadows, this gray eminence of Bern City, to criticize and discredit him, thereby ridding themselves of the Polsec Bureau once and for all. Sure enough, the moment Zhao Mengsheng took his seat, someone requested to speak. Zhao Mengsheng coughed lightly and turned to Ma Jia. Comrade Chairman, before the comrade's inquiry begins, I have a small request. I hope you will approve it. Please speak. I anticipate today's inquiry will cover many topics. There seem to be quite a few comrades eager to speak. To save everyone's time, I'd like to ask the inquiring comrades to speak one by one first, forming an inquiry outline, after which I will answer according to that outline. This would avoid repetitive speeches and answers. If anyone is dissatisfied with my answers or has supplements, they may continue asking after I've completed one round. Ma Jia nodded. He was actually quite concerned about his old colleague. The current situation was unfavorable to the Palsec system, and Zhao Mengsheng would indeed find it difficult to mount a defense. He turned to the attendees. Does anyone object? Though someone complained this was Zhao Mengsheng's trick, most senators considered the request reasonable. They too couldn't bear chaotic, shouting-style questioning. The inquiry proceeded. Starting with the first questioner, Zhao Mengsheng didn't open the notebook in his hand, merely listening carefully and nodding slightly from time to time. Beyond that, nothing revealed what he might be thinking. His face maintained an inscrutable smile throughout. There were many questioners, but their main points concentrated on two issues. First, Wuzhou was a key frontline city with a senator stationed there. Why was there only one political security officer, transferred from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, with no other manpower or material support? Luo Yangming, who had zero political security experience, could only function with extremely limited backing. Second, severe lapses had occurred in the political vetting of Jiang Yaogong, Liu Yaowang, and others. Did the Palsec Bureau's control of the political review process still serve any purpose? Ma Jia saw that no one else wished to speak. Does anyone else have questions? He asked 3 times. Confirming no one wanted to speak further, he nodded to signal Zhao Mengsheng could begin. Zhao Mengsheng nodded, unhurriedly opened his notebook, and said in his characteristically gentle tone, "Comrades, by my count just now, a total of 15 queries have been raised concerning the Palsec Bureau. Specifically," he repeated everyone's inquiries one by one, then said, "I trust I haven't missed any, but that's roughly the complete list." Does anyone object? Seeing no objection, Zhao Mengsheng continued. Actually, these 15 queries can be reduced to 2 main areas. First, the insufficient deployment of our forces in Wuzhou, obviously a serious shortfall. This is a fact and I have nothing to defend. Second, lapses in political security work under our Bureau's responsibility. I summarize it this way. I trust everyone agrees. Oh yes, there was also something about senator security work. Comrade Pan already addressed that earlier. It falls outside our authority, so I won't respond to it. Just spit it out already. Stop rambling, someone cursed from below. Let me state our position first. This is also the Political Security Bureau's official stance. Regarding the 2 main issues everyone has raised, we have nothing to defend. Indeed, our investment in Wuzhou was zero and our political review work was done poorly with serious breaches. These are facts. The comrades' criticisms are entirely correct. These are also the directions we will improve in the future. I doubt you'll get the chance to improve, someone interjected sarcastically. Ma Jia rapped the gavel, his face stern. Silence. If you have questions, please speak separately during the second round of inquiry. Although the responsibility lies with us, I want to remind everyone to first familiarize themselves with some basic background materials. He turned to Ma Jia. Please allow me to distribute some basic materials via slides. Permitted. The venue dimmed. No one knew what medicine this secret police chief had in his gourd. Whispers filled the room, faces showing curiosity. Ma Jia himself had no idea what to expect. He'd initially thought Zhao Mengsheng would employ the stand at attention and take your beating routine to muddle through, but seeing him distribute materials with such confidence, he knew there was something more afoot. Slides passed one by one. They turned out to be various reports, budget requests, institutional expansion proposals, and staffing increase applications submitted by the Political Security Bureau, all of which, without exception, had been rejected. Before launching the Liangguang campaign, my bureau submitted a plan for Palsec work in Liangguang to the Senate, including specific plans for establishing branch offices in various counties, along with related personnel and budget drafts. However, these plans were all rejected during the review stage. Only the budget for establishing a branch in Guangzhou and a memorandum on personnel transfers between our bureau and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau were passed. So strictly speaking, except for Guangzhou Special City, no city in the Liangguang region has a formal PALSEC branch. Zhao Mengsheng spoke unhurriedly. Later, after occupying Guangzhou, we submitted a second modified budget plan, drastically reducing the scale and establishment of various branches. It too was rejected in the supplementary budget review. So currently, my bureau's branches and personnel in various locations are all transferred Foreign Intelligence Bureau officers. Because there is no relevant budget, they've been dispatched temporarily in the form of long-term business trips, of course. Thanks to extra subsidies from Guangdong local leaders and finance departments, we've been able to maintain minimum operations of the PALSEC system. The venue erupted. Some attendees had participated in budget reviews, others hadn't. But a few among them knew exactly what had happened, because the operation to snipe PALSEC expansion had been precisely hosted and coordinated by them. After successfully rejecting the relevant proposals, they had even held a celebratory banquet. Now they remembered how they had mocked Zhao Mengsheng and his people as cosplay masters and Soviet enthusiasts without political brains at that celebration. Ma Jia was startled too. He knew about this matter. When the budget plans had been shot down twice, he had discussed with Zhao Mengsheng how to handle the follow-up. One option was to continue working the issue, trying to pass it in supplementary budget reviews. But that required time. Meanwhile, a plan was proposed to take an administrative route, having the Guangzhou Branch Bureau issue dispatch orders, with local governments subsidizing local branch expenses. Of course, in reality, local governments everywhere faced chaotic situations and fundamentally couldn't provide subsidies or coordination, so local branches were essentially one-man institutions similar to Luo Yangming's, staffed by local intelligence agents. But this wasn't sustainable, because theoretically PALSEC operated under vertical leadership. Funds came from the central budget. This approach amounted to localization. So Ma Jia's suggestion had been to start lobbying immediately, aiming to pass the proposal in the supplementary budget review. However, Deputy Director Zhao's attitude at the time had been strangely ambiguous. He showed neither disappointment nor resentment, instead expressing that he completely understood the senator's sentiments and would gradually conduct persuasion work. Could it be that he realized long ago something like Guangdong would happen, and prepared his retreat right then? Ma Jia's heart tightened, very likely. He recalled that after the trouble in Lingao incident, Zhao Mengsheng had frequently submitted various reports, budget increases, personnel increases, new institutions, all manner of plans and proposals regarding organization and work. Every time the Senate met to review such matters, PALSEC Bureau applications invariably appeared, but without suspense, most were either shot down or only partially passed. In truth, the PALSEC Bureau hadn't grown much over these years. Both personnel and funds had remained at very low levels. End of chapter. Chapter 23:38. The hearing VI. Given this state of affairs, Ma Jia had proposed multiple times to do some work privately among senators to improve the PALSEC Bureau situation, but Zhao Mengsheng hadn't been enthusiastic. He insisted on acting entirely according to regulations. For a time, Ma Jia had even thought this Director Zhao was somewhat pedantic. He hadn't realized it was all a self-protection strategy. Zhao Mengsheng explained the various rejected plans, budgets, and proposals on the slides without hurry. From beginning to end, he never said, because we had no money or very little money, we couldn't do it. He merely explained that because relevant budgets and plans had been rejected by the Senate, the PALSEC Bureau had strictly followed the Senate's will, absolutely not launching or expanding relevant work. Comrades, I'm introducing these situations not to shirk responsibility. Our responsibility is naturally unshirkable. What specific responsibility my bureau must bear is entirely for the Senate to decide. After all, the Senate is our highest authority. My complete answer to the inquiries is here. If anyone still has questions, please continue to ask. People asked questions in succession again, but they were going in circles, producing nothing new. Whenever the questions touched on specific PALSEC work, Zhao Mengsheng consistently answered with, "A certain work's proposed plan and scheme, dated such and such, file number XXX, was rejected at the relevant meeting on such and such date." Therefore, the PALSEC Bureau strictly followed the Senate's resolution, not launching or expanding the relevant work. Such answers invariably left questioners speechless. Things that hadn't even been approved in planning couldn't be blamed on the PALSEC Bureau for not executing. Otherwise, that would become contempt for Senate authority and disrespect for senator rights. If that's the case, why does the Senate even need a department like the PALSEC Bureau? It's completely unnecessary, someone finally blurted out. Regarding whether the PALSEC institution has a reason to exist, Zhao Mengsheng said calmly, "My personal view is that the PALSEC Bureau's work is entirely necessary. It is one of the foundations of our security. Our current attention to PALSEC work is insufficient. Investment is too meager. However, whether an institution should exist depends entirely on the Senate's will. Whatever the result, I and my colleagues will unconditionally accept the Senate's decision, but our position will not change." The inquiry had reached this point. The dagger was now fully revealed. Ma Jia was somewhat worried, but he more or less understood Zhao Mengsheng's strategy. Attacks on the PALSEC Bureau within the Senate had grown increasingly fierce. Slipperiness alone couldn't save them. If he didn't force the Senate to take sides and declare positions now, most centrist senators would be swayed by the radical rhetoric of a few. Then the Bureau's fate would be sealed beyond question. As expected, emotions in the venue were running high. Quite a few people looked ready to leap up and pummel Zhao Mengsheng. Many curses were hurled, but not a single person could mount a coherent challenge. If there are no new queries, this hearing is concluded. Relevant materials will be distributed within the Senate after the meeting. A specific resolution will be made after convening the Senate General Assembly. After the meeting dispersed, Ma Jia arranged to meet Zhao Mengsheng in the PALSEC Bureau conference room to discuss next steps. "You've essentially torn off the mask completely," Ma Jia said. "This paper was going to be punctured sooner or later. Better sooner than later." Zhao Mengsheng said, "Attacks on our department have become completely systematized. There's even a trend toward making it politically correct within the Senate. If we don't interrupt this trend now, the senators who support us won't dare speak up anymore either. Still, our situation doesn't look good right now. The situation is indeed unsatisfactory." Zhao Mengsheng nodded. "Honestly, I didn't expect their slander and attacks on our department over these years to reach such levels, even affecting the views and attitudes of quite a few department heads. That was my miscalculation. I'd originally hoped that maintaining a low profile would help avoid such attacks." Ma Jia found the fat man before him strangely different. He rarely heard him speak so frankly and clearly. "What do you plan to do next? When you left just now, everyone looked ready to beat you senseless." Zhao Mengsheng laughed. "But they didn't dare, did they? Because they don't know what consequences there would be if they beat me. Afraid of your compromat files. What compromat files would I have?" Zhao Mengsheng raised both hands, shaking his head helplessly. "After the trouble in Lingao investigation, didn't the investigation team go through our bureau's archives? The conclusion was that there was nothing." "They don't believe it," Ma Jia said jokingly. "Honestly, I don't believe it either. Look, there lies the crux of the problem. Everyone thinks we possess some secret files. Regardless of what investigations conclude, they don't believe it." "Fine, tell me how to earn the senators' trust," Ma Jia said. "Since they don't believe, nothing we do will make them believe. Even if I opened all our archives, it would be useless. They'd simply assume I still had a secret storage somewhere." Zhao Mengsheng smiled slightly. "So since that's how it is, we might as well let them develop a different kind of fear. Once the PALSEC Bureau is gone, these imaginary files will spill out everywhere." "Fine. First tell me, do you actually have these materials or not?" "Of course not. I'm not a fool." Zhao Mengsheng rested his hands on his belly. "The Senate is a freak polity. You can't simply apply the frameworks of various historical systems. Do the so-called secret files that senators fear actually mean anything? In my view, this is truly bizarre. Unless someone conspires to murder another senator or prepares to betray the Senate to Great Ming, the later Jin, or some foreign power, otherwise, what does sleeping with a female clerk matter? Having a relationship with a naturalized citizen's daughter and then promoting him. Getting a franchise license for a life secretary's father. What do such things amount to for rulers? He paused. But senators, as long as they're not idiots, can occupy prominent positions among the empire's highest ranks in the future. Even Dugu, characterized as he was, could still be a governor-general. Except for senators like Ma Qianju who intend to dominate the highest positions, any secret file is meaningless to senators. You could say they lack ruler consciousness. On that point I completely agree. Quite a few of our senators suffer from persecution delusions, but I think that's actually a good thing. At least they still maintain the moral views of ordinary citizens from before, preserving the Senate's moral standards. They won't be too unscrupulous. Ma Jia said. Let's set that aside. Since they're so fearful, it seems we can only let them continue to fear. Zhao Mengxing said helplessly. Ma Jia didn't ask, what do you plan to do? He didn't want to know such things. Before leaving, he asked one more time, did you really not collect materials on senators? Really didn't, Zhao Mengxing said. I swear to XXX. After seeing Ma Jia off, Zhao Mengxing sat pondering for a long time at his office desk. Despite his easy manner when facing Ma Jia, in his heart he understood clearly. This storm was far more serious than he had estimated. Until now, the Polsec Bureau had treated criticism with an open attitude, attempting to offset everyone's suspicion and hostility. But this approach had shown little effect. It had merely prevented political enemies from catching them on specifics. And opponents remained determined not to rest until the Polsec Bureau was completely destroyed. Continuing like this, sooner or later they would be caught on something. Moreover, this passive response mode was having a severe impact on work and morale within the Bureau. Among high-level leaders and administrative department heads, views on the Polsec Bureau remained relatively positive. But the Senate operated on one person, one vote. Support from the top alone was far from sufficient. Through investigation, he knew that ordinary senators actually knew very little about Polsec and usually cared even less. As long as he could contain the constant incitement from several chief critics, the momentum could be suppressed. He pondered for a moment, then dialed the internal line, summoning Reconnaissance Section Chief Zhou Badao, Technical Section Chief Wu Fo, and Action Section Chief Yu Guotuan to his office. These three section chiefs ran the core departments inside the Polsec Bureau. Crucially, like Wu Mu, they were old comrades who had been present at the Bureau's founding, ironclad loyalists. All right, comrades, Zhao Mengxing said, I think everyone is very clear about our current situation. He briefly outlined what had happened at the hearing. This is fucking ridiculous. Yu Guotuan nearly slammed the table as he rose. Don't get excited, Section Chief Yu, Zhao Mengxing said. We've weathered this immediate crisis using our old tricks of inaction plus blame shifting. But a bigger crisis is probably coming. Trying to reverse certain people's hostility through low profiles and transparency now seems impossible. If we keep playing submissive, sooner or later we'll be abolished for being useless. Although the upper levels view us positively, what's the point of keeping a department that can't function fully? Everyone voiced agreement. There have always been calls to merge police affairs with us. Director Ran has had his calculations for a long time. General Affairs Section 9 and Section 10, we all know what they are. The police department's spy agencies. Our crisis is considerable. Should we discuss this with Ma Qianju? Neither Ma Qianju nor Wen Daisy will explicitly support us. Zhao Mengxing said. Their first priority is ensuring they themselves make no mistakes. As for other high-level figures, except for Ma Jia, we can only count on their goodwill. Explicit support is impossible. Director Zhao, just tell us, what exactly are you planning to do? End of chapter. Chapter 23, 39, Personnel Adjustment. Zhao Mengsheng narrowed his eyes. After a long moment, he said, "As I see it, we have no choice but to take a decisive step, ensure that key figures fully understand our goodwill and recognize the benefits of mutual cooperation. Then others with ulterior motives who try to sow dissension won't be able to stir up waves." His subordinates stared at him in surprise, as if unable to believe what they were hearing. "You're asking a tiger for its skin," Guangs exclaimed. "Not quite that extreme at most, perhaps a pinch of fur," Zhao Mengsheng said. "Providing a reminder at a critical moment benefits everyone. Director Zhao, is this approach reliable? To me it's very simple. He looked around at them, am also a senator, not Hoover, not Beria, and him. He's neither Roosevelt, Truman, Stalin, nor Khrushchev. If he's smart enough, he'll understand my meaning." Zhou Batao grasped his intention immediately. He grew slightly excited. "I understand. If they really tear off all pretense and try to destroy the Polsek Bureau, we can turn the tables. Damn it, you know how to manipulate public opinion, so do we. The sacred power entrusted to senators by the Senate, what a waste not to use it," Guangs laughed. "We've been on the mountain so long we can't see the mountain anymore. Our director Zhao still sees clearly." Wu Fo offered the flattery, though he remained relatively cautious. "But our strength isn't that great. Strength can be transformed. After all, things are in constant flux," Zhao Mengsheng said. "Of course, I personally have absolutely no wish to go that far. We're all in the same boat, working toward the same cause, just with different views and political opinions. Some contradictions are better left unexpanded." He muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "There's one more thing I need to inform everyone about. Considering the current situation, our personnel needs adjustment." The three section chiefs looked at him somewhat nervously. "I've been thinking, my personal background is probably what causes certain people to feel uneasy. Although I never worked in any strong-arm agency, my academic major and research focus likely generate many associations. I hadn't considered this point before." He smiled slightly. "They call us cosplay masters, but in their hearts they don't believe it for a second." "You want to resign?" Several voices spoke at once. Wu Fo rushed to add, "You're the core of this department." For a moment the conference room filled with cries of "The king cannot leave." "No, no, I don't intend to resign, nor will I leave the Polsek Bureau," Zhao Mengsheng said. "I'm merely considering that given our current situation, we need to do something to reassure the senators. So I'm considering making some adjustments to the Bureau's personnel." "We absolutely support any adjustment you make," the three stated immediately. "Good. Considering that outsiders view our department as a monolithic block, and I personally sense that tendency developing, now that there's been a decision to strengthen local branches of the Polsek system, I'm preparing to assign comrades to serve as directors of local sub-bureaus. Wu Fo, you stay, you do technical work, and going local wouldn't give you much room to excel. Better to remain at headquarters. Of course, I'm asking for your opinions." "I have no objection." Wu Fo had no interest in being dispatched as a director and answered immediately. "Nor do we." "Good. Guangs, you're among the youngest in our bureau besides Comrade Wu Mu. The Senate is preparing to designate Fashion as an experimental field and let the young ones have a go at things," Zhao Mengsheng said. "Originally, the Polsek system was going to be handed over to one of them, but the Senate felt that was too risky. So they want us to select and dispatch a senator to serve as Fashion Sub-Bureau Director. Looking at our options, Guangs, you're the youngest among us and have rich experience. You're suitable for this position. This is a good sedan chair-carrying job," Guangs laughed. "Good if done well, bad if done poorly. Fashion's complexity is second only to Guangzhou and all of Guangdong. The Senate has high expectations for the place, and the young ones themselves have political disagreements among them. There will probably be many contradictions in actual administration," Zhao Mengsheng said. "You must remember, you're going there as an escort. First, you must guarantee their absolute safety. Second, offer professional advice but leave the decision-making to them. This is their training. Third, you must act according to regulations. Understood. Yuguatuan nodded solemnly. As for Comrade Joe Batao, your assignment is Wuzhou. Later you'll also be responsible for managing Palsec work throughout Guangxi. Honestly speaking, your difficulty is the greatest. Guangxi, even under the loose management of the great Ming, was severely deficient. Going there to take charge of Guangxi work will probably be enormously challenging. Though he spoke of difficulty, this also meant promotion to a regional-level Palsec position. Zhou Batao naturally understood Zhao Mengsheng's meaning. Going to Wuzhou carried heavy responsibility but boundless prospects. Whether he could master the situation depended entirely on his ability. Zhou Batao was steady by nature. He nodded silently. Then there's the adjustment within our bureau. Obviously, we need to bring in some outsiders who won't make comrades uneasy when they sleep to fill important positions. Whom do you plan to choose? Someone outside the bureau. Yuguatuan was deeply concerned about the bureau's future. Hearing about bringing in an outsider, he asked immediately. Comrade Guoye. Zhao Mengsheng had been calculating this move for some time, precisely speaking, since before the Lianguang strategy began, when he learned that Guoye wouldn't be staying in Guangzhou but would receive another assignment. The senator's wariness of him personally was a problem he couldn't solve. The only solution was to bring people into the bureau who could put them at ease. This was an extremely difficult candidate to find. First, the person had to reassure all parties. Second, they needed certain professional abilities. At minimum, they had to appear capable enough to create the impression that this person could check and balance him. His first choice had actually been Jai Xin. Jai Xin's indifferent to worldly affairs and detached attitude, free from entanglements with any faction, had left a deep impression among senators, a candidate acceptable to all sides. He had handled thorny case investigations many times and came from a legal background. He could be considered professional personnel. And through private conversations, Zhao Mengsheng believed this person possessed sufficient public spirit. Cooperation was entirely possible. He had considered asking Ma Jia to resign, yielding the chief director position to Jai Xin. But he realized that once Ma Jia left office, he would lose his most direct supporter at the highest levels. Ma Jia was an excellent leader, not only commanding political resources sufficient to shelter the Palsec Bureau from storms, but also serving as a crucial intermediary for his contacts with the upper echelon. If Ma Jia lost the director title, many future matters would become difficult to broach. After much deliberation, he abandoned Jai Xin as a candidate and turned his attention to Guoye. Speaking purely of profession, Guoye was the most professionally qualified senator in the entire Senate. Yet since D-Day, he had consistently done business work unrelated to his specialty. First, he was professional enough to leave a deep impression on everyone. Second, he was an independent figure like Menglong, a thoroughgoing outsider. Having spent many years in Guangzhou, he had no power base in Lingao. Usually cautious and timid, the impression he left on everyone was quite favorable. In other words, a person acceptable to all sides. He's a suitable person, certainly nothing to fault on the professional side, Wu Fo said somewhat worriedly. But he hasn't touched his specialty for many years. If we nominate him now, Senate opinion. Comrade Guo has been in Guangzhou for many years and has long since proven his loyalty. Zhao Mengsheng said, the impression he's left on everyone is quite good, so if I nominate him to serve as second deputy director of the Palsec Bureau, concurrently serving as reconnaissance section chief, there's a high probability it will pass. Making him second deputy director, Zhou Batao was somewhat uneasy. Isn't that rising too fast? Will the Senate agree? His rank and seniority in the Senate are completely sufficient. Besides, if he can't be deputy director, he won't serve the function of reassuring certain people. I understand. As for action section chief, I'm considering asking Comrade Zhou Dongshan to serve. He's actually somewhat professional too, though his focus isn't quite the same as ours. He has a long-standing cooperative relationship with both us and the national police. This candidate could be accepted by all sides and would also serve as a liaison with the national police. Critically, he had a long-term cooperative relationship with the Polsek Bureau. Joining wouldn't create obstacles in cooperation. No one objected. Finally, our office director position has been vacant ever since Comrade Wu Mu went to Guangzhou. This post shouldn't remain empty for long, so I'm considering asking Comrade Chen Babin to serve. He performed very impressively in the recent Wuzhou incident investigation work. Chen Babin had actually participated in investigations many times. Going to Wuzhou with Jai Xin for this investigation, he had formed a friendship with Jai Xin and joined the Indigenous Protection Association after returning. Though he was also an old person of the Polsek Bureau, Zhao Mengxing's influence on him was slight. Jai Xin's influence was much greater. Having him serve this key post was equivalent to indirectly establishing a connection with Jai Xin. Next, Zhao Mengxing made some oral arrangements regarding the next phase of work. After everything was properly arranged and the attendees had dispersed, he picked up the telephone handset and cranked it several times. "This is Zhao Mengxing. Please connect me to Comrade Zaya Ozishan at the Senate General Office." He waited silently for a few minutes until the call connected. "Comrade Director, this is Zhao Mengxing. I have a matter requiring your assistance." Whatever Zaya Ozishan said on the other end, Zhao Mengxing smiled slightly. "You worry too much. It's like this. I'd like you to help me arrange a meeting." End of chapter. Chapter 23. 40. Comprehensive Adjustment. The Wuzhou incident finally drew to a close after weeks of vigorous debate. This resolution came partly from behind-the-scenes maneuvering by various factions, and partly because the Southward Advance faction chose this opportune moment to make their move, quickly diverting the Senate's attention elsewhere. Although Zai Aaron was condemned in print and thoroughly disgraced, his ultimate fate proved tolerable enough. He was reassigned to the propaganda sector, given responsibility for material review work in the Ministry of Truth, essentially relegated to an idle position on the sidelines. The organization and political security departments, though they endured concentrated criticism during the hearings, suffered no substantive damage. After a round of tense negotiations and deal-making among all parties, they agreed to a series of proposals Ma Jia had put forward regarding personnel changes in political security and the expansion of local branches. The Senate promptly passed emergency budget bills to fund both the Political Security Bureau and the Bodyguard General Bureau. The latter, which had existed as little more than a name on paper, finally became a functioning reality. Though the budget increases were expected, they still left the finance department frowning. Yet the consequences of the Wuzhou incident ran deep. While Zai Aaron's downfall meant little in the grand scheme, it confirmed what many in the Senate had long suspected. They simply lacked the resources to execute a continental strategy. Confronted with this living tragedy, Senate opinion shifted from expanding our victories to strengthening our foundations. The Yao uprisings blazing across Guangdong and the lingering plague in Guangzhou already strained their capacity, and now they faced Guangxi, with its far more complex terrain and politics. Any attempt to attack on all fronts would stretch the military thin, but the pressure on civil administration, supplies, and finances had already reached the breaking point. Chengdong had submitted multiple reports to the cabinet warning that excessive printing of silver yuan coupons had made it impossible to maintain unrestricted currency exchange within Hainan and Guangzhou Special City. Paradoxically, the current trade embargo with the Ming Dynasty and plague-related restrictions on commerce in Guangzhou had actually saved the new currency, preventing the shortage of silver yuan reserves from becoming exposed. After prolonged deliberations, the Senate convened an informal General Assembly in November 1635 to chart the next phase of the continental strategy. Though many senators had been transferred or were away on business, leaving attendance below half, The general office had transmitted the main agenda items to every senator via telegram beforehand, allowing them to express their views on each topic in advance. Perhaps because the hearings had exhausted everyone's fighting spirit, and all sides had achieved roughly acceptable outcomes, this General Assembly was remarkably free of fierce debate. The various factions discussed the situation and ultimately reached agreement on a new continental strategy plan. The new plan differed little from the old in substance, but it clarified one crucial point. The endpoint of continental strategy operations would be complete control of Liangguang. After achieving this strategic objective, no further comprehensive offensives would be launched on the mainland. Beyond this, the Senate explicitly stated that over the next 3 to 5 years, they would drastically reduce brigade-level military operations. Both the scale and frequency of combat actions would decline significantly. The Fubo Army and Navy would cease expansion. Priority would shift to building security forces composed primarily of National Army troops. In essence, the new strategy transformed from opening frontiers and expanding territories to deep governance. The plan's classification system, core zone, pacification zone, and security zone, remained unchanged, along with the corresponding administrative guidelines. However, the core zone now expanded to encompass 5 main areas: Guangzhou Special City, Foshan Experimental Zone, Wuzhou City, Nanyang City, and Guilin City. Except for Foshan, all these cities had been converted directly from Ming Dynasty prefectures. Apart from their attached counties, the prefectural seats, most suffered from excessively large jurisdictions. Consequently, core zone governance would concentrate mainly within the attached county, the prefectural city itself, spreading to other jurisdictional counties only as circumstances permitted. This meant that although Guangzhou Special City was designated a core zone, deep governance would actually be practiced only in Nanhai, Panyu, and Sanshui counties. The other core zones followed a similar pattern. Beyond these 5 core zones, important regional transportation hubs, commercial centers, and newly established industrial mining centers throughout Liangguang would also be subject to deep governance. These regions would adhere to the overall principle of quality over quantity, with jurisdictional areas not exceeding 1 county. For cadre appointments, the proportion of naturalized cadres would decrease progressively according to zone classification, highest in core zones, lower in pacification zones, and lowest in security zones. The intensity of institutional and social reform would follow the same pattern. The plan expanded the identification and deployment of retained personnel. Original Ming officials who had surrendered, provided their reputation and performance assessments were acceptable, could all be transferred for employment elsewhere. In regions that were difficult to govern or had complex situations, original officials with relatively outstanding governance records could, after inspection, be retained in their original posts. Land surveys and the implementation of the new tax system would be limited to core zones. Pacification and security zones would continue to be taxed according to the old Ming Dynasty quotas. Regarding social transformation, the new plan adopted a notably softer tone. These reforms would be strictly enforced only in core zones. For pacification and security zones, the operative term was now improvement. Only prostitutes, beggars, and broker houses would be subject to comprehensive transformation and remediation. The language concerning clans, which had previously drawn fierce resistance, was also dramatically toned down. The plan explicitly stated that in pacification and security zones, the goal was to prohibit clan interference in justice and administration, and gradually reduce clan influence, deleting previous emphatic phrases about key strikes and gradual elimination of clan forces. This approach inevitably sparked debate within the Senate, though the arguments remained subdued. Their earlier understanding of clan power and function had been limited, and their easy success in dissolving local clans on Hainan Island had bred a certain contempt. But months of reality in Guangdong had taught them a profound lesson. Clan power not only enjoyed broad social foundations, but also performed many social service functions that government couldn't manage. More importantly, in many regions of mixed Hanyao habitation and unstable security, clans served as vital social stabilizers. Destroying the clans would require massive resources. The greater danger was that the Senate currently lacked the resources to fill the void that eliminating clans would create. Idealism had finally yielded to reality. To establish a firm foothold in Liangguang, they had to tolerate the clans. Therefore, except in key zones where old guidelines would continue, all other areas would adopt the new policies. Fortunately, this adjustment carried no real impact for naturalized cadres. They mostly couldn't understand why the Senate had been so anti-clan in the first place, and the situation in Liangguang left them absolutely no time to pursue such work anyway. Regarding concerns some senators raised about whether such comprehensive contraction might embolden local criminal elements, the new countermeasure was to establish specialized special search task forces. These units would draw capable personnel from the armed forces, reconnaissance general bureau, political security, intelligence, and civil administration departments, operating under senator command. Each team's corps would number around 100 people, with the authority to dispatch local garrison and police forces for support as needed. 6 such special search teams would be established, each responsible for a designated region. These special search task forces would conduct independent investigative operations in pacification and security zones, carrying out precision strikes against various criminal elements that had provoked significant public grievances and seriously harmed local communities. This approach would serve 3 purposes: effectively demonstrating Senate authority while supporting local administrative efforts, winning popular support, and naturally, capturing spoils of war. On the military front, the plan authorized the third wave mobilization of the National Army, with new squadrons to be trained in Hong Kong. Based on current attrition rates, the squadrons from the first 2 waves were expected to be exhausted by security operations in the coming months. Squadrons that had performed well and maintained strong combat effectiveness would be replenished and refitted. Those suffering excessive losses with undistinguished combat records would be disbanded on the spot, their personnel used to reinforce other units. The ultimate goal was a standard configuration of 1 squadron per county and 1 battalion per prefectural city, with additional mobile squadrons deployed at key transportation points. Newly organized squadrons would no longer be equipped with standard spears. All would carry Nanyang rifles. Mobile squadrons would upgrade to Mini-A rifles and shotguns for enhanced firepower. All mobile squadrons would undergo mountain warfare training. Simultaneously, massive new recruitment would draw from Guangdong's Yao and Zhuang peoples to supplement the forces. In construction, priority was given to 2 major projects and their supporting facilities: Foshan Steel and Danzhou Chemical. The Guangdong Agricultural Reform Plan would also be launched to fully exploit Guangdong's agricultural production potential. The Guangzhou Urban Renovation Project also gained approval. The original proposal called for moving the Senate and all regime organs wholesale to Guangzhou, but this met opposition from senators concerned about limited living accommodations and those staying in Lingao who worried about being marginalized. A compromise was reached. A new Guangzhou base camp, Dai Hun Ai, would be established as the general organ for continental construction, administration, and strategy. The Central Reserve Bank, Taxation General Bureau, Customs General Bureau, and Monopoly Bureau would relocate entirely to Guangzhou. Other departments would establish offices there. Clearly, this plan was far more modest than earlier versions. The various arrangements had become pragmatic. Those responsible for various departments, who had been overwhelmed and at their wits' end, secretly breathed sighs of relief. The only ones still frowning were those in the finance and tax department. The southward advance faction's proposal to acquire resources in the South Seas also received partial approval. Though the new draft didn't provide direct resource support from the Senate as the faction had envisioned, following the principle of giving policy rather than resources, the Senate approved renaming the Southeast Asia Company to the Nanyang Company as a first-class national policy mixed-ownership enterprise. The Nanyang Company would have considerable operational autonomy, with the freedom to raise shares and organize trade, mining, and colonization activities independently throughout Southeast Asia. All properties owned by the original Southeast Asia Company would be injected as capital into the new company. The equity distribution would be as follows. State-owned shares 51%, Senate 5%, Senator personal shareholding 15%, with the remaining 29% allocated to a newly established Southeast Asia Development Co., Limited. These shares would be sold through public offering. End of chapter. Chapter 2341 Freshly Baked Nanyang Company. This isn't a goddamn document, it's... Zhou Wei clutched the file titled Reply on Establishing Nanyang Company, flipping through its pages again and again. It's... For a moment he couldn't find the right words. It's a gold mine. A gold mine, that doesn't even begin to cover it. This is wealth and merit for 1,000 autumns, 10,000 generations. Zhou Wei set down the document he'd read so many times he could practically recite it word for word. Unable to contain his excitement, he leaned back and collapsed heavily onto the sofa in Nanhai Coffee House's private room, arms and legs splayed out as he stared at the ceiling. All those months of painstaking planning and covert maneuvering had paid off. The endless lobbying, making promises, recruiting supporters. Zhou Wei felt he'd come dangerously close to resembling an insurance salesman or pyramid scheme operator. Wild laughter erupted from the crowd gathered in the private room. They were all hardcore members of the Southward faction, not many, but dedicated. Among them were the Old South contingent, who had advocated that the empire's future lies in Nanyang, since D-Day itself, as well as the New South members, recruited from those frustrated by stagnation, who believed that only going south can solve all our current problems. The red sandalwood table in the private room overflowed with wine bottles and dinner plates large and small. The floor was a mess. The scene spoke to the liveliness of the gathering. Whether Old South or New South, the private room brimmed with jubilation. This successful internal operation had given everyone the intoxicating feeling that the world was theirs for the taking. What did the Senate's current wealth amount to? Southeast Asia, and for that matter, North and South America, those were where the real fortunes lay. First master the company, then master the Senate, finally master the whole human empire. Just then the private room's doorbell rang. A waitress entered to report, "There's a phone call for Chief Zhou." "Oh, who's calling?" Zhou Wei propped himself up on the sofa and looked at the waitress standing by the door. "It's from organization section. They said please come answer the phone immediately." "Screw that. Let him wait. What could possibly be more important than our celebration right now? Tell him Chief Zhou is busy. Right, if it's so urgent he can come find Chief Zhou himself." Zhou Wei waved them off. "I'll be right there." He straightened his clothes and walked out quickly. The telephone for this floor of the Nanhai Club had its own booth. After stepping inside and closing the door, he picked up the receiver. "This is Zhou Wei." "Hello, this is Ming Lang from Organization Section." Ming Lang's voice sounded exactly as it always did during their previous contacts, friendly yet utterly devoid of emotional coloring. "Do you have time between 10 and 11 tomorrow morning? We'd like to speak with you privately." "Yes, absolutely." Zhou Wei could barely contain his elation. "There's a chance." "Excellent. Then it's settled, tomorrow morning at 10. Best wishes with your work. Serve the Senate and people." Zhou Wei had uttered this platitude countless times before. This time, he truly meant it from the bottom of his heart. He was finally going to serve the Senate and people for real. He knew perfectly well why Ming Lang was calling. The moment the Senate General Assembly passed the relevant resolution, before the formal document was even issued, He had already begun drafting a proposal for the newly established Nanyang company. He'd written this proposal long ago, of course. Back then, he drafted it as Colonization Division Chief. Now that they were switching to commercial operations, it naturally had to be rewritten according to business management principles. This was child's play for him. In his banking days, he'd reviewed countless such reports and proposals. He knew exactly how to make this proposal look both impressive and substantial. The purpose of writing it was to apply for the position of chairman, general manager, or director of the freshly minted company. Whatever they chose to call it, the point was to become its leader. The moment the job recruitment notice appeared on the internal website, he submitted both his registration form and this substantial proposal at the first opportunity. Though the southward faction was currently basking in collective joy and harmonious brotherhood, everyone was equal before substantial profits. Should someone turn out to be a fair-weather friend, that would spell trouble. And judging by the current situation, it wasn't impossible that someone might try playing tricks, like the famous story of 2 peaches used to kill 3 warriors. He hadn't spent years engineering this outcome just to make someone else's wedding dress. By preparing a solid proposal himself, he'd left ample room for counterattack. Even if someone wanted to play games, they'd have to think twice. Now it appeared his foresight had paid off. Menglong was indeed scheduling an interview. According to normal organizational procedures, his appointment would be issued shortly after the interview. At this thought, he could barely suppress his joy. From a mere clerk in the planning academy, an empty-titled colonization division chief, to the head of a national policy company. This leap was historic, not just for him personally, but for his entire family's future. He returned to the private room with studied composure. What did Menglong want? He asked me to submit a detailed report on colonization division work, but that's not even under his jurisdiction. It's an organizational inspection, Wei said nonchalantly. Should be about transferring me to the Nanyang company soon. In truth, he hadn't wanted to share this news with everyone. After all, until the formal appointment came through, many unknown factors remained. The more people who knew, the more it would spread, and heaven only knew what complications might arise. But keeping quiet wasn't really an option either. Everyone understood what Organization Section did. Once the appointment was publicly announced, these new South and Old South members would feel he hadn't been a true friend. Maybe they want you to be chairman. There's that possibility, Wei nodded lightly. Though chairman might be aiming a bit high, will those people in the cabinet really let go? Screw them. If they won't let go, we'll make them. Who else is more qualified than you? Exactly, we can't let this victory fall into someone else's hands. If it's not you, Wei, we won't accept anyone. The private room erupted in chaos. Everyone was lost in beautiful visions of the future. Only Wei returned to careful contemplation after the initial surge of excitement faded. Taking over as Nanyang Company's leader was already a foregone conclusion. That was certainly cause for celebration. But examining the prospects carefully, the challenges ahead were considerable. He had risen on the strength of public opinion. If he couldn't quickly deliver results that satisfied the Senate, especially regarding those industrial materials that had been in chronic shortage, he would soon find himself isolated. The Senate's response this time followed their traditional approach of giving policy, not resources. In a way, giving policy was better than giving resources. If they wanted people to dig for their own food, they couldn't impose too many restrictions. How did the old saying go? Whoever pays more gets my loyalty. Judging from the document, the Nanyang Company had obtained extraordinarily broad authorization. Running down the list, except for the 3 core powers of minting currency, raising an army, and conducting diplomacy, they had been granted virtually unlimited discretion in everything else. The power was substantial. Yet compared to the various East India companies, currently rampaging through Southeast Asia, these powers still fell short. Crucially, the Southeast Asia Company hadn't obtained the vital power of trade monopoly. Without trade monopoly rights for Southeast Asia, They would have to eat from the same pot as the current foreign trade system. Moreover, they had no authority to expel those merchant ships from Britain, the Netherlands, Japan, and other foreign nations that sailed to Sanya, Lingao, Guangzhou, and Kaohsiung. They all arrived flying the banner of the Senate's free trade policy. Engaging in free trade in the 17th century, that's idiotic behavior. Look how much money we're letting the Europeans earn for nothing. Zhou Wei had privately cursed this policy more than once. But openly opposing free trade was out of the question. After all, it counted as Senate consensus, and the regular arrival of foreign merchant ships saved considerable shipping capacity while lowering prices. Especially in recent years, the Dutch East India Company had transported vast quantities of rice to Lingao, greatly relieving the Senate's food pressure. Unfortunately, the technology gap between the Dutch and the Senate was simply too vast. The Senate might persuade the Dutch to plant rubber and oil palm in the East Indies, but they had no way to teach them how to mine the various non-ferrous metal ores that the industrial sector desperately needed. Even if they were willing to provide hands-on training, the Dutch probably lacked the motivation for such high-investment, low-profit business. After all, selling locally produced rice to the Senate was far easier. Such bone-gnawing work naturally falls to us, Zhou Wei grumbled inwardly. However, the Senate had given him another opening. Throughout the whole of Southeast Asia, the Foreign Trade Company would not intervene. The Nanyang Company could operate freely, organizing trade activities across the region independently. As for military forces, he wasn't too concerned. None of the overseas stations had regular armies, but they could all cobble together some armed forces on their own. Once colonies were established, they could legally organize armed forces under the guise of militia. They could also apply for national army deployments, and once those national army troops arrived in Southeast Asia, they would still fall under company command. Minting rights didn't concern him either. That was never something an enterprise could demand. And once colonies and local Southeast Asian trade networks reached critical mass, they could help the Reserve Bank expand the circulation of silver yuans and silver yuan notes. Cheng Dong and his colleagues would only be grateful. As for diplomacy, what diplomacy did the Senate even have at the moment? They'd only sent a consul to Batavia. Not that it mattered. His interest lay in building colonies and mining operations, not signing commercial treaties. Where should his first step fall? As the freshly appointed general manager of the Nanyang Company, Zhou Wei began calculating. Deep in his heart, Vietnam had always been his primary objective. The Senate already had a foundation there. Besides the Hong Gai coal mine, years of trade and armed intervention in the civil war between the northern and southern dynasties had already secured considerable interests in Vietnam. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 42, Freshly Baked Nanyang Company. Vietnam, however, was designated as local territory for the future. So despite insufficient resource allocation at present, the Senate attached considerable importance to it. Most of the colonization and trade ministry's resources were invested there. They had established multiple coastal strongholds along the Beibu Gulf and built up a substantial trade network in the inland regions. Commercial exchanges with both the northern and southern dynasties were flourishing. To intervene in this sphere, one would need to persuade the Senate to hand over all of Vietnam to the Nanyang Company, a nearly impossible task. After much deliberation, Zhou Wei decided to set his sights on southern Vietnam instead. This region had only been annexed by Vietnam in the 17th century. Its development was minimal, and the Le dynasty exercised little control there. But once developed, it would become another major granary. In modern times, it served as Vietnam's primary rice-producing region. He ran the calculations in his mind for a long while, drinking wine without tasting it. He wanted to leave early and organize his thoughts, but to avoid appearing anxious, Zhou Wei forced himself to celebrate with his companions until midnight before finally calling it a night. He returned home to find his wife already asleep. He washed up hastily and fell into bed. He slept until 9 o'clock, waking only when sunlight fell across his face. Groping for his watch under the pillow and discovering the time, he leaped up to wash and dress before hurrying to organization section. He arrived at organization section and, after announcing himself, was shown to Ming Lang's office. Ming Lang's office was large, though he worked there alone. Rows of wooden filing cabinets with pull-out drawers lined the walls, organized alphabetically. Zhou Wei glanced around, thinking, this is another power center. Compared to the Political Security Bureau archives that everyone speculated about, the files here perhaps wielded even greater lethal force. After all, these personnel records were legal, collected entirely through official channels, and far more authoritative than reports from informants and secret stakes. Such formidable archives, held in the hands of a single frail scholar, what a waste! Zhou Wei's mind was still wandering when Ming Lang rose to welcome him, holding a letter of appointment. After exchanging pleasantries, Ming Lang said, "Please stand at attention, facing the wall of the Senate." On the south-facing white wall hung a massive Senate emblem flanked by two crossed flags, the blue Morning Star flag and the red Iron Fist flag. Zhou Wei snapped to attention immediately. Ming Lang read the Senate's appointment letter in a formal tone. Zhou Wei listened carefully. His official position was Director and General Manager of the Nanyang Company, Senate Representative. When Ming Lang finished reading the final date and extended the appointment letter with both hands, Zhou Wei bowed 45 degrees and received it with equal formality. Serve the Senate and people. With the appointment ceremony complete, Ming Lang allowed himself a smile and congratulated Zhou Wei on obtaining the position. I will not fail this mission. His heart surged with excitement. For a national policy company like the Nanyang Company, although the top position couldn't compare in status to various ministers, having one's own domain meant dramatically increased freedom. His ambitions finally had a platform for realization. Please sit down, Ming Lang said with a smile. No need for formalities. Let's discuss the practical matters. Zhou Wei took the chair across from him. He felt somewhat apprehensive. The general manager position had considerable flexibility, though the company enjoyed reasonable autonomy. That didn't mean he personally possessed the same latitude. The exact extent of his authority depended on Ming Lang's detailed explanation. From now on, you are the leader of the Nanyang Company, Ming Lang began. Your areas of responsibility are all outlined in this document. He handed over a folder. You can review it carefully after you leave. For now, let me cover a few urgent matters. I'm listening. The Nanyang Company is a first-class national policy enterprise. I don't need to elaborate on what that means. Theoretically, your direct superior is the Planning Academy. However, the Planning Academy generally doesn't interfere with specific operational measures. They mainly supervise the implementation of the Senate's major policies and guidelines, and oversee asset preservation and appreciation. For day-to-day business matters, your supervisor is the Colonization and Trade Ministry. Understood. Now, regarding the Southeast Asia Company, Ming Lang continued. This company is now structurally a subsidiary of the Nanyang Company. Its entire team is at your disposal. Make full use of them. I'm fairly familiar with the Southeast Asia Company's situation. Zhou Wei had long had designs on the Southeast Asia Company. Though he hadn't been directly responsible for trade work in recent years, he had thoroughly studied all the relevant briefings and materials. That's ideal. Ming Lang rose and extended his hand. I wish you every success in your new position. From there, Zhou Wei hurried to the Colonization and Trade Ministry to collect the Southeast Asia Company's documents from VIII, then proceeded to the Planning Academy to obtain detailed documents on the Nanyang Company's authorized scope. He spent the entire day running from place to place, staying only briefly at each location, what Ming Lang had called routine business and fulfilling procedures. He had left home that morning as the Colonization Division Chief of the Colonization and Trade Ministry. By the time he reached the final stop on his journey, the General Office, He had become the director and general manager of the Nanyang Company, its de facto #1. Following standard practice, he first went to the general office to collect his key, namely, his new office location. "Your office has already been arranged," Zhao Zishan said, producing a key card. "This is your temporary location, inside the Southeast Asia Company office in the Bapu Customs Building." Zhou Wei knew the place. The Southeast Asia Company's office wasn't large, because the company itself was small and carried little prestige. It mainly served to give surrendered pirate leaders somewhere to go. Theoretically, a trading company focused on Southeast Asia, its actual core business was conducting trade and shipping along China's coastal regions. The advantage was that this company came with ready-made personnel and ships, with its own wharves and warehouses in major ports across Senate-controlled territories and those of their trading partners. Plus, there was the established business network. Taking over this team meant they could start operations immediately. This represented the largest investment the Senate had given him. "Did Minister Cheng explain the new company's shareholding structure to you?" "He did," Zhou Wei nodded. "The meeting with Cheng Dong had been crucial. The newly established Nanyang Company was a mixed-ownership national policy company. In specific terms, the so-called state-owned shares 51% simply meant transferring the original Southeast Asia Company's state-owned portion to the Nanyang Company. As for the Senator personal 5%, that was genuine capital. The Senate's 5% was self-explanatory. This money resided in the general office's account. Specifically, it represented the portion collectively owned by senators as originally stipulated. Though these funds had been partially consumed by several stimulus consumption initiatives over the years, the accumulated total remained considerable, kept in a semi-frozen state for targeted quantified use. But now Cheng Dong had opened a door, allowing individual senators to purchase shares in certain mixed-ownership national policy companies, according to plan and quota. The Nanyang Company was the first beneficiary. "There's supposedly a sum of money available, but presumably you understand that this money is essentially credit, so it can't all be invested at once. We need to avoid impacting the market. Hence the Planning Academy's existence and importance." "Exactly. In the end, we're not a real financial institution, just an oversized finance department." Cheng Dong smiled slightly. "Anyway, enough of this. For the specific senator share capital raising, you'll need to consult with the general office. Since Premier Cheng has explained everything, I won't belabor the point. After all, you're the professional in these matters." Zhao Zishan produced a document. "This is the prospectus for the stock offering that Premier Cheng prepared. I've already stamped it with the general office's seal. The actual underwriting will be handled by DeLong, but the relevant promotional work will require effort from your preparatory group members." Zhou Wei accepted the document, as if receiving a stack of thick banknotes. This money would likely serve as the Nanyang Company's main operating capital for quite some time. According to the figures in the document, the first batch of shares would be sold at 1 silver yuan coupon per share, totaling 100,000 shares. Though the number seemed modest, it represented nearly 100,000 taels of silver. In the late Ming, that was a massive sum within any political faction's domain. Though Zhou Wei hadn't worked in the finance department recently, that didn't mean he was ignorant of the current financial situation. The widening Senate fiscal deficit was established fact. The various relevant meetings that had been convened had merely officially approved and legitimized listing the deficit in the budget. The deficit increase was real. And while the original rigid redemption policy between silver yuan and silver yuan coupon was technically still maintained, the circulation volume of silver yuan coupons had already significantly exceeded the total minted quantity of actual silver yuans. Though he didn't know the specific figures, he estimated the ratio was at least 5 or 6 to 1. Inflationary pressure was mounting daily. Though the conquest of Liangguang had been enormously costly, The massive market volume of the occupied territories had also absorbed considerable quantities of the overissued currency. Wang Qi and his colleagues' policy of aggressively promoting the new currency for tax payments throughout Liangguang had already established silver yuan coupon credit in the main core zones, and this was gradually expanding elsewhere. This provided the new currency some breathing room. Even so, Zhou Wei knew that at this stage, he couldn't rely on Senate appropriations anymore. The remaining 39% share offering was the policy they'd given him. Like Zhao Yinggong running the China Merchants Bureau, he would have to attract investment and absorb private savings on a massive scale, preferably in actual gold and silver. Looking around within Senate territory, only Guangzhou City could satisfy those conditions. Though the wealthy merchants and tycoons there had been hit hard by the new tax system, they must still hold substantial funds accumulated over many years. If he could raise 10 or 20,000 yuan, the Nanyang company's finances would be considerably more comfortable. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 43 Freshly baked Nanyang Company. Delay was inadvisable. The Nanyang Company had 1,000 tasks waiting. Logically, he should travel to Guangzhou immediately. But the rat plague quarantine hadn't been lifted yet. Going there to raise shares at this moment was impossible. After much deliberation, he decided to send telegrams to several senators in Guangzhou, informing them of the Nanyang Company's establishment and his intention to visit for fundraising. This would give them time to prepare. He knew nothing about Guangzhou's business circles and would inevitably need these people to make introductions. His first telegram went naturally to A.I. Jixin, now the director of the Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau, the top finance official. Taking money out of Guangzhou required his blessing. The second telegram went to Meng Xian. Raising shares inevitably required the bank's support and cooperation. The third went to Liu Xiang in Guangzhou. Extracting money from his turf also demanded a proper greeting. After handing the drafted telegrams to his confidential clerk, Zhou Wei paced around an office on the third floor of the customs building. This office housed the original Southeast Asia Company headquarters. Ever since he'd collected his key from the general office, he had been holed up here reviewing the Southeast Asia Company's operational archives. The third floor of the customs building belonged entirely to the Southeast Asia Company headquarters. The space wasn't small, but this floor was actually an attic. The roof ridge at its highest point reached only 2.2 meters, dropping to just 1.8 meters at the eaves. At Zhou Wei's height, staying inside felt distinctly cramped, to say nothing of the temperature on a top floor in summer. We must relocate the company headquarters before next summer, Zhou Wei thought. This place will turn into an oversized steamer. That the Southeast Asia Company headquarters was housed here spoke volumes about the company's standing in the Senate's eyes. Its staff was equally sparse. Fewer than 20 naturalized cadres and clerks worked at headquarters. The nominal chairman was Liu Xiang, though in reality, Liu Xiang and his extended family were living comfortable lives collecting dividends at their manor in Sanya, merely pocketing a carriage fee here. The person actually in charge was the naturalized general manager. By any measure, this was shabby. Despite a not insignificant history, the Southeast Asia Company ranked low among national policy enterprises, only second class. Though the Planning Academy held 51% of shares, investment in the company over the years had been minimal. Its main assets were the ships contributed by various surrendered pirate leaders. When Zhou Wei had worked in the finance sector, he'd read the Southeast Asia Company's financial reports. Mediocre was the only word to describe its performance. Though the Southeast Asia Company was theoretically a major shipping and trading company, the bulk of its business operated on an affiliation model. After various big and small pirate captains surrendered, they invested their ships, affiliating themselves under the Southeast Asia Company banner. They uniformly flew the Senate merchant flag and the 9-segment flag. then operated shipping and trade businesses along the routes they knew best. Of course, their fleet sizes were drastically reduced, and crews were now uniformly deployed by the Southeast Asia Company rather than composed entirely of their own family members, clansmen, and fellow villagers as before. Naturally, this extensive operating model couldn't generate impressive profits. Though the Southeast Asia Company's affiliation fees weren't set low, all affiliates gained access to Southeast Asia trade and mainland coastal trade licenses. This was far cheaper than the 2,000 taels per flag that Zheng Zhilong had charged in his era. And once the company collected its affiliation fees, it provided consular protection for its subordinate ships. The risk borne by ship owners dropped dramatically. Even ship owners too lazy to put thought into operations could guarantee sufficient annual profit just by undertaking shipping contracts. This shipping business came not only from the Senate but also from domestic and foreign merchants who came to Senate-controlled territories to make purchases. Overall, the Southeast Asia Company's profits were limited, but its foundation remained sound. At the very least, things weren't a mess. This somewhat reassured Zhou Wei, since he hadn't examined the company's detailed financial reports for several years. No wonder the company's headquarters operated at such a modest scale. When he checked the asset situation, however, he found that the Southeast Asia Company owned far fewer ships than expected. This greatly exceeded his projections. When the pirate gangs had surrendered, each captain had possessed at least 3 or 4 ships, with major leaders like Liu Xiang commanding fleets of 300 to 500. By his rough estimate, ships under the Southeast Asia Company's name should have numbered at least 600 or 700, but reviewing the asset table today, he discovered the actual count was far less than he'd imagined. Currently, only 225 ships were affiliated under the Southeast Asia Company name. Of these, 182 were chartered by the China Merchants Bureau, operating mainland coastal freight and trade routes to Japan and Korea. Only 43 ships actually ran Southeast Asian routes. Where had all those ships that had originally surrendered gone? Zhou Wei was puzzled. He summoned the general manager. The Southeast Asia Company's general manager was Wang Yu, who had initially served as an accountant under Zhu Keilao before joining Zheng Bao's crew. When Zheng Bao was destroyed, he had abandoned darkness for the light at an opportune moment. After purification processing, he was assigned to the Southeast Asia Company. Having spent many years among pirate gangs, he understood pirate habits and mentality thoroughly. His years of immersion meant he could speak most of the dialects used within pirate circles. Crucially, he had always occupied an advisor role, frankly, just scraping together a living. He had no deep common interests with the real pirate leaders, so from the start he was listed as a key cultivation target. Wang Yu was also a man who understood his circumstances and knew which way the wind blew. Naturally, he actively sought progress. Promoted repeatedly over several years, once the Senate had sufficiently digested the Southeast Asia Company pirates and senators no longer personally served as general manager, Wang Yu ascended to the position. With Zhou Wei taking office, Wang Yu felt somewhat uneasy, not because of any embezzlement or bribery. Though Wang Yu hadn't been entirely spotless over the years, he hadn't done anything excessive either. Nothing more than exempting freight on some private goods or reselling non-controlled commodities on the side. What worried him more was the meaning behind suddenly appointing a senator to arrive. Wang Yu knew the Senate didn't trust surrendered pirates, especially those who had come over in large groups. They were targets for intensive prevention and division. In the company's early years, serving under a senator, he had witnessed the Senate's various methods for dividing and disintegrating the surrenderers. Now, with a senator suddenly appointed as general manager and a Nanyang company being created, what exactly did it mean? Could someone among the old Southeast Asia Company surrenderers be plotting rebellion? Were people he didn't know scheming in the shadows? At this thought, the hair on the back of Wang Yu's neck stood on end. If this were truly happening, Wouldn't it mean a sudden wave of mass imprisonments? Having served as general manager of the Southeast Asia Company for several years, he would at minimum face charges of negligence of duty, or perhaps be labeled an accomplice or accused of tacit connivance. Then his life wouldn't be worth much. Hearing Zhou Wei ask about the ship numbers, Wang Yu finally let out a breath of relief. He said, "Chief Zhou, call me General Manager." General Manager, Wang Yu hastily corrected himself. The situation is like this. As it turned out, the number of pirate ships that had surrendered to the Senate was indeed enormous. According to the company's receiving ledger, various pirate surrenderers over the years had handed over ships numbering from hundreds down to just one or two. The total exceeded 1,000. But among these 1,000-plus ships, small vessels made up the overwhelming majority. Over 60% were single-masted or double-masted ships with load capacities of only 30 to 40 tons. Such vessels could technically sail at sea but were really only suitable for offshore coastal routes. They couldn't handle the open ocean. Even for coastal shipping and trade, they were uneconomical. So these small ships were quickly phased out. Only the medium and large vessels remained. General Manager probably doesn't know, but most of these ships were of poor quality. Many were what we call material ships. What's a material ship? Our sea merchants over on the Fujian side would cut timber and build ships the year before going to sea. The ships weren't particular. Workmanship and materials were both sloppy, and even the wood was unseasoned. They're going to trade in Nanyang on shoddy ships without fearing death. Even if they don't go to sea themselves, losing cargo to shipwrecks is still a loss. Zhou Wei found this strange. General Manager doesn't understand. These ships were all one-way vessels. Regardless of destination, upon arrival they'd sell the cargo. Then the ship itself would be dismantled and sold as lumber. After selling everything, they'd take other ships home. Zhou Wei was thoroughly puzzled by this. Shipbuilding was a high-investment enterprise. A good seagoing vessel could cost 1,000 taels of silver, but once built, it could serve for 50 to 100 years. Why build these disposable ships? It wasn't as if the sea merchants couldn't afford proper ones. And if they traded in Nanyang annually, why go through the trouble of building new ships each year? This is truly strange, Zhou Wei thought. But since the sea merchants do this, there must be reasons behind it. Wang Yu explained that these ships were originally of poor quality and had been floating at sea for several years afterward, so their condition had deteriorated severely. Thus, they were eliminated quickly. The remaining vessels were those with larger tonnage and better condition. Among them, some were actually new ships that Southeast Asia Company shareholders had purchased from Hong Kong shipyard, plus some special service warships retired from the Navy. Ships truly brought by the surrenderers weren't numerous, so the current condition of the Southeast Asia Company fleet is relatively good. Yes, Wang Yu nodded quickly. Operating rate is above 80%. Zhou Wei thought the ships chartered by the China Merchants Bureau were mostly small to medium vessels, not of great use to him. His main capital was those 43 ships running to Nanyang. Prepare a report on the ship owners of the 43 ships currently running Nanyang routes, along with their vessel conditions and operational status. Roughly how many days will you need? 3 to 4 days. I'll give you 5 days. Zhou Wei glanced at the calendar. Make the materials as detailed as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 44 Freshly Baked Nanyang Company. IV, 43 ships wasn't a large number, but for Southeast Asian trade in this era, it wasn't small either. According to Dutch records, Chinese merchant ships arriving in Batavia during the 17th century ranged from 50 or 60 in busy years to only 10 or 20 in lean ones. That represented the entire volume of long-distance trade between China and Southeast Asia. The Senate's arrival had begun to alter this historical pattern. Their massive import-export trade, particularly the enormous demand for bulk commodities, had dramatically increased the number of ships coming and going. And in the future, once several resource colonies opened in Southeast Asia, the demand for shipping capacity would only grow further. Expanding shipping tonnage needed to start now. The Planning Academy had given him a gift: 2 Manila galleons captured from the Spanish during the Hunger Action. These 2 ships weren't merely large by Southeast Asia Company standards. Placed anywhere in East Asia or Southeast Asia, they ranked among the largest vessels afloat. The San Luis had an 800-ton cargo capacity and 1,450-ton displacement. The San Raimundo carried 650 tons with a 1,200-ton displacement. Since their capture in 1632, the ships had undergone a year of maintenance and modification before being incorporated into the Joint Logistics Directly Subordinate Transport Fleet in 1633. They had executed various strategic transport missions for extended periods, running between Jeju, Sanya, and Kaohsiung. After the continental strategy commenced, they had undertaken multiple emergency transport runs to Guangzhou. However, though the San Luis and San Raimundo possessed tremendous cargo capacity and sturdy, durable hulls, they were hampered by the inherent defects of the galleon design and sail configuration. They were simply too slow. Under favorable winds, their maximum speed reached only 7 knots, with average speeds not exceeding 4 knots. Their loading and unloading capabilities also fell far short of the T-800, which had been specifically optimized for freight. Crucially, they required absurdly large crews. Each ship needed at least 200 people for normal operations on long voyages. After the Joint Logistics Fleet's transport capacity had been expanded, Minister Hong embraced the new and discarded the old. When the Nanyang Company opened, these 2 ships were retired from Joint Logistics and transferred to Zhou. Frankly, Zhou also looked down on these lumbering giants. Though their design was stylish, compared to the great sailing battleships that came later, vessels like the Sovereign of the Seas or the Victory, they appeared much clumsier. They also couldn't mount many cannons. Galleons were fundamentally still merchant ships. But having them was better than not. If nothing else, no other ship in the entire Southeast Asia Company fleet was larger than these 2. The largest Chinese sailing ships had a full load displacement of less than 800 tons. At present, both ships had entered the Hong Kong dry dock for maintenance work. They were expected to be operational by next year. Even after modifications, they're still galleons. Zhou shook his head with a hint of regret and set down the ship registry. What he really wanted were clippers, in his view, these fast merchant ships that the British had designed for transporting tea best suited his needs. In his vision, the Nanyang Company would not only dominate the maritime trade of the entire Southeast Asian region, but also emulate the British East India Company by capturing the Indian subcontinent and making it a jewel in the Senate's future crown. Ordinary sailing ships were adequate for the China-Southeast Asia run, but for the India route, let alone the more distant Red Sea routes, they were insufficient. Speeds of 6 or 7 knots at best could only satisfy trade within the inland waters of the South China Sea. Reaching India and the Red Sea coast, or even East Africa, required faster ships better suited for ocean voyaging. Zhou was lost in thought when someone entered to announce Wang Kai had arrived. What does he want? Zhou was surprised. Wang Kai had served as trade commissioner in the ministry for years, frequently shuttling between various ports to coordinate trade and shipping plans. He was seldom in the office. At the Colonization and Trade Ministry, the 2 were merely nodding acquaintances. But Zhou knew Wang Kai was fanatically obsessed with navigation. During the Uncharted Waters era, he'd played every installment except the first 2, 3, 4, until he knew them like the back of his hand, completing untold playthroughs. Yet he and Zhou had little social contact, let alone friendship. Probably looking to join the Nanyang Company and pursue grand ambitions. That wasn't implausible. After all, this man's passion for navigation was plain for all to see. In the early days, when Bapu shipyard was still a beach operation, he'd hung around the shipyard constantly. He'd also been involved in running some great navigation club. The hasty launch and eventual abandonment of the Lichun had been inseparably linked to this club's advocacy. Since someone had come to light incense and join the partnership right when he was setting up shop, that was a good omen. Zhou Wei said immediately, "Show him in." A few minutes later, a slightly plump, somewhat balding man wearing glasses appeared in Zhou Wei's office, carrying a fake brand briefcase. The two exchanged pleasantries and sat down. Wang Kai looked around and sighed. "I had no idea the Southeast Asia Company was this shabby. This counts as not bad. In the beginning, we worked out of shipping containers. At least this is a proper building." Zhou Wei pulled a box of golden Nanhai cigarettes from his drawer. "Care for one?" "No, no," Wang Kai shook his head quickly. "Drinking is fine, but I'll pass on the smoke." He carefully set down his briefcase as if it contained something precious. Zhou Wei took one for himself and lit up. He had no actual interest in tobacco products. He couldn't even appreciate the nicotine buzz. But since the Senate produced cigars, holding one of these things conveyed a certain sense of ritual that appealed to him. When discussing problems, holding one in hand and taking occasional puffs while exhaling curling smoke not only projected calm composure but also bought him thinking time before speaking. "Containers, that was ages ago," Wang Kai said. "The Southeast Asia Company is a vital enterprise for projecting Senate power into Nanyang. That they'd settle for this treatment. Some people just don't take the sea seriously." Southward faction people couldn't open their mouths without veering within 3 sentences toward topics like the short-sightedness of the executive committee and the unprofessionalism of the administration council. Once those phrases appeared, you knew you were among allies. Next would come demonstrations of the thesis that going south is the Senate's crucial opportunity for development. But Wang Kai didn't follow this routine. Instead, he got straight to the point. "You're opening a new shop. I want to join." Zhou Wei nodded. This was expected. His so-called Nanyang company was essentially a one-man operation right now, and he genuinely needed a few senators to join him in pursuing grand plans. Wang Kai, with years of experience in maritime trade, was professionally exactly the person he needed. "Welcome," Zhou Wei nodded. "I need people right now, though, at the ministry. Old Sea won't be a problem. One word from me is enough," Wang Kai said carelessly. "If I propose a transfer, can he refuse to release me? True enough, but the work you've got in hand. I'll push through the handover these next few days. A week should be plenty." "That's fine," Zhou Wei said. "I'm in the middle of building my team. What kind of work do you want to do here?" "Well, my specialty at the Colonization and Trade Ministry was trade. I could do that at the Nanyang Company too. But I'd prefer doing exploration work, like the Portuguese sailing along the African coast back in the day, landing at places, trading with natives, searching for resources worth developing." "Then we'll call it the Development Department," Zhou Wei said, then frowned. "We're a company, so we can't use government terms like division or section. How about Development Department? You'll serve as department manager." "I don't care," Wang Kai waved his hand. "Call it whatever you like, as long as you let me do this kind of work." He opened his briefcase and pulled out several documents, handing them to Zhou Wei. "Take a look at this memorandum I wrote, some thoughts on company ships." Zhou Wei found this unusual. He'd just been contemplating the company's ship configuration, and here was Wang Kai leading with precisely that topic. Let's see what specific thoughts he had. Taking the documents in hand, he saw the front matter included the usual lengthy analysis of Nanyang trade and navigation conditions, consistent with the habits of these paper-pushing experts whose hair had thinned from too much reading. Zhou Wei skipped this section and went straight to the main text about ships. As it turned out, Wang Kai had mentioned 2 types of ships he'd designed, or rather improved, in the memorandum. The first type he named Surprise. Its prototype was the old timeline SS-RJ Hackett, a wooden-hulled steam-powered bulk freighter used for bulk cargo transport in North America's Great Lakes region. The SS-RJ Hackett was 63.84 meters long, 9.88 meters wide, with a depth of 3.81 meters. Its boxy, upright shape provided tremendous interior space, with registered gross tonnage close to 1,500, 4,245 cubic meters, and a capacity of 1,100 tons of heavy cargo. According to the proposal, the Surprise would be fitted with a Lingao-manufactured 500-horsepower steam engine. Though heavier than the prototype's engine, it could still achieve speeds of 10 knots. The bulk carrier's greatest advantage was rapid loading and unloading, of course. The corresponding cargoes needed to withstand rough handling, like ores. The ship's wide, sturdy hull could handle the strong currents of lake regions admirably. Even at sea, it possessed good seaworthiness. Bulk cargo was the Senate's primary source of foreign trade, including coal, rice, timber, and the various ores they planned to purchase and transport in the future. Yet currently, almost none of the Senate's ships were suitable bulk carrier types. Not only was loading and unloading time-consuming, but shipments often required extensive extra packaging. Bulk cargo like coal was still transported primarily by the Big Whale, a coastal barge brought from the old timeline. This Surprise, that existed only on paper, obviously suited the Nanyang Company's requirements perfectly. The only problem was that this ship required a steam engine. Zhou Wei knew that given the industrial sector's capacity, high-powered steam engines had to be queued at the Planning Academy. The most optimistic estimate was at least a year's wait before receiving delivery. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 45, Freshly Baked Nanyang Company, v. An obvious problem presented itself. The shipyard couldn't possibly allocate a slipway for a vessel whose power unit wouldn't be ready for roughly a year. Even those 901 gunboats claiming 90 days couldn't manage that. There had to be a definite quota plan before the shipyard could arrange construction schedules, and that assumed the shipyard even had available capacity. In reality, the Senate's shipyards were usually quite busy. To get the shipyard to start work as soon as possible and schedule ship construction, a substantial advance payment was essential. Of course, a Planning Academy directive would be better, but Zhou Wei obviously couldn't obtain a priority ranking document from the Planning Academy at present. He could only rely on real gold and silver. When will this Guangzhou rat plague ever end? He grumbled internally. Why was the Senate's path to otherworld dominion so difficult? They'd just taken Guangzhou when the plague erupted. Wang Kai obviously wasn't sharing his complex mood and was still enthusiastically introducing his ships. Since the Nanyang Company will primarily use this for the Philippine route, and typhoons are frequent in that region, old Luo and I were somewhat concerned during the design phase. So we considered adopting some measures to address this problem. First, we increased the freeboard to reduce water intake in light waves. Second, we adopted large-angle inverted V cargo hold bottoms that channel water to side cabins, where water pumps can drain it. Third, we installed a huge canvas covering over the open cargo hold, forming an inverted V soft top that can dramatically reduce water intake in relatively high waves. To support this soft top, we set a longitudinal beam in the ship's center, higher than the freeboard, with pulleys on the beam and gunnel for quickly retracting the soft top. Outside the gunnel, there's angle iron protruding from the hull for securing the canvas cover. Fourth, we added stiffeners to the gunnel. Zhou Wei murmured, absent-mindedly. Ever since the Guangzhou plague broke out, Hong Kong Island had also fallen into semi-blockade. Personnel movement was under fairly strict controls. The shipyard, already busy enough, was now hampered by insufficient materials and manpower, slowing production further. Getting new ships built would likely mean waiting until some impossibly distant date. Wang Kai's ship plan seemed like pure fantasy. Still, his team was just getting started, and he had to be polite to newly joining colleagues. So he listened patiently with a properly attentive expression. Of course, the best way to cope with storms is still evasion. Besides avoiding typhoon season, we should establish more observation stations on South China Sea islands, using radio to exchange data and warnings. Of course, this isn't something we can implement immediately. It can be included in the Senate's long-term meteorological observation master plan. A more realistic consideration would be conducting specialized training for lookouts serving on the masts, equipping them with better optical equipment and simple meteorological instruments. This way, we can detect weather threats earlier. With such a series of measures, the Surprise class should be able to maintain stable sailing for at least 6 months each year on the Philippine route. Zhou Wei wanted to remind him that Manila was still in Spanish hands, and within the Senate, attitudes toward taking Manila remained highly ambiguous. The reason? Simple reluctance to part with the Spanish silver flowing out from Manila. Of course, the Philippines itself was vast, and the areas around Manila that the Spanish could actually govern weren't many. Occupying a few resource-rich locations for development should pose no problem. Of course, such a merchant ship must still face pirate threats. There aren't many places on this type of ship to install weapons. Naval guns take up considerable space. So my idea is to install one Hotchkiss manual Gatling gun on each side of the forecastle's lower deck and at the front of the poop. This firepower configuration is well suited for shooting enemies who have already boarded, though it's also quite easy to sink ourselves. Wang Kai pointed at his drawing. Zhou Wei nodded cooperatively. Of course, a reliable security plan still requires escorts. We'd adopt a convoy system. A convoy would consist of at least 3 Surprise-class ships, with the Navy sending one 901 gunboat as escort. After all, both the Surprise and the 901 make 10 knots. Coordination presents no difficulty, and the 901 is a ship type proven on long-distance voyages. The catch is that all 4 ships use steam engines, so we'd need a collier accompanying the fleet for supply. Zhou Wei maintained his attentive listening posture, nodding from time to prove he was paying attention. Wang Kai grew increasingly excited and pulled out another drawing. This is the second ship I designed, the Orient Express. Its prototype is the American clipper Sea Witch. The Sea Witch counts as an early clipper, with simpler construction techniques than later generations. At the same time, its length-to-width ratio isn't as exaggerated as its successors. The wider body gives it more mission flexibility than clippers of similar tonnage, and its main characteristic is a small hull carrying big sails, so despite its somewhat plumper appearance, it's not inferior in speed. It can easily hit 17 knots at full speed. Most importantly, this ship is cheap to build. If we really tried to build everything to the Cutty Sark standard, the Planning Academy and Finance Tax Bureau would come at us with knives. By my calculations, the Orient Express single-ship construction cost would be slightly less than 2 H-800s, and its transport capacity equals 5 H-800s. Presumably, they can do that arithmetic. This ship, which Wang Kai described as having first-class cost performance, matched the Sea Witch in dimensions and registered gross tonnage. 51.8 meters long hull, 10.3 meters wide, with a hold depth of 6.5 meters and registered gross tonnage of 908. Because the wood and metal use different materials, other data would need actual measurement. Final measured self-weight was 837 tons, with maximum load capacity barely reaching 1,000 tons. Wang Kai proposed designating this as the H-1024 class. It could run and fight. In force 2-3 winds, it could soar to 17 knots at full speed. It could transport cargo, patrol while armed, and its rapid reaction capability would let the Nanyang's pioneering activities proceed without concern for their rear. At the same time, with its spacious cabins, it's also perfectly suited as a senator traffic ship, an ideal companion for your dream voyage, Wang Kai concluded with an emotional flourish. Zhou Wei waited with difficulty for him to finish his introduction, then quickly nodded. Your plan is solid. I think you should write this up as a formal report and we'll submit it to the Planning Academy for approval. Can't the Nanyang company build ships ourselves? We'll raise our own funds. Wang Kai looked stunned. Raising our own funds is true enough, but we don't have a shipyard. Zhou Wei smiled bitterly. And shipbuilding materials and machinery all require quota allocation. Getting money is only the first step, and besides, we have no money right now. Damn, I thought coming to the Nanyang company would mean freedom to do great things. I didn't expect it to still be this troublesome, Wang Kai said disappointedly. Then what do we actually have? We effectively control roughly 40-plus ships, all formerly the Southeast Asia companies. I'm not yet clear on their condition, but they should either be on their routes or in dock for maintenance. Wang Yu says these ships are all usable with no lease contracts. As long as they return, we can call on them anytime. Who's Wang Yu? The Southeast Asia Company General Manager. Right. How do we handle the relationship between the Southeast Asia Company and the Nanyang Company? That involves equity issues. Zhou Wei stubbed out his nearly finished cigar. According to the Planning Academy's guidance, the Southeast Asia Company is our subsidiary. I think this works well. We can't abandon the Southeast Asia Company brand. Keeping it appeases Wang Yu and the other mid to senior level naturalized cadres. They've worked for the Senate for several years too, and finally earned titles like General Manager and Deputy General Manager. Suddenly demoting them to Section Chief or Unit Chief would be inappropriate. Their actual administrative rank is section unit level at most. True, but the title sounds good, Zhou Wei said. Otherwise, why does everyone fight to go to county-level cities? Since we're a mixed ownership enterprise, we can be flexible with titles. It gives naturalized citizens something to aspire to. As for the specific equity structure, though the Planning Academy has issued guidance, the actual design is still up to us. Only then can we talk about fundraising, of course. We can't go fundraising right now anyway. This rat plague has really terrible timing. When is there ever a good time for plague? Zhou Wei felt they were finally getting to the heart of the matter. Anyway, Guangzhou funds are hopeless for the next month or two. Shipbuilding is probably hopeless too. However, according to the guidance document, we can first raise private shares from senators. With that money, we can accomplish a lot in Lingao. Wait, you haven't finalized the equity structure yet. How can you raise private shares? Wang Kai asked. How much per share? How are dividends distributed? Without specifics, which senator will pay? I've thought about this. After all, I have a finance background. I did investment too. Even better, Zhou Wei said. Let's convene a few senators interested in financial matters and discuss. After seeing Wang Kai out, Zhou Wei recorded his to-do items one by one in his notebook. Writing casually, he'd filled more than 20 items, many involving material collection and analysis that he couldn't entrust to naturalized cadres like Wang Yu. The urgent priority was building his team. First, he needed to find someone to serve as the Nanyang Company's board secretary or office director, essentially a chief steward role. Such a person wasn't easy to find. They needed strong work ability, had to coordinate well with the chief executive, and needed to be presentable in all respects. He jotted several names in his notebook, then crossed them out one by one. These were all southward faction comrades, but each was either lacking in talent or too ambitious to serve under others. None were suitable candidates. Thinking it over, one person came to mind: Su Yanliang. This man had worked in the military group early on as a Marine, later retiring due to injury and transferring to administrative work. He'd served under Yang Yun, handling personnel matters for the industrial sector. Zhou Wei had met him while lobbying industrial sector senators to support the Nanyang Company plan. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 46, Freshly Baked Nanyang Company VI. After getting to know him, Zhou Wei found Su Yanliang's temperament steady and his work well organized. The Senate's HR was no easy job. The work involved thousands of threads and 10,000 loose ends, requiring constant handling of massive forms and data. Managing to hold down a position independently for years without incident meant his work ability was far from ordinary. He suddenly remembered that both Su Yanliang and Wang Kai were members of the Great Navigation Club. Back when they'd advocated for the launch of Project 854, Su Yanliang had been part of it. Given that, persuading him to join seemed very promising. Sure enough, when Zhou Wei approached Su Yanliang, he agreed immediately. I'm tired of HR work anyway. A change of scenery sounds perfect, he said. It's all routine work anyway. Naturalized citizens can carry on without me. I'll write a transfer application and come over. You prepare the appointment letter. Letter of employment. Fine, whatever it's called. 3 days later, Su Yanliang arrived at the third floor of the customs building and officially became the board secretary of the Nanyang Company. The Nanyang Company that Zhou Wei had labored to establish finally had a basic team. The 3 members of the Nanyang Company convened a small meeting in Zhou Wei's office. The agenda was to establish the Nanyang Company's future development direction. The topic was vast and somewhat vague, yet it would serve as guiding principles for the Nanyang Company's future development, what they should do, what they shouldn't, and how to do it. All of this would find its basis in the historic document they formulated today. Speaking loosely, this would become the Nanyang Company's basic law. Gentlemen, our Nanyang Company's future is in today's discussion, Zhou Wei began. Let me first elaborate my basic views on future operations. Without doubt, the Nanyang Company's blueprint was modeled on the various India companies so popular in this era. Starting from the Dutch, who pioneered the establishment of the first East India Company, European nations had competed to establish their own East India and West India companies for colonization and trade. Though these companies met with varying degrees of success, from the Dutch East India Company at its most formidable to the British East India Company's ultimate exit from the historical stage, all without exception left their indelible marks on Asia and the Americas. Their influence echoed far into the future. The British East India Company even set an unprecedented precedent. A commercial enterprise that ruled an entire subcontinent spanning millions of square kilometers, controlling the regimes of dozens of native states and extracting wealth from hundreds of millions of people. Whether the pioneering Dutch East India or the late-rising British East India, both were objects of envy and emulation for Zhou Wei and his colleagues. Compared to administrative organs, a company's conduct was naturally much looser. It could operate perfectly according to the principle of whatever the law doesn't prohibit is permitted. Almost anything could be done. Compared to the Colonization and Trade Ministry, which was controlled and directed by the Senate, the Nanyang Company could be said to have completely cast off its shackles, entering battle with light packs. The blueprint drawn by the southward faction and Zhou Wei for the Nanyang Company was ambitious indeed. From India to Australia, from North to South America, anywhere with a coastline had attracted the senators' covetous gaze and corresponding development plans. However, they understood the principle of eating rice one mouthful at a time. The Nanyang Company's current strength didn't allow for extravagance. They could only start with projects requiring little investment but producing quick results. So things like America, Australia, and New Zealand, even including India, were all removed from Zhou Wei's agenda. Attempting to open branch mines in so many places simultaneously was beyond the capacity of his hollow shell company. Even if the Senate bet all its resources, it couldn't be done either. Frankly speaking, the Senate and Administration Council are only willing to open this door now because of insufficient materials. The original Colonization Trade Ministry couldn't meet demand, so they're letting us try. My view is, we must generate profits as soon as possible. These profits must show immediate results. Time passes quickly. If by this time next year we're still just setting up layouts, establishing outposts and opening bases, our company will be half dead. Aren't your expectations too high? Wang Kai said. What can we accomplish in 1 year? Even building a ship takes half a year. Running ocean trade means trips calculated in years. 1 year is barely enough to build a framework. Besides, we're raising funds ourselves, not using Senate money. What right do they have to complain? I understand Chief Zhou's meaning, Su Yanliang nodded. This time we seized the opportunity presented by the Wuzhou incident and went all in for a win. Many people remain unconvinced at heart. If we can't produce solid achievements by then, we'll immediately face inquiries. and if any problems emerge, hearings will follow closely. It can't be that bad. I think it's inevitable. Su Yanliang spread his hands. Fine. What do you propose then? Wang Kai said, somewhat displeased. His briefcase contained a plan for conquering Manila and controlling the Philippine Islands. Zhou Wei spread a large map of East Asia and Southeast Asia across the conference table, but he didn't immediately point at mountains and rivers to elaborate on the Nanyang Company's grand vision. Instead, he said, "The first thing we need to do right now is move," he said. "The company headquarters cannot remain in Lingao." Agreed, Su Yanliang said. Why? Wang Kai couldn't understand. Currently, 70% of the Senate's productivity was in Lingao, and the supply of naturalized cadres, technical personnel, and workers depended on Lingao for more than 90%. Leaving Lingao would mean losing the convenience of nearby resources, wouldn't it? Lingao's waters are too deep. There are too many watching eyes, Zhou Wei explained. While running around applying for resources would be more convenient there, once the company starts operating, much internal company news and information will quickly leak out. Though we have operational autonomy, senators have supervisory rights over national policy enterprises. If someone wants to find fault and seize on certain things to make trouble, company operations would be severely affected. Su Yanliang said, "In that case, I propose moving to Guangzhou. Most of our export materials come from the mainland. Setting up headquarters in Guangzhou would facilitate direct purchasing. If we want to colonize in the future, we can also recruit immigrants locally in Guangzhou without having to transfer through Lingao. Direct purchasing and recruiting immigrants in Guangzhou would bypass the planning academy's constraints. As long as they had money, they could stock whatever goods and recruit however many people the Nanyang Company decided. If we go to Guangzhou, aren't we just the colonization trade ministry under a new name?" Wang Kai objected. "Guangzhou isn't close to Southeast Asia. We people not personally visiting the front lines, hiding in the rear to issue commands. That won't work. Anyway, Lingao is closer to Southeast Asia than Guangzhou." Zhou Wei nodded. "To be honest, I thought the same, but it probably can't be realized right now. Guangzhou had the rat plague. It would be at least several months before things settled down. The Nanyang Company couldn't wait that long. Zhou Wei's idea was to first move the Nanyang Company team out. Otherwise, let's just take Malacca," Wang Kai said jokingly. "I'd love to. But we can't consider expedition-level operations like taking Malacca for now." Su Yanliang suddenly spoke up. "Actually, I have a place in mind. It could serve as a temporary transition." "Where?" "Sanya," Su Yanliang explained. Sanya's special city had originally been established to export local iron ore and other specialty products. The Senate had consistently held high expectations for it. Sanya had received massive policy, industrial, and funding support. Not only did it enjoy special city status, but in various trade agreements, the Senate had listed Sanya as an open port, clearly intending to develop Sanya's foreign trade. But Sanya's foreign trade had generally not been too successful. Despite having an excellent harbor, Sanya remained inconveniently distant from the Senate's core zone. Commodity transport was difficult. For many foreign merchant ships, trading at Sanya, except for a minority of cargo, usually meant longer waiting periods for ships. The selection of available goods was also narrower than at Lingao and Guangzhou. These are all Sanya's disadvantages, but precisely because of these disadvantages, our going there would be welcomed by the city government. We'd presumably receive local government support in many areas. This is far better than being in Guangzhou or Lingao. Departing from Sanya for Nanyang is also more convenient. The downside is that typhoons are relatively frequent. That's a fair point. The Foreign Trade General Company has strong influence in those other two places anyway. There's no point in us going there, Wang Kai said. Actually, Kaohsiung would work too. It's adjacent to Fujian, also an important export commodity source. Kaohsiung's infrastructure is too poor, Zhou Wei shook his head, and the Dutch are entrenched there. The meeting reached its first decision quickly. The Nanyang Company headquarters would move to Sanya, And the Southeast Asia Company. Moving to, Zhou Wei said. We and the Southeast Asia Company are essentially one organization with two nameplates, but we need an office in Lingao to look after company interests. That would require a senator. We'll need an agent in Guangzhou too, Su Yanliang added. Yes, but these two positions don't necessarily need to be full-time. Any senator who identifies with our company's purpose and operating guidelines would work. Consider it a part-time role, Zhou Wei said. We can give them a director seat. Of course, they'd need to invest in shares. No one objected. Next, Zhou Wei began discussing the action plan. My plan is to tackle the Mekong Delta first. Zhou Wei pointed at the region that would later become Saigon. The Senate's most pressing problem right now is food. Taking Saigon would help food security. That area's development is quite poor, Wang Kai shook his head. There's some development, but it's far from what we know from our timeline. So we'll still need to colonize while acquiring food, Zhou Wei said. To be honest, how much food can we really get from trade alone? It'd be faster to source it directly from the local area. Right? Don't those agriculture committee people love running big farms? In the Mekong Delta, they can enclose land as much as they want. That temptation should be substantial. End of chapter. Chapter 2347. The newly established Nanyang Company, Part 7. If we're looking purely at grain, we might as well go straight for Pathian in Burma. That's the largest grain trading port in the 17th century, Wang Kai said. If we go for Prey Knocker, that place is a battlefield where multiple powers compete. If fighting breaks out, we'll have to expend extra resources. The current Mekong Delta, including the future site of Saigon, still belonged to the Champa Kingdom. But this Champa bore little resemblance to the ancient kingdom that once dominated the Indochina Peninsula. Since the era of Lathan Tong of Annam's Le Dynasty, border conflicts between Vietnam and Champa had been constant. Than Tong personally led an expedition that captured the Champa capital of Vijaya, splitting Champa into three small tributary states, Hoa An, Nam Ban, and Champa itself. In 1611, Nguyen Hong conquered Hoa An and established Phu Yen Prefecture in the occupied territory. Nguyen Hong died in 1613. On his deathbed, he instructed his clansmen. To the north, Thuang Quang has the danger of the transversal mountain and the Jian River. To the south lies the solid protection of the Hai Van Pass and Nan Nuoc Mountain. The mountains produce gold and iron. The sea yields fish and salt. It is truly a land for heroes to exercise martial force. If we can pacify the people and sharpen our soldiers to contend with the Trin clan, it will suffice to build a foundation for 10,000 generations. The remaining rulers of Champa had accepted the title of Viceroy of Cambodia and were theoretically vassals of the Khmer. Simultaneously, they declared themselves subjects of the southern Nguyen. The Ayutthaya Kingdom, which ruled Thailand, also had designs on this area. Three parties were competing here. Intervention carried considerable risk. This was what worried Wang Kai. Business hadn't even opened yet, and already there was debate about the direction of development, not a good omen. Thinking of the various proposals within the southward faction, Zhou Wei realized his future days would probably involve a great deal of verbal sparring. Under a major premise, there were bound to be countless personal agendas. It would be difficult to satisfy everyone. Su Yanliang spoke up. Only with multiple parties restraining each other do we have a chance. The king of Champa clearly understands his current situation. Our entry into this game strictly benefits him. A few years ago, Ping Kia-sheng of the Colonization and Trade Ministry went there and even signed a trade agreement with the local king of Champa. That agreement should still be valid. Is that the Ping Kia-sheng who handles Japanese business? Wang Kai asked. Yes, that's him. He went on the Southeast Asia expedition back then, visited Vietnam, Champa, and Ayutthaya. But he was most interested in Japan. Wore an eboshi all day long, playing at being a descendant of the Terra clan. Right now he's basically stationed in Japan. Zhou Wei was rather dismissive of Ping Kia-sheng's peculiar tastes. However, Ping Qiasheng's Southeast Asia trip had effectively paved the way for the current Nanyang company. At least if they went now, there would be someone to talk to locally. It's a pity he's not here, otherwise we could consult him. Senator Ping must have quite a few talents in his pocket from that area, Zhou Wei said with some regret. His original report should be in the Colonization and Trade Ministry archives. Just dig it out and take a look, Su Yanliang reminded him. As long as names are mentioned, check their current whereabouts, transfer those who can be transferred. That'll help flesh out our personnel. Su Yanliang immediately issued a document requesting access to the relevant ministry files. He suggested that since the Nanyang Company's first target was the Indochina Peninsula, they might as well apply for the Great Library to lead a special research project, extracting relevant materials to compile situation reports. Though historical materials on the Indochina countries aren't abundant, the historical events at major junctures are still relatively clear, along with trade patterns and the like. They'll prove very useful to us. You're right. The work at the Great Library is too leisurely anyway. This will keep them busy, Zhou Wei said. Save them from always causing trouble internally. Seeing Wang Kai looking somewhat dejected, he added, as for the Pathian work you mentioned, we know nothing about Pathian. We might as well send a ship to scout things out first. After all, we haven't directly surveyed Burma yet. Burma in the 17th and 18th centuries was one of the minor hegemons of Southeast Asia. If it weren't for Taksin, whether Siam could have survived is anyone's guess, Su Yanliang said. Sending a ship to investigate is fine, but we must proceed cautiously. It would be more appropriate to find a senator from the Remote Exploration Department to go. No, I think we should go in person, Wang Kai said, unable to contain himself. Zhou Wei certainly had no desire to go himself, but since Wang Kai had spoken up, it wasn't convenient to object. Why don't you make the trip personally? I'd like to, but I don't know how to sail. Do you get seasick? It's tolerable. I've taken boats often enough now that I'm somewhat used to it. Then that's settled. We'll find a ship specifically to take you. Safety must be thoroughly considered, Su Yanliang said. The Senate has so many ships. Surely we can identify a few excellent captains. The Remote Exploration Department goes out exploring often. They should have candidates. Finding candidates isn't difficult there in the Southeast Asia Company. Who? There's a female captain named Li Huamei. You mean that female pirate? Wang Kai remembered. She seems to have become a naturalized citizen a few years ago. That's right. She's affiliated with the Southeast Asia Company. When we first circumnavigated Hainan Island to go to Sanya, she served as navigator. She's very familiar with routes to India and Southeast Asia. After naturalization, she also participated in Operation Overlord. She's an excellent captain, fully capable of this job. Have her come see me immediately. Zhou Wei had originally shown no interest in the Pathian inspection, but hearing that such a figure existed within the Southeast Asia Company, his enthusiasm suddenly surged. He immediately summoned Wang Yu. Hearing that Chief Zhou was asking about Li Huamei, Wang Yu had an immediate answer. She's not in Lingao. Where did she go? The Hangzhou went to Taiwan, Wang Yu reported. It was transporting the 6th Taiwan Expedition Team for exploration. When can she return? Probably about a month, Wang Yu said. It depends on notification from the Remote Exploration Department. A month was too long. All three felt somewhat disappointed. Wang Kai said, let's proceed first. We'll discuss the inspection when she returns. Why not find someone else? No, I think she's perfectly suited, Wang Kai said. For this kind of inspection work, we really need someone like her at the helm. He ordered Wang Yu, send a telegram to Gao Xiong. Tell her to report to Nanyang Company headquarters in Sanya immediately upon her return. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment. Manager Wang, I can send the telegram. But isn't this a bit rushed? She'll be back around New Year's. After being away for several months, we should let her go home and rest. Can't she work overtime? Wang Kai said somewhat impatiently. Well, Wang Yu hesitated, Li Huamei is Chief Chi's wife. Chief Chi? Which Chief Chi? Chief Chi Feng of the General Construction Company. So it's him. The three exchanged glances. No wonder Wang Yu was so considerate. About Li Huamei, the female pirate leader of yesteryear had become a senator's wife. And the legal wife at that, not some life secretary. Who would have thought that Kid Chi Feng had quietly taken the female pirate home? Though Li Huamei wasn't exactly a stunning beauty, years of life at sea had given her a somewhat rough appearance. She was, after all, a famous figure in the Senate. The aura of her notoriety still carried considerable weight. These few felt a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment stir in their hearts. Su Yanliang said, "Since she's a senator's family member, we should still be courteous. How about this? Send the telegram as planned, just say there's an inspection assignment on the Indochina Peninsula to offer her, and ask her to arrange her own schedule." "I'll do it right now," Wang Yu said and turned to leave. Shortly afterward, he returned carrying several thick files. "Chiefs, these are some detailed materials on the Southeast Asia Company's current situation. Please have a look." Wang Yu placed the materials on the table and pulled out the thickest one. "This is the company's secret roster. It has a classification level. Please verify the sealing wax and sign for receipt." Su Yanliang examined the sealing wax. It was intact. He nodded and signed. Wang Yu was quite capable. He'd spent less than a week organizing the Southeast Asia Company's basic materials. This was partly due to the experience he'd accumulated as an advisor in pirate gangs for many years and the skills he'd honed. It also benefited from his time serving in joint logistics. Though he had largely governed by doing nothing in the Southeast Asia Company's operations and hadn't played any active role, he was extremely thorough in managing assets and personnel. The summary tables and situation reports he presented were clear and detailed. The three immediately divided the work of reviewing the Nanyang Company's capital. Zhou Wei was most concerned about ships, Wang Kai focused on money and goods, and Su Yanliang cared most about employees. In his view, whether ships or money, these could be resolved in the future. Only team building was truly difficult. As the Senate's HR specialist, he knew the Senate suffered from inherent deficiencies in its cadre corps. He had seen too many serious losses caused by naturalized cadres who were just filling slots. Once the Nanyang Company was established, it would inevitably require a large number of cadres. Looking at the current situation with the Southeast Asia Company as a foundation, there was no shortage of maritime professionals for the time being, and some commercial talent existed. But management cadres for business operations were relatively scarce. Especially for future colonial pioneering in the Mekong Delta, management cadres with certain leadership abilities and prestige would be essential. Such people weren't easy to find. Su Yanliang flipped through the secret roster of employees and shareholders. Beneath each name, besides a photo, there was an introduction to their personal and family situation, along with a detailed biography. It was evident that whether shareholders or employees, most came from pirate backgrounds in the Fujian and Guangdong regions. Their political ratings were mostly unremarkable, just above the standard for normal use. Quite a few were still classified as controlled use. He noticed that Li Huamei was also a controlled use subject. This controlled use has been controlled all the way to a senator's bed. What exactly are they controlling? Su Yanliang silently complained. Chi Feng had probably insisted on marrying her. Indeed, even heroes have a hard time resisting the beauty trap. End of chapter. Chapter 23, 48. The newly established Nanyang Company, Part 8. Su Yanliang reviewed the roster while jotting down names and personal ID numbers in his notebook. With these numbers, he could access the personnel files of anyone who caught his interest for a more thorough evaluation. He was concerned primarily with their administrative capabilities. That is, it was best if they had experience leading teams. Being a manager in a pirate group and commanding several ships required considerable ability. It wasn't something you could accomplish merely by being fierce and combative. You needed real skills. The more people and ships someone had led, the stronger their management level had to be. If you asked who among the Southeast Asia company's shareholders and employees had led the most people and ships, that would naturally be Liu Xiang. From the end of the Tianqi reign to the early Changzhen years, in just a few short years, he had expanded to become the primary rival of Li Qiuqi and Zheng Zhilong on the Guangdong seas, directly controlling 300 to 400 vessels. This man's skills and abilities were evident. If he could take the field, the Nanyang company would achieve twice the results with half the effort, regardless of where they started establishing colonies. However, Su Yanliang thought with some regret that employing him was impossible. The Senate would never agree. Si Kaid had entertained a similar idea back then, proposing to send Liu Xiang and his team to the South Seas to establish colonies. But this proposal had been severely criticized in the Senate. Liu Xiang and 15 of his most trusted aides were currently living the life of farm owners, under the strict surveillance of the Political Security Bureau in Sanya. No matter how highly Su Yanliang regarded them, employing them would prove extremely difficult. His gaze could only turn to those managers, who had been mid-level leaders commanding a few ships. Most of these people had stayed in the Southeast Asia Company as captains or heads of trading stations. Quite a few had transferred to work and live on shore, content with merely being shareholders and collecting dividends. He roughly scanned the whereabouts of these transferred shareholders. Farming was the most common outcome. This was unsurprising. Whether Zheng Zhilong or other sea lords, they all showed great interest in land. In the parallel timeline's history, all of them had purchased large amounts of farmland and estates in their hometowns. Beyond land's characteristics of value preservation and stable income, many of them originally came from peasant or small landlord backgrounds. The attachment to land was engraved in their bones. Given the climate and land conditions in Southeast Asia, many areas were suitable for agriculture, especially the Mekong Delta, which had been developed by Chinese people who went to the South Seas during the Ming and Qing dynasties. If these people were willing to take the lead in going to the South Seas, it would tremendously benefit colonial establishment. Liu Xiang and his subordinates came mainly from the Chaoshin region of Guangdong. In the parallel timeline, Chaoshin was famous throughout China as a hometown of overseas Chinese. Long suffering from land scarcity and overpopulation, wave after wave of commoners had gone to the South Seas since the Ming Dynasty. Su Yanliang believed that as long as the policies were sufficient, these former pirates who had already settled down should be willing to take a gamble. The South Seas is the promised land for the Chinese. If given enough land, how could they not go? Su Yanliang thought. It was a pity the Senate lacked a Homestead Act. Otherwise, people could claim wasteland just by staking it out, which would attract large numbers of landlords and poor peasants to colonize the South Seas. After landing for so many years, we can't even get a basic land law settled. The Senate is hopeless. Su Yanliang started complaining again. Old Su, how's your reading coming along? Wang Kai suddenly asked. Almost done, Su Yanliang said. I just feel that if the land ownership issue isn't resolved, our colonial action won't have enough appeal. Back then, with just a Homestead Act, how many people in the U.S. abandoned everything and dragged their families west to reclaim wasteland? Now we're engaging in colonization. What can we promise the commoners? We can't say, you go open up wasteland, but the land still belongs to the Senate. The dispute within the Senate is just too big, Wang Kai said. No one wants to touch it. But if the land issue isn't clarified, how can we recruit immigrants? Anyway, there are too many poor people who can't get enough to eat. Let's just vaguely promise, go to the South Seas and you'll get land, and let the Senate worry about future matters. Wang Kai said, I have something more headache-inducing here. What Wang Kai found so headache-inducing was the Southeast Asia Company's total share capital. Though the shareholding structure was clear, the Senate held 51% and the various surrendered pirate groups held 49%. When it came to specific assets, Wang Kai was truly startled. In a policy of cherishing men from afar, the asset evaluation for surrendered pirates had been preferential. Ships invested as shares were classified into 3 levels: large, medium, and small, each further divided into 3 conditions: good, medium, and poor. This made 9 categories in total. Even the lowest valued small poor ship was worth 30 taels, while the highest grade large good ship reached as high as 1,000 taels. Of course, very few ships qualified for the large good category. But the massive number of small and medium ships resulted in a very considerable total. From its establishment until the asset freeze before this restructuring, the Southeast Asia Company had cumulatively received over 1,200 ships of various sizes as equity investment. The total valuation approached 530,000 taels. After the currency reform, stock calculations switched from the silver tael to the silver dragon yuan. At the Southeast Asia Company's original face value of 1 tael per share, this meant 530,000 personal shares had been issued. Most of these share capital ships had actually been eliminated, sold, or dismantled soon after investment, with negligible residual value recovered. The company's real ship assets consisted of only those 225 vessels. Looking at this unassuming little company full of junk, it turns out the total share capital exceeds 1 million. This time it was Wang Kai's turn to complain. "Let it be 1 million. It's all hollow anyway," Zhou Wei said. "What about the shareholders and dividends?" "There are about 1,000 shareholders, with average holdings of around 500 shares. Liu Xiang is the #1 individual shareholder, holding 150,000 shares. Currently, 700 shareholders are working in the company. That's quite a lot. Most pirates were ordinary commoners. They couldn't just wash their feet and go ashore just like that. They still have to make a living at sea," Su Yanliang said. As for dividends, the Southeast Asia Company paid individual shareholders about 19 cents per share last year. Considering that nearly half the shareholders hold between 100 and 200 shares, those people's dividends last year amounted to only 2 to 4 yuan. As an investment, the annual return rate is less than 2%. That's really too low. Only major shareholders like Liu Xiang get a decent return. That's far less than his original income. So most of them are still working for the Southeast Asia Company, Zhou Wei said. However, with investment returns like that, we'll probably have great difficulty selling stock. What about the company's revenue, operating costs, and profits? I can't make sense of the revenue and costs either. We need a professional accountant to examine them. The profit is clear at a glance. Net profit in 1634 was 27,000 yuan. After deducting the company's retention, it was all used for dividends. Individual shareholders received over 10,000 yuan in total. This net profit is too low. Is the calculation wrong? Such a large company earning less than 30,000 yuan a year. A single ship running maritime trade makes tens of thousands of silver profit in one trip. Net profit can be manipulated. Zhou Wei understood the situation somewhat. For a company like the Southeast Asia Company, the planning committee implies they shouldn't make net profit too high. Wang Kai hesitated before saying, "I feel the Southeast Asia Company's historical burden is too great. It's not very suitable for stock offerings. I think our first step should be hiring an accounting team to thoroughly clarify all the Southeast Asia Company's accounts, figure out the specific operational situation. We also need to communicate with the planning committee," Zhou Wei said. "The Southeast Asia Company's fixed assets are easy to handle, but we need a clear picture of the company's specific operating costs and working capital situation." Wang and Su had no objections. "Next, let's divide the work. Su Yanliang, you go to Sanya as an advance party. Touch base with the mayor of Sanya and look for a suitable location first. We won't have time to build new facilities in the short term. However, the Southeast Asia Company has wharves and trading stations in Sanya. See if we can clear out some buildings to serve as offices and dormitories after the headquarters moves there. How many people in the first batch?" "Most of the office staff at Southeast Asia Company headquarters have to go," Zhou Wei said. "Moving this far, most families will likely follow. I estimate around 100 people. Add the families, service staff, and guards for the three of us, and that's another 10 or 20. I'll check the personnel files first, then talk to headquarters staff to see how many are willing to move with their entire families. Handle that, Zhou Wei said. Needless to say, leaving Lingao for Sanya, probably quite a few cadres and staff won't want to go. It's all voluntary anyway. If cadres and staff don't want to go, write them recommendation letters and let Yang Yun find new positions for them. Those willing to go will be the founding veterans of the Nanyang company. We definitely won't treat them poorly. Give employees incentive shares. We'll discuss that later. No rush, Zhou Wei smiled. Just make promises for now. Don't specify the benefits yet. Be cautious. This empty big pie isn't easy to draw, Su Yanliang laughed. Old Wang, what about you? Make the rounds at the planning committee, the Ministry of Technology, the industrial sector, and the agricultural sector. See what their views and requirements are on the current material supply. Let's find out which items provoke the strongest reactions and loudest complaints, especially those materials that aren't needed in great quantities but block key positions on the technology tree. Also, visit the remote exploration team. See if you can get them to organize some remote explorations of the Southeast Asia region. That way they'd cover personnel and expenses. Brilliant, Zhou Wei smiled. Anyone can see through our little tricks. The exploration team has been drooling over Southeast Asia's mineral resources for ages. We're giving them official justification this time. Win-win. As for me, I need to find some financial experts for a thorough discussion, Zhou Wei said. Our overall asset situation is quite good right now. The Southeast Asia company is definitely a high-quality asset. It just lacks working capital and has too low a return rate. It needs proper packaging. End of chapter. Chapter 23:49. Old Friend Li Huamei, Part 1. The group had made their decisions and was about to split up when Su Yanliang remembered something. Li Huamei's file has a special surveillance marker. If we use her temporarily once or twice, there's no problem. But if we plan to rely on her heavily in the future and need her to participate in important operations, we definitely need to submit an application. It has to be approved by the Political Security Bureau. So troublesome. What heinous crime has this Li Huamei committed? Wang Kai asked with dissatisfaction. Since there's a procedure, let's just go through it. I don't think she has anything shameful to hide, Zhou Wei said. As soon as the correspondence regarding the Nanyang company's intention to employ Li Huamei was dispatched, the relevant agencies of the Political Security Bureau sprang into action. Though Li Huamei had been naturalized for more than 3 years, in the Political Security Bureau's files, she was classified not only as a controlled use object, but also as a perennial surveillance target. From the moment she defected to the Kuns, the Political Security Bureau had established a special personal file on her. Zhao Mangsheng's interest in her stemmed not from her name being Li Huamei, but from his long-standing suspicion of a connection between her and Li Xia. Making such an association wasn't difficult. Macau was very small and couldn't accommodate too many female pirates. In the 17th century, extremely few women drifted on the seas. In all of East Asia, including Southeast Asia, one probably couldn't find more than 1 or 2 female captains. Though Li Xia was only a mixed-race woman of Chinese and Portuguese descent, her fame had spread throughout the ports of East Asia. She was known even in distant Goa, India. Li Huamei, however, was different. The Political Security Bureau had sent people specifically to Macau to investigate her background. Surprisingly, no one there had heard of such a female pirate. No one had even heard of the Hangzhou. Combined with the bizarre coincidence of Li Huamei and the Hangzhou appearing together, Zhao Mangsheng and his subordinates strongly suspected this was no accident, but rather some kind of deliberate design. Someone knew about the Age of Exploration complex within the Senate. But if this person knew about the Senate's Age of Exploration complex, why deliberately use this particular combination? Wasn't this tantamount to announcing, "I have information sources from the old timeline"? Having reached this stage, the Political Security Bureau further suspected that other people from the old timeline stood behind Li Huamei. The first to fall under suspicion was naturally Black. Since Black's name became known to the Senate, the Political Security Bureau had shifted the focus of their investigation on Li Huamei to the connection between her and Black, naturally without result. No clues proved that Li Huamei had any contact with Black, and intelligence from Manila confirmed this. The only aspect of Li Huamei's activities that aroused their interest was her romantic history with Chi Feng. Out of reasonable caution, Zhou Batao naturally considered the possibility of a honey trap. Though Li was a pirate and a rare independent woman in this era, under 17th-century social customs, her sudden and active pursuit of Senator Qi was obviously illogical. Zhou Batao had suggested informing Chi Feng of Li Huamei's suspicious status, but Zhao Mengsheng thought this inappropriate. If we tell him, he might think we're trying to interfere in his emotional affairs. We can't be those villains. Even if Li Huamei turns out to be a spy in the end, Chi Feng will vent his resentment on us. If we don't tell him and this Li Huamei does something detrimental to the senator, let's do a routine notification, Zhao Mengsheng said. Didn't Chi Feng apply to go to Qiangshan? Yes, he said he wanted to inspect the building material supply in Qiangshan. He also requested an inspection ship, the Hangzhou. Good. Use this as the reason to send him a memo explaining that Li Huamei has been naturalized for a short time, and her historical background cannot presently be verified, so she is classified as a controlled use object. Suggest he not take the Hangzhou. If he insists on taking it, ask him to bring additional security personnel, Zhao Mengsheng said. Then attach a reply slip and ask him to confirm receipt. The memo was sent, and Chi Feng's reply was duly received. He stated that he was already aware of the situation but did not plan to change his travel arrangements. He thanked them for the reminder and said he would increase the security level. After receiving the reply, Zhao Mengsheng instructed Zhou Batao to plant members of the Committee of 10 around Li Huamei and on the Hangzhou. According to regulations, at least half of the Hangzhou's crew must be replaced after retraining. It's very easy to mix in operatives. You must find a way to develop informants among the old crew members remaining on the ship. In addition, someone must be positioned at Li Huamei's side. Understood. She recently acquired a little black slave girl who appears to be from East Africa. The girl is currently undergoing purification in the purification camp. Li seems quite fond of her. We can start there. Thus, Li Huamei was added to the long-term surveillance list, accumulating surveillance reports continuously. However, over several years, no useful intelligence was obtained. This was the first time Zhao Mengsheng and his subordinates had encountered such a predicament. They knew perfectly well that Li Huamei's origins were suspicious. One could even say she had come to naturalize with ulterior motives, yet they couldn't find any suspicious points about her actual behavior. If she's a spy, then she must be a dormant spy, Zhao Mengsheng said. Let's just keep a good eye on her. Since there was no further evidence that Li Huamei was harming the transmigration enterprise, she continued to live her little life and dream her little spring dreams as a surveillance target and a lead for counterespionage work. It wasn't until more than a year later that Chi Feng first submitted an application to marry Li Huamei. According to regulations, for a senator to marry a naturalized citizen or a native, they had to apply to the Senate's General Office, which would then instruct the Political Security Bureau to conduct a background investigation. Wang Yu's information wasn't quite accurate. Strictly speaking, Li Huamei was not yet Chi Feng's wife. Though the two were already cohabiting and Chi Feng introduced her as his wife, the Senate had not yet formally approved the marriage. As a result, the background investigation on Li Huamei was placed back on the agenda. This time, the Political Security Bureau quickly discovered new clues. The Senate's power along the Guangdong coast was growing daily, and the Portuguese increasingly had to defer to them. Consequently, the Senate's influence in Macau had become extremely great, and intelligence channels had become smooth. Coupled with significant advances in the Senate's photography technology, the Macau station of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau soon sent word. Li Huamei's photograph had been recognized. The information came from the Portuguese. Among the Portuguese in Macau, Li Huamei was not a mysterious figure at all. Intelligence showed that her real name was Li Chun. More than one Portuguese confirmed that Li Huamei was the maid, or follower, who had constantly accompanied Li Xia. Moreover, the time Li Chun had disappeared from Li Xia's side coincided precisely with the time Li Huamei had naturalized. With this, the long-standing suspicions of Zhao Mangsheng and his colleagues finally had a definite answer. Li Huamei was indeed someone from Li Xia's group. Once this breakthrough opened, the accumulated surveillance materials instantly connected. Their understanding of Li Huamei reached a new level. Zhou Batao immediately ordered an investigation into the Li Huamei Li Xia case. Li Huamei held a position in the Southeast Asia Company and spent the year sailing. After returning to Lingao, she was in a semi-cohabiting state with Qi Feng. Under these circumstances, upgrading surveillance on her was tantamount to monitoring the senator himself, and his quite sensitive private life at that. Zhou Batao found this extremely tricky. Since there were many inconveniences in Lingao, Zhou Batao focused his efforts on the time she went to sea. Without doubt, Li Huamei had to contact Li Xia regularly. At present, they had intercepted and inspected all letters mailed to her from outside and found nothing suspicious. Then her only opportunity to contact Li Xia was when she was overseas, especially when docked in Macau. Hard work paid off. After a few months of monitoring, they quickly intercepted correspondence between Li Xia and Li Huamei. Some of these letters were in Macau. More were transited through Indian merchants in Goa. However, the content of the letters was deeply disappointing. The correspondence between the two Li's read less like communications between spies and more like business exchanges between a boss and a sales manager. In her letters, Li Huamei reported the cargo load of each voyage and profit situation after sales, various account transactions, and demand for goods and price trends at each port of call. She also reported on merchant ships from various countries arriving at and departing from ports. Li Xia's letters mostly ordered her to purchase or transport certain goods, instructed her to make payments or collect debts in certain places, and sometimes provided various information. The two appeared to be exchanging commercial intelligence. Similar letters were common in the archives of the British, Dutch, and other East India companies from the 17th to 19th centuries. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about the content. Of course, if Li Xia's main activity was piracy, then this intelligence would be extremely useful. But ships flying the Senate's flag had never been attacked by Li Xia. As for her attacking other nations' merchant ships, that had nothing to do with the Senate. Moreover, there had been very little news of the Lotus operations in recent years. If anything related to the Senate, it was that the letters occasionally mentioned the Senate's current personnel changes and military movements. Li Xia also frequently asked her to provide specific news. But frankly, this information was all public knowledge that anyone in Lingao could collect with a little attention. Judging solely from the content of the letters, the activities between the two Lis did not touch upon Senate interests, nor could they be considered harmful. Of course, both the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the Political Security Bureau knew that Li Xia had played a role in multiple incidents against the Senate. She fully deserved the title enemy of the Senate. If this were the past, the mere fact of maintaining contact with Li Xia would have been sufficient grounds to secretly arrest and interrogate Li Huamei, or Li Chun, as she was really named. End of chapter. Chapter 2350. Old Friend Li Huamei, Part 2. But now Li Huamei possessed the protective talisman of Qi Feng's patronage. Without clear evidence of acts harming the Senate, moving against her would be difficult. Trapped in this predicament, Zhou Batao could only intensify surveillance. Everyone who came into contact with her was added to the monitoring list and investigated individually. Once Li Sia's base of operations was roughly identified in Macau, he assigned a dedicated team to track her movements and intercept her correspondence. Perhaps Li Xia had realized that Macau was no longer safe ground. She not only kept a low profile when in the city but often avoided it altogether, hiding in various locations. For some time, they couldn't pin down her specific whereabouts. Nevertheless, the surveillance in Macau yielded an unexpected discovery. Zhou Batao was startled to find that Li Mo, the chief of general affairs at Lingao General Hospital, had been corresponding with Li Xia. Everyone knew that Lingao General Hospital was the most important medical institution in the Senate's health system, serving primarily senators and core naturalized employees. Its staff had all undergone rigorous vetting and were considered the most reliable personnel available. That the chief of general affairs at such a hospital maintained contact with Li Xia, the enemy of the Senate, not only piqued Zhou Batao's interest, but sent a chill down his spine. He suddenly recalled handling a whistleblower report involving Li Mo back in 1632. The report had flagged her suspicious behavior during a trip to Guangzhou. It hadn't drawn much attention at the time, but out of prudence, he'd assigned Qi Yun to investigate. Qi Yun spent several months on the case and concluded there were suspicious points but no evidence. With the Political Security Bureau's limited resources, they couldn't justify sustained investigation of a case with no obvious problems, so it was closed at year's end. However, Li Mo had been placed on the Level 3 surveillance list ever since. He instructed his secretary to retrieve all files related to the case immediately. The weekly monitoring reports on Li Mo had accumulated into a thick stack. Zhou Batao read through them carefully and found nothing incriminating. If there had been anything substantive, Qi Yun would have reopened the case long ago. He reviewed Qi Yun's original investigation report again. Honestly, it contained nothing damning either. The only certainty was that Li Mo had likely connected with Li Xia during that trip to Guangzhou. The file included a copy of Li Mo's personal records. According to her own account, she was a native of Gongcheng Division, Xiangshan County, Guangzhou Prefecture. Under Ming Dynasty administrative divisions, Macau fell precisely within Gongcheng Division. Furthermore, she claimed her former husband had been a pirate in Guangdong waters, and according to their intelligence, Li Xia's Portuguese father was a merchant who conducted gray business with pirates. From this perspective, Li Mo's connections to Macau ran deep, and a special relationship with Li Xia was hardly surprising. Not digging to the root of this matter while the trail was hot had left a hidden danger after all, Zhou Batao reflected. The problem was that Li Mo enjoyed considerable popularity among the agricultural senators. She also followed Elder Wu's religion and was close to that small Protestant church. These considerations had made them hesitant at the time, and they hadn't taken decisive action. He immediately compiled the relevant information and went to report to Zhao Mengsheng. Zhao Mengsheng listened with interest and studied the materials carefully before asking, "How long have they been in contact?" "Perhaps 2 or 3 years. The exact start date is unknown, but judging from the context, I believe they had already established contact before Li Huamei came to naturalize." Yet analyzing the existing materials, Li Huamei and Li Mo haven't had any lateral contact. This woman even understands single-line communication. She's quite an interesting character, Zhao Mengsheng observed. Based on the letters, what is the relationship between them? What do they mainly discuss? The letters aren't written in code, Zhou Batao said. At first, I was surprised, assuming there must be secret writing or ciphers. But after handing them to the relevant department, they concluded there was no hidden information, just ordinary correspondence. Zhao Mengsheng nodded. Is there anything in the letters that interests us? Honestly, no. Zhou Batao smiled ruefully. Most of it is domestic trivia. The correspondence between Li Xia and Li Mo is infrequent, far less than Li Huamei's, only one letter every 6 months or so. The letters are lengthy but consist mostly of household matters. Besides the usual pleasantries, the letters contained various requests. Limo asked Li Xia to purchase certain items in Macau and Guangzhou, and sometimes the reverse. The letters also mentioned attached gifts. Anyone reading them would see only the common exchanges between relatives and friends. However, there is one rather unusual detail. What? Zhao Mengsheng leaned forward with interest. The forms of address between them. Li Xia calls Limo sister, while Limo calls Li Xia miss. The writing is respectful, clearly the attitude toward a superior. Li Xia called Limo sister, but Limo dared not reciprocate, using miss instead. This clearly indicated she stood half a head lower than the other party. This form of address, with its obvious class distinction yet carrying a kinship that transcended the master-servant relationship, was momentarily puzzling. Their relationship might be special, Zhao Mengsheng mused. When Yu Shui gave us that lecture, he specifically mentioned that ordinary people in the Ming Dynasty couldn't legally keep slaves. Some kept slaves under the guise of adopted sons and adopted daughters who were actually bondservants. Limo probably has this kind of semi-bondservant status. That's possible. In the letters they also frequently mention someone named Sister Chun, whom Limo calls Little Chun. From the context, this is Li Huamei, that is, Li Chun. We already know Li Chun isn't Li Xia's biological sister. The only possibility is that Li Mo and Li Chun are biological sisters. Li Mo mentions her in every letter, clearly concerned about her whereabouts and safety. How does Li Xia respond? Most of the time, Li Xia makes excuses, claims she hasn't seen her in ages, isn't certain, only says she's out sailing on business. She assures Li Mo it isn't dangerous or illicit work but never mentions who Sister Chun is doing business with. Occasionally she forwards some of Sister Chun's gifts to Li Mo and sometimes letters as well. Unfortunately, we haven't intercepted those. So Li Xia deliberately keeps the Li sisters apart. Zhao Mengsheng considered this. Obviously, only by keeping them ignorant of each other's whereabouts could she threaten and control them. Although both sisters were in Lingao, they had both changed their names. Li Mo had worked in general affairs at Lingao General Hospital for years, living a secluded life both professionally and personally. Li Huamei, meanwhile, actually spent little time in Lingao. She was at sea for at least half the year. Moreover, her activities in Lingao were concentrated around the coastal areas of Bapu. This woman Li Xia was remarkably meticulous in her scheming. No wonder she had survived at sea for so long and still managed to maneuver. All these years. Yes, Li Xia likely depends on Li Huamei for a substantial portion of her income now. That's precisely why she wants to maintain firm control over Sister Chun. Zhou Batao had secretly investigated Li Huamei's trade operations. Through his connections in Macau, he had also obtained information about the operations of Li Xia's ships. The conclusion. Among the goods currently sold by the two Lis, Australian goods exceeded 50%. The source of these Australian goods was primarily Li Huamei's channel, which offered far better prices and variety than other indigenous wholesale channels. In other words, the Senate was continuously generating profits for Li Xia. Zhou Batao consulted the Southeast Asia Company's records and found that since Li Huamei joined the company, her annual sales by tonnage had consistently ranked in the top 10. It seems our practice of mercantilism is very thorough, Zhao Mengsheng remarked dryly. What is Li Xia doing now? According to Lando's report, she frequently traveled to the Philippines before we crushed the Zheng Zhilong group. The Spanish are her traditional customers. She also serves as a secret messenger between Macau and the Spanish, and maintains contact with the Dutch and British. I estimate she functions as some combination of broker, mercenary, and intelligence peddler, in addition, of course, to her main professions of trade and piracy. Zhao Mengsheng pondered for a moment. What is the current living arrangement between her and Qi Feng? The report mentioned their cohabiting. Their residence is in the commercial district, which is, I know the place. The house was built with Li Huamei's money and the property rights are in her name. Apparently Chief Feng did the design himself. Whenever he's not on business trips or in meetings, he stays there. He's brought his maid over, along with many personal belongings. I'd say this basically counts as having moved in. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, our informant also reported that Li Huamei built a secret cellar in this house, likely prepared for hiding valuables. Do you find Li Huamei attractive? Zhao Mengxing asked suddenly. Well, in terms of looks, her features are quite fine, Zhou Batao answered, caught off guard by the unexpected question. According to the maid selection rating standards issued by the general office, she'd be C-level. But you have to admit, a woman like her possesses a different kind of charm, one rarely seen in this space-time. So Comrade Chief Feng has genuine feelings for her, which makes things rather tricky. Zhou Ba understood Zhao Mengxing's meaning. Since it was true love, and Chief Feng came from an artistic background with romantic inclinations, there was a very real possibility of melodrama, something along the lines of no matter who she is, even if the whole world stands against us, I will love her to the end. End of chapter. Chapter 2351, Old Friend Li Huamei, Part 3. But according to the information we've gathered, she probably couldn't pass the relevant background investigation. To be honest, not arresting her immediately is already quite generous, Zhou Batao said. Naturally, we can't let her pass this background investigation, Zhao Mengxing replied. Draft a report to the general office, list all relevant circumstances, mark it top secret single copy, expressly for Director Zhio's eyes only. Once Zhao Zishan reads it, he'll naturally speak to Chief Feng. After all, approving marriages is his responsibility. Will Chief Feng accept it? If he doesn't accept it, the general office still won't issue him a marriage certificate. No one can shoulder that responsibility. Zhao Mengxing paused. Let's discuss how to disinfect the situation. Since both Li Mo and Li Huamei had contact with Li Xia, they were potential dangerous elements. Constrained by circumstances, no public action could be taken against them. Therefore, other measures would have to neutralize the potential harm. For the time being, neither sister has taken any substantive harmful actions against the Senate. Moreover, judging from their usual behavior, they don't seem treacherous. We needn't be overly alarmed, worrying they'll commit some shocking crime. As long as surveillance remains in place to guard against contingencies, that should suffice. Zhao Mengxing's words were carefully considered. First, upgrade all surveillance on them to level 1. Establish a special task force for the Li sisters. A special task force. Who will handle the case specifically? Let Qi Yun lead it, but this task force only exists. Understood. Zhou Batao grasped the implication. Neither the Bureau nor Qi Yun had the resources to actively pursue a case without substantive content, but with a task force on record, any future leaks would significantly reduce their liability. As for Li Mo, we may need to consult with Wu Nanhai and Director Deng Boyan of the Ministry of Health to secure their cooperation. Ideally, we transfer Li Mo to a position that poses no threat to the senators. Director Deng can handle the specifics at his discretion. Of course, to maintain Elder Wu's goodwill, the new position should preferably keep her in Lingao. At the same time, we should try to cut off their contact. Through what channel do they currently communicate? Through Kiwei. Li Xia rents a mailbox at the Kiwei Escort Bureau in Guangzhou through an agent, Zhou Batao said. The simple and crude approach would be to intercept the letters directly through postal inspection. Keeping those letters might become a liability for Li Mo someday. Zhao Mengxing considered this. As for Li Huamei, we must also try to sever her contact with Li Xia, though that's probably quite difficult. After all, she's a captain sailing across all the seas. Our planted agents can't stop her. He thought for a moment. I believe we could recommend her to the Remote Exploration Department. At the last meeting, they mentioned applying for a fast, flexible sailing ship capable of long-distance voyages, equipped with an excellent long-distance captain. I think Li Huamei and her Hangzhou would be ideal. The remote exploration department's missions were long-term and took ships far beyond commercial routes. Li Huamei would lose any opportunity to contact Li Xia through the Southeast Asian Trade Network. That's an excellent idea. Let's proceed that way. Additionally, I have another thought. Whether we cut off contact or not may matter less than we think. Zhou Batao hesitated before continuing. I have a feeling that Li Huamei and Li Xia aren't of one mind. Li Huamei has probably harbored other intentions for some time. His reasoning was that Li Huamei had never mentioned to Li Xia her romance and current cohabitation with Qi Feng. It was hard to imagine that on such a significant personal matter, Li Huamei would fail to inform her miss or sister. Their relationship might not be as intimate as it appeared. There's one more thing, also discovered during initial monitoring. The reason Li Huamei met Qi Feng was because she went to the Italian Trini's house, and she went there to exchange gold. Every time she returned to Lingao afterward, she would visit Trini's house to exchange gold. In Lingao, private circulation and exchange of precious metals was prohibited, but the Senate tacitly allowed a few fixed outlets to exist as officially recognized gray industries. Trini was one of them. Here, gold could be exchanged for silver. Whether from plunder or trade income, Li Huamei had gold to convert, so her frequent visits to Trini's were understandable. Zhao Mengsheng knew this alone proved nothing, so he listened patiently. However, when she reported accounts to her miss, she calculated the gold exchange ratio using our bank's official rate. Beyond that, she's obviously been hiding a considerable amount of money. So she had to dig that secret cellar. Exactly, Zhou Batao said. I suspect she isn't content to remain under Li Xia's control forever. It's just that their cooperative relationship is still profitable for now. Zhao Mengsheng pondered for a long while without speaking. Zhou Bat added, actually, the most thorough solution would be to make Li Xia disappear completely. That would resolve everything. It was indeed a way to cut the Gordian knot. Zhao Mengsheng shook his head. It isn't that simple. We have no armed forces of our own. To accomplish this, we'd have to request the Reconnaissance Bureau to dispatch the Special Reconnaissance Team. If we wanted to intercept and eliminate her at sea, we'd need Navy cooperation. Her importance hasn't risen to that level. Li Xia was now drifting about indefinitely. Whether arresting or assassinating her would require massive investment of manpower and resources, beyond the Political Security Bureau's capabilities. It would require Senate authorization. Besides, Li Xia isn't alone. She controls a network behind her and knows many forces operating in Southeast Asian waters. Eliminating her directly would be wasteful. Far better if we could take over her network. Zhao Mengsheng continued, the ideal approach would be to turn Li Huamei against her. Let her become Li Xia's successor. That would require laying our cards on the table with Li Huamei. I'm worried she might be frightened off, which would create complications. Even if she doesn't run, subsequent operations would be difficult. Zhou Batao cautioned. For now, we've found no open discord between them. At most, Li Huamei has some private motives and personal plans. No, the discord between them has existed for some time. If our speculation is correct, Li Mo and Li Chun are biological sisters. Li Xia clearly knows both sisters are in Lingao but has always concealed this from them, sitting by and even exploiting their separation. Zhao Mengsheng thought for a moment, then shook his head. What you said also makes sense. Perhaps the rift between them isn't deep enough yet. Let's wait. For now, just execute according to the plan we discussed. Shortly thereafter, Li Huamei was booked long-term by the Remote Exploration Department, becoming one of their dedicated ships, frequently exploring and surveying in Taiwan, Ryukyu, and the Japanese archipelago. Meanwhile, Li Mo was transferred to the newly established Model Veterinary Station of the Nanhai Demonstration Farm as Chief of General Affairs. As for Qi Feng, naturally, he did not receive marriage permission. However, Zhao Zishan guaranteed that once circumstances permit, a marriage certificate would be issued retroactively. You're essentially married already anyway. You get all the benefits you're entitled to. It's just missing a document. When the time comes, we'll make it up to you with a grand wedding." Though Chi Feng was reluctant, after seeing some of the materials in the relevant report, he understood that neither the PSB nor the General Office dared open this door of convenience for him. He would have to wait for circumstances to permit. The matter temporarily came to rest. But as soon as the application from the Nanyang Company Preparatory Committee to employ Li Huamei was submitted, this special case was back on track. The newly appointed Chief of Reconnaissance Division, Guo Yi, felt it necessary to speak with them. Not long after Su Yanliang submitted his application, he received a call from the Political Security Bureau, requesting he come in for a talk. Su Yanliang had dealt with every senator in the PSB, but the voice on the phone today was unfamiliar. "Director Su, regarding your application report on Li Huamei, certain matters involve circumstances that need to be explained in person. Sorry to trouble you to come by. What time works for you?" Judging from the tone and accent, this was definitely a senator. "Is it serious?" Su Yanliang suddenly felt nervous. "Not at all. Let's discuss it when we meet." Su Yanliang understood that the PSB never discussed classified matters outside the bureau. "Let's make it 1 o'clock this afternoon." Since transferring back from the Guangzhou station, Guo Yi had been in a state of semi-retirement. His main work involved cooperating with the Commerce Department on various tasks while simultaneously writing a work report covering his years in Guangzhou. He had spent nearly 10 years in Guangzhou, encountering thousands of people and situations. Without his special work notes, many things and people would have been impossible to recall. Though his experience in Guangzhou had given him unforgettable memories, he didn't miss it. In the end, he was still an ordinary person. Though he had played the role of proprietor Guo with ease, he had never truly enjoyed such a life. Every day in Guangzhou had been like acting. He could never integrate into the atmosphere of medieval society. Now, sitting behind a desk, flipping through files and returning to his original trade, he felt at peace. The weight that had pressed on his heart for more than 10 years finally lifted. "I am finally one of us again." Zhao Mengsheng had personally handed him the file on the Tu Li special case, along with some information that couldn't be recorded in official documents. He had also explained the reasoning behind his and Zhou Batao's earlier consideration of turning her. "Of course, you're now the Chief of Reconnaissance Division. How to handle the case specifically is your decision to make," Zhao Mengsheng said. "My and Zhou Batao's opinions are purely for reference." End of chapter. Chapter 2352, Old Friend Li Huamei, Part 4. The case itself wasn't difficult. Guo Yi understood that the reason it was deemed tricky and specifically assigned to him was, to put it bluntly, that it involved a senator. Li Mo was manageable, but Li Huamei had to be protected, unless she courted death herself. From all current indications, she wasn't that foolish. Even Li Xia, had she not been involved in the Gaoxiong murder case years ago, wouldn't have needed to be treated as an enemy by the Senate. As for the kidnapping of Chairman Wen back then, honestly, Chairman Wen himself hardly gave it a second thought these days. In fact, even if she defected now, the Senate would likely forgive her. After all, such a knowledgeable, intelligent, and capable woman was rare in this space-time. Guo Yi personally agreed with Zhou Batao's earlier assessment and some of his ideas. Wait for an opportunity to sow discord between the two Lis, encourage the rift to widen, and ultimately achieve reverse use. However, the specifics of how to create that discord and what kind of opening to look for still required careful thought. Li Xia was a shrewd woman, and Li Huamei was no simple-minded brute either. The headquarters of the Political Security Bureau remained in the old county town of Lingao. It was modest in scale, deliberately low profile. Not only was the entrance plain, but there weren't even sentries standing guard outside. The wooden gate stayed closed year-round, opening only for vehicles. Personnel entered through a small side door. Even the agency sign wasn't displayed on the gate, just a simple house number. The only PSB office that publicly displayed its sign was the county branch in Bern City, which served as essentially the only external interface. Su Yanliang's arrival had been announced to the PSB through the General Security Bureau liaison, so when he gave his name, the door opened immediately. After verifying his work contact form, the guard gestured. "Please follow me." It was Su Yanliang's first visit to this agency, shrouded in mystery and endlessly cursed by senators. Once inside, he couldn't help looking around. The courtyard was unremarkable. The main office building was merely a two-story red brick structure, with rows of bungalows on either side. The courtyard was brick-paved, with 2 flower beds planted with various blooms. By all appearances, it resembled a provincial county government office from the 1970s. All doors and windows were closed and the courtyard was very quiet. But listening carefully, one could hear faint voices of conversation, muffled and distant. "This way, please." Su Yanliang wasn't taken into the building but was led around a corridor along the building's side. At the end was another door. After further procedures, he was handed off to a second guard. "This PSB certainly loves its procedures," Su Yanliang grumbled to himself, eyeing the guard in his black uniform with blue collar badge. Guo's office occupied Zhou Batao's former space. The office had originally been Spartan, and Guo had only replaced some furniture after moving in. Su Yanliang had expected the dignified, imposing image of a spy chief from movies and television, perhaps statues, flags, or framed mottos. But the office before him was no different from any other department's. Snow-white lime-washed walls, heavy and sturdy furniture, and a desk lamp with a green glass shade. Guo stood to greet him. "Comrade Su Yanliang, hello, I'm Guo." Su Yanliang reflexively extended his hand and they shook. He suddenly felt a moment of disbelief. Was this really the famous proprietor Guo standing before him? Among ordinary senators, few enjoyed greater fame than Guo, aside from the dozen or so top officials holding high positions. Though he had been away from Lingao for years, everyone in the Senate knew of him. Opening the trade window in Guangzhou had added a legendary dimension to his reputation. Little wonder Su Yanliang felt somewhat starstruck. The man before him appeared to be in his early 30s, though of course Su Yanliang knew his actual age approached 40. Dressed in a black uniform, he carried himself with an elegant, composed demeanor that suited both a business magnate and a powerful agency official. "I'm Su Yanliang," he said, "secretary of the board of the Nanyang company." "I know," Guo smiled. "Please sit down." They took their seats. Guo reached for a bell rope and a female staff member entered. "Please bring Senator Su some tea." "Ah, thank you, you're much younger than I imagined." "I think we're all like that," Guo said. "Actually, I'm 38 this year." "Truly remarkable," Su Yanliang said. "Perhaps it's the Creator's reward for abandoning everything to come here." Guo smiled but didn't respond. Su Yanliang suddenly remembered that Guo hadn't come to this parallel universe voluntarily. "My apologies." "It's nothing," Guo said. "Though this wasn't my original intention, I'm quite satisfied with my life here." Before he could finish, the female staff member returned with tea. She set down the drink and left without a word. "Well then, let's get to the point. We received an application regarding your company's intention to include Huamei on the training list. We happen to have important materials on her, so we specifically invited you here." "Yes, we're currently short of captains like her, but her file shows she's a key focus target. So we submitted the application. I'd like to know, what exactly is wrong with her? Is it because of her pirate background? Her surveillance level is even higher than Liu Xiong's. That seems strange." "I understand your concerns. However, according to our information, this captain has very close ties to the Li Xia group and is very likely a spy Li Xia planted in Lingao. Over recent years, the General Bureau of Political Security has intercepted quite a few letters from Li Xia to her, so we've been monitoring her. These are the relevant materials, please look them over. There are some highlights worth noting." Guo handed over a thick folder. Su Yanliang possessed the essential skill of rapid reading that any leadership position required. After quickly scanning the materials, he felt a pang of reluctance to let go. "So she's a spy?" "Essentially, yes." Then why not arrest her? Suspicion crept into Su Yanliang's voice. Could these materials have been fabricated by the PSB? One reason is Senator Qi. The other is that she hasn't actually done anything harmful to the Senate. What a pity, Su Yanliang wrung his hands. She's so capable and sharp. We had such high hopes for her. I understand your feelings, Yu Yi said. Our suggestion is that you can continue to use her but not in key positions. We also ask for your cooperation in monitoring her. We've planted agents around her, but that's far from sufficient. We can cooperate with monitoring, but you must inform us who your specific surveillance personnel are, Su Yanliang said quickly. That's not a problem, Yu Yi said. However, today's discussion isn't just about monitoring her. It's about how to help her escape her current situation, to become a naturalized cadre openly and honestly. You mean? Su Yanliang hesitated. Turn her? Yes. Specifically, what methods should we use to exert influence or even control over Li Huamei? If we can get her to consciously or unconsciously break free from Li Xia's influence, and eventually transmit information we've processed to the other side through her, that would be ideal. Not only could we gain insight into the Li Xia group's situation, but we could also let her contribute fully. I fully support turning her, but I don't have any specific methods to suggest off the top of my head. Perhaps we can only influence her gradually through work, Su Yanliang said. As her employer, we'll do our utmost to cooperate. Thank you very much. Regarding our cooperation, I also have an idea. Su Yanliang had been planning this for some time and had discussed it with Zhou and Wang. He had originally intended to raise it with Zhao Mengsheng, but with Yu Yi, the second deputy director, present, he might as well bring it up now. Please go ahead. Our Nanyang company officially hung its signboard a few days ago. As you may know, our business scope is quite broad, and in the future, we're very likely to take on colonial management work. We'll essentially function like the East India Company, a small government, really. Yu Yi nodded. Since we'll be a small government, security work naturally must keep pace. Political security is currently a gap, and it's an indispensable department for the future. So I hope the PSB can establish a dedicated organization within our company. The name doesn't matter, to handle this business. No matter how negative the views on the PSB were within the Senate, the importance of political security work was undeniable. No matter how carefully they guarded against it, the PSB would inevitably extend its reach into the Nanyang company and establish a surveillance network. If they took extreme measures to clean house and nip problems in the bud, it would only raise suspicions about the Nanyang company from outside. What exactly was such a massive, privileged company afraid of people knowing? Initially, they had considered establishing a separate portal in the political security sector and excluding the PSB system entirely. But they soon realized that establishing a separate portal would make the Senate even more uneasy than cleaning house. The closed nature of the Political Security Bureau had already made it a target of criticism. The Nanyang Company, however, would become an entity possessing many colonies, fleets, and even a substantial security force in the future. What impression would a fully equipped Australian East India Company leave on the senators? After much deliberation, Su Yanliang decided to proactively propose that the PSB establish an agency within the Nanyang Company, on the condition that it be transparent to the company. End of chapter. Chapter 2353, Old Friend Li Huamei Part 5, Transparent. Yu Yi nodded slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Damn, why do these people all sound the same? Su Yanliang couldn't help but complain to himself. Expressionless faces, emotionless tones, bureaucratic speech. Yes, transparent, Su Yanliang repeated with emphasis. How exactly transparent? He's asking me to make an offer. Su Yanliang thought. Fine, there's a way forward. How about this? The director of this internal security department within the company will be held concurrently by me or a director-level senator of the Nanyang Company. You send a senator or naturalized cadre to serve as the executive deputy director. The specific operations would naturally be managed by the executive deputy director, but all relevant work must be approved and audited by the director. no concealment whatsoever. And as director, I guarantee the company won't interfere with the security department's daily work. Then I'd like to know, what benefits does the Bureau gain? For a moment, Su Yanliang thought he had misheard. What did you say? I said, what benefits does the Bureau gain? This he genuinely hadn't considered. In the Nanyang Company leadership's view, the Political Security Bureau would inevitably establish a branch within the company. Even if they were unwilling, the Bureau would try every means to infiltrate. Allowing them to exist openly and send someone to manage was already a generous concession. Isn't establishing PSB branches your job? That requires Senate approval. So far, we haven't received any such authorization. Even if there isn't one now, there will be eventually. In that case, what kind of deal is this? Yu smiled. You're selling me something that already belongs to me. Su Yanliang was stunned, then realized this was indeed true. Then the Nanyang Company could also refuse entry to a PSB agency. Yu smiled. If the Senate issues authorization, that's no problem. But based on my years of experience at the Guangzhou station, that's not very realistic. Su Yanliang thought it through and understood. The other party wasn't satisfied with merely not interfering in daily work. He said, then tell me your conditions. I think the conditions you've proposed are quite reasonable, not excessive at all. The Bureau can also offer more goodwill. We can provide you with a list of all hidden cadres who will work in the Nanyang Company in the future, guaranteeing their reports are controllable. Yu said this was even better than Su Yanliang had hoped, but he knew that the better the conditions, the higher the price would be. What must we pay? Support the Bureau's work, Yu said, not just in Nanyang. Good heavens, Su Yanliang thought this was no small ask. He pondered for a moment, looked up and asked, is this your meaning or? This is the Bureau's position, of course, Yu said. You don't need to answer immediately. Watching Su Yanliang's figure disappear through the courtyard gate from his window, Yu returned to his desk, picked up the green telephone receiver, gave instructions softly, then bent over to write something on official paper. He slipped the draft into a craft paper envelope, stamped it with a small square seal, and casually pulled the bell rope. The doorknob turned and his secretary appeared. I'll dictate, you draft the memo. Yu raised his hand toward a small table piled with bound documents. Yes, Comrade Chief. The female secretary immediately sat down at the small table, pen and paper ready. I'm prepared. First, draft a memo in the name of the Political Security Bureau to the State Council, with copies to the Ministry of the Navy, Ministry of Colonization and Trade, General Office, Foreign Intelligence Bureau, and Nanyang Company. Content as follows. First, the Bureau has decided to take active measures to thoroughly eliminate the threat posed by the Sanya Group. The preliminary plan utilizes the current Southeast Asia Company shareholder, Navy Reserve Lieutenant Huamei, as a channel. Second, it has been established that Huamei had contact with the Sanya Group in her personal history. The Bureau intends to use this operation to clarify her true background. Third, for this purpose, the Political Security Bureau will establish a special team within the Nanyang Company to execute this mission. That's all. As he spoke, the female secretary noted down each key point. Then she began writing. Yu picked up his teacup and took several sips. His temples were throbbing, and he massaged them with his fingers. Since joining the Political Security Bureau as division chief, he'd been reading files until midnight for many days in order to familiarize himself with the situation. Working until midnight wasn't unusual among senators. Every department had offices and workshops with lights burning at 2 or 3 in the morning. If not for the Ministry of Health and General Office repeatedly warning senators about increased risk of sudden death and launching, mandatory rest, patrols at night, plenty of people would have pulled all-nighters for days on end. However, he was no longer accustomed to such intense work. In Guangzhou, no matter how busy he was, he had always been in bed by 10. He'd lived at that slow, measured medieval rhythm for almost 10 years, and now, returning to his old profession, he found the adjustment difficult. Compared to Li Xia or Li Huamei, he knew the Nanyang Company was the trickier entity. In some ways, it would inevitably become something like the British East India Company. The British government had also expended considerable effort and cost dealing with the East India Company in its day, but they couldn't help allowing its existence and growth. Realistic needs outweighed countless rational objections. Actually, neither Zhao Mengsheng nor he was particularly eager to establish a branch in the Nanyang Company. The reason was simple: the vast ocean and the breadth of Southeast Asia. Dropping a mere handful of committees of 10 and reconnaissance teams into that expanse would be like scattering sesame seeds. Without radios, only mail sent back by regular ships to transmit news and orders, the PSB's management and command over them would exist in name only. To carry out work in such an environment required the Nanyang Company's full cooperation. This was precisely why Director Zhao had been so generous on the matter. "Comrade Chief, the report is finished," the secretary interrupted his contemplation. "Please review it." Guo Yi quickly scanned the lines of precise, almost printed characters, nodded, and picked up his pen to change, utilizing the special relationship between Li Huamei and Senator Qi to leveraging the recent change in Li Huamei's ideological tendency. "Make a copy for the files, then take it to be mimeographed." Guo Yi added, "Also, the summary of the 2 Li special case file materials I asked you to prepare yesterday should be photocopied in the same number and attached. By the way, send 1 copy to Senator Wu Nanhai as well. Should we send the memo to Chief Wu? He's not on the copy list." "Don't send it, only send him the summary attachment." "Understood," the female secretary repeated. 6 memos total and 7 summary appendices. Senator Wu Nanhai only receives the summary appendix. "Correct. Here's the top-secret document copy permission slip." Guo Yi signed his name in the lower right corner of a pale yellow form. "Both the memo and attachments are classified top secret." Shortly after the secretary left, she knocked and entered again, reporting that 2 trainee commanders had arrived as ordered. "Please show them in." The door opened, and 2 young men in black uniforms marched in with standard strides. Their faces still retained the softness of adolescence, but their expressions were intensely serious. Their lean bodies maintained precise attention posture, bright eyes fixed on Guo Yi at the desk. "Comrade Chief, trainee commanders Lin Zhijian and Zheng Yicheng reporting for duty." The Mandarin carried a faint southern Fujian accent. As students of the PSB training class, Lin Zhijian and Zheng Yicheng represented the type of cadres the Senate preferred to cultivate. Both came from fishing families in southern Fujian. Both were 18 years old, and their backgrounds were remarkably similar. Most of their parents and family members had died in natural and man-made disasters. They had ultimately been taken in by the Senate. Unlike ordinary children with bitter histories, they weren't orphans. The Political Security Bureau actually didn't favor selecting orphans. What distinguished these 2 was that each still had relatives. One had a younger brother, the other a disabled grandmother. Both had gone out to make a living and support their families at very young ages. In Zhao Mengsheng's view, people with such family ties were more resilient and more loyal. Each year, the Political Security Bureau selected suitable training candidates from children admitted to the military and political training school. Wu Mu had noticed that both teenagers' files contained comments from senator teachers: quiet, calm, intelligent, and agile. After interviews and a series of tests, they were formally admitted to the PSB training class. The PSB training class was no longer the abbreviated program that Qi Yun and Lu Cheng had undergone years ago. It was now a rigorous 2-year curriculum. Whether in cultural education or professional knowledge, it represented a quantum leap compared to earlier graduates. They were newcomers in whom Zhao Mengsheng placed high hopes. "Lin Zhijian, you will personally deliver this letter to Senator Qi Feng at the General Construction Company." "Yes, he's the chief planner. Ask him to open and read it in your presence, then destroy it. Bring back his reply verbally." "Yes." Lin Zhijian took the envelope, clicked his heels, and turned to leave. "Zheng Yicheng, I have another task for you. Sit down first." When Lin Zhijian stepped through the gate of the General Construction Company, Qi Feng was in his office drawing as usual, or rather, constructing the perfect city in his mind on paper. This artistic idealist wasn't as simple as many people thought. He never banged on tables or argued loudly about design concepts with General Construction Company manager Meiwan the way Jai Runjai did. Instead, he silently completed whatever design tasks were assigned to him, assignments that basically required no creative thinking or artistic imagination, just the application of relevant standards. Countless plans could be directly borrowed or, rather, simplified. He devoted most of his spare time to the noble cause of art. The reason it was only most was that he was also rather keen on managing his personal life, a man full of zest for living. End of chapter. Chapter 2354. Old Friend Li Huamei Part 6. The detached house Li Huamei had built in the commercial district was handled entirely by Qi Feng, from architectural structure to interior decoration. The design was exquisite, the construction meticulous, taking nearly 2 years to complete. Many of the brick and tile materials were specially custom-made. The attached courtyard was designed by Li Ziaolu. Upon completion, it drew the envy of many senators. Had the Liangguang campaign not distracted everyone's attention and the subsequent large-scale northward migration of senators not followed, building villas would probably have become the next storm sweeping through the Senate. Qi Feng didn't yet know his villa had become a model house, but in this new spacetime, he had finally built something according to his own vision. That was some consolation. Over the past 2 years of dating and cohabiting with Li Huamei, he had borrowed his girlfriend's connections to travel on the Hangzhou to many places. The ruins of St. Paul's in Macau were still under construction, but Qi Feng didn't disdain this half-finished work. He sketched the construction site on location, exchanged architectural insights with the presiding priests and Portuguese craftsmen, studied their blueprints, and watched with his own eyes as Japanese and Chinese craftsmen built the cathedral brick by brick. Though he had traveled through time for nearly 10 years, the sensation of witnessing how a building that stood in ruins in another spacetime was originally constructed, brick by brick, still felt marvelous. Besides Macau, he visited Japan and India most frequently. Japan left little impression on him. As a fervent believer in the Western fine arts religion, Qi Feng had scant interest in Japanese architecture. But the Portuguese buildings in Goa made a deep impression, especially the recently completed Sea Cathedral. This building, begun in 1562 and requiring half a century to finish, was the largest church in all of Asia at the time. Its Gothic sensibility combined a Tuscan Renaissance exterior with a Corinthian interior. Qi Feng was mesmerized, lingering for months. So obsessed was he with this church, visiting almost daily, that the local bishop took him for a devout believer. Though Li Huamei's family had served the Portuguese for generations, her parents had never converted to Christianity. They were baffled by Qi Feng's behavior, having absolutely no religious belief yet being obsessed with church and monastery architecture. But then, this was merely one of countless inexplicable things about the Australians. Beyond this, the relationship between them was quite harmonious, probably because they spent more time apart than together. Absence made the heart grow fonder, and they always found freshness in each other. Both Li Huamei and Qi Feng were passionate about their own work and valued personal space. During the days when Li Huamei was away, Qi Feng's main leisure activity was study and teaching. He and Trini had become close buddies. Either he went to the Italian's house, or the Italian came to his. They would debate loudly, critique each other's work, sometimes spending entire days together. Qi Feng had also taken on a few students, all promising talents selected from Trini's training class. In painting and sculpture, he couldn't match the Italian's skill, but when it came to architecture, he still left the man several streets behind. What he taught his students wasn't the Bauhaus school Lingao style, that dominated the general construction company, but architecture of pure beauty. He included knowledge of architectural space, mechanics, and functionality, but the main theme remained how to design beautiful buildings. When Trini was busy, Chi Feng would lead the students in his own studio, hammering, building models, sculpting, painting, busy and happy, covered in dust. But Chi Feng never tired of it. Though he couldn't yet build the magnificent structures he had drawn countless times, at least his life felt full. "Someone from the PSB is looking for me." Chi Feng set down his ruling pen and affected solemnity. "Strange, I have nothing to do with them." "Shall I turn him away?" his secretary asked. "No need, let him in." Chi Feng thought, could this be about Li Huamei? Ever since learning that his wife had historical issues, the matter had been a constant worry. Though Zhou Batao had sworn to him that as long as Li Huamei committed no hostile acts, the PSB would never move against her, his affection for Li Huamei had deepened over the years. He worried increasingly that this tough woman of the sea, the gentle woman in his arms, might become momentarily confused and do something hostile. Li Huamei enjoyed considerable fame in the Senate, but since she had started dating him, quite a few admirers had turned from love to hate. They hadn't hesitated to hang an innocent female instructor years ago. They might well be capable of similar action now. When the time came, he would probably have no choice but to flee with her to the ends of the earth, but his dreams of transmigration would be annihilated. This hidden worry had been buried deep in his heart. He had once considered whether to send Li Huamei to Europe ahead of time to purchase some property as a final escape route. After all, it would be difficult for the Senate to extend its jurisdictional reach to Europe within his lifetime. But after much deliberation, he abandoned the idea. A voyage to Europe took 8 or 9 months one way. Neither the Southeast Asia Company, the Navy, nor the PSB would allow her to simply vanish for 2 years. Since the PSB had already notified him that Li Huamei's background was suspicious, spies had likely long been planted among her sailors and entourage. Such petty tricks couldn't escape their notice and might instead become evidence of guilt. Chi Feng opened the envelope with slight nervousness, scanned it hastily, and his brows tightened. Then they relaxed again. "A new official applies 3 fires," he complained under his breath, then looked up and said, "I've read the letter. Go back and report to your leadership. My answer is, why not?" As he spoke, he took a metal lighter from the drawer, lit the note, and dropped it into the large brush washer on the table that served as a wastebasket. So Chi Feng expressed willingness to cooperate. Cooperate might be too strong a word, but at least he won't interfere with our actions, Yu said. "I believe he won't pass up this opportunity to cleanse Li Huamei." "You're right. This matter is delicate, but now is a good opportunity to resolve it. Since everyone's in agreement, I approve your plan." Zhao Mengsheng nodded. "Whom specifically do you plan to send to execute it?" "I've selected 2 young men. Though they lack experience, they've received systematic training from us. I've attached their files to the action plan. One will infiltrate the Southeast Asia Company. The Nanyang Company will then arrange for him to be assigned to Li Huamei's side. His public identity is a newly naturalized citizen transferred to the Nanyang Company. The other I plan to deploy on the periphery, posing as an attendant of an indigenous merchant." "Good." Zhao Mengsheng expressed satisfaction. "Li Huamei won't cause major problems. The main concern is Li Xia." Yu recognized these words as setting the tone for the entire operation. "I understand. Also, regarding cooperation with the Nanyang Company, whom do you plan to send as deputy director?" "I have a suitable candidate in mind, but he's somewhat elderly. I'm concerned he can't handle the rigors of sea travel." "Are you referring to that old man?" Zhao Mengsheng laughed. "I don't think that's a serious issue. The Nanyang Company is all ships and colonies, but the deputy director of the security department won't have many opportunities to go to sea. The Nanyang Company headquarters is currently planned for Sanya and will probably eventually move somewhere like Malacca. Just let him handle paperwork at headquarters. You decide the other candidates. Give young people more opportunities." "The chief chooses an old man. while I'm told to give young people more opportunities, Guo thought. Director Zhao's instructions remain as characteristically layered as ever. However, he had long since grown accustomed to the leader's style, seemingly plain words that actually carried dense information. He nodded in agreement immediately. Liu Fuqing opened the window and drew a deep breath of the outside air. Lingao's winter wasn't as cold and damp as his hometown of Nanjing. The sun was warm, the sky clear for miles. Flowers in the courtyard below bloomed vigorously, faint fragrance drifting past his nose, small birds chirping. This place was truly a paradise on earth, Liu Fuqing thought. Who could have imagined a government office could look like this? He turned around. The air in the closed office seemed somewhat stale. He had sat in this small office for nearly 3 years. Ever since returning from Jeju Island, he had worked here. He surveyed his office with mixed emotions. The mountainous pile of documents on the desk had been cleared away, and the filing cabinet was sealed with handover strips. The desk lamp with its green glass shade had been wiped clean. The document baskets marked incoming and outgoing stood empty, no more varied documents flowing through. On the coat rack by the door hung his uniform, the winter wear just issued this year, adorned with his rank, Region Commander. This was the endpoint of his service to the Great Song. Taking a boat from Zhuan across the sea to Lingao to defect to the chief seemed like something that had happened just yesterday. In the blink of an eye, he had served the Senate for 6 years. He was now an old man of 62. A few days earlier, he had received notification from the Personnel Division asking him to handle the handover and prepare for retirement. He understood retirement well enough. The Ming Dynasty had similar rules. When you grew old and could no longer work, you had to go home. For officials, it was called resigning from office. For clerks, the process wasn't so formal. Once your superior spoke, those who knew what was good for them would resign. Fortunately, after years as a clerk, he had accumulated some family property. Spending his remaining years in peace, playing with grandchildren, that wouldn't have been difficult. Had he not met with that calamity back then, he probably would have been retiring in the Nanjing countryside like this 7 or 8 years ago. But a disaster had nearly killed him, leaving his family shattered. All that remained was a chest full of hatred. It was precisely this burning hatred that had sustained him through exile to Lingnan in his aging body, then across the sea to defect to the Kun. End of chapter. Chapter 2355. First arrival in Sanya, the Senate hadn't disdained his age but promoted him to this position, and he had devoted himself entirely to his duties, serving with diligence. Now he was truly old, and the Australians were telling him to retire. Today was his last day working at the Political Security Bureau. All handover procedures had been completed. Yesterday afternoon, his colleagues had held a farewell tea party for him. Though there was no banquet, plenty of tea and snacks were provided. Colleagues from the Reconnaissance Division had pooled their money to buy him a gift, and everyone toasted him one by one with tea in place of wine. Finally, Chief Guo, the new head of the Reconnaissance Division, had attended. Though newly installed, he spoke many praiseworthy words about Liu Fuqing, thanking him for his years of service to the Senate. A brief ceremony followed, awarding him a certificate of appreciation and a labor service medal signed by the director and deputy directors. The labor service medal wasn't a particularly high honor. Regulations specified that all naturalized cadres and employees of the Senate who retired normally could receive one. Yet when Guo personally pinned the medal on his chest, Liu Fuqing shed tears for the first time in years. He couldn't quite explain why he wept. Beyond the mixed feelings of leaving his post, it was more about the Senate's recognition of him. This was an emotion he had never experienced in all his years as a clerk in the Ministry of Justice. Alas, I am old, he thought. Liu Fuqing felt a hollowness inside. His family members were either dead or scattered, and he hadn't established a new family after coming to Lingao. For the past few years, he had essentially treated the bureau as his home. Now retired, where could he go? Naturally, he could no longer access the bureau's single dormitory and canteen. Colleagues from the General Affairs Division had rented him a standard single residence in the civil servant residential area of Lingao Old Town. The rent was nearly symbolic, extremely low. Eating was also easy to solve. Plenty of canteens catered to single people locally. Whether ordering individual dishes or buying a meal plan, it posed no burden for someone like him with a pension. The Australians think of everything. They won't let their faithful servants come to a bad end, Liu Fuqing mused. Not like the great Ming. The masters treated you as human when you were useful, and as nothing when you weren't. Petty officials like us were truly worth less than toilet paper. Though food and clothing wouldn't be a concern in the days ahead, what would he do? Liu Fuqing was certain of one thing. He could live at least another 5 or 6 years. Would he simply drift along and wait for death during those years? He gathered his last belongings, his PSB identification and personal sidearm. He would turn them in at the guardroom when leaving. Then he would walk out the gate and in the future would have to apply for a pass separately if he wanted to enter this courtyard again. He took one last lingering look at this small office. Just as he was filled with emotion, the office door opened. "Comrade Region Commander, Chief Gu requests your presence." Su Yanliang stood on the observation tower of Anliu Pier, gazing out at the rippling expanse of Danzhou. In the old spacetime, he had been to Hainan and naturally visited Danzhou. But for someone who had already traveled to Southeast Asia and seen pristine tropical islands, attractions like Sanya and Danzhou were rather ordinary. Especially when diving, the gap was even more pronounced. That trip to Sanya in the old spacetime had given Su Yanliang plenty of material for complaints but no commendable memories. This was his first time visiting Sanya under the Senate's rule. The trip had been quite rushed. He had brought only a few attendants from the Southeast Asia Company who were familiar with the local situation. He hadn't even brought Li Huamei, whom they intended to place in an important position. Since Wang Luobin's transfer back to Lingao, Sanya's development had stagnated. Though it remained a special city and the southern central metropolis in the island-wide planning of Hainan region, it showed little of the scale a special city should possess in actual construction. One reason was financial constraints. The Senate couldn't allocate much money to develop Sanya. The other was Sanya's awkward location and geographical environment, which limited its development within the Senate's urban system. In the Senate's plan, besides serving as the administrative center of southern Hainan Island and the export port for Tietou iron ore, Sanya was also projected to become an important chemical and commercial trade center for southern Hainan. Su Yanliang had seen the plan compiled under the Planning Committee's leadership in the Great Library. It envisioned using petroleum from Southeast Asia and salt from Yangming to establish a chemical industrial zone, and also designated Sanya as a Nanyang trade center. However, after these few years, most of these ambitious plans remained on paper. Even the planned Navy base and command center for the Nanyang direction had not materialized. The ambitious salt chemical and petrochemical bases were entirely absent. Petrochemicals aside, even the mature industry of salt chemicals hadn't been rolled out. The reason was simple. No matter how superior Yangming's salt drying conditions were, it was just a barren beach, requiring massive manpower and resources to transform into a salt field. And the edible salt produced by salt fields in northern Hainan and along Guangdong's southern coast was sufficient for the Senate's current salt chemical industry needs. Of course, further expanding salt chemical production capacity was always beneficial, but the manpower and resources required to build the Yangming salt field daunted the Planning Committee. Though the Yangming state-owned Salt City unit now appeared on the Planning Committee's SOE roster, it was just a small salt field with annual output comparable only to Mao Salt Field, more an employment base for exiles than a serious supplier of salt to the Senate. Of the industrial planning assigned to Sanya at that time, besides the Tietou Mining Bureau, the only thing truly realized was the coconut product processing base. Currently, the trade and processing center for coconuts in southern Hainan was located in Sanya. The other large-scale industrial enterprise was the Eric distillery, though the Senate had once promoted the trading center facing Nanyang, listing Sanya as an open port. When concluding various trade agreements, the reality was that aside from Kwartpur's labor trade, most European merchant ships wouldn't use this place as a trading port. The Senate had originally believed that since this location was a necessary stop on the route to Nanyang, and historically Nanyang trade ships had docked here, policy support would naturally foster a trading port. On the other hand, there was Sanya's awkward geographical position. The senators had overlooked one problem. Though European merchants weren't choosy when seeking trading ports along the Chinese coast, willing to occupy even savage places like Tainan, the premise was that they had no better choice. Given options, everyone preferred trading at ports close to product sales and supply areas rather than at transshipment ports. Sanya happened to be a city that produced no export commodities and consumed very few imported ones. The products exported most from here were iron ore and various coconut products, which strictly speaking were materials of the planning committee rather than commodities. The only local commodity that could truly be sold to foreign merchants was arak. The bulk export commodities favored by foreign merchants, silk fabrics, sugar, rum, industrial products, steel products, glass products, food, porcelain, Sanya produced very little or none at all. This meant these commodities all had to be transported from Lingao and the mainland. Though the Planning Committee and Sanya Special City had established many preferential conditions, including low-priced land and tax exemptions, to attract private capital for factory investment and overseas trade participation, and had indeed attracted quite a few merchants to set up limited companies in Sanya, Su Yanliang walked around and found few local manufacturing enterprises. Most were companies, consisting of little more than a sign. And there was no feeling of bustling commerce. The agricultural sector had invested substantial resources opening tropical crop gardens around Sanya, but Hainan Island's conditions for tropical crops were far inferior to Southeast Asia's. Producing spices here was inferior to India and the Moluccas in both cost and yield, while the climatic conditions for planting rubber, cocoa, and palm oil in Sanya were somewhat insufficient, with very long production cycles. So far, no trade scale had formed. Moreover, in the long run, Hainan Island wasn't an ideal planting location anyway. As for imports, even fewer commodities could be directly consumed locally. Because the city scale couldn't rise and the industrial level was limited, Sanya's formal residents still numbered only 50,000, mainly mining bureau workers and agricultural immigrants settled by the planning committee on surrounding farms. Their own consumption wasn't enough to support significant imports. Currently, the only bulk commodities imported by Sanya were labor and rice. The former was also declining as the mining bureau's labor demand steadily dropped. For the British and Dutch, going to Lingao or Kaohsiung didn't require much extra cost but offered far more flexibility in cargo selection. Though the Planning Committee had once attempted to use tariffs to regulate merchant ship destinations, the reality was, since foreign merchant ships could transport goods directly to Lingao, why force them to unload in Sanya, adding needless loading, unloading, and transshipment costs? This made no sense economically, so Sanya, in which the Senate had placed such high hopes, had fallen into a half-dead state. After Wang Liubin's departure, few paid attention to the place. Plans are always grand, but reality is always thin. After spending a few days in Sanya, Su Yanliang deeply understood this saying. It seems Sanya wasn't an industrial and commercial city in the old spacetime either, and we lack the magic to make it one here, he said to himself. Sanya in the old spacetime could develop tourism and real estate, but those would be things at least a century away in this spacetime. Besides, even if such development were possible here, it had nothing to do with the Nanyang Company. Su Yanliang couldn't help doubting the decision to set up headquarters in Sanya. Speaking of advantages, there was a good harbor locally, housing and land were quite abundant, and the climate and scenery were pleasant. End of chapter. Chapter 2356. The lonely Tang Menglong Sanya's declining status was also reflected in the choice of mayor. Previously, Wang Liubin had served here. After Wang Liubin was transferred back to Lingao to become chairman of the Senate, Tang Menglong had taken over. Of course, Tang Menglong had been the first senator to leave Lingao and serve as a regional leader, albeit governing just a coal mine. By that measure, his qualifications were quite senior. However, at the Senate level, he hadn't held any particularly important positions since leaving the Jiazi coal mine. Before assuming the mayorship of Sanya, his resume consisted only of serving as county director of several counties in Hainan. He could be said to have experience as a local chief executive, but these were all small, sparsely populated counties with almost no industry or commerce. The so-called county director position involved little work and no construction tasks. Naturally, Tang Menglong hadn't accumulated any noteworthy political achievements either. With him serving as mayor of Sanya, one could readily imagine Sanya's actual status within the Senate. Old Tang himself must be depressed enough, Su Yanliang thought to himself. By any measure of his qualifications, he could have gone to Guangdong to coast as mayor of a prefecture-level city. Instead, he'd ended up here guarding the blue sky and sea. Who knew how long this title of special city could last? But then again, if it were really a desirable place, the Nanyang company probably couldn't stay either. Su Yanliang somewhat understood the psychology of Zhou and the others. Whether in Lingao or Guangzhou, they would be just one of countless departments and enterprises competing for resources. There might not be many benefits, but being constantly watched through a magnifying glass was certain. Coming to Sanya meant somewhat jumping out of the three realms and not being bound by the five elements. A vast world where much could be accomplished. Moreover, Sanya had another advantage: infrastructure. Because it had been designated as a special city back then and was essentially a blank slate, its infrastructure, while not comparable to Lingao's, was much better than other Hainan counties. Furthermore, there were preferential tax policies here. Many merchants with long-term trade relationships with the Senate had set up branch companies, or established separate signboards and branches locally to avoid taxes. Though most of these branches were little more than an office and a sign, as long as there was profit to be had, these shell institutions would eventually become entities. The key was how to attract these wealthy people to Sanya. Su Yanliang was lost in thought when the guard beside him whispered, "Director Su, Mayor Tang has arrived." Looking up, Su Yanliang saw a modified Daihatsu boat approaching Anliu Pier from the entrance of Dadanghai Bay, Tang Menglong's senator flag fluttering from its mast. He's certainly taking his time, Su Yanliang thought. He recalled someone roasting Tang Menglong for having served as a local chief executive for several years without producing many political achievements, but producing quite a few children, almost enough to form a squad. Still, having such a local leader was useful. At least he would be relatively easy to cooperate with. A strong-willed, opinionated one would have made things harder for the Nanyang company in Sanya. With such thoughts, he descended from the tower and waited at the pier for this Marquis of 100 Li. Though this Sanya mayor was getting on in years, he had kept his figure well. He stepped down from the small boat quite nimbly and approached, waving enthusiastically the whole way. "Director Su." Su Yanliang hurried forward to greet him, and the two clasped hands tightly. Anyone watching might have thought they were comrades long separated. In reality, they were mere nodding acquaintances in the Senate. Had they not crossed paths once at a Senate General Assembly, they would have been complete strangers. For Tang Menglong, since the Tiandu mine had gotten on track, Sanya had become a corner forgotten by the Senate. Even the Navy senator stationed in Yulin had been transferred away. Except for the occasional technician senator who came to fix mechanical problems, there wasn't a second senator to be found in all of Sanya. Naturalized citizens, of course, were plentiful. Among them were quite a few sensible and interesting ones. But they were residents of this spacetime after all. They knew very little about the senator's experiences, thoughts, and culture, let alone being able to converse freely and contentedly. It was fine when handling government affairs, but once free, the boredom was explosive. He was tired of the beautiful scenery of Sanya Bay and Danzhou. He had drunk too much coconut water. As for women, Tang Menglong had once fantasized about having 3 wives and 4 concubines, but only after actually having them did he realize it wasn't so wonderful. With the growing number of maids and children, family conflicts had multiplied daily. Just thinking about his 4 maids and 7 calabash brothers left behind in Lingao gave him a headache. So now he had become rather Buddhist about food and sex, with a senator finally arriving and the prospect of quite a few more being stationed here. Tang Menglong's enthusiasm was understandable. "I'm so happy your company chose Sanya as a base," Tang Menglong laughed. "I've truly dreamed of you all coming." "Surely not that exaggerated." Su Yanliang was somewhat surprised by his enthusiasm. "This is a special city. It's normal for our company to come looking for development opportunities. Everyone's anxious to go to the mainland right now. Who still remembers there's a special city here?" Tang Menglong shook his head repeatedly, looking lonely. "Come, let me show you around." Su Yanliang agreed readily. Though he had learned much about Sanya's specific situation from materials, seeing it with his own eyes was better. Besides, declining the local landlord's hospitality wouldn't do. Where you're standing is Anliu Pier, now the dedicated export pier of the Tiandu Mining Bureau. Tang Menglong waved his arms around as he spoke. Honestly, having such a thing on the shore of Danzhou is quite a scenery killer. The small town of Anliu had long since changed beyond recognition. This was now the location of the Mining Bureau's Pier Management Department. Rows of red brick houses served as offices and dormitories. Huge silos and various loading and unloading machines lined the pier. The vast stockyard was piled with iron ore and other minerals and stones screened from the ore processing plant. Like all similar mineral terminals, dust filled the air, black grime and sewage everywhere. More than a dozen steam engines tirelessly spewed black smoke and white steam. Su Yanliang had already gotten a full taste of the pollution from the observation tower. "It's nothing. When the Tiandu iron ore is exhausted, this will naturally transform into a resort area with hotels," Su Yanliang said. "In any case, this is the steel industry's lifeline. The environment here is too poor. Let's cross the sea to Yulin Fortress opposite." The two immediately boarded the traffic boat and crossed Danzhou. Su Yanliang noticed few ships at Anliu Pier, mostly vessels loading ore, and asked about it. "There's no local production here and not much business to be done. Where would ships come from?" Tang Menglong said. "Iron ore is the biggest export." They soon reached Yulin Fortress. The fortress had undergone large-scale expansion during Sanya's development and was now a defensive complex with 2 walls, 10 bastions, and 12 towers. Designed to house a full-strength infantry battalion, it was currently the Army's largest military base in southern Hainan. The battalion commander of the 2nd Infantry Battalion stationed at Yulin Fortress was already waiting to welcome Su Yanliang at the gate. Normally, when a senator arrived, the garrison would have customary ceremonies like inspections and reviews, but Su Yanliang had notified them in advance to skip these. So only the garrison battalion commander and main officers came out to greet him. Su Yanliang accepted their respects, exchanged a few polite words, and inquired about the local garrison situation. The 2nd Infantry Battalion commander was the garrison commander here. The garrison battalion commander had been transferred here during the military expansion and reorganization, shortly before the mainland campaign. This reorganization had replaced more than 80% of the 2nd Battalion's veterans, so it was essentially a brand new team now. Only the light infantry company is still composed mostly of veterans. The others are basically recruits. "The veterans have all been promoted to sergeants," the battalion commander reported. How is local security? No large-scale battles, mainly counterinsurgency operations. Many Li villages were scattered across southern Hainan, some quite close to Tiandu. Though many villages had been gradually registered and incorporated as citizens through missionary work, trade, recruitment, and medical outreach, small-scale disturbances were still common. Each time the 2nd Battalion had to mobilize. In the early years, riots were very common. The Tiandu mine itself was attacked multiple times and lone workers were killed and robbed. The situation has improved considerably in recent years, the battalion commander said. There have also been several slave riots locally, but the scale was limited and all were suppressed. That's good. Security was naturally Su Yanliang's primary concern. A question suddenly occurred to him. Are there pirate harassments here? Not in recent years, the battalion commander said. The Coast Guard would know more about pirate harassment of ships specifically, but there haven't been any landing battles by pirates. Coast Guard, is there no Navy stationed here? There's a special service boat squadron stationed at Wuzhou base, plus a local Coast Guard patrol boat squadron. Currently, both are under the Navy commander's authority. Another sign of Sanya's declining status was that the Navy had lost interest in the place. Back then, both Army and Navy had competed fiercely for military dominance in Yulin. The Navy had also formulated a quite ambitious Yulin port naval construction plan, things like a Nanyang fleet, a naval petty officer school. They had even planned to relocate the Navy General Hospital here, and Senator Hong had once wanted to build a joint logistics sanitarium. Naturally, these remain just plans. Tang Menglong took him around Yulin Fortress. The coastal plain area of Danzhou was very small. Except for Anliu City and Yulin Fortress, there were no large settlements, just several fishing villages and a few camps used for purifying laborers. It was quite desolate. Where's the industry here? Su Yanliang asked. Industry and commerce are all over in Sanya, Tang Menglong said. There's too little land here for construction. End of chapter. Chapter 2357. Status of Sanya, Part 1. The Senate's initial planning for Sanya had revolved around the Tiandu mine, with development and construction conducted roughly along Yulin Bay's coastline. But as the project progressed, they soon discovered that the original plan didn't suit the development needs of the so-called southern central metropolis of Hainan Island. There was simply too little buildable land. Jai Runjai had stated that if Sanya was positioned only as a naval port and resource export port for the future, choosing the area around Yulin Bay would be fine. Not only were the port conditions superior, but the terrain was also easy to defend and hard to attack. However, as an industrial and commercial city, it was far from adequate. Therefore, the site selection for Sanya Special City ultimately placed the urban area along Sanya Bay's coast. The small boat set sail from Yulin Fortress Pier and sailed along the west bank of Yulin Bay. The sea breeze was strong. Though it was winter, the wind on Yulin Bay still carried the scent of summer. Sunshine, sandy beaches, the sea. In any space-time, this made for a beautiful picture. However, Su Yanliang was in no mood to appreciate it. Following Tang Menglong's pointing hand beside him, he identified the main mountains and rivers along the coast. This is Rabbit Tail Ridge, Tang Menglong pointed. Between Rabbit Tail Ridge and Deer Turning Head is Danzhou. Though Su Yanliang had visited in another space-time, Danzhou, now completely stripped of artificial buildings and dense tourists, felt unfamiliar. He carefully studied the scenery, trying to match it against his memories. The rough terrain remained the same. Danzhou was a naturally formed crescent-shaped shallow bay. The waterline curved along a crescent-shaped sandy beach, and to the south stretched the boundless sea. The sand was flat, the water clear, the wind light, and the waves gentle. Casuarina equisetifolia trees along the shore provided verdant shade. From a tourism perspective, it was indeed a rare subtropical seaside scenic spot in China. However, at this moment, Danzhou was still a desolate bay, sparsely populated. Apart from traces of a few fishermen's activities on the beach, There were only some slightly dilapidated stilt houses deep in the bay. These were the seaside vacation cottages built for the senators years ago, once a must-visit holy land for those coming to Sanya. Bringing maids here for vacation had once been popular among the Senate. In recent years, as the novelty wore off and fewer people came, neither the general office nor Sanya municipal government bothered with frequent repairs. After several typhoons, the cottages had become dilapidated and crumbling. Sanya in this spacetime still wasn't attractive enough. Resources like blue sky and sea required sufficient infrastructure to draw people. The Senate's construction here remained inadequate. Pure natural, wooden cabins ultimately couldn't meet the senators' demands for comfort. Crossing Dadanghai and rounding a cape, they arrived at Xiaodanghai. The iconic Luhuidu Ridge came into view, where the Navy had installed batteries and observation towers on the commanding heights. The Morning Star flag fluttered in the wind. Below the ridge was a large star fort guarding the anchorage. Multiple light sailing warships were docked there. On shore, Navy soldiers in white uniforms were drilling. Are there no civilian ships here? This is a military port. By regulation, only Senate ships can enter and dock in Yulin Bay and Big and Small Donghai. Civilian ships are generally prohibited, Tang Menglong said. Civilian ships all dock over in Sanya Bay. Having been informed in advance, the battery didn't fire a salute. Spewing smoke and steam, the traffic boat rounded Luhuidu and entered the vast Sanya Bay. From the boat, patches of buildings appeared on the seashore in the northeast direction of Sanya Bay, along with visible masts. Here is Sanya's special city, Tang Menglong pointed. Sanya had originated from a small village of that local name. In the Tang Dynasty, it had received the formal name Linchuan County, named for being close to the river and plain. The river was thus called Linchuan Water. According to the Gazetteer of Yazhou, the county seat was located in the mountains southwest of the salt field, 110 li southeast of the prefecture city. It relied on Dasheng Ridge to the south, connected to Hayaba Ridge to the north, relied on Dagu Ridge to the east, and faced the river to the west. Linchuan County was abolished during the Five Dynasties period. Linchuan Town wasn't established again until the reign of Emperor Shenzong of Song. However, by the end of the Southern Song Dynasty, the area had become entrenched with bandits. Since then, Linchuan had fallen silent. According to the Gazetteer of Qiangzhou, compiled during the Ming Dynasty's Zhengde reign, only a stone street still existing remained. Clearly, the place had been completely abandoned. But Linchuan Port, the estuary of Linchuan Water, rose during this time. The reason was that since the Song Dynasty, salt fields had existed along the local seashore. To export edible salt, the estuary of Linchuan Water had become a natural river port for the salt trade. During the Ming Dynasty, Linchuan Li was established near Linchuan Port. The specific location was Longpo, exactly between the Sanya River and Linchuan River, the two main rivers in the Sanya area. Among the 14 Li, under the jurisdiction of Yazhou and the Ming Dynasty, Linchuan Li was included. This indicated a population of at least 100 households at that time. However, when the Senate's Sanya Development Detachment arrived years ago, the population of Linchuan Li had plummeted to fewer than 50 households, all of salt household status, meaning salt workers specializing in drying salt. Obviously, the only reason a Li had been established here was the salt field. Though Sanya Salt Field was listed as one of Qiangzhou's 6 major salt fields under Ministry of Revenue jurisdiction, annual sea salt production was only a few thousand shi. When Wang Liuobin and others had landed in Yulin and sent people here for a social survey, the salt field was nearly abandoned, with only a small number of salt workers still engaged in small-scale production. After Wang Liuobin became mayor, he also reformed the salt field technically, introducing windmill water lifting and concentration technology. Production has gone up now, but I feel demand from the planning committee isn't very strong, Tang Menglong complained. The scale of salt chemicals hasn't picked up, so what's the use of producing so much salt? How much can people eat? Su Yanliang said. The least scarce thing in Hainan and Guangdong is salt. The salt you dry in southern Hainan costs more to transport to Lingao than Mao salt. If not for maintaining the salt field's operations, shipping salt from Sanya wouldn't be economical for the planning committee at all. Once the chemical zone in Danzhou gets set up, I don't know if the situation can improve. Tang Menglong looked depressed. The current salt field workers are still too poor, working themselves to death just to fill their stomachs. Though the salt field was under the planning committee's jurisdiction, the salt workers all lived in Sanya. Their consumption of food, clothing, housing, and transportation could largely stimulate commerce in Sanya. The miners of Tietou and the salt workers of the salt field were currently Sanya's two largest consumer groups. If they lived too poorly, the commerce in Sanya naturally couldn't flourish. How can it be that fast? Su Yanliang said. For this project, the blueprint is drawn big enough, practically turning Danzhou directly into an industrial park. But if you expect it to cause a sea salt supply crisis, you'll have to wait at least 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years doesn't matter. As long as it gets established, I'd be happy to be mayor here my whole life, Tang Menglong said. The environment here is good. If the environment's so good, why don't you bring your wife and children over? Su Yanliang couldn't help laughing. Where would the children go to school if I brought them? There's only one national primary school here. It was said the calculus model would be replicated in Sanya to set up a 10-year national school, but after Wang Liubin left, there was no follow-up. The land was claimed easily enough. The least valuable thing in Sanya right now is land. The two stood on deck pointing out the landscape. Though the voyage was lengthy, it didn't feel boring. The traffic boat entered Sanya Bay. Sanya Port had excellent conditions, deep water and a wide bay. The inner harbor had good shelter, which was why it had replaced Linchuan Port at the river estuary in the Ming Dynasty. The Senate had also established the main commercial port here. There are quite a few ships docked here. Su Yanliang saw that the port somewhat resembled a forest of masts. At a rough glance, about 100 ships of various sizes were docked, mostly small and medium-sized vessels common along the South China Sea coast, but with a few large merchant ships mixed in. Tang Menglong frowned. Honestly, quite a few ships come, but most aren't here for business. This was the best shelter port in southern Hainan. With regular Coast Guard patrols, protection from coastal defense troops, and a dedicated shipyard providing repair services, many surrounding fishing boats and passing merchant ships chose to dock and resupply in Sanya. If southbound merchant ships missed the returning monsoon and were delayed in their return voyage, they would also choose to winter in Sanya. Honestly, our merchants here can't be accused of laziness, but there's no way around it. The variety of goods available for purchase here is too limited, and some stocks are insufficient. People would rather go to Lingao or Guangzhou to buy. We just earn a service fee. In comparison, the fishing industry is more prosperous. Zun Suji set up a food processing factory here back then to acquire and process catch locally. The benefits aren't bad. It can be considered a local pillar industry. It also helped the salt field move a lot of salt. Earning service fees isn't bad. Singapore is a small country that doesn't produce much itself, and consumption is limited, but that doesn't stop it from becoming an important port and cargo distribution center. Su Yanliang thought that Sanya's congenital deficiencies would be hard to overcome. Turning it into